Chapter 1, Goblins that Defy Reproductive Isolation. Respected 100,000 warriors, welcome to the continent of art. You shall become a noble lord, commanding your own troops to participate in the supremacy battle of myriad races. You will possess a territory and a randomly assigned troop type. Here, countless races stand tall, and dangers lurk at every turn. Begin your plundering and conquest. They say there are secrets of immortality and godhood here, belonging only to the strongest. This isn't a fair game, because games were never meant to be fair. Lord's chat channel activating. Lord exchange platform activating. Random troop generation in progress. My blurred consciousness gradually cleared as I rose to survey my surroundings. The warm glow of dusk filtered through the green canopy onto my face. I found myself in a forest clearing surrounded by unnamed trees about 5 to 6 meters tall, the earthy fragrance filling my nostrils. War of the races, lordship. Did I get transported to another world? Shaking my head, I stood up to face two extremely rudimentary structures before me, a thatched hut that looked like it could collapse any moment, and a small fountain-like pond. Is this the so-called territory and the fountain of origins for summoning troops mentioned in the mental message just now? Staggering slightly, I moved forward with the intention of checking out what kind of troops I had. After all, I played quite a few lord-building games and knew well that troops were a lord's only sword. The potential of one's troops could reveal the upper limit of a lord's capabilities. Atlantis continent, another world. The troops should be Western fantasy staples like dragons, elves, or skeletons, right? I hope I don't get stuck with those three lame Western fantasy options. The strength of the troop type directly determines a lord's developmental potential, so naturally I'd prefer something decent if possible. I'm not praying for behemoths, dragons, angels, or elves, just give me a slightly advanced human or orc troop type and I'll be satisfied. Silently making my plea, I lowered my head expectantly toward the breeding spring. Constructed from white ceramic tiles, the spring featured an eerie emerald gemstone suspended above crystal-clear waters where my future troops would emerge. The emerald gem, just judging by this dazzling brilliance, the troop type shouldn't be inferior. But what troop types are associated with green? Poison dragons? Elves? Turtle soldiers? Orcs? Boiling ram? If it were the first two, I might reluctantly accept them. Moreover, judging by the gem's luster before me, it probably wouldn't be too low-tier a troop type. Filled with hope, I stepped forward as the dark green radiance illuminated the dim twilight. Why do I feel so nervous? I stepped forward cautiously as a virtual panel materialized before me. Dark Goblin Birthing Spring, Unique Unit Production Building. Initial Level, 1. Daily Goblin Production Capacity, 5. Current Activation Cost, 50 Energy Stones. Upgrade Requirements. Damn it, must have opened it wrong. Stunned for a second, I hurriedly closed the Birthing Springs interface panel. What did I just see? Goblins? One of the three duds of Western fantasy, goblins? Am I really this unlucky? How crucial early game troops are, and I actually got goblins. My expression instantly darkened. After a moment, I seemed to accept my fate and reopened all the panels. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, a unique troop spawning structure. Initial Level, 1. Daily Goblin Breeding Capacity, 5 Current Breeding Cost, 50 Energy Stones. Promotion Requirement Materials, 1 Mutated Crystal, 50 Units of Wood, 30 Units of Stone. Note, cunning creatures from the dark abyss. Any being who underestimates them will pay in blood. Beware, these vile creatures ignore reproductive isolation. Unique Unit, Dark Goblin ignores reproductive isolation. A cunning creature? I seem to see a turning point in these words. My goblin doesn't appear to be the dull-witted, gluttonous experience fodder type of goblin. Moreover, it's a unique unit, which proves it must have extraordinary qualities. Then, what are they? I studied the Fountain of Nurturing panel carefully. Ignoring reproductive barriers? Or cunning? Both are traits ordinary goblins don't possess. After all, as experience mobs, goblins usually appear as dim-witted cannon fodder that pretty much anyone can one-shot with a single slash. I stepped forward with hope in my heart, the dark green glow illuminating the dim twilight. Why do I feel so unsettled? I gradually moved forward, and a virtual panel appeared. I carefully pondered the meaning of the phrase used properly. This will be the capital for the goblins to dominate. Does ignoring reproductive isolation mean I'm supposed to cultivate their offspring? Suddenly, the mysterious voice spoke again. Atlantis has discovered your existence and attempts to exterminate. The will of Atlan has launched an attack on the territory you are in. This will serve as the novice trial. All lords must take it seriously. Those who successfully complete the novice trial will gain 7 days of invincible protection. Those who fail, death. Then, a glowing orb appeared beside me. Current count, 100,000/99,999. Someone has already died? There was no time to ponder what made my goblin so special, as the number in the orb beside me was plummeting rapidly. Current count, 100,000/99985. Current count, 100,000/99900. As the numbers rapidly declined, a dark aura enveloped the entire forest. I nervously scanned my surroundings. The sky had darkened imperceptibly, my human eyes couldn't pierce the night, but the goblins under my command could. Right now, 5 goblins stood in formation, growling toward a particular dark corner where several blue lanterns swayed with eerie creaking sounds, drawing closer step by step. Chapter 2, You'd even fight a wolf? Your territory has been attacked by giant wolves. Please eliminate them to complete the novice trial. Your territory is under invasion. The dark goblins have spontaneously risen to protect your domain. As their lord, you may appropriately command the battle. The system's prompts sounded repeatedly. The goblins around me charged fiercely into a dense forest. Deeming the foes too dangerous, they refused to let their god face peril, choosing instead to strike first and eliminate the threat at its source. In the darkness, I finally saw their adversaries. 2 enormous gray wolves, each as large as a fully grown Bengal tiger. Arg! Growl! The goblins screeched weirdly as they took the initiative to surround the 2 giant wolves. The wolves immediately retracted their half-stepped paws from entering the territory, because while the dense woods were neutral ground, the clearing at its center belonged to me. Growl! The encircled wolf let out a contemptuous roar. Clearly, it recognized these creatures as goblins. In the collective understanding of all beings in the Thousand Shadows forest, goblins were cowardly, foolish, and practically devoid of combat strength. Spit poison. The dark goblins coated their daggers and clubs with venomous saliva before launching their assault on the giant wolves. I stepped closer, watching the battle with grave intensity. This wasn't just a fight between goblins and wolves, it was my own battle for survival. Should the goblins lose, those 2 monstrous wolves would tear out my throat without hesitation. Fortunately, the goblins taught the wolves the price of underestimation. They weaponized their toxins, relentlessly striking at the wolves' vulnerable spots with practiced precision. Their tactics were like hunting dogs, one would attack while others harassed. If the giant wolf turned to counterattack any goblin, the remaining goblins would strike at its lower body. Their height perfectly matched the giant wolf's thighs, allowing them to execute this hunting dog strategy flawlessly. Focusing exclusively on the lower body thoroughly drew the wolves' aggro, and before long, the 2 giant wolves were worn down to a pitiful state. Moments later, I heard a notification tone. Congratulations on completing the novice trial and becoming a qualified lord. Your territory will remain absolutely safe for the next 7 days. Atlantis has detected the presence of invaders and will launch attacks against all lords after 7 days. Strive to survive, my lord. Only when you reach a point where the will of Yate cannot expel you will you be a truly successful ruler. After the mysterious voice concluded, a semicircular energy dome spanning 100 meters enveloped my territory. I finally let out a sigh of relief, though I knew it was only temporary. In 7 days, the worlds will launch an attack against all lords. Then, these 7 days serve as the development period for every lord. The goblins returned to the territory, dragging 2 spoils of war behind them. I glanced at the current population counter displayed in the upper left corner. It had already dropped from the initial 100,000 to 98,731. And the number continued to plummet rapidly. It's only been a short while, and already thousands have died. I silently lamented the cruelty of this other world. Suddenly, I remembered there seemed to be a chat interface. With that thought, I opened the general chat channel. The beginner trial just now scared me to death. Thankfully my troop type is Silver Giant Lizard, born at level 5, or I'd have been in real danger. Whoa, you actually got silver grade? Bronze rank users crying in envy here. 2 of my bronze militia have died protecting me, and I only have 5 militia in total. I'm fine, my troops are golden level flame lions. Though they're only level 5, I can easily clear the level. Why is this so unfair? My troops are bronze slimes, how am I supposed to survive from now on? Petting your head in sympathy. Managing to survive with slimes means you're already amazing, my friend. Head pats +1, but I'm more curious how the person upstairs managed to survive. I personally tore those goblins apart. Those trash mobs with their 3 heads tall bodies, I took them down with 1 punch each. Damn, turns out slimes are the real bosses here. Please carry me, boss my ass. I can only handle low-level mobs like goblins myself. What are we gonna do when the world consciousness launches the next wave? In the world chat channel, everyone was chattering away. Some bragged about how powerful their units were, others shared how close they'd come to disaster, and a few lamented their weak units, crying foul over the unfairness. Fair? I sneered at the notion. Fairness has always been relative. Those truly subjected to injustice have long since perished, reduced to mere numbers in the upper left corner. Those who can speak in the general channel are all fortunate souls. At least they survived and still have 7 days left. The attack by the Atlantean consciousness has concluded. Congratulations to 89,789 lords who passed the novice trial. All participants will receive a 7-day novice protection period. Please develop your territory as quickly as possible. Killing beasts or any native creatures will yield energy stones, which can be used to upgrade the castle in the Spring of Life. There is a chance to obtain aberrant crystals by defeating boss monsters. This is encouraging us to hunt. I muttered while reading the system prompt. taking a deep breath before glancing at my thatched hut. Dark Goblin Territory, Territory Level, LV1. Territory Range, 300 meters. Territory Abilities, provides basic protection and invasion alerts. Upgrade requirement, 300 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 300 energy gems. Current resources, none. Current troops, Dark Goblin. I turned my gaze back to the Fountain of Birth. Dark Goblin Fountain of Birth, unique troop structure. Initial level, 1 daily goblin production capacity, 5 current birth energy requirement, 50. Promotion materials required, 1 aberrant crystal, 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. Note, cunning creatures from the dark abyss. Any being who underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Beware, these vile creatures disregard reproductive barriers. To develop, you must upgrade both your territory and the spring of birth. Yet upgrading either requires energy stones and aberrant crystals, currently obtainable only by slaying natives. This practically encourages lords to wage external slaughter. Is this the law of survival where the strong thrive and the weak perish among countless races? It seems the countless races here target not just us tens of thousands of lords, but primarily this world's indigenous inhabitants. I sighed at the cruelty of the rules while beginning to strategize how to obtain energy stones. After all, the protection period only lasts 7 days. If I don't grow stronger within this time frame, I'll be the one who dies. Come to think of it, we just killed 2 giant wolves. Why didn't we get any energy stones? I suddenly remembered that goblins should have dropped energy stones after killing those wolves, yet I didn't hear any notification sound. Turning to look at the goblins, I froze in shock. 5 goblins stood before me, 2 were busy reproducing while 3 others waited in line, creating a scene both bizarre and oddly harmonious. I can understand breeding offspring, but you won't even spare the wolves? I stared in shock as one of the giant wolves' belly rapidly swelled up. I gulped, suddenly realizing, is ignoring reproductive isolation supposed to be used like this? Chapter 3, The Appearance of a Shady Merchant. Heave ho, heave ho, heave ho. One giant wolf got pregnant while all the goblins lined up orderly for the other giant wolf. During the process, some goblins even smeared their saliva on the wolf's body. The toxins in their saliva served 2 purposes: inducing heat and causing paralysis. Son of a bitch, what a damn beast. I cursed under my breath while casually tossing a scouting skill at the giant wolf. Greyford giant wolf, quality, bronze. The information displayed before my eyes read, attributes, 15, level, LV10, weapon, none. Skill, bite. Current status, pregnant. Time until birth, 23 hours 58 minutes. I couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The newborn's arrival? Just 23 hours? That's only a day away? And this situation was downright bizarre. How could a giant wolf be pregnant with a goblin's child? I saw the goblins had gotten another dire wolf pregnant as well. I casually tossed over an inspection spell. The stats were nearly identical to this one, except that wolf's attributes were 2 points higher, faintly brushing against the threshold of silver tier. Here, monster levels aren't the standard for judging strength. Attributes and quality are what matter. Quality determines one's innate starting line. For instance, creatures with base attributes reaching 10 are bronze tier, 20 are silver tier, 40 are gold tier. Attributes increase with level, but high-quality creatures are born ahead, often coming with overpowered skills, while low-quality ones must acquire them through later learning. The higher the quality, the stronger the creature is at the same level, capable of even fighting above their weight class. Just like my goblin, even though it's only LV5, it can easily crush 2 LV10 dire wolves. Attributes are like allocating skill points as long as the level gap isn't too large, and others haven't allocated as many points at their level up as my initial allocations, then they're no match for me. Gahahaha. The dark goblins, having completed their breeding tasks, came before me and expressed their desire to go hunting, roughly conveying they wanted to venture out to capture more females for breeding offspring and capture males to expand the territory. This was exactly what I had in mind. After all, the malice of the Atlan world is like a blade hanging over my head, poised to claim my life in 6 days. Over 10,000 people died in this novice trial alone, and who knows how many more will perish when the next protection period ends. I refuse to become one of them. Right now, the most urgent task is to develop my own forces. After confirming that the giant wolf wouldn't wake up midway, I felt safe letting the goblins go out hunting. After they left, I glanced at the pregnant giant wolf again and thought, earlier I was planning to use energy stones to increase troops. Now I'm multiplying them through pregnancy. Did I come out ahead or behind on this deal? I reopened the data panel for the breeding spring. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring. Unique troop structure. Initial level, 1. Daily Goblin breeding capacity, 5 current breeding cost, energy stones 50. Promotion requirements, 300 energy stones, 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. Note, these cunning creatures from the dark abyss will make any being who underestimates them pay in blood. Beware, these vile creatures disregard reproduction barriers. Breeding a batch of goblins costs 50 energy stones and yields 5 offspring. That translates to 10 energy stones per dark goblin. Breeding them via the Fountain of Life seems rather expensive. Upgrading the Fountain of Life requires 300 energy stones among other conditions, which indirectly indicates energy stones aren't easily obtained. At this moment, the notification sounded, Dark Goblin killed Grey Fur Direwolf, EXP plus 500, energy stones plus 2. Dark Goblin killed Earth Pig, EXP plus 300, energy stone plus 1. As expected, a single Grey Fur Direwolf only drops 2 energy stones. Seems like breeding them is way more cost-effective than relying on the Fountain of Life. But who knew there'd be Earth Pigs here? At least food won't be a problem. Moments later, 5 small green figures dragged back the carcasses of an Earth Pig and a Grey Fur Wolf. They were small in stature and couldn't drag very large creatures. A wolf and a boar were their limit, so they had to make a return trip midway. Ha 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 ha! The goblin leaped excitedly, saying both were males and that they needed to go out hunting again. Naturally, I agreed, since harvesting demon beast carcasses, energy stones, and new baby goblins would all strengthen my power. Discovered demon beast carcasses. Harvest? Harvest. I had originally planned to do it myself, but now it seemed unnecessary. A flash of white light later. Harvest successful. I lost the earth boar and the grey wolf but gained 20 units of earth boar meat, 2 sharp tusks, 10 units of grey wolf meat, 2 sharp fangs, and 1 wolf pelt. The boar hide was too thick. The goblins used multiple methods to kill it, leaving the fur full of holes. The harvesting attempt failed. Looking at all this, a thought popped into my head. Selling? There's more food than I can eat, and the goblins keep hunting. Selling early might turn a profit. My soldier unit's 30 attribute silver tier quality surpasses many others. Some lower tier units took heavy losses in the beginner trial and won't venture out to hunt immediately. Food is definitely a necessity. First, I listed 10 units of edible but unappetizing grey wolf meat separately in the trading section. 5 units of wolf meat priced at 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. 5 units of wolf meat priced at 1 energy stone. The wolf meat was instantly snatched up as soon as it was listed. You lost 5 units of wolf meat. You gained 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. You lost 5 units of wolf meat. You gained 1 energy stone. If it weren't for the energy stone and would credit it to my panel, I would have thought the system had glitched. I split another 10 units of free-range pork and hung them in the trading zone. 5 units of free-range pork priced at 2 energy stones. 5 units of free-range pork priced at 2 energy stones. This batch wasn't instantly snapped up, but the general chat channel next door exploded with chatter. Shocking! Food items actually appeared in the trading zone for sale. Shocking! A scammer has surfaced in the trading zone. 5 units of food are outrageously priced at 2 energy stones. Shocking! I actually can't afford anything. Finally got food, thanks to the great philanthropist Chen. Same here, been starving all day. Finally got food, and luckily I was quick, just traded some wood for it. I'm doing okay too. I traded energy stones for some local pork. Wait. You were the one who snatched that pork? Don't you realize how valuable energy stones are? Totally agree, buddy up there, that's such a waste. Well, what else could I do? My summon is a slime. It can't fetch me food or be eaten. I had to buy it. Besides, are energy stones really that rare? I just dug up over 10 units of stone and already found one. Oh shit, it's actually the slime grandmaster. I was too hasty just now. Holy crap, digging up stones can yield energy stones too? I'm going to dig right now. Damn it, me too. My actions completely blew up the general chat channel. Today some guy came to accuse me of being a shady businessman, but instead of tearing me down, he ended up giving me free publicity. The free-range pork sold out smoothly. During this process, I also got some interesting news. Apparently you can mine energy stones by logging or digging rocks. I figured, if obtaining energy stones isn't that difficult, maybe I should mark up the price of my free-range pork? The moment this thought crossed my mind, I noticed someone named Manhwa had listed 5 units of beef in the trading zone, priced at 3 energy stones. I thought the beef would sell quickly, but someone on the general channel leaked information, resulting in nobody buying his meat. That person said, don't use energy stones lightly. Digging stones for construction can indeed yield energy stones, but the probability is extremely low. I dug nearly 100 units before getting one. Soon someone chimed in, exactly, energy stones are precious. I killed a grey wolf yesterday and only got 2, plus lost 2 militiamen. Still haven't replenished the energy yet. Someone asked, how many energy stones do you need to replenish your militiamen? The reply came, 5. Doing the math, this guy lost 8 energy stones in just one battle. I couldn't help but wonder how much quarrying and lumbering would be needed to compensate for those troop losses. While silently wishing him luck in my heart, I secretly rejoiced at having sold my goods early. At least there were generous souls willing to spend energy stones on my wares. The global chat channel was quite entertaining, with everyone boasting and exaggerating their feats, yet it also revealed plenty of useful intel. For instance, not all troop types possessed skills, most bronze tier units didn't. Some troop types had special attributes like poison resistance, stamina, endurance, or burst capabilities. A bronze tier expert revealed that her skeleton troops possessed a special indestructible trait. As long as they weren't crushed into powder, the skeletons could self-repair and reassemble. This was downright game-breaking, making troop losses practically negligible. Everyone agreed this was the only bronze tier unit guaranteed to survive past the 6th day, sparking waves of envy. It even caught the attention of several gold tier and higher ranking elites. I noticed her too, but I thought her behavior was foolish. First, Atlan's will wouldn't be so easily overcome. I wasn't even fully confident myself. Second, even if she survived the 6-day crisis, the surviving lords would inevitably become competitors. Broadcasting such an advantage meant throwing away any chance of surprise attacks or desperate comebacks. I'd never make that mistake. On the second day, the countdown's 5th, I woke up shivering in my thatched hut. The damned thing couldn't even block the wind. I quickly built a campfire to roast meat after waking up. The wild boar meat was quite similar to pork from Blue Star before I crossed over, just the aroma from roasting was mouth-watering. Not that I had any seasonings anyway. While eating, I thought about how this hut definitely needed replacing. When the little goblins return, I'll have them build a proper house. Otherwise, I might freeze to death before any beasts could even get me. Though there were still leaves on the trees, the cold cut deep like late autumn, chilling to the bone. Just as I finished the pork in my hands, message notifications kept chiming. Dark Goblin has slain a tendon rabbit, experience plus 100, energy stone plus 1. The Dark Goblins hadn't returned all night, which had me slightly worried, but apparently, they'd found a tendon rabbit warren. The long hunt yielded 15 energy stones, quite a rewarding haul, definitely worth the effort. I reckon there's still plenty of rabbit meat left, might even make a nice pot of mixed stewed rabbit heads. As I was pondering this, a white mountain goat with black horns and a stout build caught the scent of the wild boar meat in my hand and approached. Its crimson eyes fixed on me inside the protective barrier, occasionally ramming against it. But beyond stirring a few ripples, the barrier remained utterly unshaken. I strode confidently over with my meat skewers in hand. As long as I stayed within the protective barrier, what did I have to fear? Boom! As I approached, the black goat launched its attack. A dark fireball coalesced on its obsidian black horn before slamming into the protective shield. I was stunned. This goat knows magic? I hastily summoned an inspection skill, and all its information surfaced. Good grief, it was bronze tier, stats at 18, level LV8, possessing fireball magic. Its current status, stubborn, furious, famished yet confused. Turned out this was a carnivorous goat with a knack for tunnel vision and insatiable curiosity about everything. This quality is quite high, just 2 points shy of silver grade, I remarked while skewering meat, eyeing the black mountain goat. Not only did it look intimidating, but its strength was impressive too, even possessing a ranged attack skill. It seemed to sense my provocation, ramming against the barrier more fiercely. With every bite of earth pork I took, it would charge violently, as if I were devouring its treasured hoard, persistent in its futile assault despite knowing it couldn't break through. I mused to myself, not bad skills, though the brains could use some work. If only my goblins could learn ranged spells like fireballs, we could eliminate threats before enemies got close. Just then, I spotted a troop of goblins behind the goat dragging a long strand of snow-white rabbits tied with vines toward our territory. I immediately gave the order to the goblins. In an instant, they quietly set down the rabbits, grabbed their clubs, and stealthily crept up behind the black goat. ZZZZT. The black flames between the goat's horns gathered once more, the scorching heat causing the surrounding air to ripple. This attack was clearly more powerful than before, but the goblins were faster. Before the attack could reach the protective barrier, they had already positioned themselves behind the black goat. This black goat truly wasn't the brightest. It didn't even turn its head despite the footsteps right behind it. Not until the goblins cracked it over the skull with a club and stabbed it repeatedly with their blades did it finally realize what was happening. Too late. The goblins skillfully smeared saliva on the black goat's wound and carried both the paralyzed goat and rabbits back to its territory. I realized the black goat was female without me even having to speak. The goblin eagerly began its breeding task. I approached the soft-boned rabbit but froze in surprise. It was larger than usual, nearly half the size of a goblin, about 40 centimeters. What stunned me even more was that these soft-boned rabbits had split into two groups. I saw two clusters, one covered in blood, with around 10 lifeless rabbits, and the other smaller group where the rabbits were still alive. I gulped unconsciously, thinking to myself, if I wasn't mistaken, this string of living, they're not even sparing the rabbits? I turned my head in shock to glance at Goat Boy, then silently prayed for the rabbits. At least goats are bigger than goblins, these rabbits were surely doomed. Bah, bah, bah. Ignoring the pitiful cries, I began gathering the dead rabbits from the ground. Found beast carcass. Harvest? Harvest. You lost one corpse of a smooth-bone rabbit. You have obtained 2 units of rabbit meat. You have obtained a soft-bone rabbit hide. You have obtained 1 rabbit head. You have lost 1 soft-bone rabbit carcass. You have obtained 2 units of rabbit meat. You have obtained a soft-bone rabbit hide. You have obtained 1 rabbit head. Soon, the gathering was complete. In a flash of white light, I obtained a total of 34 units of rabbit meat, 17 soft-bone rabbit hides, and 17 processed rabbit heads. At this moment, an unexpected notification sounded. Your goblin has leveled up through prolonged combat and is now at LV6. I checked the panel and saw that 3 goblins had successfully reached level 6, with their attributes rising from the initial 30 points to 31. This is a normal progression. Usually, each level gained grants 1 additional attribute point, which is why high attribute and high quality creatures can fight above their level. Even if you reach level 10, your total attributes, including base and level up gains, would only be 20, whereas mine start at 30 and reach 40 by level 10. How can you compete? Ga ga ga. The 3 leveled up goblins hopped around wildly, dug a hole in the ground, and buried themselves up to their necks to photosynthesize. This was their way of resting. Each hunt only consumed a few moments of sunlight and 3 squares of dirt. Such resource-efficient goblins for their lord. I smiled approvingly. Then I witnessed another sight. How could they refuse when the rabbits were so cute? Damn goblins. Fortunately, rabbits generally don't make sounds. At least my ears can enjoy some peace and quiet. I recalled rabbits' behavioral patterns. While capable of vocalizing, they typically resist making noise. Some rabbits remain silent even facing death, leading many to believe they're mute creatures incapable of speech. Eek, 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 eek. Speechless. The reality check came swiftly. This rabbit could actually vocalize. Damn, impressive. We must build a house. Absolutely must build 2. And soundproofed ones at that. The rough and delicate voices mingled together, leaving my mind in turmoil. All I could do was idly browse through the trade channel and general chat. Let's sell the rabbits first. 2 units of rabbit meat priced at 20 units of wood. 2 units of rabbit meat priced at 20 units of wood. 2 units of rabbit meat priced at 10 units of stone. As I listed the rabbit meat, I lamented how tough business was. My dreams of being a cutthroat merchant were dashed before they even warmed up, thanks to others undercutting my prices. In just one day, other top players started selling meat, causing food market prices to drop significantly. As soon as I listed the rabbit meat, many people sent me friend requests. There were a few broke guys, some trying to recruit me into the Lord Alliance, and a couple of weirdos. I randomly clicked on a few messages. Gu Xiaoyu added, Big brother, Xiaoyu couldn't grab any. Can you sell me some cheaper in private? I'll show you my Lolita outfit. Su Qingyu attached, Hey handsome, with a name like that, you must be Chinese too, right? I'm the campus belle of Nanhai. Can you give me some rabbit meat for free? Nanha attached message Big bro, I see you're selling rabbit meat. You must have rabbit heads too? I've got spices. Want some? Adiita attached message pal, since you're always selling meat, you must have gotten some good troops. Interested in joining our warrior guild alliance? Broke-ass folks can forget about it. Whether it's real Lolas or fake campus bells, nobody's getting freebies from me. The competition for early-stage development resources is fierce. Only a fool would inexplicably support unrelated people. I was the first to reject 2 applicants. As for forming alliances, what a joke if we can't even meet face-to-face. What's the point of allying? Do they really think this is some game where big shots sell items cheap within alliances? After rejecting the others, I approved Nanha's request. In exchange for 2 rabbit heads, I received 2 large bags of spices. At the same time, in an underground cave, a little Lolita with soot smeared across her face patted her belly. Still couldn't grab any food. Xiaoyu was really starving to death. Ugh, the little Lolita was so hungry her vision swam. The cave was dimly lit only by faintly glowing fluorite, nothing around but big rocks and small rocks. Her combat unit was a 3-meter-tall lumbering stone golem. Though it was a silver tier unit, finding food underground was way too difficult. She wanted to dig a passageway to the surface, but had no idea how many more days it would take. Thinking this, she went back to being an online beggar, messaging overlords who might have extra food to spare. Brother, wanna watch Lolita? I really am a little lowly. Just give me a piece of meat and I'll give you unimaginable pleasure. On the other side, Su Qingyu, rejected by me, stared at the message in stunned silence for a long time. Damn you, how dare you reject me? I gave you the chance to know me, and you actually dared to refuse. I'm a golden tier soldier. I'm destined to become top tier. You're rejecting me now. But just wait, I'll make you beg me on your knees. Su Qingyu spoke angrily to me while glaring at the marsh imperial crocodile beneath her feet. Ugly though it was, this crocodile was a golden tier combat unit. With a golden tier unit, she should have shone brightly, never lacking for food. But her territory was in the marshlands, where most creatures fed on rotten flesh that sank into the swamp, something a delicate fairy like her could never stomach. If only I could enter the forest, or even the river would do. Su Qingyu pouted, glancing discontentedly at her surroundings, woods to one side, a river to the other, yet her domain spanned just a kilometer, frustratingly right in between. I was unaware of all this. In the chilly autumn, nothing was more comforting than spicy rabbit heads, though with limited water, we could only roast them to eat. That actually reminds me, we can't rely solely on trading for water, it's too wasteful. If we're aiming for long-term development, we must find our own water source. As night deepened, I munched on spicy rabbit heads amid the clamorous sounds, beginning to draft my territory's first 5-day plan, 5-week plan, and 5-month plan. If we could safely pass the 5-day beginner period, I would start implementing the follow-up plans. The two goblins worked diligently from dawn till dusk, seemingly determined to impregnate all the rabbits, and they actually succeeded. With two distinct level-up sounds, the gaunt goblins staggered away from the rabbit horde, wobbling as they buried themselves in the soil to bask in the nourishing moonlight and earthy embrace. Munching on a rabbit skull, I thought to myself, finally, some peace and quiet. 24 hours have elapsed. Your territory has spawned new goblins. Chapter 6, A New Breed, the Werewolf Goblin. Is the goblin about to be born? Shen Yi turned his head in excitement toward the two giant wolves, only to see small hands patting their bellies atop the massive bodies. But, what about delivering the baby? I don't know how to. Shen Yi stood before the two giant wolves, but the only experience he had with childbirth came from TV dramas, and even those depicted human deliveries. Chen Yi frowned. Don't tell me I need to call a vet? But there wasn't a single vet around here. Could this trait of ignoring reproductive isolation be completely useless? Chen Ye's thoughts were heavy. If this were truly the case, then he would have to redefine his goblins in future plans. The next second, while Chen Yi was lost in thought, the two enormous wolves began to visibly shrink and shrivel before his eyes, until they were reduced to nothing but complete skin and bones. Rip! A tearing sound erupted as the giant wolf's hide was split open from within, revealing several furry heads. Newborn wolf goblins have appeared in your territory. They will automatically become your troops. Do you wish to accept them? Accept. Chen Yi accepted while sizing up the so-called werewolf goblin elder brother. The dark goblin's body was tattooed with black lines, topped with a wolf head 1/3 the size of its own body. Its fingers had also transformed from human-like 3 digits into 3 sharp wolf claws. The most significant changes were the wolf's head and claws. He threw over an inspection spell and obtained information about the werewolf goblin. Werewolf goblin. Quality, silver. Attributes, 35. Level, LV3. Killing creatures grants level progression. Loyalty, fanatical. You are the absolute faith of this goblin. Weapon, none. Skills, bite, venomous fangs. Current status, newborn, weak. Trait, ignores reproductive isolation. You seem to have learned the method of dominating a territory. Note, good lord, werewolf goblins? Who mixed these breeds? Couldn't even spare the dogs? Silver quality, 35 attributes, inheriting goblin traits and werewolf skills. Is this the new werewolf goblin? Chen Yi looked it up and down, thoroughly pleased. Because the werewolf goblin had perfectly inherited the advantages of both parents, this was a beneficial birth. And surprisingly, there were 5 in this litter. Rip! Another tearing sound erupted as the second giant wolf's body was torn apart from within by the werewolf goblins. Truly worthy of dark goblins, what a brutally savage way to be born. Chen Yi felt somewhat moved as he watched the light fade from the giant wolf's eyes, yet that was as far as his emotions went. After all, these two giant wolves had initially intended to kill him. It was only natural his little goblin had slain them instead. Besides, he was in another world now. Clinging to his past life's moral compass would only get him killed horribly. 10 offspring in 2 litters, plus the ordinary dark goblins, that makes a total of 15 goblins under my command now. In terms of sheer numbers, I seem to have already left everyone else far behind. Ga. The little goblins started digging into the ground the moment they were born, then imitated the older goblins by burying themselves halfway, leaving only their heads exposed. Chen Yi knew they were just born too weak and needed nutritional supplements. However, whether it's adult goblins or young goblins, they seem to absorb energy from the earth, moonlight, and sun, quite worry-free. No need to worry about not being able to support them if their numbers grow too large in the future. Then let's rest first. We'll look for water sources and go hunting early tomorrow morning. Chen Yi also turned around and returned to his thatched cottage. The next day, 4 days remaining, early morning. Holy shit, this big? After waking up, Chen Yi had intended to check on the black goat's condition, but instead witnessed the transformation of the werewolf goblin. He cast a detection spell at the werewolf goblin. He quickly skimmed through the identical information and found exactly what he wanted. Current status, adult, excited. That reproduction speed is absolutely terrifying. At this moment, Chen Ye's ambitions grew exponentially in his heart, but he needed to verify one thing first. He cast an appraisal at the black goat and the tender-boned rabbit. Black goat. Quality, bronze. Attribute, 18. Level, LV8. Weapon, none. Skill, fireball. Current status, pregnant. Time remaining until childbirth, 8 hours 3 minutes 7 seconds. Note, I just came here for food. How did I end up pregnant? Gentle bone rabbit, quality, bronze, attribute, 8, level, LV5. Weapons, none. Skills, none. Current status, pregnant, 10 hours 3 minutes and 7 seconds remaining until newborn arrival. Note, I'm unclean now. Chenyi automatically ignored those strange annotations on the information panel. Just as I thought. Counting yesterday, it still takes exactly 24 hours to spawn. 24 hours to spawn, 12 hours to mature? He previously believed his troop type should be competitive against those golden tier elites. Now it appears, are golden tier elites even worthy of competing against him? At this rate of progress, he's confident he'll become the strongest. After the excitement subsided, Chenyi began to methodically develop his territory, formulating new 5-day plans and 5-week plans. Soon, the goblins set out on their assigned tasks, hunting and searching for water sources. As for Chenyi himself, he started constructing a house. With too many tasks requiring the goblins' help, he had no choice but to build the house personally. And so, with clear division of labor, a day's time passed by. He welcomed his own harvest. Werewolf Goblin has slain the mud boar, EXP plus 300, Energy Stone plus 1. Werewolf Goblin has slain the supple bone rabbit, EXP plus 300, Energy Stone plus 1. Werewolf Goblin has slain the Greyford Direwolf, EXP plus 300, Energy Stones plus 2. Dark Goblin has slain. The Dark Goblin and Werewolf Goblin continually ventured out to hunt and transported goods back. Among these were already butchered male game, as well as captive female wild boars and rabbits brought back bound. Chenyi even ordered them to schedule reproduction tasks at night, as they would enter a period of weakness afterward. Finally, after a busy day, Master Zhang reinforced his house and erected a simple 50-meter diameter fence wall. Though the fence wall was quite shabby, given the lack of tools and working alone, this was the best he could manage. Soon after, the goblins returned fully loaded. He glanced behind him and walked toward a wooden board, where his 5-day and 5-week plans were displayed. 5-day plan. House improvements, completed. Building the fence, completed. Hunting for meat, completed. Hunting female animals, completed. Constructing a new room, incomplete. 5-week plan. Survive the Atlantean assault, incomplete. Locate water sources, incomplete. Establish new Goblin Legion, incomplete. Locating and capturing sufficiently powerful dragon-type creatures, incomplete. Satisfied with a nod, he issued orders to the goblins, commence the breeding operation. 24 hours have passed. Your territory has spawned new goblins. Chapter 7, Horned Goblins. Horned Goblin. Quality, silver. Attributes, 37. Level, LV3, level increases by killing creatures. Loyalty, fanatical, you are the absolute faith of goblins. Weapons, none. Skills, poison toss, toxic fireball. Current status, newborn, weak. Feature, ignores reproductive barriers. Note, horned goblin? Damn, even goats aren't spared, these beasts. So powerful. Chenyi looked at the horned goblin's attributes. It actually possessed 37 attribute points. Just 3 more points and it would reach gold tier quality. He glanced at the skill bar and, as expected, the horned goblin perfectly inherited the strengths of both parents. Not only did it retain the racial traits of the dark goblin, but it also inherited and even fused the skills of both sides. The horned goblin still primarily retained the body of the dark goblin, except it now sported 2 pairs of goat horns, one on its head and another on the back of its hands. The werewolf goblin's skills were poison toss and venomous fangs, while the horned goblins turned out to be poison toss and toxic fireball. Poison plus bite equals venom fong. Poison plus fireball equals toxic fireball. It really feels like playing a card fusion game. Having acquired yet another new unit type, Chenyi was delighted. This batch of horned goblins seems rather scarce, only 2 this time. But well, for mages, being rare is understandable. He glanced back at the pregnant moonlight rabbits and the goblins busy breeding earth hogs and moonlight rabbits. Among them were dark goblins and werewolf goblins. I wonder what bizarre creatures might result from crossbreeding werewolf goblins with moonlight rabbits. A fusion of 3 creatures? Chenyi's curiosity was piqued, and he even considered involving the ram-horned goblin in the breeding experiment. Unfortunately, the ram-horned goblin was still a child. With this, my 5-week plan might actually come to fruition. First, have an army besiege a dragon, then capture one for breeding purposes. Next, produce an army of dragon-goblin hybrids, and finally, though the night was deep, Chenyi was so immersed in his wild imaginations that sleep eluded him completely. Since I can't sleep, might as well get to work. He then directed the newly born horned goblins to start burning wood for charcoal preservation treatment. He also witnessed these horned goblins' venomous fireballs, noticing they didn't launch black fireballs from their horns like the black ram did. Instead, black light emitted from the sheep horn on the back of his hand, and inexplicably, a green fireball materialized in his palm. It looked dazzlingly cool, but when he learned about the toxicity carried by this poisonous fireball, he immediately halted the project. Because it failed to achieve the insect-repelling and preservative effects he had envisioned, the poisonous fireball still contained only 2 types of toxins, paralytic and aphrodisiac. Damn it, this is outrageous. I don't want to wake up with paralyzed limbs and a little brother. Since building houses is out of the question for now, it's time to sort out the goblin's daily harvest. Without delay, he began organizing the spoils. Set aside 5 units of the 40 units of boar meat, list the rest for sale. All 60 units of giant wolf meat go up for sale, as do all 40 units of tenderbone rabbit meat. As for the 20 rabbit heads, put a few up for listing. He listed most of the meat on the trading channel in exchange for stone and wood. He felt it was well worth trading such rapidly depreciating food for essential materials like wood and stone. Meat wasn't easy to preserve, and with the later rise of resources, few would lack such provisions, so the sooner he sold it, the better. As for the byproducts from these creatures, like wolf fangs, boar tusks, or pelts from wolves and rabbits, Chunyi kept those for himself. The weather has been getting colder lately, and he feels this type of thermal product might be worth stocking up on. After all, it's not like he could fetch a decent price selling it right now. After some reorganizing, the previously barren trading area was overflowing once again. Chenya's massive bulk listing of fresh meat caused yet another sensation, for no other reason than sheer quantity. Even a gold-tier expert couldn't manage to sell over 100 units of meat at once, because their troop numbers are usually fewer than bronze and silver-tier players, typically just 1 to 3 units. With only 1 to 3 gold-tier troops, no matter how skilled you are, you can't match the hunting speed of 15 goblins, especially when he's caught an entire nest of pliable bone rabbits. Instantly, the general discussion board erupted again. Come quick and worship the big shot. They actually sold hundreds of units of meat all at once. What kind of troops does Big Shot Chunyi have? Are they the legendary Saint tier ones? Probably, right? Otherwise, even a gold tier Big Shot couldn't possibly sell so much at once. Whoa, Big Shot, no, Daddy. I'm a college student. Give me some food. I've got 3.5 days left to live. Let me die on a full stomach. Some boasted, some doubted, and others reached out without hesitation. Chunyi once again demonstrated his prowess, which naturally led to another surge of friend requests. Gu Xiaoyu attached a message. This batch was huge, but Xiaoyu managed to snag some. Came specifically to thank you, big bro. Su Qingyu attached a message. Shen Yi, the items you've listed are too expensive. I don't have any wood or stone here. Can we use something else to settle the debt? Zhang Sanli attached a message. Big boss, we only have 3 days left before the next round of war. My troops won't have any combat effectiveness if they don't eat their fill. Can I beg you for some food? Lia Michelle attached a message. Do you still have meat? A large quantity of it. I can trade with energy stones. Chunyi didn't even glance at them, outright rejecting the first few friend requests. Right now, he was like a clay idol fording a river, barely able to save himself, let alone spare any capacity to support others. However, his gaze lingered on the last friend request. He didn't mind making an exchange this time. Leah Michelle was actually willing to trade using energy stones. Doesn't this person know how rare energy stones are? Or was she so powerful that energy stones were trivial to her? That doesn't make sense. If they're powerful, why would they be short on food? Completely baffled, Chunyi nevertheless accepted the friend request. Chunyi replied, I don't have any left this time, but if you want some, I can pack some for you next time. After a moment's thought, he added, Are you sure you want to trade with energy stones? He looked at the ID called Michelle. The other party seemed to be a foreigner. Leah Michelle replied, Of course, I'm willing to pay 2 energy stones for every 50 units. Naturally, it'll take 100 units of meat to complete the trade. Chunyi responded, No problem. I'll contact you then. Catching prey wasn't particularly difficult for him. Instead, the accumulation of energy stones was painfully slow. After all, relying solely on energy stones obtained through kills was too slow. He wanted to rapidly expand his territory and enhance his spring of creation. Now, encountering this easy mark was just what he had wished for. At this moment, the woman Chunyi had labeled an easy mark was kneeling in a dilapidated church. Dressed in clean blue and white clerical robes, with gorgeous golden hair and a curvaceous figure, it was a pity, really. This female missionary had covered her sapphire-like eyes. She placed the meat she had just snatched before the temple hall and then prayed to the statue inside the church. Great Almighty God, your faithful follower has once again found the lost body. Please guide it home. Beneath the angel statue, a white light flashed. The wild boar and gray wolf meat vanished in an instant, leaving only 2 energy stones quietly lying on the ground. You have lost 20 units of tender rabbit meat. You have gained 1 energy stone, summoning energy plus 20. You have lost 20 units of wild boar meat, summoning energy plus 20. You have gained 1 energy stone. Michelle didn't pick up the energy stone immediately upon hearing the notification chime, choosing instead to continue her prayer. Thanks be to God's grace, I am already on the path of fulfilling your will. I will find the evil will you spoke of as soon as possible. Evil shall surely vanish beneath the illumination of holy light. The sculpture flashed with white light before dimming, the once sacred statue abruptly losing its radiance. May we remain together, and may we endure hardships as one, amen. Leah Michelle placed both hands over her chest as she glanced at the summoning energy that had already reached 78%. Bowing her head slightly. She still hadn't obtained her own combat unit, the summoning conditions were far too demanding. Chapter 8. The Stubborn Black Goat. After a night of madness, the third to last day, at dawn, waking in the morning, facing the sun, a cluster of heads lay buried in the earth nearby. Wolf heads, mushroom heads, and rabbit heads. Yes, last night, several hours after the horned goblin's birth, the cunning rabbit goblin was also born, a litter of 5, totaling 20. Their overall appearance resembles that of the dark goblin, but they possess sturdy hind legs and red eyes. In general, these synthesized goblins all retain the dark goblin's features, though each looks slightly more appealing than the original dark goblin. Cunning rabbit goblin. Quality, silver. Attributes, 30. Level, LV5. Killing creatures can increase level. Loyalty, fanatical. You are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, none. Skills, poisoning, digging. Current status, excited. Special trait, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, what an ordinary rabbit goblin. But why does something like a cunning rabbit goblin even exist? Just as he had anticipated, due to the inherent weakness of the soft-bone rabbits, the cunning rabbit goblin's stats typically didn't include any powerful attack skills. Still, this was already quite good. At least he now had more confidence for the attack 3 days later, and best of all, it was a free troop that didn't cost him a single penny. Master Chen, who had been busy all night, began his cooking on the barbecue grill. Today's barbecue preparation was ample, and the goblin saved quite a few energy stones for summoning troops. He decided to reward him in return. Chunyi began flipping the unpretentious skewers, rabbit meat, rabbit heads, and wild boar pork. Wolf meat tended to be somewhat sour, and personally, he wasn't very fond of it. In fact, it wasn't just him who disliked it. Many others didn't care for it either. The only difference was that they didn't have the luxury of choice like Chunyi did. Soon, the aroma of the grilled meat attracted the weakened goblins. They curiously emerged to watch what their goblin god was up to. Try this. Chunyi tossed a roasted rabbit leg to a werewolf goblin circling around him. The werewolf leaped up, caught it midair with its mouth, and devoured it in a few quick bites. As the roasted meat entered its system, the exhausted werewolf goblin's condition visibly improved before their eyes. Chunyi nodded to himself, his guess had been correct. Goblins didn't need to eat, but they could, and doing so restored their stamina. He distributed meat to every goblin that had fought the night before, watching as they quickly regained their strength. Suddenly, boom, 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 the dull thudding sound caught Shenye's attention. Looking in the direction of the noise, he saw a white-furred black-horned goat relentlessly ramming against the edge of his protective barrier about 100 meters away. The black-horned goat kept charging at the defensive shield while fixating on the skewers in Shenye's hand. There's clearly delicious food inside, I can even smell it, but I just can't break through this damn barrier. Meh, I don't believe it. I'm determined to smash through this thing no matter what. The stubborn black goat kept ramming against the protective barrier again and again, as if sworn to continue until either the wall broke or it perished in the attempt. Chunyi raised an eyebrow as he watched the not-so-bright black goat. Door-to-door breakfast delivery this early in the morning? He recalled the creature's profile information, if memory served. This one had a particular liking for meat, didn't it? Did my delicious meat lure you here again? Chunyi chose to accept the delivery, and the goblin swarmed forward, quickly carrying the black goat inside. Seems it was a male goat already took its last breath by the time it came in. Werewolf Goblin has slain the black goat, gaining plus 600 EXP and 3 energy stones. Wolf Goblin has leveled up through battle, now at LV6. Beast carcass discovered. Collect. You have lost a black goat carcass. You have obtained 20 units of black mountain goat meat. You have obtained a pair of black ram's horns. You have obtained a piece of black goat hide. Chunyi stared at the corpse, and a sudden idea flashed through his mind. He wouldn't need to make the goblins work hard hunting outside, why not just order delivery to his doorstep? This black goat before him not only provided 20 units of meat but also handed over 3 energy stones all at once, making his eyes light up. It was the most generous creature he had ever seen. No sooner said than done, he immediately opened the trade channel and exchanged more spices from Manhwa to start grilling the meat. Soon, the aroma filled the air. At this moment, a cheerful black goat was taking big gulps of water when it suddenly caught a whiff of fragrance drifting through the air. Uncle's scent? Why does Uncle smell so good? The black goat excitedly leaped up on all fours and came hopping toward Uncle. Not long after, Chunyi also spotted a bouncing black goat entering his field of vision. The other party was happy as a simpleton. He shook the lamb skewer in his hand, and sure enough, the other immediately grew envious and began frantically charging against the protective barrier. Chunyi watched the nearly synchronized movements and couldn't help but feel amused. If it weren't for their inherently powerful attributes approaching silver level, creatures like these would probably have gone extinct long ago, wouldn't they? The next second, he had a miraculous idea. Could these creatures be social animals? If they live in groups, perhaps I could locate their nest? Thus, he began having the werewolf goblins drive away the black goat. The black goat initially prepared to fight, but when it saw 10 werewolf goblins attacking together, it visibly hesitated. When he spotted another 5 dark goblins, 20 cunning rabbit goblins, and 2 horned ram goblins emerging, he decisively fled. As it escaped, the goblins gave chase right behind. However, the imagination was beautiful, but reality proved cruel. Under Chinya's watchful gaze, his wolf goblins and even the cunning rabbit goblins not only failed to follow the black goat all the way to its lair, but actually lost track of the sheep on a hillside. Forget it. If they lost it, they lost it. That sheep looked pretty stupid. Maybe it'll come back on its own when we're roasting meat tonight. Chenyi sighed and was about to order the goblins to withdraw and resume yesterday's hunting and water searching plans. Bah! On the slope's reverse gradient, a sheep's head tilted its head in great confusion. The black goat looked at the goblins behind it, tilting its head left and right. Its expression seemed to say, "Let me turn back and see what's going on. Why have those goblins stopped chasing me? Alright, this sheep is even dumber than I imagined." Without needing his command, the goblins continued to follow the black goat. The black goat also kept glancing back at the goblins from time to time, afraid they might lose their way. A short while later, the goblins returned to their territory. Gaa. The goblins came back excitedly, hopping and jumping to report the situation to their deity. Chunyi watched the goblin reporting at his knees, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Though following the black goat had wasted some of his time, that portion of time was worth it, because the goblins had brought good news, and not just one piece of good news. Following that foolish goat-like black sheep, they indeed found the gathering spot of the black sheep, which happened to be right beside the water source they had been searching for. What delighted him even more was that the upstream of the water source was not far from his territory, just about 500 meters away. Who would have thought that following a foolish goat could bring so many benefits? How many sheep do they have? Can we wipe them out and bring them all back? Chunyi asked his goblin subordinates. Gaha, gaha, me. The excited goblins chattered over each other, and Chunyi, receiving all this information, could only feel his head spinning. He pointed to the tallest one among all the goblins. "From today onward, you'll be called Grey Big Wolf, and all the goblins will be under your command. You'll also report all messages to me." After a moment's thought, he pointed to another horned goblin and said, "You'll be called Happy Little Sheep, the second in command of all the goblins." Ga, meh. 2 goblins jumped excitedly, waving their hands. Chunyi nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't trying to play any balancing games of power, he was simply afraid that if Grey Big Wolf died, there would be no one left to report information to him. Quack, quack, quack. Grey Wolf reported the news to Chunyi, but this information left him rather solemn, because the number of black goats actually exceeded 70, and apart from a few that wandered out occasionally, the rest lived together as a tight-knit group. Given the scale, his 42 goblins seemed inadequate to take them on. The prey was too large, he couldn't quite swallow it. As Chunyi was deep in thought, Little Joy Sheep pointed to a group of limp rabbits within the territory, while the earth pigs let out a sporadic gaga noise. He slapped his thigh suddenly. "That's right. My third batch of goblins is about to be born." Chapter 9, Atlan's Malice, the Frost Dragon's Sudden Attack. Due to the nature of sowing, his goblins were always born at night, which meant a new batch would arrive this very evening. After absorbing nutrients throughout the night, they would be ready for battle. This meant that on the penultimate day, he could completely annihilate the black goats to significantly boost his own strength. Perfect timing. Chunyi pondered if he conquered the black goats on the penultimate day and immediately began breeding, by the time the 7th day protection period ended, he would harvest yet another 4th batch of goblins, dramatically increasing his forces. And if he annihilated the black goats completely, he could obtain a large amount of energy stones, which should be nearly enough for him to upgrade his territory in the Fountain of Birth. Open the territory panel. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level, LV1. Territory radius, 300 meters. Territory abilities, provides basic protection and intrusion alerts. Upgrade requirements, 300 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 300 energy stones. Current resources, 73 energy stones, 340 units of wood, 200 units of stone. Open the Fountain of Creation panel. Dark Goblin Fountain of Creation, unique troop structure. Initial level, 1. Daily creation capacity, 5 goblins. Current energy required for incubation, 50 dot. Materials required for promotion, 1 xenocrystal, 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone dot. Note, these cunning creatures from the dark inferno. Any being who underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Beware, these vile creatures disregard reproductive isolation. Territory in the spring of incubation, these are undeniably the foundation of every lord's survival. Only when these two structures grow powerful does a lord become truly formidable. Originally, he had no illusions about these two structures, as because upgrading these foundational buildings required too many resources, it would take a prolonged period of accumulation. But now he had an idea. The existence of the black goat made him see the possibility of upgrading his territory in the spring of birth before the protection period ended. With these two enhanced, he would have a better chance of surviving the malevolence from this world. To upgrade both of these items, you'll need a total of 350 units of wood, 530 units of stone, 1 aberrant crystal, and 300 energy stones. Currently, I have 73 energy stones, 340 units of wood, and 200 units of stone. That means I'm short by 227 energy stones and 1 aberrant crystal, plus 10 units of wood and 330 units of stone. Chun-Yi pondered, if we wipe out all the black rams completely, given that each black ram provides 3 energy stones, we should be able to cover the energy stone shortage. And with over 70 black goats, there must be a leader among them, and a black goat with a leader is essentially a mini-boss. Defeating a mini-boss has a chance to drop aberrant crystals. After some deliberation, Chun-Yi grew even more convinced of his resolve to take down the black goats. First, I need to gather the required wood and stones. Chun-Yi kept the meat he needed for himself and prepared to trade the rest for the missing wood and stones. Maybe it'll be a bit short, but if we sell those furs, it should be enough. Chun-Yi pondered as he opened the trade channel. Yet the sight that greeted him was astonishing. The previously abundant goods had all vanished. To be more precise, it wasn't that all goods were gone, but rather all types of meat products had disappeared. This left his intended market research plans completely foiled. Let's check what's happening by opening the general channel. Chun-Yi chooses another location to conduct his market survey. The moment he entered, he saw his screen flooded with messages. Dragon, dragon, dragon. I saw the frost dragon. I saw it too. He even cast a blizzard in my territory. Thankfully the protective barrier hasn't disappeared yet, otherwise I might not be here to see you all. Stop looking, everyone. My territory is already buried under the blizzard. Snow covers everything for miles around. Percent. Did everyone see the frost dragon? Is this the malice of the Atlant world? If it's really a creature like a dragon, even my silver tier soldiers would be doomed for sure. Upstairs, forget about your silver tier troops. I'm gold tier and don't even have confidence in surviving this. Why, if even you silver and gold tier experts can't guarantee survival, does that mean us bronze tier folks are absolutely screwed? I don't want to die yet. My bronze troops have special skills. I'm destined to become the Lord King. Hold on, let me interrupt. Has everyone's territory been invaded by frost dragons? Wait, one more thing. Are the frost dragons appearing in everyone's territories the same one, or different ones? No idea. Probably not the same one, right? Right? I see everyone's descriptions are identical. The chat channel exploded with the appearance of the frost dragon. Within moments, some resigned themselves to defeat, others calmly analyzed the situation, while desperate players frantically begged for powerful units to take them and even offering to subordinate their own forces. A frost dragon? What should I do if something like this really appears? Chun-Yi pondered for a moment, feeling that he was currently no match for a frost dragon. Forget about frost dragons, even those mixed-blood descendants with remote draconic lineage possessed gold or even king-tier qualities. As for frost dragons, they were likely at saint-tier strength, or perhaps even demigod-level entities. Bronze, silver, gold, king rank, saint rank, demigod, god. This was the information the lords obtained about how to distinguish the quality of monsters in this world. As for the mighty dragon race, legends say their lowest tier starts at king rank, with most being saint rank, while an exceedingly rare few possess the terrifying quality of demigod. Roar! A deafening roar jolted Chun-Yi awake. He looked up to see a colossal silhouette blotting out the sky, the oppressive atmosphere akin to doomsday. Whoosh! The terrifying angular head, blue-white skin, razor-sharp claws, and 100-meter-tall frame radiated overwhelming pressure. The even more enormous fleshy wings spreading above occupied fully one-third of Chun-Yi's territory merely by unfurling. Boom! While Chun-Yi was momentarily stunned, the frost dragon actually tore down with its massive claws. He instinctively raised his arms to block, only to see ripples form on the protective shield, deflecting the attack for him. It wasn't that he had forgotten about the shield's existence, it was just that the dragon was so terrifying it made him doubt whether the shield could actually withstand its assault. Fortunately, the protective shield blocked it. The next second, the frost dragon revealed an expression of fury, then ascended to a high altitude and unleashed a breath attack at the protective shield below. The overwhelming frost, dispersed by the shield, swept across several kilometers of the surrounding area. The exhale lasted for a long time. Only when dark clouds began to gather and the sky turned grayish-yellow did it finally flap its wings and depart. Chapter 10, The Blizzard Descends. 100 meters long, with 3 diamond-shaped snowflake markings on its forehead, was the frost dragon you saw like this too? Chun-Yi noted down these distinctive features and hurriedly sought verification from the group chat. If it were the same frost dragon attacking all the lords, that would be no big deal after all. There are plenty of lords, and even if it wanted to kill them all, it wouldn't have the energy. Yet, in the end, his hopes were dashed. No, the frost dragon I saw had 4 snowflake markings on its head and was over 200 meters long. When it spread its wings, it completely covered my entire territory. That's odd, the one I saw had just 1 snowflake marking and was only a few dozen meters long. I encountered 6 marks of frost, the other party didn't even glance at me, just passing through my territory froze me solid. Mine were 4 marks as well. As the crowd exchanged words, Shen Ye's face gradually darkened. Not just one dragon, so many dragons attacked everyone simultaneously? What's the point of playing this anymore? Going straight from 2 giant wolves in the beginner trial to a frost dragon, this is basically starting the game on hell mode. He had indeed planned to capture a dragon, but definitely not now. Just as Chun Yi was convinced he was doomed, someone named Chin Mo DM'd him and asked, I encountered the 3 snowflakes an hour ago too. What time did you come across them? Chun Yi replied, just now, a minute ago. Chen Mo, then it looks like we're in the same general area. Good luck to both of us. Same general area? Does that mean each dragon attacks its own designated zone? Chun Yi pondered for a moment. This seemed like good news disguised as bad news. It meant the frost dragon wasn't specifically targeting him alone. This realization bought him precious survival space and development time. Oi, veterans, listen up, I gotta cut in real quick. This is urgent. %. Is there any heating equipment for sale? I'm freezing to death here after that giant dragon's ice spell. Count me in too. After the frost dragon left, my territory has been snowing non-stop. The protective shield only blocks attacks, not natural disasters like this. I also need heating equipment. Same here in my territory. Do you have any coal or warm clothing? Anything to keep warm would do. All my wood got ruined earlier, I can't even start a fire now. Food, I need food. Does anyone have any food? A single remark sparked a new crisis. After the attack of the frost dragon, everyone's territory was ravaged by severe blizzards, with most people lacking cold-resistant clothing or facilities. The frost dragon arrived with the blizzard. No wonder there wasn't a single piece of meat left in the trading area earlier. Everyone must have been stocking up. For a time, all meat completely disappeared, while the prices of wood and coal in the trading area skyrocketed like crazy. Even worse, some were selling 20 units of wood for a single energy stone. Profiteers. Absolute profiteers. Chun Yi cursed angrily while listing his excess wolf pelts and rabbit hides for sale. 1 wolf pelt, listed price, 2 energy stones. 2 pieces of soft-bone rabbit fur, marked price, 1 energy stone. 2 pieces of soft-bone rabbit fur, marked price, 1 energy stone. 2 pieces. Though each rabbit fur is a bit small, 2 should be enough to make a pair of warm pants. Others sell 20 units of wood for just 1 energy stone, which only provides temporary warmth. Meanwhile, my 2 soft rabbit furs go for 1 energy stone. That's perfectly reasonable, right? As for wolf pelts, they're much larger than rabbit fur, so 2 energy stones is more than fair. Shen Yi seized the opportunity to play the profiteer once again. If not now, then when? Should we wait until after the blizzard to make money? Soon, the general chat section was flooded with insults, with the timber and fur trades receiving the most criticism. As a fur trade magnate, Chun Yi bore the brunt of the attacks. Though his troops weren't the most elite, their sheer numbers and the fact that most hunted animals came with warm fur gave him an edge. This left many top-tier commanders with superior gold-grade and king-class troops in the dust, as their forces were often numerically limited. Although stronger than most bronze and silver-tier soldiers, they couldn't compare to Chen Ye's troop of over 40 silver goblins, who at most possessed only 8 to 10 fur pelts, while Chun Yi had a staggering 50-plus pelts in his possession. This included 1 sheepskin with the best insulation, 4 wolf pelts with slightly poorer warmth retention, 2 pigskins with the weakest insulation, and 30 soft-bone rabbit hides which offered medium insulation but came from smaller animals. Chun Yi kept the best insulating sheepskin for himself and planned to sell the rest, but not all at once. He intended to release them in batches. He understood the tactics of hunger marketing well. You have lost a wolf pelt and gained 2 energy stones. You have lost 2 rabbit pelts and gained 1 energy stone. You have lost 2 rabbit pelts and gained 1 energy stone. Though cursing, the crowd had no choice but to buy Chen Ye's warm fur pelts. They simply couldn't endure the cold any longer. The temperature was plummeting rapidly, having already dropped from a normal 10+ degrees to -8 degrees Celsius, with no signs of stopping. Swearing under their breath, people purchased the pelts all the same. After a while, when the furs were sold out, people turned their attention to buying wood. But when they saw the price tag of 20 units for 1 energy stone, their faces darkened with anger. Sure, the furs were expensive, but at least they keep you warm for a long time. Your damn disposable wood is priced just as high. Is your wood made of gold or what? Don't like the price? Then don't buy it. My wood's been kept dry indoors, so take it or leave it, cheapskate. Damn it, who doesn't have wood? Nobody buy his overpriced lumber. Exactly, you damn idiot. Trying to play the scheming merchant, think you're good enough? Whose wooden house ate a rocket? Drop the address, I'll trek through hills and streams just to slice you up. Count me in. I'm gonna take this idiot down. The general chat was filled with complaints. While fur was a necessity for them, timber wasn't necessarily the same. Most lords already had timber resources available in their territories. This is also the foundation for many bronze lords' survival. Without the strength to venture out for hunting, they can barely sustain themselves by selling wood and stone. Shen Yi ignored the one-sided verbal battle and didn't release more leather goods. The time wasn't right yet. Many were still watching and waiting for the temperature to drop further, for those with fur to start enjoying its benefits, and for those without fur to grow desperate. That would be the optimal moment to sell. By then, selling 20 units of dry wood for 1 energy stone might just become a reality. Chun Yi exited the chat area and began directing the goblins to cut trees. Firstly, to gather enough materials for upgrading his territory and the fountain, and secondly, because he needed to build a house. He didn't know how long this snow would last. He needed a warmer house, and the newly arriving newborn goblins would also require shelter from the wind and snow. The blizzard blocked out both the sun and the moon. Without a house to shield against the continuous snow, the ground would freeze hard, and the goblins would lose their last source of energy replenishment. Chapter 11. Target, the Black Goatherd. The werewolf goblin began felling trees with its sharp claws and teeth, while the other goblins were responsible for hauling and constructing. Under Chinye's command, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Over 40 goblins worked tirelessly, and by nightfall, a 100-square-meter house had been erected. The house was spacious and lofty, expanding around Chinye's original thatched hut and enveloping it within. Chinye's decision to build a 100-square-meter structure was also made with consideration for the goblins that would soon be born. Any older and I wouldn't be able to go out anymore. Chenyi finished his tasks and stepped outside to observe the snow. The accumulation had already reached 20 centimeters, and the temperature had dropped to an outrageous level, likely around -10 degrees Celsius. We can't wait until daylight. Chenyi watched the falling snowflakes with grave intensity. They were truly as large as goose feathers. His original plan was to have the new goblins born tonight, rest through the evening, and set out to hunt the black goat tomorrow once all the goblins reached adulthood. But judging by how heavily it's snowing now, they won't make it till then. An overnight snowfall would reach half a goblin's height, or even completely bury them. By then, forget about fighting, his goblins would be swallowed by snow the moment they stepped outside. A new goblin has been born in your territory. The fountain of birthing's level is too low. Your goblin can currently only fuse with one genetic trait. Wolfman goblin has been born. Cunning hair goblin has been born. A newborn pigman goblin has appeared in your territory and will default to becoming your unit. Do you accept? Speak of the devil and he doth appear. But, not high enough level? Chun Yi frowned deeply. He had thought that crossbreeding the wolf goblins with earth boars and softbone rabbits would produce even more powerful goblins, but now it seemed that the level of the spring water was having an effect. In that case, I'll have to speed up the upgrading of the spring water. The hybrid goblins' ability to reproduce on their own was incredibly strong, and the newborns would surpass the original goblins in both attributes and skills. This is his trump card, and the reason he's in his current position. Accept. Chun Yi accepted the pigman goblin while checking its panel information. Although it wasn't the wolf pig goblin or pig wolf goblin he had imagined, something was better than nothing. Now with the blizzard raging and the great battle imminent, any goblin that can fight is a good goblin. Moreover, winning the war would allow him to upgrade the spring. And with an upgraded spring, he could hybridize more genes to create even stronger fused goblins. Pigman goblin. Quality, silver. Attribute, 31. Level, LV5. Killing creatures can increase level. Loyalty, fanatical. You are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapons, none. Skills, poisoning, iron body. Current status, newborn, weak. Trait, ignores reproductive barriers. Note, a pig's brain but an iron's body. Iron body? Chun Yi looked at his opponent's new skills with great interest. He spoke to a pigman goblin, saying, use the skill iron skin. Oomph. The pig-headed, dim-witted pigman goblin, with its bulging belly, was extremely obedient. With a snort, white steam puffed from its pig-like nostrils, and its entire body turned a bluish-gray. Chun Yi gave its round, plump belly a few knocks. It even produced the clanging sound of metal. No wonder the wild boars we bring back are always battered and torn. Turns out this skill makes them incredibly hard to kill. This skill came just in time. We'll need some meat shields on the front lines when facing the black goats. Chun Yi carefully counted the newborns, 5 werewolf goblins, 30 cunning hair goblins, and 20 pigman goblins. Though the lack of new hybrid goblins left him slightly disappointed, this feeling was quickly swept away, because when combined with his existing goblin forces, his total goblin army had now nearly reached 100. 5 dark goblins, 20 wolf goblins, 50 cunning hair goblins, and 20 boar goblins, with the final 2 being horned ram goblins. A total of 97 goblins. Half were juveniles, about 10 were level 6, and the rest were regular level 5 adults. They're a bit young, but there's no time left. Chen Yi pondered the odds of his faction defeating the Black Goat faction. Judging purely by attributes, my goblin clearly has the upper hand. Even a newborn crafty rabbit goblin possesses higher stats than its opponent. However, the enemy's level and skills compensate for some of their combat strength, so while I might win this battle, the victory won't come without a cost. As for how substantial that cost will be, it all depends on how well my goblins perform. The battlefield isn't just numbers, it's a place where everything can change in an instant. Perhaps a wise decision by the goblins resulted in one casualty on their side, or maybe the Black Goats unexpectedly united with unwavering determination to fight to the death, leading to a crushing defeat for him as he retreated. All of this is very plausible, but the Black Goats were simply too delectable. Consuming them would allow him to upgrade his territory, enhance his spring, and acquire a vast amount of resources. The appearance of the Frost Dragon left Chen Yi with little confidence about the impending attack from the Will of Atlantis 2 days later. He knew the probability of a Frost Dragon directly attacking his territory was minuscule, but it was evident that for Atlan's Will, they were like parasites or some other nuisance, and Atlan's Will would spare no effort to eradicate them. Just like the blizzard descending now. In Chen Yi's view, this sudden blizzard didn't just rob most lords of 2 precious development days, it might very well be Atlan's Will paving the way for the coming war. The heavy snowfall would render many lords' troops ineffective in combat. Move out. Chen Yi gave Grey Uncle and Happy Lamb final instructions on minimizing goblin casualties before ordering them to lead their troops forward. He knew the goblins could understand his words, but how much they could actually implement remained uncertain. He laid out several strategies for his allies, such as luring the snake out of its hole, hunting in batches, or capturing the leader first to subdue the followers. The goblins set off in a mighty procession. The snow reached up to their ankles and at times even their knees. The cunning rabbit goblin was sent ahead by Grey Wolf to clear the snow. Its digging skills proved remarkably efficient for snow removal, resulting in a strikingly human-like scene. A few cunning rabbit goblins were digging in the soil ahead, while the rest of the goblins followed loosely behind. Though utterly lacking in discipline and governance, under the constraints of heavy snow, the crooked and slanted goblins somehow resembled an actual army. Soon, they found the Black Goats by the riverside. Over 70 Black Goats, caught in the sudden blizzard, huddled together for warmth. The white wool blended almost perfectly with the snow. If not for the large patches of black horns, the goblins wouldn't have been able to spot each other's positions. Ga ga ga! Grey Wolf commanded the horned goblin and the others. Though he barely understood the words left behind by the goblin god, he hadn't forgotten they weren't ordinary goblins. These were dark goblins, born cunning. Perhaps in life and other aspects goblins are as stupid as pigs, but in combat they take cunning to its extreme. Things like survival and strategy are carved into their very bones. Under his command, the cunning rabbit goblins began digging pits. The ram-horned goblins started building momentum, while the werewolf goblins and pigmen goblins stealthily approached, preparing to ambush. Chapter 12, Spring Water, Territory, Double Upgrade, Votes Please. Ga ga ga! Roar! The werewolf goblin charged first, its sharp teeth laced with venom sinking viciously into one of the black goats crouched at the perimeter. Bah! The sluggish black goat was bitten on its hind leg, but instead of pressing the attack, the werewolf goblin immediately turned to its next target. Bah bah! The black goat immediately ran inward when it sensed danger, but the interior was already packed with goats. The black goats inside curiously peered outward, while those outside desperately pushed inward. At this moment, the black goat unleashed the full extent of its husky-like traits from its nature. Completely oblivious to the approaching danger, it became intensely curious about the commotion outside and wanted to go out for a look. Bah! The startled black goat leader raised its head and stood up. Its nearly 3-meter height allowed it to instantly survey the cause of the disturbance upon rising. Several strangely looking goblins, wait, that doesn't seem right, several strangely looking wolves, several strangely looking pigs, no, that's not it either. Ah, forget it, bah. Unable to discern exactly who the newcomer was, but the other party had already trespassed into their territory. At the sound of a command, all the black goats rose up, no longer crowding together. Except for a few injured ones, the rest began gathering fireballs aimed directly at the goblins. Whoosh! Black fireballs condensed in the air, their mere formation over 70 in number, melting the surrounding snow. Boom! 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 The fireball mercilessly slammed into the spot where the goblins had been standing. But in the next second, the werewolf goblin and the dark goblin swiftly retreated, diving into the tunnel that the cunning rabbit goblin had dug in advance. Whoosh! Whoosh! The counterattack from the horned goblin also struck amidst the black goats, landing precisely on the towering leader of the herd. Me! The black goat chieftain was utterly enraged, for in its perception, this painless flame carried nothing but sheer provocation. Yet in truth, the horned goblin's flames weren't painless, the paralyzing toxin within had taken effect from the very beginning. When striking the enemy, it prevented them from feeling pain, thus causing them to overlook such attacks. And let's not forget, the horned goblin's toxins weren't limited to this one, there was also the aphrodisiac. Thus, the leader of the black goat's eyes gradually turned crimson, occasionally darting glances at the female black goat by his side. No, this is a battle. The black goat leader shook his head, then turned to look at another ewe. At this moment, the black goats, deprived of their leader's command, began attacking randomly, with fireballs haphazardly raining down everywhere. Unable to see the goblin, it lands precisely where the goblin had been standing, or even melts the snow beneath its feet by landing directly there. After all, the skill has already been charged, might as well make use of it. Unlike the chaotic black goats, the goblins, led by scheming rabbit goblin, had already begun advancing toward the black goat's feet. Their burrowing skills were now fully utilized. Silent as shadows, they reached the black goat's feet and scattered even more toxins among the flock. Direct confrontations with the black goats would result in heavy casualties, so they simply avoided them altogether. Poison them, then retreat immediately after the poisoning is complete. Just surround them and wait for the toxins to take effect. That will be the end of these sheep. In truth, the black goats are exceptionally powerful. When they charge, they resemble a troop of heavily armored cavalry, something the current physique of the goblins simply cannot withstand. Moreover, they can unleash skills mid-charge. This combines the crushing force of heavy armor with the agility of light cavalry, making them practically invincible on the battlefield. The goblins' worst-case contingency was to hide in freshly dug tunnels and resort to a game of whack-a-mole if the enemy launched a charge. Alas, these were foolish sheep, showing no intention of charging whatsoever. For them, why run far when they could fight standing still? Some sheep even thought melting the snow beneath their feet was more worthwhile than chasing those fleeing goblins. The battle raged on for a long while. Without their leader's commands, they stubbornly remained rooted in place, relentlessly casting spells. Thus, more and more black goats were invaded and affected by the toxin, their bitten and scratched wounds all carrying the goblin's poison. Bah! Some black goats had already begun attacking their comrades nearby. In the heat of the moment, distinctions like gender no longer mattered. Most of the female goats remained in the inner circle near their leader, leaving the others to make do with whichever companions were close at hand. This war is men on men. Meanwhile, the chieftain, having been the prime target of numerous goblins' attacks, had already succumbed to poison by now and was currently suffering from sheep cholera. What should have been a proper war had barely begun when, within less than 10 minutes, the enemy forces had already descended into complete chaos. Percent. Within the territory, Chen Yi waited anxiously for the outcome. At long last, Dark Goblin has slain the Black Goat, EXP plus 600, Energy Stones x3. Dark Goblin has slain the Black Goat, EXP plus 600, Energy Stones x3. Werewolf Goblin has slain the Black Goat, EXP plus 600, Energy Stones x3. Werewolf Goblin has leveled up. Current level LV7. Ram-Horned Goblin has slain the Black Goat, EXP plus 600, Energy Stones x3. Boar-Man Goblin. Ram-Horned Goblin has defeated the Bronze Tier Boss Black Goat Chieftain, EXP plus 3000, Energy Stones x50, Mutagen Crystal x1. Horned Goblin has leveled up. Current level LV8. Dark Goblin. Ha, excellent, it actually worked. Chen Yi felt relieved, his anxious heart finally at ease. Launching a surprise attack on the enemy in the snowy night was undoubtedly a risky move, but he succeeded. Amidst the notification sounds, there were constant updates about goblins leveling up and goblins being slain, yet not a single one of his own goblins was lost. This was undoubtedly the best possible outcome. Not only was the raid successful, but they even managed to obtain a rare crystal drop. With this thing, his territory could welcome a comprehensive upgrade. Chen Yi pulled up the current requirements for upgrading the territory in the spring, giving them a quick glance. One exotic crystal had already been obtained, 350 wood was sufficient, and energy stones were still short by about 70, though this wasn't a major issue, as energy stones kept increasing with every kill. So the only thing missing is stone blocks? He glanced at the trading area's search results for stone blocks, immediately seeing pages of listings for 100 unit stone blocks. 100 units of stone blocks, priced at 1 unit of meat or 1 animal hide. 100 units of stone blocks, priced at 1 unit of meat or other edible goods. Some sellers prefer private messages. 100 units of stone blocks, price, meat. These stones seem to have come from a single person, and judging by the other party's needs, it must be some starving lord. Chen Yi didn't pay much attention to the other party and casually exchanged for 300 units of stones. Now he had enough materials for the upgrade. Upgraded Fountain of Life and Territory, here I come. Open panel. Dark Goblin Fountain of Life, unique troop building. Initial level, 1. Daily Goblin spawning capacity, 5. Current spawning energy requirement, 50. Promotion materials required, 1 alien crystal, 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. Upgrade conditions met. Ready to upgrade. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level, LV1. Territory radius, 300 meters. Territory ability, provides basic protection and invasion alerts. Upgrade requirements: 300 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 300 energy stones. Upgrade conditions met. Upgrade available. Chunyi took one last satisfied look at the level 1 panel before declaring, upgrade. Buzz. A beam of white light descended from the sky, not landing on the territory, but rather on Chenye's body. Chapter 13, Hell Skeletons, Indestructible Trait. Congratulations! Your territory has reached level 2, and you have unlocked the Lord panel. Congratulations! Your territory has reached level 2, and its area has expanded to 1,000 meters. Congratulations! Your territory has reached level 2, granting you the abilities of vision sharing and remote command. Congratulations! Your Spring of Creation has reached level 2. The number of fused genes for newborn goblins has been upgraded to 2. Congratulations! Your Spring of Creation has reached level 2. The resources required to summon goblins have been reduced. Congratulations on becoming the first lord to reach LV2 in your territory. You may select any 2 territorial buildings to enhance your domain strength. Congratulations on becoming the first lord to elevate the Spring of Creation to LV2. You have received a Grand Scroll gift package. A dazzling white light illuminated Chunya's territory, from which he reaped tremendous benefits. Indeed, the upgraded Spring of Creation enables the fusion of more troop types, though merely 2 for now. It seems further upgrades are needed to merge additional genetic strains. Chunyi was already fantasizing about his ultimate goblin. What if he combined genes from various powerful creatures? Could he create a being even mightier than a dragon? A mere low-level goblin, overthrowing a dragon with ease? Chunyi recalled that Frost Dragon, whose mere breath could freeze miles of land, yet here he was imagining it as his future subject of exploitation. The thought alone was exhilarating. Overjoyed, he noticed something else that piqued his interest. Lord Panel? Can I grow stronger alongside my troops? Chunyi curiously opened the so-called Lord Panel. Name, Chenyi. Level, LV1. Stats, 7. Free stats, 5. Skill, remote vision sharing and command. You can briefly share your vision with subordinate units and direct combat. Shared duration depends on mental strength. Personal space, Alien Crystal X1, Scroll Package X1, Energy Stone X10. Free attributes? What's this for? He clicked open the Attributes tab and immediately saw something that resembled a game interface panel. Mental power, 3. Speed, 2. Strength, 1. Stamina, 1. Is this my current status? Chunyi attempted to allocate all 5 free attribute points to his mental strength and speed, causing the panel to update accordingly. Mental strength, 6. Speed, 5. Now his attributes had reached 12, with free attributes reduced to 0. Chunyi sighed inwardly, just like a game interface, as expected. He roughly understood attributes and the personal panel, then turned his attention to the scroll gift pack. Clicking to open the gift pack, a white light flashed, and soon a scroll lay quietly in his personal space. Tier 1 Fire Rain Scroll. Upon activation, you can summon a downpour of scorching fire over a 300-meter radius at the designated location. That one's easy enough to understand. Chenyi nodded to himself. By using divine power scrolls to manipulate the battlefield, he became more like a lord operating behind the scenes. Immediately, he turned all his attention to selecting the final territorial buildings. As the first lord to upgrade both his territory and the spring, his rewards were incredibly generous. Not only did he receive a skill scroll, but he also got 2 free territorial buildings. This was absolutely exhilarating. The assault from Atlan is just 2 days away. While everyone else is trapped indoors by the snowstorm, struggling to survive, he is rapidly strengthening his abilities. Large-scale skill scrolls in 2 territorial buildings, these are powerful assets capable of swaying the outcome of the coming war. Let's see what buildings are available. Chenyi opened the building selection menu, and over a dozen options appeared before his eyes. Watchtowers, moats, stone brick walls, fortresses, clusters of houses, large crossbows, blacksmith shops, herb shops. After careful consideration, Chenyi opted for the stone brick walls and watchtowers. One would provide defense when the protective barrier disappeared, while the other would grant him a broad field of vision. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you see. What a lord needs most when staying behind the scenes is information and intelligence, hence the arrow tower must be built. Truth be told, even without this reward, he would have erected a sufficiently high platform within these 2 days to broaden his field of vision. As for the other tempting feature, the moat, it actually presents no real difficulty. If memory serves, after the territory expansion, the upper reaches of that river should fall within his domain. All that's needed is to divert its flow to create a defensive moat. Quack quack quack, quack quack quack. Chunyi had just completed claiming his reward and finished deploying a 300-meter-long brick city wall when he spotted a group of goblins dragging a black goat twice their size back to their territory with great excitement. Quack quack quack. The goblins seemed utterly delighted by the city wall. To them, it was nothing less than a grand house, and now this grand house belonged to them. On the other side, amid a swirling storm of crimson snow lay scattered the shattered remains of countless black skeletal corpses. The pure white snow was stained red, with blackened bones scattered everywhere. This should have been white snow, now dominated by black and crimson, the black belonging to skeletal remains dragged from hell, while the crimson came from the blood of the Ashford giant wolf. At the center of the battlefield lay the enormous corpse of a demonic wolf. Glad we took it down. In a small wooden cabin perched on a high slope, a young girl let out a sigh of relief. To take down this pack of enormous wolves, which numbered as many as 40, she had ground them down for a full 4 days. Over these 4 days, relying on the indestructible nature of her hell skeleton, she continuously assaulted the den of the Wolf King. Finally, today, she wore down its last remaining guard and successfully slew the Wolf King. I've got the alien crystal now, and with the wood and stones I collected earlier, I can finally upgrade the Fountain of Life. Shihani gazed gratefully at the scattered bones in the distance, relieved that her troop had slain the Wolf King at the last moment and overjoyed that the slain beast had dropped the rare crystal she desperately needed. If she could upgrade the Fountain of Birth to reduce her energy consumption, or better yet, unlock new skeleton variants, she would have what it took to challenge even a Saint-Tier overlord. Yes, a Saint-Tier. Her confidence stemmed from the fact that her infernal skeletons were already of gold-grade quality, though they ranked among the weaker gold-tier units. Compensating with superior numbers via the Fountain of Birth, coupled with their undying trait, would still make them a force to be reckoned with. Shihani had previously revealed her trait in the chat group simply to investigate a piece of information, hoping to determine whether her trait was unique or something everyone possessed. At the time, she deliberately downgraded her gold-tier quality to bronze to mislead and confuse her future competitors. And the outcome? She was thoroughly pleased. She was special. Traits like hers were rare, possessed by very few. Even among 100,000 souls, only her indomitability and another's resistance to poison remained. Resistance to poison, even at full strength, could never stir up substantial waves. So, in terms of combat prowess, she was exceptional. In other words, she had the greatest potential, the woman destined to stand at the pinnacle. She had always been ambitious, a relentless force her entire life. Others dare not boast their strengths, but she dares. Others dare not hunt outside, but she dares. Others dare not provoke the beast bosses, yet she still dares. And so far, all these decisions have brought her varying degrees of benefits. This fueled her ambition to explosive levels, and she was already incubating her next outrageous plan. From the very beginning, she'd never regarded the local natives as worthy adversaries. In her eyes, her only real opponents were those lucky few who had awakened Saint-Tier or demigod-tier troops. Shihani cast one last glance at the shattered skeleton bones littering the ground nearby. These skeletons had been breaking apart daily to wear down the Wolf King, but now, their ordeal had finally come to an end. Thank you for your contributions. Now, let me upgrade you. Buzz. White light flashed over Chihani's body as she wore an expression of blissful comfort, floating freely as if swimming through ocean waters. Congratulations! Your fountain of procreation has reached LV2. You have obtained. You are the third lord to upgrade the fountain of nurturing to LV2. Congratulations on receiving a small scroll gift package. What? Shihan's slowly closing eyes suddenly snapped open. She exclaimed in astonishment, I'm actually not the first. Before me, there were 2 others who had already defeated a bronze-level boss? A moment of shock, then relief. It must be some lucky soul who reached the saint rank. Shihani thought about it. It had taken her 4 days of relentless grinding with her 3 hell skeletons to barely reach this level. Whoever surpassed her so effortlessly must surely be a sovereign tier player. No, perhaps even a demigod. Her eyes grew sharp with determination. Though she wasn't first, ranking third meant she'd already surpassed the vast majority of lords and even some sovereign tier lords. With golden quality that can surpass some saint tier ones, truly, my hell skeletons are the strongest. Shihani nodded silently to herself, firming her resolve. My advantage lies in the sheer number of troops. Now that the Fountain of Birth has leveled up, the cost for summoning skeletons is greatly reduced. This edge can finally be fully utilized. Since first place for the Fountain of Birth has already been taken, she would instead compete to be first in upgrading her territory. I'll definitely be the first to level up my territory. Chapter 14. This person is surprisingly nice. Congratulations on becoming the second lord to upgrade your territory. You have earned the right to choose any one territory building. The second? Man, he furrowed his brows as he glanced at the notification panel. He was actually second. Ever since he first encountered this system, he had thrown himself into commerce. Through relentless groveling, scheming, and sheer hustle, he had finally scraped together 300 energy stones at the last moment to upgrade his territory. But now, they were telling him he was second? Then who the hell is first? Nanha's heart sank into silence. Despite all his efforts, he still ranked second, which meant the first place holder was even more deeply concealed than himself, most likely a holy tier lord. But that can't be right, he thought. Although holy tier lords possess powerful units, the summoning requirements are usually extremely strict. Aside from the initial gifted units, no one should have met the conditions for a second summon yet. Manhwa sifted through all the information he knew. During this period, he had completed hundreds of transactions. Though most were at a loss, they had allowed him to gather numerous rumors through conversations with various powerful lords. Only those powerful lords with considerable strength could engage in private transactions with him. Most lords who took advantage of him would feel somewhat guilty and, under his guidance, end up sharing some insider information. He, in turn, compiled and sold these pieces of insider information, eventually accumulating the 300 energy stones he now possessed. Yet, according to his analysis, no one should have been able to gather 300 energy stones during this time frame. If not for the blizzard, perhaps Lord Hyper, Lord Kate, or even, might have been possible. No. Manhwa shook his head. Without the blizzard, these few might have met the requirements, but now that the storm had arrived, there was absolutely no way they could succeed. Does this mean one among us possesses a demigod-tier soldier? At this thought, Manhwa's breath quickened and his heartbeat accelerated, leaving only one idea pounding through his mind. Find him, win him over. Must cling tightly to the powerful connection. But how to find the right person? Ah yes, the trading channel and chat channel. Manhwa quickly opened 2 channels to scout for any unusual situations, and sure enough, he made a discovery. Damn, holy shit, someone's selling mutton and sheepskins. Fresh stock just arrived, brothers, charge. Fuck me sideways, they're even selling boss meat. Did this guy wipe out an entire tribe or what? No way. Tribal creatures are all very united, and even the smallest group has at least 20 members, whose troops could possibly surpass 20 in just a few days. Holy shit, it's real. Damn it, charge, brothers, charge now. Hold on, let me speak, since I've got the biggest balls here. You keep yelling for the brothers to charge, but why aren't you charging yourselves? Is this some kind of trap? Brothers, wait for me to investigate this thoroughly. Whoa, brothers, charge quickly. They're really selling boss meat here, and this boss meat even has special effects that can enhance a lord's own strength. Manhwa looked at the messages in the general channel with confusion. Why wouldn't they buy such good stuff themselves, instead of shouting loudly in the group chat? Then he switched to the trading zone. Then, he froze in place. He felt like he had come across a fellow expert. His creed was to become a merchant who reaped more while laboring less. But the one before him, a swindler, absolutely a swindler. 1 unit of black goat boss meat, price, 2 energy stones. 10 units of black mountain goat meat, priced at 1 energy stone. 1 goat skin, priced at 2 energy stones. 1 unit. It's outrageous, downright outrageous. A swindler, this guy's definitely a swindler. But I want them so badly. Nanny gazed at the dazzling array of sheep-related merchandise in the trading area, staggered by the astronomical prices that made him denounce the seller as a scammer. Yet, the items being sold were all necessities during the blizzard. Thus, despite being exorbitantly priced, they still tantalized people's hearts. No wonder so many people in the general chat recommended coming here to see it. Just came to look. Honestly, this thing is incredibly tempting, but it's so expensive that buying it would hurt the wallet quite a bit. During this special period where everyone's saving money for summoning troops, few people buy daily necessities. Suddenly, the cursor blinked as items began disappearing one by one. Messages in the general chat revealed numerous wealthy lords who didn't care about money had started buying them up. The sheepskin is gone. The boss mutton is gone. The mutton is gone. Bye, I'm buying it now. Manhwa watched helplessly as items disappeared one after another in rapid succession, his heart instantly filling with emptiness as he immediately clicked the purchase button. If you don't buy now they'll be gone. These are all good items. You must buy them. Bye. Ha, I got mine. Ha, I got it. Got my ass. Damn it, you swindler. Manhwa angrily flung the rough wooden mallet in his hand onto the ground. Damn it, after hunting birds all day, today I got my eyes pecked out by one. Manhwa's chest heaved violently, his fists clenched so tight they turned white. When making the purchase, he had Shinya's personal store in mind. Watching items disappear one by one in front of others, he grew frantic and joined the buying frenzy. Nearly all the opponent's goods were priced in energy stones, so he didn't even look, just grabbed whatever he saw. But then, what kind of fool listed a crude, used wooden hammer for 1 energy stone in the trading area? Manhwa glanced at the coarse wooden hammer that had already begun to fray. This is fucking outrageous? Aren't they just bullying honest folks? Fuming, he opened Shinya's private channel, he had access to it, to demand justice. His furious thumb flew across the screen. Bro, any black goat boss meat left? Just messed up and panic bought this damn hammer. Sob, pity me.jpg. Chen Yi. Someone actually bought it? I was just testing to see if there were any suckers out there, and there actually was? Chen Ye's expression was priceless. What stunned him wasn't just that someone had played the fool, but that the person, after being tricked, wasn't here to curse him out but to beg him for more? That person is actually quite nice. Chunyi found it somewhat amusing, but as the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Moreover, he had just played a trick on this person, yet they hadn't gotten angry at all and were still negotiating with him in a friendly manner. Just as he was about to reply, another ID sent a message. Leah Michelle, do you still have any black goat boss meat left? I'm willing to trade with E-crystals. Chapter 15, 3 semi-gods ahead of me? Alien crystal transaction? This single message from the other party instantly captured Chenya's attention. Possessing alien crystals meant the opponent had slain a boss, but if they'd killed a boss, how could they possibly be short of meat? Could it be that this flesh not only increases personal experience and allows lords to level up quickly, but also has other hidden uses? The other party's high price made Chenyi hesitate for a moment. Could it be that this thing is actually extremely valuable? Chenyi cautiously replied, I want 2 aberrant crystals. On the other end, Michelle was taken aback. You have the flesh of 2 bosses? Chenyi answered truthfully, no. Michelle. She really wanted to reply, I'm blind, not stupid. She was willing to exchange crystals for the boss's flesh because her troop type was special. It required purified flesh to accumulate summoning energy points. She possessed the alien crystal only because she successfully acquired the flesh and blood she needed during the previous buying frenzy, which allowed her to summon her first troop type. The alien crystal is an accompanying item that comes with the troop type at birth. First, she wasn't a fool. Second, she had no more alien crystals. Suppressing the towering flames of anger in her heart, the towering mountain peaks gradually subsided. She replied, 1 mutant crystal in exchange for the flesh of 1 boss. If you agree, we can make the deal. Chenyi thought for a moment. 2 mutant crystals for 1 boss's flesh. Don't think I don't know the secret of boss flesh. Michelle, did this man misunderstand something? What secrets could the boss's flesh possibly have? Isn't the system description already perfectly clear? The boss's flesh and blood can moderately increase the lord's own experience points. The ostensibly tranquil towering peak swayed once more amidst the flames. Michelle replied, you'd know best whether the boss has any secrets. I'm buying because of the special troop types. If you're not interested, I'll just take my business elsewhere. Chenyi pondered for a moment. Alright, that makes sense. Indeed, the system panel didn't mention any special properties about the boss flesh. He said, we can make a trade. After some consideration, he added, but I've already sold 10 units of meat, so only 30 units remain. Well, though it's incomplete, the price is fixed. Michelle's snow-white teeth clenched her rosy lips till they almost bled, her hands trembling uncontrollably. How can someone be so shameless? Does he really think he's got me cornered? At this moment, Michelle was so furious she couldn't even find words. Consumed by utter unwillingness, her delicate brows danced with frustration as her fingers kept squeezing empty air. But the other party really had me pegged. If only I hadn't told him about my special troop type. Michelle forced herself for a long time before trembling, typing out a single OK. You have lost 30 units of black goat boss meat. You have obtained 1 heterocrystal. Chenyi stretched his arms wide and said, there are still more good people than bad in this world. Open panel. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, Unique Troop Construction. Initial level, LV2. Daily Goblin Spawn Capacity, 10. Current Spawning Energy Requirement, 50. Promotion Materials Required, 5 Strange Crystals, 30 Units of Wood, 300 Units of Stone, 100 Units of Clean Water. Note, cunning creatures from the dark abyss, any who underestimate them will pay in blood. Beware, these vile beings disregard reproductive barriers. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory Level, LV2. Territory Size, 1,000 meters. Territory Abilities, Invasion Alert Notifications, Wall Defense Provisions, Watchtower Visibility. Upgrade Requirements, 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,000 energy crystals, at least 3 territorial structures. Current Resources, 40 units of timber, 20 units of stone, 55 sheepskins, 2 earth boar hides, 29 units of pliable bone rabbit pelts, 20 units of pliable bone rabbit meat, 10 units of earth boar meat, 12 pliable bone rabbit heads, 10 pregnant ewes. Chenyi quickly skimmed through his territory and spring interface panels. The energy crystals and alien crystals required for this upgrade were significantly more than before. This was going to be a tough task. The benefits of first place were substantial, whether it was the city walls, watchtowers, or first-tier scrolls. These were formidable assets that could serve as foundations for current operations. Having claimed double first-place rewards this time, he was determined to secure them again next round. Moreover, the Springs tier directly determined how many genetic traits his goblins could assimilate. This was the true cornerstone of his strength. With just 2 days remaining until the protective barrier vanished, the blizzard outside his territory had piled snowdrifts a full meter high. The water level had already reached a height that could drown a goblin. Going out to search for resources was no longer feasible. The only way to obtain what they needed was through trading. Big shot? Big shot? Do you still have any black goat boss meat left? I can pay a high price for it. A message from Manhwa flashed again. Chenyi replied, sorry, they're all gone. Just bought out by a rich woman. Meanwhile, Manhwa angrily punched the air. Damn it, filthy rich women, damn profiteers. He had just upgraded his territory and unlocked the Lord's panel. Hearing that boss meat could boost experience, he was even planning to buy a piece to try, yet now there wasn't a single one left at all. Scoundrel merchants, rich ladies, drawing circles to curse you all. Crazy or not, angry or not, once he cooled down, Manhwa could only send the other person a smiley face and say, "That's a shame. If you ever decide to sell boss meat next time, feel free to reach out to me. I can offer you a special discount." Though unwilling to admit it, the other party was likely that big shot who possessed a demigod tier unit. Therefore, he needed to curry favor with them. And damn it, that big shot and the rich lady are such a perfect match. Meanwhile, the true Saint tier powerhouse sat atop the back of a snowy ridge dragon looking utterly disheveled. I, the mighty Snowland Hydra, actually ranked 4th in the upgrade spring? Wasn't I supposed to be a high tier unit among the sacred rank? Wasn't I supposed to be the lucky lord perfectly adapted to snowy environments? In this situation, I should be the strongest beneath the demigods, so why am I 4th? Could it be 3 demigods ahead? Is the competition this fierce? Chapter 16, Ample Preparation. Baga, who stole my mutton? Damn it, do the Japanese also eat lamb? You Japanese still want lamb? Get in line behind the dogs. Exactly, my blazing lion hasn't even eaten its fill yet, you can wait your turn. Everyone, stop fighting. Stuffing yourselves before death is pointless. Leave the meat for those who truly need it, I won't be able to get any anyway. Damn. Are you even speaking human language here? So what if you've got silver tier units? Don't make me cyberbully you. You wanna go? Drop your address. If it's within 300 kilometers, I'll send my gold tier mud dragon to murk you IRL in 2 days. Everyone, can I say something? Aren't you all worried? Does anyone know a fast way to power up? The protection period ends in less than 2 days. What's the rush? I've already built a 3-meter high wooden wall, plus my 12 militiamen. That should be enough to get through the crisis, right? No way. How did you manage to build it while it's snowing? Before it started snowing, I was gathering wood for energy stones, and since I had too much wood lying around, I figured why not build something with it. Wah, but now we can't build anything anymore. Due to the blizzard, with everyone unable to go outside, people became active in chatting. It seemed like the only warmth in this icy whiteness. Others used conversation to numb themselves against the cold. After all, not everyone could obtain fur coats, and energy stones were too precious. There weren't even enough for developing military units. The chat section was lively, but liveliness wasn't confined to just the chat. Chen Yi, bundled in a sheepskin sweater, sipped hot tea as he watched the chat channel and his nearly bombarded friend requests. Gu Xiaoyu added, "Big bro, please spare me some meat. I'm literally starving to death here. I've got plenty of stones, name your type and I've got it." Su Qingyu added a message, "Shen Yi, the frost dragon that attacked me before also had 3 snowflakes. We must be close by, likely in the same area. I've run out of food. Can you help? We're all fellow Chinese, living in the same area. I'm hungry and cold, could you spare some help?" Zhang San's attached message, big boss, please agree quickly, I beg you. I can pay extra for your mutton." Sakurako Inoue's attached message, "Please help me. I have no food. I can give you pretty pictures. If you can help me with food, I'll show you my photos." Slurp. Shenyi drained the cup of hot tea with a satisfied smack of his lips and flatly refused. For someone like him, who considered it a loss if he stepped outside without picking up money, to let me freely support someone he didn't even know? Sorry, not a chance. Right in the middle of a swamp stood a thatched cottage, defying all natural laws. Damn it, why did he refuse again? I was so sincere about it. We're from the same area. Why couldn't he just help out? Su Qingyu's delicate brows lifted in displeasure, her pretty face showing genuine anger. She was beautiful, if not for the mud covering her body and the dirt smeared across her face ruining the image. Su Qingyu looked at the slightly spoiled meat in her hand, the best food she could obtain in this swamp. Yet even this best food would likely give her diarrhea after eating it. Chen Yi is truly selfish. With his capability to help others, he still hoards everything for himself. How despicable. Su Qingyu considered denouncing Chen Yi in the chat channel but ultimately decided against it after a moment's hesitation. The protective shield is about to be removed. If I've offended them and they send troops to attack me, that would be disastrous. But she didn't want to eat the slightly spoiled meat in her hand either, so she had no choice but to humble herself further. "Brother Chen Yi, I'm practically starving to death. Couldn't you spare me some food?" Su Qingyu uttered the word brother, which even she found embarrassing. But in the next moment, she thought, since he's at least a king tier or even a saint tier unit, calling him brother wasn't too much of a stretch. This is for survival, it doesn't matter. At this thought, Su Qingyu hurried to find Luoxue enduring the cold as she meticulously washed her nearly perfect long legs. After washing, Luoxue's fair legs became slightly reddened from the cold, and Su Qingyu immediately took a photo. She looked at the legs in her photo, beautiful, deliberately showing the reddened knees and ankles meant to evoke instant pity in whoever saw them. In the icy wilderness, a frail woman frozen to this state, surely anyone would take pity and offer help? This way not only will he give me food, but perhaps even some fur for warmth. Su Qingyu tucked her slender legs back into her trousers. Mere moments later, she was already shivering from the cold. After checking once more, perfect scent. The perks of being the campus belle, sending thigh pics and playing the damsel in distress. No way Qingyu won't fall for it. He might even personally deliver the food to me. Su Qingyu fantasized, convinced that the other person would surely act just as she had envisioned. A moment later, Chen Yi replied to the message. Chen Yi didn't refuse immediately, on the contrary, he replied to her message. This made Su Qingyu involuntarily lift her graceful swan-like neck in pride. Sure enough, any man would find such a scene unbearable. She eagerly clicked to view his profile, then froze on the spot. Chen Yi, it's cold out, drink more hot water. Chen Yi has declined your friend request. The smile was colder than ice, frozen onto an exquisite face. On the other side, Chen Yi sipped tea while admiring the beautiful photograph. This green tea sure tastes wonderful. Coo. The water's boiling. Time to get to work. Chen Yi directed the goblins to pour the hot water into the large ice and snow barrels prepared in advance. After a puff of white steam, the ice and snow in the barrels turned to water, now utterly devoid of warmth. Ga. The goblins chanted as they hauled the now chilled water up the 5-meter-high city walls before pouring it over. Splash! The water, already chilled by the snow, froze as it flowed upon contact with the air and the snow on the city walls. The resulting ice not only thickened the walls' defenses but also solidified the snowy ground surrounding them. Oh, growling. Oh. Not far away, the ice glittered white, where a group of goblins were skating on their bellies. Suddenly, they saw the water-pouring scene and hurriedly paddled over to play, using both hands and feet. The newly formed ice was crisp, delicious, and fun to play with. Chen Yi felt somewhat speechless at this sight. He had created the ice surface to remedy the lack of standing ground after the snowfall, specifically targeting the battle 2 days later. After all, if there was no standing ground, whenever the goblins emerged they would simply be buried in the snow, then what's the point of fighting anyway? Now, through his efforts, the snow over a meter thick outside the city walls had already been mixed with many layers of ice, making it extraordinarily sturdy. He had originally planned to teach the goblins how to fight on ice skates. Just imagine, when enemies arrive, barely able to stand, while you glide effortlessly, elegantly striking them down, how utterly cool would that be? Sadly, goblins seem to remain goblins after all. Even if they are dark goblins, their cunning and intelligence only extend to combat. As for ice skating, they regarded it as a life skill, something functional at best, good enough to get by. Thus emerged the belly skating style. A belly it may be, but it's better than being completely immobile. Chen Yi wiped his forehead as he watched the goblin who had trapped himself in shattered ice, now facing imminent death. Go pull him out. Ga. After the group of goblins shrieked wildly, they started throwing snowballs at the buried goblin. What the hell? Chen Yi was about to complain how exhausting it was to be the responsible adult, but the goblin trapped in the broken ice actually managed to struggle free from the life-threatening burial under the avalanche on its own. He rubbed his forehead and muttered quietly, "The process doesn't matter, as long as you got out, as long as you got out." Chapter 17, The Final Day. Protection period has only 1 day remaining. All lords, prepare for battle. The will of Atlan must be destroyed. Please ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy, or it will leave hidden dangers in your territory. To all lords, survive. Beyond hell lies paradise. Damn it, the inevitable has finally come. No way, we have to completely wipe out the enemy? All my preparations were focused on turtle shell defenses. No way, how did my slime completely wipe out the enemy? No. I still want to live a few more days. My coordinates are in the middle of a desert. Is there any powerful overlord nearby who can help? I'll become your vassal. Warrior Alliance is recruiting all types of powerful overlords. We look forward to your joining. No poor weaklings allowed. Don't worry. What's coming will come. I'm ready. My flamethrower lion has adapted to unleashing fire in blizzards these past few days. Golden Alliance is recruiting all types of lords, regardless of strength. Your joining is welcomed. Please note that certain membership fees are required. Additional note, I'm just an external member of the Golden Alliance with no authority over fee decisions. Also, my sexual orientation is normal, don't ask why. A night passed, the system's notification chime rang out, and the crowd went wild once again. Everyone knew this day would come, but when it truly arrived, it was still hard for them to accept. This is equivalent to having just comforted yourself, only for someone to immediately remind you personally that you're about to die, especially for lords with lousy troops or inadequate preparation conditions. No matter how much mental preparation you do, the arrival of death will still be terrifying. Looks like tonight is destined to be a sleepless one. Chen Yi observed the diverse crowd in the chat area. Some were crumbling under pressure, while others were brimming with excitement. Several powerful Gold Tier and Monarch Tier Lord elites have openly expressed their anticipation for the arrival of the Atlan Will, because they are powerful enough and have made ample preparations. As for Chun Yi, he belongs to the latter category. This morning, his final batch of goblins reached maturity, 20 horned goblins from the Black Goat. Including the previous 97 goblins, his troop count has surpassed the 100 mark, totaling 117 goblins. 117 goblins, a 5-meter high stone city wall, an arrow tower, and an ice rink. This is his confidence against any future enemies. Of course, there is also a trump card he wouldn't use unless absolutely necessary, the Fire Rain Scroll. It's safe to say that unless the crisis involves a dragon, this should just be an ordinary attack, perhaps slightly stronger than usual. In that case, given the current pace of development, if Chen Yi claimed to be second, no one would dare call themselves first. If even he couldn't survive, then probably few of the 100,000 lords from various countries who came together would remain. Fatally, he had already begun to look forward to the attack from the Atlantean Will. Would it be like last time, driving beasts forward, or something else entirely? The strong long for battle, while the weak pray for the strong. Unlike Chen Ye's confidence, many people simply lack any confidence at all. Of course, this doesn't exclude a third, peculiar existence. These careless souls always manage to find joy even amidst peril. Goddess, this is something magical I just acquired yesterday. It's called gambling stones. You can extract skills from them. Take it quickly to boost your power. A crisis is about to strike, be careful not to get hurt. Su Qingyu glanced at the flickering message box labeled Spare Tire Number 1. Despite her persistent efforts failing to win Shenya's heart, she finally managed to cultivate her own devoted admirer. Su Qingyu obtained a smooth stone through a private transaction. She said, "MHM, okay, but according to this, the probability of unlocking a skill is only 1%. Isn't that way too low? Standby number 1, hey, there's nothing I can do about that. But I worked really hard digging for this one." Su Qingyu immediately felt it was underwhelming when she heard there was no more, but since the other party had said it was something they'd worked hard to obtain, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. After responding with a perfunctory she closed the chat. What a penniless loser. Minors really lack substance. I should have flirted with a stronger lord from the start. With this thought, she inexplicably found herself opening Chen Ye's chat window. Judging by the formidable strength he's repeatedly displayed, he's undoubtedly a heavyweight with both power and heritage, a seriously thick thigh to cling to. The only problem is, he doesn't seem the least bit interested in me. Su Qingyu was deeply conflicted. Through Chun Yi, she'd learned that true power players all had their own idiosyncrasies and temperaments. They weren't anything like that mining simp of hers. For a big shot like him, she'd need to humble herself and become the one doing the simping. But, the proud Su Qingyu had already taken the initiative to ask the other party, whom she called brother, for photos. Wasn't that lowering her pride enough? Suddenly, she hardened her resolve. Having already crossed the line by sending photos and calling him brother, sacrificing a bit more to secure a truly powerful backer might not be such a bad idea. This time, I'm definitely going to reel you in. Su Qingyu straightened out the lambskin coat she had gotten from her simp admirer, then happily snapped a picture of herself. No, it doesn't seem enough. Su Qingyu tugged her woolen collar down a bit for another photo, then sent both the picture and the rather underwhelming gamble stone to Chen Yi. Percent. In a cave half buried by snow and wind, a man was chuckling foolishly. She replied to my message. She said she must have noticed my efforts. Even though the odds of finding jade are low, I told her I'd been digging for ages. She must have been touched. The man chuckled gleefully. A cold wind blew through, raising goosebumps across his skin. He hugged his thin coat tightly, using it to cover the holes blown open by the wind and snow. It's so cold. Good thing I gave the sheepskin to the goddess. That was a carefully made sheepskin coat I couldn't even bear to wear myself. He chuckled to himself, also feeling relieved he hadn't worn it, otherwise, the goddess might not have wanted it. The man sighed contentedly. This is truly wonderful. In this other world, I'd become a lord of king tier troops, and even had a goddess approach me first. Now, I finally know what it's like to be doted on and cared for by a woman. The campus belle is a fatal temptation for someone who's been single since birth. Just one photo from her was enough to rudely conquer him. No, it must be my status as a Wang-rank lord that conquered her, making her actively send me photos. The photo was finally sent. Su Qingyu tugged at her wool coat in dissatisfaction. What trashy craftsmanship. I had to tug for ages just to show a little skin. I wonder if Big Boss Chen Yi will think I'm being deliberate about it. She whispered softly, it shouldn't be. I've already stretched that collar wider, it's just poor craftsmanship in the clothing itself. Chapter 18, The 7 Days End, Atlas Attacks. Brother Chenai, could you give Xiaoyu something to eat? Chenai has declined your friend request. Darn it. In the underground cavern, a little lowly puffed up her cheeks in anger. Other big brothers at least give me something when I pester them enough, but Brother Chen Yi won't spare a single penny. Gu Xiaoyu mused in a slightly teasing tone, fantasizing about what kind of person Shunyi really ought to be. Being repeatedly rejected didn't bother Gu Xiaoyu in the slightest. After all, she was the one begging for favors. Whether others granted them was out of kindness, while refusal was simply their right. Yet after being turned down multiple times by the same person, curiosity began to stir within her. She started imagining just what kind of person Shunyi might be. To so steadfastly reject an adorable little girl like her, he must be someone with unshakable principles, right? Standing firm to his convictions. And probably a bit cold and aloof too. With their formidable strength in mind, a dashing figure emerged in Gu Xiaoyu's imagination, standing 180 centimeters tall, with a coldly handsome face brimming with principle, soaring atop a colossal dragon. If we had enough to eat, who'd want to be a beggar anyway? Honestly, hurry up and dig. The sooner we carve out a shelter, the better. Gu Xiaoyu poked the giant stone golem beside her with mild discontent. Her military units were exceptionally powerful, being gold-tier troops, and she began with 3 of them. Such a configuration would normally never leave her worrying about food. Yet, by sheer coincidence, her territory happened to be underground. Who knew how many meters below the surface? And after digging for ages, she still hadn't found even a glimpse of sunlight. But now, what she was digging was not an upward exit, but a refuge for survival. In 7 days, after tonight, Atlan would launch an attack against all of them. Without the protective shield, only by keeping herself safe could the stone people fight with all their might to overcome Atlan's crisis. Of course, she wasn't certain they could pull through. After all, she'd made little progress these days. Had she done otherwise, she wouldn't even be struggling to put food on the table. Gurgle. The rumbling of her stomach made the little lowly pout. What kind of crappy territory is this without any food? Even the monsters around here aren't edible. Ding. You've dug up a gambler's stone. Gambler's stone? Gu Xiaoyu angrily grabbed the stone in her hand, but after seeing the information about the gambler's stone, her pouty little face finally broke into a beautiful smile. Can I gain skills? Are they some amazing abilities? Open it. The little lowly ignored the 1% probability of the gamble stone and opened it immediately. Congratulations on opening the gamble stone. You have obtained the skill, Blacksmith. Note, economic reform swings the sledgehammer, for prosperity's flame, the hammer's swing must claim. Wow, this is amazing. Wow, this is awful. The little Lolita's excitement lasted less than a second before her face fell again, because forging items actually required blueprints, and she didn't have any. Ding, you've unearthed a gambling stone. Wow, that's so great. Her stone golem unit was helping her build a hiding place and unexpectedly dug up 2 pieces of gambling stones. She opened it excitedly. You opened a gambling stone, and you lost 1 gambling stone nut. Note, timing is fate. Young lady, keep trying. Oomph. Only then did Gu Xiaoyu notice the mere 1% probability behind the gambling stone. It seemed her good fortune had just been beginner's luck. Ding, you've dug up a gambling stone. What? Another one? Open it. You opened the gambling stone, and you lost 1 gambling stone. Note, see, I told you not to gamble. Gu Xiaoyu. Ding, you've dug up a piece of jadeite rough. Ha, open. Before disappointment could set in, the stone giant unexpectedly dug up another gambling stone. You opened the gambling stone, you lost 1 gambling stone. Note, a little gambling is entertaining, but too much harms oneself. Azu, it's time to stop. Sometimes, it's not betting on stones that kills, but the system's notes. Click, click, click. Gu Xiaoyu was so angry that her upper teeth clenched her lower teeth, her slightly chubby baby face showing a fierce yet adorable expression. I just don't believe it. There must be more. Ding, you've dug up a gambling grade jadeite. Ha ha ha, I knew there'd be more. You've cracked open the gambling grade jadeite. You've lost 1 piece of gambling grade jadeite. Note, gambling addicts never meet good ends, like you, for instance. At this moment, Gu Xiaoyu's emotions were like a roller coaster ride. After several dramatic twists and turns, came an exhilarating long descent, a downhill plunge with no end in sight. True enough, there were still gambling stones, plenty of them. She could even see the gambling stones buried beneath. Yet, every time one was opened, it was inevitably empty. Another sarcastic remark from a stranger. It seemed like the skill was deliberately given to mock her. Gu Xiaoyu kept digging for gambling stones and activating them ceaselessly. If she could just obtain even 1 blueprint, she could rely on it to forge her way to success, ending these dark days of hunger and struggle. But, by nightfall, the cave was stuffed full of shattered gamble stone fragments, yet she still had nothing. On the other side, Shenyi finally accepted Su Qingyu's friend request, and intently scrutinizing the piece of gambling jade in his palm. You opened a piece of gambler's jade and obtained a forging blueprint. Note, Look, a forging blueprint, happy now? You just need to open another piece of gambler's jade to get your chance at fame and fortune. Cracked bone blade forging blueprint? What the hell? Do I need blacksmithing skills for this? Chunyi casually glanced at it and tossed it into his private storage space. After all, he didn't have a second piece of gambler's jade. Perhaps I should pay more attention to jade gambling in the future, might prove rewarding. Chunyi inquired with Suchingyu, first expressing gratitude for the jade gambling opportunity, then asked if she had any more. When she said no, he dropped the notion. It doesn't seem right to take someone's things without giving something in return. After some thought, Chunyi gave her a rabbit pelt and 5 units of rabbit meat. At current market rates, these were worth about 2 or 3 energy stones. After finishing all this, he looked beyond the borders of his territory. The weather remained cold, but the snowstorm that had raged for days had finally stopped, as if making way for the impending war arriving tomorrow. The last night, who knows how many familiar IDs will disappear after tomorrow. This was destined to be a sleepless night, some regretting their arrival in this world, others grateful for the world's very existence. Some scramble at the last minute, while others remain calm and composed until the first rays of dawn break across their territories. 7 days have passed. The protective shield has vanished. The will of Atlan approaches. All lords, prepare for battle. Current count, 100,000/83000. Roar! The roar shattered the first tender light of dawn. Chapter 19, The Orc Invasion, Goblins Who Fight for the Gods. A band of orcs has invaded your territory. The system's alert sounded. Through the vision sharing with the horned goblin standing atop the watchtower, Chunyi spotted a small squad of orcs in the distance, not too many, but not few either, numbering 40 in total. They look exceptionally strong. Chunyi observed the group closely. They were generally around 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as Chunyi's thighs, and atop their heads were long, curved horns resembling those of bulls. Big brother, weren't we supposed to be capturing human slaves? Why did we come here instead? A bull-headed minotaur inquired with the leader. Another minotaur chimed in, yeah, Big A, we're water buffalo, not yaks. It's freezing here. The muscular minotaur called Big A shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the increasingly thick snowfield not far away. The leader, Big A, said, doesn't it strike you as odd? It's not even winter yet, but there's already such heavy snow here. The group of minotaurs instantly became excited upon hearing this. Within the vast Thousand Shadows forest, abnormalities typically indicated 2 possibilities, either treasure or formidable creatures. Yet they had scouted this area before and found no signs of powerful beings dwelling here. Besides, what kind of mighty creature could alter the environment across such a wide area in so short a time? A dragon, perhaps? Don't be ridiculous, dragons disappeared ages ago, and even if they existed, they wouldn't appear at the edge of a forest. Which means, there are treasures here. Moo, moo. The minotaur excitedly swung his sword and shield, creating loud clang-clang sounds. At this moment, he even felt that the human merchants he'd just captured weren't appealing anymore, because these humans unexpectedly had no supplies. Humans without supplies could only be sold as human slaves, and human slaves were terribly cheap. The snow here has hardened. Look over there, a castle. When did that appear? The minotaurs walked across the ice, their hooves cracking the thin frost with crisp snapping sounds. The minotaur chieftain also spotted the distant city walls. In their understanding, walls meant fortresses beyond, and such structures were usually abundant in human settlements. Even among orc tribes, only the mightiest would possess such walls. Could there be a powerful tribe here? The minotaur leader glanced back uneasily at the handful of human slaves they had just captured. They already had spoils, perhaps it was wiser to turn back. Suddenly, he spotted the dark goblins patrolling atop the city walls. Moo! To think it's just a band of goblins, filthy creatures don't deserve such fine dwellings. Orcs, charge. When it comes to food and lodging, orcs have absolute standards, and it's a universal consensus among them that low-ranking orcs aren't worthy of good houses. As for goblins, these inferior creatures that aren't even considered orcs actually have houses? Steal them! Under the guidance of Atlan's will, everything seemed perfectly justified, and thus this troop of 40 orcs charged toward Chunyi's territory. Chunyi sneered, not in a hurry to act, simply waiting for the opponent to draw nearer. Bang! 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 The minotaur charged excitedly toward the large house, but in the next instant, its feet slipped, sending it crashing to the ground and smashing a huge crater into the newly formed ice. Roar! Such petty tricks won't faze a minotaur. The minotaur fears nothing. The minotaurs who had fallen into the ice pits leapt out with a single bound. However, their massive frames and complete lack of shock absorption technique upon landing caused them to shatter the ice once more, plunging them into fresh pits. Fearless. After falling into a new icy pit, the minotaur was stunned for a moment before letting out a furious roar and leaping out once more. Another pit? Fearless. He leaped again, though the ice's thickness couldn't support his rough landing. Half his body would sink into the ice crater with each impact, yet he'd grown accustomed to it. Like cannonballs they soared and fell, The minotaurs behind him enthusiastically followed suit, roaring in unison, "For our homes, fearless!" The minotaur horde, fearless. Their thunderous cries echoed as they leaped, their hooves shattering the icy ground in explosive cracks. A group of brawny minotaur warriors, spears strapped to their backs and weapons brandished, charged forward. Shen Yi massaged his temples. As expected, traps or similar tricks were utterly ineffective. Good thing he hadn't pinned his hopes on such methods anyway. Watching the approaching minotaurs enter his strike zone, he barked the order, "Attack! Oh oh oh! Ga ga ga!" The goblins could hardly wait any longer. The minotaurs' war chant had pumped their blood to boiling point. Dark goblins were a subspecies, a fusion between orc-kind and humans. Their combat cunning resembled humans, yet their living habits leaned more toward orcs. From the arrow towers, the horned goblins launched the first assault, raining down green fireballs like inexhaustible artillery shells. The minotaurs immediately drew their shields from their backs to block the impending attack. Shen Yi furrowed his brows. This was a group of orcs armed to the teeth. A spear, a cleaver, and a crude bone shield. Though primitive, with such equipment their combat strength now far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. Ranged attacks alone won't penetrate their defenses. It seems we'll need ground troops to disrupt their formation. Wait until the enemy gets closer. His melee goblins are about to launch an attack. This is to prevent the enemy from escaping. After all, he intends to annihilate them completely. Ga ha ha ha. Watching the approaching minotaurs yelling for the house, the goblins fell into deep thought. They fight for houses, but what are we fighting for? When it comes to knowledge about daily life, their wise brains turn feeble-minded. The dark goblin said, "How about we chant for the boss? The boss is a god." The cunning rabbit goblin scratched his head. "For the god? But what is a god?" The pigman goblin waved his hand dismissively. "Who cares? I've known the boss as a god since the day I was born." The werewolf goblin, "The pigman speaks truth." The goblins exchanged glances. "Ooh, god, god, god." They leaped down like orcs, shouting loudly, "For the gods! For the gods! 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 For the house! For the gods!" The two sides shouted their battle cries and clashed in an instant, the bone blade striking against the cleaver with a metallic spark. Chapter 20, annihilated just like that? The dark goblin, as the only fighter armed with a weapon, charged ahead without hesitation, bringing his bone weapon crashing against the orc's crude cleaver. Needless to say, the dark goblin was sent flying. He was no match for the minotaur in terms of raw strength. The remaining goblins, witnessing this scene, immediately changed tactics. They began sliding across the ice on their bellies, employing a hyena-style combat strategy. Ha! How hideous these goblins are! Are these really goblins? The minotaurs watched as wolf-headed goblins, rabbit-legged goblins, and even pot-bellied goblins with pig noses skidded and slid across the icy surface. Filthy-looking creatures. The minotaur lowered its head to see its own reflection on the ice. After comparing itself with the goblins, it instantly flew into a rage and attacked. The broad cleaver left a gouge in the ice, yet failed to strike the goblin. Instead, the other goblins seized the opportunity to slash at its back. Numbed by the paralyzing effect, the minotaur felt nothing when wounded. Blood continued to flow, yet it kept swinging the cleaver relentlessly. Roar! The minotaur glared furiously at the slippery goblins. "Can't hit them! Can't hit them! Why can't I hit them?" The machete continuously hacked grooves into the ice surface, sending frozen fragments flying in all directions. It must be said, the minotaur's arms, thicker than its legs, truly demonstrated remarkable strength, effortlessly splitting through 20 centimeters of ice as if it were nothing. Yet for all its terrifying momentum, it proved utterly ineffective. When it did land a blow, pig-faced goblins would invariably block it. Against all expectations, those pudgy little goblins with porcine snouts could actually activate some metallic armor skill to withstand the minotaur's assaults, much to the chieftain's visible displeasure. Goblins, those tiny despicable creatures, actually withstood the mighty minotaur's attack? This is impossible. Stomp! He raised his foot and then brought it down with tremendous force. With a resonant boom, the ice within a radius of dozens of meters instantly shattered, and even the accumulated snow was completely swept away. "You have lost a goblin pigman." Shen Yi watched the enemy leader's attack with some gravity. That leader's skills were formidable, capable of forcefully clearing obstacles and killing a goblin pigman armored with steel plating in a single strike. Judging by the sheer power alone, the opponent's level was definitely no lower than LV-20, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to deal such immense damage to the goblin pigman. In truth, Shen Ye's guess was spot on. Not only was the minotaur leader as high as level 23, but they weren't even bronze tier, they were of silver-grade quality. With its silver quality and level bonus, the Bullman leader's attributes have already surpassed the 40-point milestone, far exceeding the strength of the Black Goat Chieftain. It's perfectly normal for an orc whose attributes have broken through the 40-point threshold, with most points allocated to strength, to skillfully eliminate an inferior creature of lower level. Dark Goblin has slain the Bullman, EXP plus 600, Energy Stone plus 1. Fortunately, while the bullman leader was formidable, the remaining bullmen were merely average, falling prey to the goblins' superior attribute advantage that enabled their cross-level elimination. Boom! 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 The horned goblins seized the moment when the Minotaur leader was basking in his triumph to launch their attack. Several emerald-green fireballs struck the Minotaur chieftain with pinpoint accuracy. No pain? The Minotaur froze for a moment as he stared at the fireballs burning against his skin. The flames licked at him, yet, why did he feel nothing? Could it be that the beast god is protecting me? His bull-faced visage broke into a tick-mark expression before he abruptly turned around and declared, "The god of beastmen shields us, their attacks cannot harm us." At the leader's prompting, the Minotaurs also noticed the streaks of wounds on their bodies. Though they were bleeding, it truly didn't hurt. And so, the Tauron worked even harder, brandishing their cleavers as they roared. Orcs fear nothing. Fearless, the goblins were not to be outdone, shouting as they skated, "For the gods! The gods! The gods!" The Minotaur chieftain took his spear from his back and aimed it at the horned goblin atop the distant arrow tower. Though unharmed, he felt utterly humiliated by having goblin dung thrown at him. Whoosh! The spear tore through the wind with a screeching sound, arriving instantly at the arrow tower. Boom! Wood splinters flew as the spear embedded itself in the arrow tower, pinning a goblin in the process. "You have lost one horned goblin." Chen Ye's expression grew serious. This leader is no small boss, its damage is terrifyingly high. He lost 2 goblins in a row. This was worse than when he had taken on a whole herd of black goats with greater numbers. He quickly ordered, "Focus your attacks on their leader." The ground goblins immediately shifted their targets. Seeing their leader take down the annoying goblin pelting them from above, the Minotaurs grabbed the spears strapped to their backs and began hurling them. Their long spears were meant precisely for striking targets beyond normal reach. Moreover, those Minotaurs had long grown weary of goblins constantly hurling clumps at them. This was when the disadvantage of arrow towers became apparent. With too few arrow towers to form mutual defensive positions, they easily became concentrated targets for enemy fire. Fortunately, ordinary Minotaurs could only lodge their spears into the watchtowers, unlike their leader who could pierce through and cause actual damage. Moreover, though the earlier attacks weren't particularly painful, they had inflicted significant bleeding, and the orcs had unknowingly lost much of their initial vigor. Now, forget about leaping 2 meters out of the ice, they were struggling just to jump out of the frozen pits they were standing in, and throwing spears was draining what little strength they had left. Roar! It doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt at all. Not one bit. The beast god protects us. The bloodied Minotaur stood riddled like a sieve. Gaga. For the gods! The goblins swarmed in. Their leader, the Minotaur, sent several flying with a mighty punch, yet the remaining goblins managed to carve wounds into his body. Though he kept shouting that it didn't hurt, the blood had already stained the surrounding grass red, and his aura grew increasingly faint. Over 30 goblins surrounded their leader as he collapsed with a thud onto the vacuum zone he had created, just before the remaining Minotaurs broke through the blockade to reach him. There was no ice here. The orc had returned to the embrace of the earth. Ha 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 ha! The goblins cheered, then turned to swarm the remaining orcs. Without the restraint of their leader, the goat-horned goblins returned to battle. The boar-headed goblins charged forward fearlessly, and the wolf-like goblins had long since lost themselves to bloodlust. Soon, a flood of system notifications chimed in his ears. Boar-headed goblin has slain a Minotaur, EXP plus 600, Energy Stone plus 1. Wolf-like goblin has slain a Minotaur, EXP plus 600, Energy Stone plus 1. Cunning rabbit goblin has slain the Minotaur, EXP plus 600, Energy Stone plus 1. Dark goblin. The prompts rapidly scrolled by, yet Chun Yi wore a troubled expression. His concern didn't stem from troop losses caused by the battle, rather, he felt perplexed. Had they really completely annihilated the enemy? Wasn't this conclusion reached too easily? Does this mean the Atlantean attack would really be this simple? Only 40 orcs. Chen Yi pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. That's right, the system emphasized complete annihilation. Maybe it wasn't referring to wiping out this group, but rather, annihilating their entire tribe? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, why else would they add the warning, "You must completely eradicate the enemy, or else it will leave hidden dangers for your territory"? Shan Yi grew increasingly convinced. How could an attack that had required preparations from tens of thousands of people for so long be just a minor wave of orcs? With this thought, he hastily called off the assault, sparing the last surviving Tauron. Chapter 21. The proud Tauron will not reveal a single secret. A noble Minotaur wouldn't reveal even a speck of information to you. Within the territory, 3 human captives and 1 Minotaur knelt on the ground. The sole remaining Minotaur glared fiercely at Chen Yi. No wonder these goblins were so cunning, they'd been subdued by a human. Humph. As expected of trash goblins, completely lacking faith in your own race. The arrogant Minotaur snorted through his long nose, looking down upon the other with disdain. Chun Yi, however, had just arrived and was already impressed by the decisiveness and bravery of his opponent. The moment he saw the captured Minotaur, he even felt that torture would be unnecessary, because the goblin was holding the freshly stolen machete quite professionally against the creature's neck. These goblins simply didn't know restraint. The machete in their hands kept making random cuts, leaving the Minotaur's neck crisscrossed with bleeding marks. Chun Yi observed this scene that resembled death by 1,000 cuts and figured he might as well skip the torture and proceed directly to interrogation. Thankfully, Minotaurs have thick hides. If this were happening to those 3 humans nearby, they'd probably be dead already. Chun Yi clicked his tongue and shook his head. He didn't understand why humans would appear among the orc troops, but his current goal was to gather information about the Tauren tribe and its location. Humans could wait for later. After a brief moment of thought, Chun Yi turned to the Tauren and asked, "What's your name?" "I won't tell you my name, cunning human, give it up." Chun Yi, LOL. The game didn't lie to me, orcs really do have nothing but muscle between their ears. He asked again, "So Aya, do you know how many Tauren are in your territory?" Aya showed a surprised expression. "Cunning human, how do you know Aya's name? Are you a mind reader?" Chun Yi ignored what little brain the other had left and continued, "So you don't know how many people are in your tribe?" Aya immediately became displeased, steam practically puffing from his nostrils. "Aya knows you're trying to trick information from me. Aya won't tell you there are 150 people in the tribe." Chun Yi flashed a sly smile. "Is that so? Well then, great Aya, your bravery has won my respect. I've decided to let you go." "What?" Aya couldn't believe it, this human was actually letting her go so easily? "Oh no, he said it was because he was moved by my bravery. It must be that Aya moved the beast god, and the beast god made this human spare me." In her heart, Aya silently gave thanks to the beast god while swelling with pride in herself. He touched the scars all over his body and the bloodstains on his neck. Against such brutal interrogation, he had actually endured. Aya truly was remarkable. Chun Yi also noticed the other's injuries and, before leaving, helped cover the wounds with some herbal ash. Otherwise, he'd bleed out before they could even reach the Minotaur tribe. The Minotaur Aya dashed excitedly out the gate without a single glance back. He needed to return to the tribe quickly, to deliver the news here to the chieftain. As the Tauren left, Chun Yi also signaled the goblins to follow. Not long after Aya departed, the goblins followed, hauling cleavers and shields nearly as large as their own bodies. As for the spear, one spear could match 2 goblins in size. There was simply no way they could wield it. Actually, goblins have always had weapon attributes and weapon slots, it's just that Chun Yi never equipped them. Up till now, among over 100 goblins, only the first 5 dark goblins received initial equipment as part of the system's giveaway. Those bred afterward came without any gear. But now, killing orcs and looting their equipment saves him the trouble of spending money to buy it. Amidst the noisy crowd of goblins, they soon passed through the gate beyond the territory. Chun Yi tied up the several humans captured by the orcs and tossed them into a corner. "You must be an adventurer exiled by the Empire, right? I am the eldest daughter of the Saraviel family. Release me, and I can." Thud. Chun Yi returned to his wooden hut and shut the door. If the will of Atlan's invasion is not thoroughly completed, it could potentially bring hidden dangers to his own territory, and he loathes hidden dangers. Therefore, even if the person before him has 36D curves, they'll have to wait. At the moment, he has no time to listen to what they have to say. "Shah, adventurers exiled by the Empire are all brutal. Don't you have an emergency scroll? Use it now." A burly prisoner dressed as a swordsman spoke earnestly. "Yes, Shah, hurry and use the scroll. Quickly call someone to rescue us. Stop praying for a miracle." While there might still be hope if we were caught by foolish orcs, when it's adventurers who capture us, there's basically no way out. The captured monk chimed in agreement. "Shut up, I hired you to protect me, not to give me orders." With just one icy glare from Saraversha, the 2 adventurers immediately fell silent. She continued, "Right now you should be thinking about how to escape, not coveting my scrolls. If this isn't handled properly, I'll file a complaint with the guild. Trust me, your fate then will be 10,000 times worse than it is now." Sarawal Shah's words silenced the 2 silver-ranked adventurers. At this moment, Sarawal Shah also regretted her decision. She truly shouldn't have hired those 2 low-tier silver-ranked adventurers who couldn't even handle the simplest escort mission. They couldn't even defeat a single silver orc in a 2-against-1 fight, performing worse than goblins. At least these oddly shaped goblins had managed to eliminate the orcs that her silver-tier adventuring party had found helpless against. When it comes to these strange goblins, they seem quite different from ordinary goblins in terms of appearance, combat ability, as well as leadership and tactical skills. They bear no resemblance to those disorganized, unintelligent, and weak goblin hordes. They must have been created by that human wanted by the Empire. He actually possesses the ability to modify demi-humans. Could he be some kind of special adventurer? Sarah Vale Shaw wasn't one to resign herself to fate. Even when trapped in enemy territory, she wouldn't give up without a fight. She meticulously observed and analyzed everything around her, determined not to use the distress scroll in her hand unless absolutely necessary. Because that qualification had cost her dearly, it was even more precious to her than her own life. She had no intention of withdrawing from the competition. She was determined to win. She would wield that man's family status, harness his power, and then make him watch as she dragged his beloved son and daughter straight into hell. Sha closed her eyes to steady her emotions, then after a moment resumed her careful observation of the surroundings. Although the stench of goblins hung in the air, the structures here were clearly built recently, meaning this adventurer had only been exiled recently. A recently exiled adventurer? No, a powerful adventurer exiled recently. To erect towering defensive walls in the Thousand Shadows forest within such a short time, to subjugate hundreds of goblins so quickly, their adversary must be an extraordinarily powerful and well-connected adventurer indeed. By the way, these goblins aren't ordinary goblins either. They're not stupid and possess considerable combat abilities, likely having undergone training or modifications. Putting it all together, recently expelled powerful adventurers with certain backgrounds who can optimize and dominate orcs, demi-humans. Suddenly, a name flashed through Saravir Shah's mind. That person wasn't an ordinary summoner, but a hero summoned by a minor kingdom. When the small nation was destroyed by the Titan Empire, their hero also vanished without a trace. Yes, that's him, the creator of heroes. No, now he should be called the Fallen Creator. Chapter 22, Discovery of the Minotaur Tribe. A hero whose own empire destroyed his kingdom? Sha sank into deep thought, pondering how she could escape without using her scroll. The Fallen Creator, her opponent, was undoubtedly formidable. How could she possibly escape from such a person's grasp? Restoring his legal status? That seems impossible for me to achieve. With his homeland destroyed by our empire, he must be overflowing with hatred. The creator hero before me probably cultivated these goblins to use them as a counterattack against the empire once they grew strong enough. What should I offer to make him willingly release me, or even fight for me? Serene Shah had already begun scheming how to turn the situation to her advantage. She coveted his ability to train goblins, she wanted to take it for herself if possible. Power, status, wealth, but would the other person actually like this sort of thing? Shah lowered her head and thought, her long, upturned lashes fluttering. What should I do? What could this brave warrior possibly need? If she could uncover what this warrior before her truly desired, not only would her safety be secured, but she'd also gain a powerful card up her sleeve. A trump card strong enough to compete with her foolish younger siblings. Meanwhile, Chunyi was switching his vision to the goblins. The goblins had already located the Minotaur tribe, though the situation didn't seem very promising. The wounded Minotaur was killed by the goblins just as it was about to enter the tribal territory. Then the goblins spotted what could loosely be called a settlement in the distance, if one could even call it that. Amid the dense jungle, a clearing had been carved out, enclosed by waist-high fences. Within these barriers stood various-sized buffalo horn tents. The tents had a peculiar-shaped pyramid-like tops supported by wooden stakes at each corner, resembling crude pavilions draped with windproof fabric curtains. To Chunyi, a transmigrator, these structures were rough, barely deserving the name tent. Yet the goblins radiated delight, their enthusiasm suggesting genuine fondness for these dwellings. Through the goblins' eyes, Chunyi continued surveying the entire Minotaur tribe. The loosely scattered tents numbered about 50. Apparently, the Minotaur called Aya hadn't lied about the count. However, among these 50-some tents, there unexpectedly stood 3 particularly large horn-shaped tents. Given the orc's fondness for dwellings, the size of a house generally reflects the strength of its occupant. In other words, does this small tribe actually possess 3 mini-bosses? This could prove troublesome. A minor boss can almost tip the scales of victory in a battle, and with 3 of them, the outcome is practically guaranteed. Chunyi let out a long sigh. As expected, this annihilation mission is no easy task. But upon reflection, only this level of challenge could match the assault of Atlanta's will. A sufficiently great crisis also means the Frost Dragon won't be launching another attack. Chunyi rubbed his temples. What method should I use to deal with these minotaurs? He was pondering ways to handle these minotaurs, but in truth, Chunyi himself had gotten stuck in a mental dead end. Although the will of Atlantis was immensely powerful, the opposing will that transported them here was equally formidable. Since it brought them over, why would it allow the Frost Dragons to attack all the lords? In fact, through the confrontation between the two wills, the orc squad from before represented the last remnants of Atlantis' malice. It wasn't that Atlan's will was weak, but rather that this remaining malice was already extremely powerful. A squad of 40 well-equipped orcs, this could be considered one of the strongest manifestations of that malice, though somewhat effortlessly neutralized it and, finding it too simple, took the initiative to strike their homeland instead. Had this malice been directed at any other lord, it would have spelled utter catastrophe. To think, they had only been here for 7 days, and 2 of these 7 days were covered by a blizzard. How's anyone supposed to develop under those conditions? Develop my foot. The other lords were facing 20 or more enemies, they'd be lucky just to protect themselves. At this moment, Miao Dajuan, owner of the elite Golden Tier Flame Lion troops, was anxiously watching the battle from his hiding spot in a tree. Roar! One lion with its mane transformed into flames launched fiery needles, while the other spewed several hundred-degree scorching flames from its mouth. Facing them were 1 silver-tier earth boar and 15 bronze-tier earth boars, the very type Chin-Yi often hunted, though these boars unexpectedly appeared in a pack here. The saying 1 boar, 2 tigers, 3 wolves sometimes holds true. Just like the current battle between the flame lions and earth boars, despite the lions possessing superior attributes, their levels were low, and their numbers were few. The earth hogs were all at least level 10 or above, with their leader reaching level 25, stats comparable to gold-tier creatures. Under their leader's command, the earth hogs charged recklessly in their metal-plated armor. They moved like shock cavalry, invincible wherever they struck, and the flame lion's fire couldn't halt their advance unless sustained over time. The flame lion dodged while counterattacking, attempting to wear them down with bursts of scorching heat. But even constant dodging has its limits, and the silver-ranked earthboar leader seized the opportunity to slam one of the flame lions, severely injuring it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! This can't go on like this. Niao Dajuan watched with a heart burning like fire as the flame lions gradually fell into disadvantage. If the flame lions fell, he would be next to die. In desperation, he quickly opened the general channel to call for help. But the moment he opened it, all sorts of distress messages flooded in. Help! I've got 10 skeleton soldiers here, the kind that can use magic. Is there any big shot who can help me survive this or has strength to spare? My coordinates are emergency, SOS. My coordinates are 25, 37 and 79. Facing 5 high-level stone-armored bears here. My own silver-tier troops are only level 5. Anyone got humanoid weapons? Cleavers, spears, shields, whatever, I'll pay 1 energy stone each for them. Damn, isn't this bullying slimes? There are 30 goblins right in front of me. Can't beat them, just can't. Anyone got a decent weapon? Preferably something like a machete. I'll pay 20 energy stones for it. Niao Dajuan was startled by the flood of exclamation marks popping up the moment he opened the channel. He instinctively gulped, unsure how to respond. Right now, there wasn't a single leisurely lord in the entire chat channel. It seemed none of their pre-prepared items had proven effective. Everyone was scrambling to buy weapons last minute. He even saw someone slaughtering mounts of their own troops to exchange for equipment of armed units. Has this world gone mad? Then what should I do? Niao Dajuan's forehead was drenched in sweat, his tongue desperately absorbing moisture from the air to moisten his parched lips. This scene of so many lords panicking simultaneously left him utterly perplexed. During the previous novice trials, some were happy while others were saddened, and certain lords even managed to overcome the crisis solely by relying on their troop types. Even if he was one of the latter, now, not a single lord stepped forward to claim that this crisis was trivial. Not even the sacred tier lords had spare time to mock the situation. Then what about me? I'm only gold tier. Gold tier, gold, oh, I've got it. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something. The Golden Alliance, I want to join, I'll pay the membership fee, I'll pay, save me. Chapter 23, The Golden Alliance, Votes Needed. On the high slope, Shihongi let out a long sigh of relief as she gazed at the field of blackened bones. Finally it's over. To think it was an attack by a bunch of primitives. Thankfully, my hell skeletons are immune to most physical damage. She still shuddered at the memory of the recent battle. Her upgraded team of 10 hell skeletons had fought against 30 primitives. These so-called ancients appeared to be a group of humans exiled to these mountains long ago. Due to prolonged isolation from the world, their intelligence continued to deteriorate, and their biological functions underwent reverse changes through generations. They became more like ape men, with elongated and robust arms, adept at climbing trees and moving swiftly. Yet, having once been human, their intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary beasts, enabling them to craft simple weapons like wooden spears. One could say they were half-evolved beastmen, possessing a demi-human's formidable physique combined with human tactical wisdom, making them formidable adversaries. Fortunately, she emerged victorious. Although the opponent wielded wooden spears and their levels were generally around 15, her hell skeletons were naturally equipped with refined iron cleavers and were a gold tier unit. Thus, in their clash, she barely managed to gain the upper hand. This narrow victory came at a cost. She had lost half her forces just to eliminate the enemy. Facing 30 level 15 primitives, only 5 of her 10 hell skeletons remained. Suddenly, the chat message box kept blinking. This was yet another product of her crazy plan. Chen Mo, Alliance Leader, have you survived the crisis? Shihoni replied, just wiped out all enemies. What about you? Chen Mo let out a long sigh. As expected of you, you actually wiped out all the enemies. I barely managed to repel the invading direwolves. Shihoni said, let's get to the point. You didn't come to me just for this, did you? Chen Mo hastily replied, Alliance Leader, there are many matters at hand. First, based on reports from Alliance members, I've concluded that the attacks were determined by the strength of the troops. As a result, many of our gold tier members perished, including even our Soul King tier lord. However, due to their large numbers, quite a few bronze and silver tier lords survived. The current number of Alliance members has dropped from 130 to 70. Chen Mo continuously updated Chihongi regarding news about the Golden Alliance, while Chihongi listened quietly, calmly analyzing the situation. A moment later, almost the instant Chen Mo finished delivering his report, Chihongi said, "Recruit new members." What? Chen Mo almost thought he had misheard. In the current situation, with the rest of their family members still in danger, and the victorious lord barely having enough forces to support their own. Under these circumstances, they actually want to continue expanding their forces? Chihongi explained, first, our members are too widely scattered, it's impossible to provide full support. Only by expanding recruitment and gaining more people can there be hope for unity. Second, many people are desperate enough to try anything. Don't you think this is a perfect opportunity to make money? Chihongi laughed. She didn't consider herself as profiting from others' misfortune. Leading troops for reinforcements carried life-risking dangers, as she could never predict what might happen during the journey. Perhaps passing through the territory of some powerful beast could get her instantly killed. Once payment was received and they became alliance members, she would dispatch rescue. But whether they could survive until help arrived wasn't her concern. She wasn't a merchant, but she certainly knew how to make money, otherwise, she wouldn't have managed to rally numerous investments through a gold alliance in just 2 short days, summoning 7 skeletal warriors from hell for herself. Otherwise, with her original 3 hell skeletons, she would likely meet the same fate as that lord rank overlord. Chen Mo objected slightly, alliance leader, although many are petitioning to join now, most are weaker lords. If we admit them and fail to save them, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of our Golden Alliance? Chihongi sent a blank space without saying a word. A few seconds later, Chen Mo also snapped out of it. Indeed, lords who couldn't hold out had long turned to dust. How could there be any possibility of a Black Gold Alliance coming back from the dead? That's impossible. In other words, recruiting members on a large scale now wouldn't just rake in a fortune, but also boost the organization's chances of rescuing Alliance members? In this way, the rescued Alliance members would gratefully assist him in saving more lords, creating a virtuous cycle. Moreover, it would greatly enhance the reputation of the Golden Alliance, allowing it to stand out among the numerous factions. And those unfortunate souls who couldn't be saved in time, or simply didn't have any Golden Alliance members nearby, would completely vanish after the crisis. I'll do it right away. Chen Mo instantly understood Chihongi's plan and felt he'd backed the right person. He never considered himself to have the vision or talent to conquer the world, but he possessed the ambition to dominate and absolute executional ability. In other words, he wasn't a good general, but he was absolutely a peerless sword that conquered all in its path. Wait, Chen Mo was just about to go save the alliance members when Chihongi called him to stop. Chihongi glanced at the scattering of black broken bones not far away and said, "If I remember correctly, your troops are humanoid units, aren't they?" Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment. Yes, gold tier, tiger elite warriors. Chihongi picked up the steel cleaver she was assembling for her skeletal soldiers and typed, "Many of my skeletons were shattered. It'll take nearly a full day to reassemble them. Here are some weapons, take them if you need them." Chen Mo fell silent for a while. He had lied. In truth, his troops were a special type aberrant king tier, though of the defective variant. The complete tiger warrior elite troops are formidable beings with attributes as high as 50 and come with their own weapons, but his unit's attributes are only 40 and lack weapons. It's like a fierce tiger with sharp claws but missing its fangs. He had once considered acquiring weapons for his troops, but weapons were too extravagant in the early stages. Almost no lord was willing to sell the weapons that came with their own troops. Lending weapons to a stranger at such a time, how much trust must the other party have in you? Chihongi seemed thoughtful and said, "Take it with confidence, it's not a gift for you. You'll need to return it." After a moment's consideration, she added, "Arm yourselves and exterminate the alpha wolves completely. Don't leave any lingering threats." Chen Mo turned to glance at the 3 elite warriors behind him. Earlier, they had repelled 20 alpha wolves barehanded, now they were armed. He replied, "Understood." Then, with a flash of light, 3 gleaming steel cleavers appeared in Chen Mo's hands. He knew this was Chihongi's way of winning him over, and truth be told, he was falling for it hook, line, and sinker. A leader who provides tangible assistance during genuine crises is far more worthy of loyalty than those who peddle empty promises and hollow boasts. Meanwhile, a sacred tier radiance descended upon the territory. The angel, symbolizing purity, stood loftily in the air, its wings continuously fluttering as white feathers snowed down upon the mortal world. Cleanse sin with the holy sword. Those who dare violate the Lord's apostle shall perish. Chapter 24. To whom shall I give it? The simp or the god tier crush? Evil has been purged, the enemies eradicated. Holy apostle, I must now enter my slumber. The handsome angel came to the side of the white spring, crossed his arms over his chest, and gradually turned into a stone statue. Michelle clasped her hands in prayer. Thank you for your divine protection, O Lord, and for guiding me through this crisis with your radiance. If the chance of obtaining a silver tier unit is 1% and a gold tier unit is 1 in 1,000, then the odds of acquiring king tier and saint tier units drop to 1 in 10,000. As for demigod tier units, they are beyond the reach of mere luck. Such blessings can only come through divine grace and protection. And she, Leah Michelle, was the one blessed by the divine. Before crossing over, she was an apostle of God, and after crossing over, she remained an apostle of God. This was proof that divine protection was upon her. Though heavily restricted, sub-god tier units were undeniably the most powerful of all. 50 rampaging dark insects stood no chance against a casual strike from the angels under divine command. Devoutly praise the gods, may your light continue to shelter us through hardships. Thank you, my gods. Michelle nearly clasped her hands together, ceaselessly offering prayers of gratitude in her heart for the gods' blessings. This was the price of using her own troop type. Though demigod troops were formidable, they came with numerous restrictions. Not only were the summoning conditions stringent, requiring devout prayers every time they were deployed, but even after battles concluded, they had to express gratitude. Yet she reveled in these rituals. After all, the light god was her faith. The more powerful the unit, the greater the restrictions. Demigod tier units came with layers upon layers of constraints, and even the saint tier units, second only to demigods, had their own limitations. At this moment, Moyade was racing across the landscape at tremendous speed astride her saint tier mount, the Tundra Drake. No way! Although I am a saint tier unit, this is taking it too far. The Snow Drake is just a child. Atlantis will came surging forth, brimming with confidence, until the moment he saw his opponent's true form, and instantly recoiled. A 40-meter-long frost serpent trailed behind him. Frost Serpent, quality, King grade, attributes, 60, level, LV 10, skills, Frost Breath, absolute 0. Note, look, what a huge spicy strip. The other party's basic information flashed through Moyad's mind, and he instinctively glanced at his snow-covered wyvern. Snowland Dragon, quality, Sacred Tier, attribute, 50, childhood, reaches 105 in adulthood, level, LV 5, can increase level by killing creatures, loyalty, 97. Skills, Frost Breath, Meteor Strike, Earth Split. Note, having perfectly inherited the genes of the Earth Rock Dragon and the Frost Dragon, with divine tier quality, undoubtedly, you are a born ruler. Ruler my foot, Moyade angrily retorted. It was true that he possessed divine tier status, but divine tier creatures take exceptionally long to mature. My Arctic Drake is still a child, and you're deploying Uncle Child here. Isn't that going too far? Roar! The Frost Python let out a roar, and the Snow Drake ran even faster. Wyatt patted his Snow Drake beneath him with some reluctance and said, the attribute difference is less than 10. Should we give it a try? Roar! The Snow Drake shook its head vigorously. Your unit's faith in you has declined. Current loyalty, 95. Damn it! Run for your life. Maya dared not force her unit any further and had no choice but to flee in disarray alongside it. Forget it, if I'm struggling this much, probably even fewer other lords can pass. Maya had no idea that this attack was distributed based on strength, and he couldn't help but silently pray for the other lords. The other lords, especially the bronze lords who had been anxiously worrying about their own situations earlier, were faring considerably better compared to those above the gold tier. In a corner, a group of enormous slimes was locked in fierce combat with a horde of goblins. 30 goblins versus 50 slimes. Though the slimes held a numerical advantage, they could only endure the blows passively, much like the silent nut walls in a certain game, being knotted by zombies while buying their overlord more time to slaughter these goblins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The goblins poked at the slime with their bone knives, clearly entertained, although most of the damage they inflicted could be instantly healed by the creature. But each stab caused the slime to lose a significant amount of mucus, and once its reserves were depleted, it would lose its ability to regenerate. The slime's counterattack was nothing more than blunt collisions, though its extremely soft physique meant these impacts couldn't deal much damage. As ridiculous as the combat seemed, there was no denying that this was the kind of fighting most lords were engaged in at this very moment. The summoning conditions for bronze lords are relatively lenient, hence their battles not only feature large numbers on both sides but also fierce back-and-forth engagements. The chaotic melee of over 808 goblins and slimes was exceptionally spectacular. However, this number continues to dwindle rapidly during combat. Not only are slimes dying fast, but goblins are perishing too. The tide of battle turns unfavorable as the Slime Lord himself has now entered the fray. At the heart of the battlefield stood a brawny, muscular man stripped to the waist, wielding a rough wooden hammer bought from a merchant in his left hand and a goblin's bone knife in his right. Under the slime's sacrificial protection, he weaved through the goblin ranks, hunting and slaughtering without pause. Kill, kill, kill. Die, 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 die. Quack, quack. A few goblins got hunted down, while the rest of those dumb goblins kept poking at the slimes. A comrade died? That's the comrade's problem. What's it got to do with me? Ha, my turn now? My turn? Ha, finally get to see that protected human, dies. The bone blade fell, severing the goblin's head from its body. Lei Chi gasped for breath like an ox, gulping down air. Luckily, these goblins don't know the meaning of teamwork. Though the goblins fought individually, held back by the slimes, giving him the chance to pick them off one by one he was just one man, with limited stamina. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to kill until his hands grew weak. Lei Chi discarded the broken bone knife and picked up the new weapon dropped by the goblin from the ground. Morningstar, damn it! Although the weapon didn't feel right, he had no choice but to continue fighting. If he failed to kill all the goblins before the slimes died, he would face being surrounded by over a dozen or even more goblins. At that point, there would be no such thing as teamwork anymore. After all, he was their only target. Damn it! Had I known, I wouldn't have slacked off. Even setting up a few fences could have blocked these three-headed creatures. Lei Chi deeply regretted it. To be honest, he had been wallowing in self-abandonment these past few days. Compared to those big shots with powerful troops, he didn't think he could survive the crisis, so he had spent all his resources on daily comforts. But when the crisis actually arrived, he realized he truly didn't want to die, especially not at the hands of goblins. Among the 100,000 warriors, a few were like Kihanji, while most resembled the deceased king-tier lord who perished from their own arrogance. And even more were bronze and silver lords like Lei Chi. When they realized defeating their opponent wasn't hopeless, they eagerly fought for survival once more. Of course, there was always the type of lord who refused to exert effort, instinctively relying on others, such as Su Qingyu. At this moment, she was hesitating whether to ask the simp for help or Qingyi. I'm just a delicate girl, these violent matters should be left to men. But, whom should I entrust this to? The simp, or the dreamy guy? Chapter 25, Awaiting the Outcome. Brother Chenai, there are so many water snakes here, can you come save me? I'm really close to you, my coordinates are XXXX. Damn, is this woman out of her mind? I haven't even conquered my own tribe yet. Chenyi glanced at the message, cursed under his breath, but didn't reply. Dealing with just one Tauren tribe was already giving him a massive headache. How could he possibly help someone else take down another powerful tribe? On the other side of the battlefield, unlike the other lords who focused on defense, Chenyi had taken the initiative to attack and had already surrounded the entire Tauren tribe. Among the three tents, one was presumably that of the Tauren chieftain who had led the attack on his territory, leaving only two silver-ranked leaders remaining. Though the danger had lessened, Chenyi still refrained from issuing a direct assault. Instead, he had the goblins engage in a war of attrition. With one of their squads gone missing, the Tauren would inevitably venture out to search, and that was when he would ambush and eliminate them. The plan was simple, and it succeeded. After one skirmish, the Tauren tribe's combat force dwindled sharply from 60 to 40. But this also alerted the Minotaurs to the danger, making them reluctant to venture out casually and prompting them to search for the goblins' locations. Damn it, this means we'll have to storm their place directly. But if we charge in, Chenyi worried about potential losses among his goblins. A direct assault could inflict heavy casualties, yet without it, there would be no way to completely eliminate the enemy. Suddenly, as Chenyi wrestled with this dilemma, he glimpsed the situation inside the Minotaur camp through the eyes of a goblin perched in a tree. A group of voluptuous, attractive cows entered a large tent under the protection of Minotaurs. The Minotaurs sensed danger, so they gathered their tribal cow women together for protection. Old Minotaurs are rarely seen in orc tribes because those who can no longer keep up in strength and ability perish during hunts. Children are also uncommon in orc tribes, as their young typically require only a few months to grow battle-ready and join the fray. This is precisely why orcs are so formidable. One could say nearly their entire population consists of warriors, with many tribes even having female orcs excel in combat. However, the Tauren tribes don't seem to follow this pattern. Female Taurens appear more bovine in their development, their combat prowess negligible, with all evolutionary traits geared toward optimal offspring reproduction. Chenyi slapped his thigh in realization, exactly. With the opposing female orcs as reinforcements, why should I fear any depletion? The intense battle had made him forget that all his goblins were obtained for free, without spending a single coin. After each fight, his troops would replenish within 2 days. What was there to fear then? Attack! With this realization, Chenyi immediately commanded the goblins to charge. The long-awaited goblins, ravenous with anticipation, swiftly advanced toward the Minotaur tribe, while horned goblins launched poisonous fireballs in a preemptive strike along the way. Dozens of goblins dragged shields and cleavers as they charged forward menacingly under the cover of the fireballs. The cleavers and shields, nearly scraping the ground due to being roughly the same height as the goblins themselves, appeared comical yet were in fact deadly weapons. These were no ordinary wild goblins that might curiously wonder about an attacker's strength after being stabbed, but rather dark goblins hailing from the abyss. They are cunning, they are despicable, they are strong, and they understand teamwork. The two sides clashed with weapons drawn, the clang of metal, the roar of battle turning the battlefield into chaos in an instant. The goblins numbered a full 100, while the minotaurs currently had 60, 20 of whom were female minotaurs without combat abilities. This meant their actual fighting force was only 40, and even among these 40, some had to guard the female minotaurs' tents. The stakes became instantly clear. Moo! With a resounding bovine roar, a colossal minotaur wielding a spiked club came charging through like an unstoppable tank, sending nearby goblins flying with single devastating blows. The goblins scattered in panic, but soon armored orc-goblin hybrids clad in iron plates stepped forward to intercept the assault. Bang! The pig-faced goblin was also sent flying by a spiked club, which boosted the morale of this mini-boss. With another battle cry, he continued his assault. At that moment, a burly minotaur wearing a tattered cloth headband and wielding a 2-meter-long cleaver emerged. His towering figure reached 4 meters tall, his massive frame equivalent to 5 or 6 goblins combined. Stomp! Boom! A deafening thunderclap rolled as the earth split open, tearing several crevices that trapped and buried dozens of densely packed goblins who couldn't escape in time. Same skill again, so overpowered. Seeing Stomp unleashed once more, Chen Ye's resolve hardened instantly. This instant kill skill, I must claim it for myself. Without Chen Ye's orders, the goblins had already begun tactical deployment, no longer clustering but spreading out in formation. Capitalizing on their numerical advantage, they simultaneously held off the ordinary minotaurs while concentrating their attacks on the 2 silver-ranked bosses. Though the 2 minotaurs were formidable, under the relentless assault of the porcine goblins who feared no death, their stamina was gradually worn down. At first, the 2 massive minotaurs dismissed these strange-looking, hideous goblins as insignificant. But slowly they realized the goblins seemed endless, even multiplying with every strike. They were starting to feel overwhelmed. The minotaurs sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The nearby goblins threw themselves forward recklessly. Even if they were decapitated by a blade or smashed into pulpy biscuits by spike maces, they would still bite or slash at their foes. Shen Yi watched everything unfold from behind the scenes. Under his orchestration, the goblins, fearless of death, quickly restrained the 2 massive minotaurs at the cost of over 20 goblin lives. 2 minotaurs, one with overall attributes around 50, while the other reached 55, significantly stronger than the one sent out hunting. That makes sense after all, the strongest forces are always kept in reserve. Fortunately, after annihilating the Black Goat clan, raiding the castle, and numerous ambush incidents earlier, the goblins' levels have risen considerably alongside. Most of the goblins now hover around the threshold of levels 8 to 10. Shen Yi analyzed coolly. The werewolf goblins themselves had a base attribute of 35, but now with their level increase, most have reached 37 to 38 attribute points, with a select few breaking through the 40-mark barrier. As for the horned goblins, who already boasted impressive attributes of 37, they collectively surpassed the 40-mark threshold after the last battle. This single unit alone is equivalent to 18 newly born Golden Tier troops. Thus, although the Minotaur chieftain is formidable, he isn't invincible. It's merely a question of how much we're willing to expend to bring him down. Their powerful skills could slay numerous goblins, yet this slaughter didn't come without cost. The price was being slashed by blades, bitten by fangs, and struck by venomous fireballs. Various toxins had begun their slow invasion. Under the concentrated assault of goblins, the 2 silver minotaurs had already met their demise. It was merely a matter of time now. You lost a werewolf goblin. You killed a minotaur. You have killed. Prompt messages kept coming in, and the scales of victory were undoubtedly tipping in Shenya's favor. Suddenly, the screen was interrupted. It turned out Shenya's mental energy had been completely drained, no longer able to sustain the activation of the remote control and vision sharing skill. But it didn't matter anymore. The fate of the Minotaur tribe was already sealed, and this outcome was nearly irreversible. He just needed to wait quietly for the results. Chapter 26, Annihilation of the Minotaur Tribe. Ding! Congratulations to the Pigman Goblin for slaying the Minotaur leader. Ding! Congratulations to the Werewolf Goblin for slaying the Minotaur chieftain. You have slain the Minotaur leader and obtained the bronze weapon, Spiked Club. You have slain the Minotaur chieftain. You obtained Energy Stone plus 300. You have slain the Tauren chieftain and obtained a bronze weapon, the Crimson Fong Cleaver. You have slain the Tauren chieftain. You obtained Energy Stone plus 400. Ding! Your horned goblin has leveled up to current level 11. Ding! Your werewolf goblin has leveled up. Ding! Your pigman goblin has leveled up. Ding! Your dark goblin. The enchanting sounds continued to chime, and Shen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Let me see what this bronze weapon is all about. Any rewards from slain troops, so long as they were acknowledged by the system, would automatically appear in Shenya's personal inventory. With a mere flick of his hand, an enormous spiked club materialized before him. Thud! The spiked club was 1.6 meters long and extremely heavy. Shen Yi accidentally lost his grip, causing it to crash into the ground and leave a deep pit. Holy crap! This thing must weigh at least 50 pounds? Shen Yi marveled at the weight of the spiked club, then examined the massive weapon in his hand. The entire thing gleamed white, with a slightly cool texture as if made from some sort of bone, yet it also carried a metallic sheen. Bronze spiked club, strength +5, armor piercing +3, weight +50. Note: step right up, take a look. Top quality wolftooth clubs, bronze quality, 5 gold apiece, cheating old and young alike. It can actually boost attributes? Chunyi was astonished by the weapon's hidden capability. It actually enhanced attributes, and by no small margin. 5 strength, 3 armor penetration. Personal attributes were something a lord gained 5 points of with every level up, far surpassing what his troops could obtain. But the lord's leveling up was equally challenging. His goblins required around 1,000 experience points to advance from levels 5 to 6, while he himself needed 3,000 experience just to progress from LV1 to LV2. This was precisely why he chose to sell the black goat boss meat that could boost his own experience, because each unit of black goat meat only increased his XP by 100. Eating all of it would barely give him 400 experience points, far from enough. Trading it for resources was simply the better option. But now, this weapon could actually increase both strength and armor penetration by a staggering total of 8 points combined, equivalent to the lord advancing by 1.5 levels or his troops by 8 entire levels. Percent. It's a divine weapon, an absolutely godly artifact in the early stages. Chunyi suddenly understood why his orc goblin had been sent flying in one strike despite being armored previously. When attacking him, even the Minotaur chieftain's orc goblins could withstand a single blow. Ah, what a shame, I can't use it. Chunyi had barely excitedly reached out to swing it when he realized he couldn't even lift it properly. This thing weighed a solid 50 pounds. Damn it, this weapon is pretty much useless? Chunyi was delighted by the additional attributes, but feeling its weight, he cursed his luck. 50 gene, what kind of warrior's weapon weighs 50 gene? The difference between merely lifting 50 gene and freely wielding it was simply 2 different leagues altogether. A trained person might easily lift a 50-pound weapon, but they certainly couldn't wield it freely. Only a Minotaur could possibly swing something like this? Chunyi opened the attribute panel for the second bronze weapon, the Crimson Fong Blade. Bronze, Crimson Fong Blade, strength +5, speed +1, armor penetration +3, weight +50. Note: a real man should wield heavy weapons. Body refinement is the romance of masculinity. I'll refine your damn body with a hammer. Chunyi angrily threw the nearly 2-meter-long Crimson Fong Blade to the ground, absolutely not because it was too heavy to wield, but purely out of fury. Without a doubt, this was yet another thing he couldn't use. His attribute points were all allocated towards speed and psychic abilities, as he had already charted his future path. That path was to become a man who manipulates everything from behind the scenes. He didn't need overwhelming offensive power, just enough to protect himself and formidable psychic abilities to monitor any battlefield. A truly exceptional lord knows how to command troops, not just train himself to become one. How could his grand plan possibly be altered by 1 or 2 insignificant weapons? I won't change it, absolutely not. Chunyi suppressed the ache in his heart and stored these 2 items in his inventory. He decided to wait and see. The goblins would be returning soon. When the goblins returned from their raid, there might be unexpected gains. Perhaps some chieftain's hidden stash or leftover loot from humans could be useful to him. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first lord to completely annihilate an enemy tribe. You have unlocked the Fame panel. Congratulations on becoming the first lord to unlock the Fame value system. You have received a random grand prize pack. Fame value system? Random grand prize pack? Shenye's listless spirit was reinvigorated. It seemed he had inadvertently achieved another first. Your strength has earned the recognition of outsiders. Your power has gained the acknowledgement of the Thousand Shades Forest. You have become a budding lord. This thing has its pros and cons. Chunyi roughly understood the so-called fame value system. Reputation is divided into budding prominence, minor fame, considerable prestige, far-renowned, regional overlord, kingly demeanor, imperial aura. Reputation is equivalent to influence within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The higher the reputation, the more likely it is to attract the attention of local forces. Once reputation reaches a certain level, local factions will begin to pledge allegiance. It's like getting military units and troops for free. These are the benefits of reputation points, but they also have their downsides. The higher your reputation, the more likely you are to attract the Empire's attention, and once it reaches a certain level, it can even provoke the Empire's crusade against you. There are both pros and cons, but it seems the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. The closest empire to him was the Titan Empire, a vast and formidable power with countless experts. While it could certainly keep an eye on the Thousand Shadows Forest, there was no way it would notice someone like him deep within its depths. Among the countless tribes of just over 100 people scattered throughout the Thousand Shadows Forest, his was but a drop in the ocean. Only if his tribe grew to tens of thousands, achieving the reputation of a regional overlord or possessing the aura of a true king, Might it finally capture the Empire's attention? Well, there's no need to worry about that for now. Shen Yi pushed thoughts of reputation aside and picked up his other reward. Random loot box. A weapon, please let it be a weapon. He kept praying fervently, even doing a shamanic dance in his mind. Ever since losing his protective shield, he'd felt utterly vulnerable and desperately needed something to restore his sense of security. The prayer complete, Shen Yi clicked to open. Ding! Congratulations on opening the random gift pack. Chapter 27, The Girly Style Iron Hammer. Ding! Congratulations on opening the random gift pack. You have obtained a bronze tier weapon, Refined Steel Hammer X1. Bronze, Steel Hammer, Strength +7, Speed -5, Armor Penetration +1, Weight +30. Note, what kind of trash hammer is this? So light, must be for chicks. Here's a bow for you. The sky darkened, the breeze grew erratic, but not only the breeze was unsettled. What the hell, this is for women. Which lass could wield a 30-pound iron hammer? They actually gave it a bow tie? Shen Yi stared at the exquisite iron hammer in his hand, weighing a full 30 pounds, which he could barely lift with one hand. The hammer was quite beautiful, its entire body displaying a silvery metallic hue. Both sides of the hammerhead were broad and sturdy, while the handle and body were adorned with intricate and elegant patterns, and a butterfly tied with a pink silk ribbon. Damn it, not a single one I can use. Sell them all. Shen Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. Of the 3 bronze weapons, not one was usable for him. In that case, he might as well sell them all, exchanging them for resources or more suitable weapons. Everyone's mission is to annihilate the enemy completely. Even if some lower-tier lords can't accomplish it, the higher-tier lords should be able to. I wiped out a tribe and obtained 2 bronze weapons, so if others eliminate hostile tribes, they should get at least 1 bronze weapon too, right? Shen Yi thought this way, unaware that the so-called complete annihilation didn't mean eradicating the entire opposing tribe, but rather wiping out all attacking enemies. Because if they weren't completely eliminated, it would definitely bring subsequent consequences, like escapees exposing the territory's location and later returning with reinforcements to attack the Lord. As for Shen Yi, he had effortlessly annihilated the enemy without even realizing it. Forget reinforcements. At this point, not even a single tent might remain in the entire Tauren tribe. Whenever he shared the goblin's vision, he could clearly sense that aside from their interest in the female Tauren, what fascinated them most were the Tauren tribe's tents. To their eyes, those were beautiful houses. But just now, the system prompt mentioned I was the first lord to completely wipe out an enemy tribe. That means many lords are still in the process. Soon enough, they should also achieve total extermination. Shen Yi thought for a moment and decided to wait a while before selling his weapons. After all, it would be better to wait until other lords had also completed their extermination missions so he could pick the weapons that suited him best. Meanwhile, the other lords. That was really dangerous. If my land-biting shark weren't immune to the blizzard effects and hadn't reached adulthood, I probably would have died. Li Xiang surveyed the chaotic aftermath. He had been attacked by a horde of earth spirits, though only bronze-ranked. They were numerous and high-level, led by an earth spirit captain with an attribute score of 40. Thank goodness, his sawtooth shark was of royal tier quality, and once it reached adulthood, its attributes soared as high as 51. Wang Jie's troops took roughly 7 days to mature, and since his landsharks loved to dig, he spent nearly the entire week inside the caves, avoiding the blizzards most of the time. I successfully raised the land-biting shark to adulthood, although constant mining brought in almost no income, leaving me struggling these days. Yet this endurance bore fruit, for he at least managed to survive the crisis in Atlan. Despite sustaining severe injuries himself, he annihilated all invading enemies, 30 cave imps and 1 cave imp chieftain. How dangerous. I wonder if my goddess managed to survive this crisis safely. From what I've gathered in the general chat group, this attack seemed to target based on strength. Apparently lords above gold tier suffered heavier casualties. At this thought, Li Xing couldn't help but worry about the goddess he had conquered. The opponent is also a gold tier unit. I wonder if we can make it through successfully. Ding ding ding. The chat window was flashing frantically. When Li Xiang opened it, it was actually his goddess? Li Xiang, have you dealt with the crisis over there? I have too many snakes, my troops are no match. Can you help me? The goddess is begging me. She likes me. Li Xiang's eyebrows danced upwards repeatedly, utterly convinced. He was certain the goddess must like him, otherwise, why would she message him and not anyone else? At such a critical moment, the first person she thought to turn to for help was actually me. That fully reflects her trust in me. She trusts me. I am the light in her life. I'm coming, goddess. Li Xiang replied swiftly, I just overcame a crisis myself. Qingyu, where are you? I'll come to your aid. When Su Qingyu saw that mining simp actually calling her by her first name, she couldn't help feeling slightly revolted. But for the sake of her own survival, she still had to ask him for help. She sent over the coordinates, then continued hiding inside the mouth of her swamp monarch crocodile, lurking beneath the muddy waters. My Chenyigij wouldn't have let this simp take advantage if he weren't too busy to reply to my messages. Over the past few days, their intermittent conversations along with her frequent photo sharing had already acclimated Suchingyu to calling him Chenyigij so naturally. I heard that the stronger you are during this crisis, the fiercer the attacks you face. I wonder what kind of enemies Chenyigij is dealing with. He must be too busy with this to reply to my messages? Suchingyu sighed with both admiration and worry, immediately sending another message to Chen Yi. Yet again, it sank like a stone into the sea. This deepened Su Qingyu's concern. After all, Chen Yi's military specialty involved powerful creatures at the saint tier or demigod level, whether dragons or other formidable beings. If that's the case, brother Chen Yi must be in serious danger. Su Qingyu frowned slightly, her willow-like brows knitting together as she pondered. Maybe after that simp saves me, I'll have him rescue brother Chen Yi too. Yes, let's do it this way. Goblin territory. Chen Yi helplessly closed the flickering chat window. Why is this woman so annoying, constantly messaging me? Doesn't she have her own crisis to deal with? Is wiping out an entire tribe really that easy for her? Chen Yi felt slightly exasperated. If not for her calling him big brother so affectionately every day and occasionally sending pretty photos that lifted his mood, he probably wouldn't have bothered responding to her at all. Speaking of lifting one's spirits, perhaps it's time to deal with that 36D issue I've been putting off. He glanced toward the 3 human adventurers beyond the partition not far away. How should I handle these indigenous humans to maximize the benefits? Sell them? Set them free? Or perhaps keep them as slaves? None of these seem quite appropriate. Chen Yi paced slowly toward the other person as he contemplated. P.S. Votes needed, votes welcomed. Chapter 28. It's not that I need you, but that you need me. Goblins have rather eccentric living habits. Some enjoy burying themselves in the soil, while others prefer lying on the ground to bask in moonlight. As a result, Chenya's territory is pockmarked with holes. Apart from the small wooden cabin, there's hardly any flat ground suitable for standing. Chenyi opened the partition separating the cabin from the goblin living area and stood before the trio. The uneven ground naturally divided the 3 into 2 groups. The 2 male adventurers huddled together, while the 36D woman stood apart alone. I didn't have time to observe carefully earlier, but now it seems these 3 individuals might have unusual backgrounds, especially that 36D woman. She was calmly looking at me with complete composure. Salavirsha sized up Chen Yi, while Chen Yi likewise examined her. Dressed in flowing red and white robes, she appeared to be a mage, yet carried an indescribable aura about her, an aura that made her seem extraordinarily noble. Indeed, this was nobility. Even while being held captive, she remained dignified instead of panicking, exuding elegance. She was calmly sizing up Chen Yi. In contrast, the 2 other male adventurers at the sight of his arrival couldn't help but step backward. Though standing in the front row, he instinctively stepped back upon seeing the enemy. While he didn't know the adventurers' ranks, he guessed their levels would remain unchanged for the rest of their lives. You're no ordinary adventurer. Who are you? Chen Yi lifted Sha's rounded chin with his index finger, asking with playful interest. Sha refused to be outdone, proudly displaying her snow-white neck like a queen bestowing favor upon a commoner. She said, "Who I am isn't important, but what matters is I can help you." Help me? Chen Yi was startled by her initiative. His interest piqued. He retorted, "What exactly can you help me with?" Sha declared haughtily, "You should know about the Saraville family, right?" Chen Yi shook his head. Sha's cold eyes stared intently. Though she was the one bound with her chin held captive, she inexplicably assumed the imperious demeanor of a queen. She said sternly, "You don't believe me?" Chen Yi smiled and said, "I don't know anything about the Saraville family." Sha frowned tightly for a moment, then seemed to relax again. It was normal that someone who had just been summoned to this country when it was seemingly taken over by the Titan Empire wouldn't know about her Saraville family. Sha explained, the Saraville family is one of the 2 largest merchant houses of the Titan Empire, controlling 1/3 of the empire's economic lifelines. So I can accomplish anything you desire in your heart, including returning you to your original world. As summoned heroes, you actually only need a single reverse grand tier magic spell to be sent back. Of course, the prerequisite is that you possess the magic scroll used for your own summoning, and that you offer no resistance. Sha continued, "I know what summoned heroes like you desire most is to return to your original world. Now, submit to me. Serve me for just 3 years, and I can help you return to your original world." Confidently, Sha waited for the other's reply. She was certain she had them in her grasp. Yet, the very next moment, she was overwhelmed by an indescribable panic. For the fallen creator did not ponder his own proposal, but instead reached out to caress his own face repeatedly, as if admiring some rare treasure. Sha's expression darkened. The worst outcome she had anticipated had come to pass. This fallen creator seemed to have adapted to the other world without any strong desire to return. In that case, she might be in grave danger. Chen Yi stroked the other's cheek, smooth as jade, tender as an infant's skin, unable to tear himself away from its allure. "To be honest, among all the beautiful women I've ever seen, this one was undoubtedly at the very top. Her exquisitely sculpted facial features, striking figure, and that naturally heroic brow all paired with a tone that carried an air of superiority no matter what she was doing. Like a towering mountain shrouded in mist, she provoked an irresistible urge to conquer her. This woman before me seemed to have mistaken me for someone else, spouting a whole bunch of words I couldn't comprehend, but he also managed to extract the information he needed. The counterpart was from the Saraville family, a commercial heavyweight within the vast empire. This identity worked greatly to his advantage and seemed to provide an opportunity to open channels beyond the forest, allowing him to enter the empire's commercial sector. This had been one of his plans, only now, it seemed things would be accelerated. Of course, the sooner the better with such things. He had no intention of staying in the forest forever, especially since he was in competition with numerous other lords. If he could exchange the resources he obtained from the forest with the empire, he would surpass everyone financially. For instance, if the beasts here were judged by the system, he would most likely receive some flesh, a hide, and maybe a couple of teeth or similar items. But is this truly all there is to a whole beast? If handled by a professional, one would obtain blood, flesh, bones, hide, several teeth, even some sinew and other byproducts. In short, bypassing the empire's commercial intermediaries could double his gains. Shen Yi waved his fingers like a magician, extending them behind the other's neck, and when they reappeared, an energy stone was already in his grasp. He asked, "Do you have this thing?" As the fingers left her face, Sha felt the panic in her heart rapidly settle. She exhaled inwardly with relief and replied, "Yes. Thank goodness, the other party wanted something from her. As long as they had a demand of her, she was confident she could win them over. But how dare this guy stroke my face so brazenly? Once I regain my freedom, I'll make him pay dearly." Sha regained her haughty demeanor and glanced at the energy stone in the fallen creator's hand. "That's an energy stone, something mages often use. You can buy 10 for 1 gold coin. Do you need this?" "I can. Mum." Her words were cut short as Chen Yi pinched her cheeks, rendering her unable to speak. "Who taught you to speak in that tone? Can you change it? I really don't like it." Chen Yi tilted his head slightly. With the boost from his lord template, a faint aura from the abyss began emanating. "Why yes, I can." Her cheeks flushed crimson under the pressure, barely managing to force out a few words. She couldn't tell whether it was the suddenly overwhelming aura radiating from him or his physical roughness that instantly threw her into panic, causing her to lose that imposing majesty she'd always carried. Clearing her throat with slight timidity, she ventured, "I can help you obtain what you desire, provided you swear loyalty to me." Shen Yi sneered, "Swear loyalty to you? Why should I pledge allegiance to you? Your life is in my hands, and your identity requires verification. You needn't doubt my identity." Sha barely had time to refute when Shen Yi covered her mouth. "Even if your identity is genuine, let me take a guess. Why would the heir apparent of the Saraville family, controlling the commercial lifeline of an empire, be captured by a mere squad of orcs?" Shen Yi paused here and glanced meaningfully at Sha. Sure enough, the other person's face had turned deathly pale. In truth, from their demeanor and bearing, he could tell this person was either wealthy or noble. Yet, someone of such status had actually fallen so low as to be captured by orcs. Either you've lost power, been marginalized, or, he mused, your capture by orcs was orchestrated by rivals within your own family. Then what are you going to use to fulfill your promise to me? Shen Yi patted the other person's shoulder lightly and leaned in close to their ear, saying, "It's not that I need you, it's that you need me." Chapter 29. What price are you willing to pay? It's not that I need you, but that you need me. When the supply-demand relationship shifts, the one sitting high and mighty changes from Sarawilesha to Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked down at Saravir's shadow with superiority. "Now it's your turn to prove your worth. Prove your worth. Show me you're worth my investment. Prove it, or die." Chen Yi added with a hint of menace. Sha lowered her head, realizing this man had seen right through her carefully constructed facade of aloofness. Indeed, she is one of the heirs to the Saravir family, but she has truly fallen from power. Or rather, she never had any real support to begin with. Perhaps it's not entirely fitting to say she had no support at all. Under the oppression of her siblings, who had the backing of the clan elders, she wouldn't have survived this long without any support whatsoever. However, the support I've managed to secure feels more like feeding a sheep to the tigers. She had sold herself to His Highness the Second Prince, becoming his fiancé, so in a way, she now had powerful backing. Except the master of this faction hardly cared about her, even using her merely as a stepping stone to infiltrate the Salver family. Yet it was enough to keep her alive, preventing her younger brother and sister's petty schemes from becoming lethal. For her, as long as she was alive, there was hope, and as long as there was hope, she would personally plunge the blade of vengeance into her own father's chest. No, that would be letting him off too easily. What she wanted was control over the Saraville family. She would wield the patriarch's authority to slowly dismember his precious sons and daughters before the old bastard's very eyes. Yet achieving all this would be no simple task. Without any family support, All she could rely on were the Saravir family name and her own wits and hands. She could rely on the Saravir family name, but the Saravir family name was all she could rely on. Just as being captured now, her reason for crossing the Thousand Shadows forest was to attempt opening a safe trade route. If it were any other member of the Saravir family, even a collateral branch descendant, who would need to personally venture out to blaze trails. Connections are a wonderful thing, but unfortunately, she didn't have any. Sha let out a sigh. You're right, I can't prove it. Then, with a hint of self-mockery, she added, alright, kill me then. I must be useless to you now, right? Chunyi stroked his chin. Interesting, don't you want revenge anymore? Saravil Shah answered with a resentful glare. Shenyi was quite pleased with this response. He grabbed her chin again without restraint and said contemptuously, I love that look in your eyes, but it doesn't change the fact that you're trash. Saravil Shah bit her crimson lip, tears welling up. Her carefully constructed aura of nobility shattered instantly in that moment. She had clearly worked so hard, pretending to nobility to elevate her worth, studying family laws to learn she could legally inherit property, and even boldly selling herself off after acquiring some business knowledge, all for one slim chance. Ha ha ha. Her hair flew wildly amid mad laughter. The once beautiful, dignified queen now seemed like a deranged woman from the streets. To think all this effort still left me useless trash in the eyes of the true elites. Yes, she had no support, no connections, squeezed between major factions, she was nothing but trash. But even trash wants to survive. Even trash wants revenge on the one who discarded it. Her eyes burned with hatred. Since her disguise had been seen through, she abandoned all pretense. If looks could kill, Saravil Shah would have slain Chunyi countless times over. Bloodthirsty gaze, insatiable desires, a fallen noble, proper channels and legitimate identity. Chunyi grew increasingly intrigued by the girl before him. If she truly were the heir of a prominent noble family, he would undoubtedly eliminate all three to tie up loose ends. Because given his current influence, he couldn't possibly control the legitimate firstborn heir of a great empire. However, the other party wasn't favored at all. Possessing not even a shred of power, their circumstances were even more destitute than his own as a self-made lord, which meant they were within his sphere of control. At the very least, even if his identity were exposed by them, it wouldn't cause any uproar. The worst that could happen would be a silver-rank adventurer being sent to investigate. This was evident from the fact that they had hired a silver-rank adventurer just to escort them safely through the perilous forest. He gently cupped the other's face and said, "You're trash, but even trash has value, and I can help you." "Help me?" Shah stared at him fiercely with disbelief. Chunyi smiled. "Yes, I can help you." Before Shah could continue questioning, Chunyi spoke again. "How much gold can a giant grey wolf and a wild boar fetch?" Shah was momentarily taken aback but instinctively answered with the requested information. "The giant grey wolf and wild boar themselves aren't worth much, but the pork and wolf pelt sell well. Boar meat can fetch about 5 silver each. As for a wolf pelt, a complete one could sell for 1 gold. These were all part of her preparatory studies for engaging in commerce. The Thousand Shadows forest was teeming with beasts, countless powerful creatures lurked there, and rumors even spoke of frost dragons dwelling in seclusion. As the most basic commercial materials from the forest, wild boars and grey-furred direwolves were details she had committed to memory. Starting from scratch was no easy feat to quickly respond to future merchants' inquiries. She had even drilled these basic sales pitches into her reflexes. But why would the person before her ask about this? Could he really be trying to help me? But wasn't he the lofty hero? Why would he demean himself to associate with someone like me? Chunyi immediately asked with a laugh, "What was it you said about how much energy stones 1 gold coin could exchange for?" Saravil Shah instinctively replied, 10 pieces. Chunyi's smile grew wider as countless plans surged through his mind. He spoke to the woman before him. "If I can help you, what are you willing to sacrifice?" Does he truly intend to help me? Saravil Shah froze momentarily before gritting her teeth and declaring, "I'm willing to sacrifice everything." "Including yourself?" Chunyi asked. Sharuja firmly replied, "Including myself." Chapter 30, The Chess Player and the Empire Where the Sun Never Sets. Gaha ha ha ha, gaha. The goblins returned triumphantly, bringing back, as Chunyi had anticipated, a massive haul of miscellaneous items. Among them were a minotaur's tent, a minotaur's pots and pans, a minotaur's dilapidated fence, a minotaur's woman, and screech. They began decorating and beautifying their territory. Chunyi even spotted the rare floor tiles from the minotaur tribe being laid in front of his cabin. "Your goblins have returned with spoils: grey wolf leather x 10, boar meat x 10 units, lizard man meat x 30 units, peacock bird meat x 10 units." Item by item, the system reported the loot. Chen Yi roughly listened. Most were deemed valuable by the system. But apart from the pelts, he was more interested in other items with special significance. For example, weapons. The system seemingly disdains or even fails to report weapons that don't qualify for grading, yet such items are actually the best means for goblins to strengthen their power in the early stages. 80 bone spears, 70 cleavers, 73 shields, 10 grey fur wolf hides, and 20 female minotaur items. These are what Chen Yi considers the most useful items. Combining what he already possessed, Chen Yi handed over the leather of 15 gray-haired giant wolves and 20 tender bone rabbits to the coughing woman behind him. These are for you. Prove to me your worth extends beyond this. Saravel Shah nodded with discomfort, her voice slightly hoarse as she replied, I promise not to disappoint you, my lord. After last night's discussion, Chen Yi had confirmed that the young maiden before him was exceptionally suitable for his needs. She possessed legal entry status within the empire, held a certain social standing, and most importantly, she was a merchant. If the woman before him could confirm the truth of what she just said, these mere scraps would be worth nearly 20 gold coins. And 20 gold coins, that was equivalent to 200 energy stones. 200 energy stones was no small sum. Combined with the 783 stones he'd obtained from slaying the Minotaur tribe and his miscellaneous items, he was nearly ready to gather the 1,000 energy stones needed to upgrade his territory. As for upgrading the spring, that required aberrant crystals. Those things were outrageously priced. A single aberrant crystal sold for 30 gold coins in the Titan Empire. This was one of Chen Yi's experiments, and also his first step in invading the empire. If successful, he would reap enormous profits from the price difference between the forest and the empire. Of course, before that, he needed to clear the path for Saravel Shah to freely enter and exit the Thousand Shadows forest. Two tribes stood in the way. One was the Minotaur tribe, and the other was the Gnoll tribe. The Minotaur has already been dealt with, and the Gnolls will soon cease to exist as well. Saravel Shah obtained her first batch of trading supplies and left the Thousand Shadows forest under goblin protection. Before departing, she cast a complicated glance back in Chen Yi's direction. She knew she remained merely a chess piece, only the player holding the pieces had changed. Here, she gave more, but she also gained more. At the very least, in the eyes of the chessmaster, her position became far more important. Chen Yi and the second prince were using her, but wasn't she also using them in return? Whether it was the second prince's influence or Chen Yi's strength and potential, as long as she could have her revenge, there was nothing she wouldn't do. On the other side, Shi Hongyi was leading her remaining hell skeletons and the lord she had rescued to put out fires everywhere. In just half a day, the membership of her Golden Alliance had grown from over 70 to more than 230 people. At an entry fee of 2 energy stones per person, she had already earned a full 400 plus energy stones in half a day. This efficiency exhilarated her, driving her to madness. Keeping up this momentum, I should be able to upgrade the level 3 spring in just a few days. Ha! Excellent, first place will definitely be mine this time. Soon she arrived at the territory of a vassal lord. Shi Hongyi commanded the skeletons and other lords behind her, go, crush those giant wolves. The hell skeletons charged straight ahead with their cleavers, while behind them, fire lions, militia, lizardmen, and other units surged forward under their respective lords' orders. Her adventurous decision once again proved to be a triumphant gamble. Now his rescue force had grown from just 5 hellish skeletons to over 40 troops of various types. Under the protection of such a massive army, their rescue journey was significantly safer. And this success attracted even more lords to join the Golden Alliance. And it became even easier when rescuing the remaining lords. The lords they rescued were mostly gold tier and below. At this level, sending 40 troops charging forward would easily settle such attacks. After rescuing another lord from the Gold Alliance, his troops grew from 40 to 43. And she still had 2 more squads just like that. She could hardly imagine how many troop types she could purchase with the franchise fees after surviving this crisis, or whether she would become the first person to upgrade the spring to level 3. After all, her troops had always relied on quality and unique traits to prevail. With sufficient numbers and a high enough spring level, she would be invincible. Just picture this scenario: when the enemy barely breaks through your first line of skeletal defenders to invade the second layer, the fallen skeletons from the first line suddenly revive on the spot. What kind of terrifying spectacle would that be? This is the domineering aspect of her troop type. As long as the fountain's level is high enough, she can infinitely shorten the reassembly time of skeletons. With enough troops, she could conquer the entire alternate world. Shi Hongyi's fighting spirit burned fiercely. She could already envision the Golden Alliance's expansion and herself standing at the pinnacle, casually waving her hand as 100,000 skeleton soldiers knelt before her in unison. Alliance leader, the next one is a distress signal from a king-tier lord located 10 kilometers away from us. The person beside her helped Shi Hongyi sort through the various distress calls from their alliance members. A hint of heroic defiance flashed like a drawn sword in the upward curve of Kihanji's lips and brows. Already, monarch tier experts were beginning to join his alliance, an excellent start indeed. Before this, The only Monarch tier member in his Golden Alliance was someone she'd dragged in just for appearances, and even that one had died. Yet now, even these noble Monarch tier experts had to seek his aid and become members of his alliance. This is just the beginning, but certainly not the end. In the future, her alliance will not only have more King tier members, but even Saint tier ones. The Golden Alliance will become the one and only alliance among all lords. Even the sole supreme ruler, Shi Hongyi's ambitions continue to grow unchecked. Now her alliance's numbers already surpass the combined total of all other alliances. The Warrior Alliance, the Iron River Alliance, and the Blood Oath Alliance, these three alliances formed by Lord tier and even Saint tier leaders, combined barely muster 150 members. Yet she alone commands 230 followers, and this number continues to grow relentlessly. Compared to those high-ranking lords, Shi Hongyi is truly the chosen one by destiny. By the time the crisis fully subsides, members of the Golden Alliance will flourish everywhere. Oh no, that name sounds a bit tacky. Kihanji's smile never faded. I recall there was once a nation called the Empire on which the sun never sets. That's a fine name. Perhaps it's time to change the alliance's name. Chapter 31, The Birth of the Iron-Skinned Goblin. The day after the protective shield disappeared, within the territory, Chen Yi idly played with a bone spear from the Minotaur tribe. He had to admit that this Minotaur tribe certainly had an abundance of weapons, especially these spears, though whether they were purchased or handmade remained unclear. Well, regardless of their origin, they all belonged to him now. After annihilating the Minotaur tribe, every single one of his goblins was now equipped with a machete and shield, significantly boosting their combat effectiveness. Not only that, but there were even many more weapons added, especially the spear he now wielded, though his goblins couldn't use it for the time being due to their height. Even though they couldn't use them, Chen Yi chose not to sell the weapons. Just because this batch of goblins couldn't wield them didn't mean the next batch would face the same limitation. After conquering the Minotaur tribe, his forces had suffered nearly 40 losses, leaving him with just over 60 goblins remaining. A significant portion of these casualties were caused by the Minotaur leader and chieftain. However strong the opponent was at the time, that's how strong his next batch of goblins would be. No, even stronger. What kind of monster would be bred by merging the genes of werewolves, pigmen, and horned goblins? Chen Yi was already beginning to feel a quiet anticipation. Back when they were breeding the werewolf goblin and the black goat, the fusion only produced a horned goblin due to the limited level of the spring. Now the spring water has been upgraded to contain 2 genetic strains, meaning newly born goblins will inherit a fusion of 3 genetic traits from their parent. It should be about time now, right? Chen Yi dropped the spear in his hand and headed straight for the incubation chamber. A newborn werewolf giant goblin has been born in your territory and is defaulted as part of your forces. Will you accept it? A newly spawned ironclad goblin has appeared in your territory and will become your unit by default. Do you accept? A newly spawned goblin priest has appeared in your territory and will become your unit by default. Do you accept? Speak of the devil, Chen Yi rejoiced. Accept. Entering the room, he was greeted by a group of goblin infants. What the hell kind of babies are these? Chen Yi's eyebrows danced up and down as he observed the currently gestating room's goblin. This creature had completely broken from the usual short and stunted mold, appearing remarkably robust. After some contemplation, Chen Yi could only describe this newly birthed goblin with the word robust. Standing at 1 meter tall, and growing rapidly, with 8-pack abs and arms so thick they surpassed Chen Yi's head in size, this was a wolf-like giant goblin resembling a King Kong Barbie. No wonder it's got giant in its name, he mused. Then there was the other one, the Ironhide Goblin. Its height wasn't as exaggerated, nearly 80 centimeters, though growing rapidly, but this goblin was born with a beer belly, looking like a reincarnation of Zhu Ganglai himself. The last goblin. He has a 6-pack and chiseled biceps, like a little cheetah, even more muscular than me. Pfft, that's not important. Chen Yi checked the newborn's attributes. First was the Wolf Giant Goblin. Wolf Giant Goblin. Quality, Gold. Attributes, 40. Level, LV3. Killing creatures grants level upgrades. Loyalty, Fanatical. You are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, None. Skills, Rend, Poison Fang, Trample. Current status, Newborn, Weak. Feature, Ignores reproductive barriers. Note, what are you looking at? I was just born 8 seconds ago, I'm still a baby. Ironclad Goblin. Quality, Gold. Attributes, 40. Level, LV3. Killing creatures can increase your level. Loyalty, Fanatical. You are the absolute belief of the goblins. Weapon, None. Skills, Iron Skin, Poison Toss, Stump. Current status, Newborn, Weak. Attribute, Ignores reproductive isolation. Note, I didn't steal any rabbits. Goblin Priest. Quality, Gold. Attributes, 43. Level, LV3. Killing creatures can grant level progression. Loyalty, fanatical, you are the absolute belief of the goblins. Weapon, none. Skills, poisonous poem, poisonous milk, trample. Current status, newborn, weak. Trait, ignores reproductive barriers. Note, magic is instinct, melee is also a hobby. Can't a priest know some melee combat? Some melee combat? You've got nothing but melee skills, damn it? Shenyi stared helplessly at the child born from his most prized horned goblin and minotaur. Whether it was the goblin genes hearing his prayer or the minotaur genes proving stronger, he had wanted his newborn goblins to acquire the trample skill. Now they got it. Not just that, even the priest transformed into a melee fighter. No wonder he's all brawn. Shenyi took a deep breath. Indeed, every fusion felt like opening a mystery box, thrilling and unpredictable. The mage core I prayed for wasn't established. Well, it sort of was, since close combat mages are still mages after all. The direwolf hobgoblins give birth to 3 per litter with a total of 18, the ironhide goblins also 3 per litter totaling 18, and the goblin shamans produce 4 per litter for a combined 32. Adding the previous 62 goblins, that's 130 goblins, we've returned to the scale of 100-strong legion again. Chunyi watched as the goblins began digging holes to bury themselves in place. By morning, he'd have a fully grown combat force at his disposal. Although they barely made it back to the 100-man legion, this iteration was entirely different from its former self. The newborn goblins all boasted base attributes at the gold tier level. Starting with 40 attribute points right off the bat, once they leveled up slightly, they'd practically be a horde of minotaur chieftains. Shenyi envisioned those level 10 goblins. By then, their strength would rival minotaur chieftains and overlords. A coordinated stampede from them would unleash seismic level devastation. Tomorrow morning we'll go clear out the gnolls. Shenyi felt quite pleased with his substantial power boost, though not finding a suitable weapon for himself was somewhat disappointing. During this time, he kept monitoring the trading zone, but never managed to find a weapon that suited him. He guessed other lords probably hadn't completed their missions yet. After all, wiping out an entire tribe isn't easy. I didn't have an easy time of it either. Shenyi didn't want to wait any longer. He still had plenty of tasks to tackle. Eliminating gnolls to establish trade routes, building a prosperous territory, constructing a moat, and seeking more powerful creatures for crossbreeding. All these were outlined in his 5-week plan, yet none were completed yet. Too lazy to keep monitoring the trading zone, Shenyi simply listed his weapon for 1,000 energy stones with a note requesting to exchange for a weapon that could boost speed or mental power. Alright, that's it, he muttered. Shenyi wasn't sure what kind of weapon could boost speed, but as long as he could use it, that was enough. He could figure out the specifics later. After all, once the lords completed their tasks, he'd have plenty to choose from. With a casual flick, Shenyi closed the interface. Meanwhile, certain lords who had been keeping a vigilant watch on the trading zone felt as if they'd been struck by a hammer or lightning. What the hell? There are actually weapons that can increase attributes? Holy shit, this thing is amazing. Quick, add me as a friend. In an instant, Shenya's inbox was flooded with messages, but he himself remained lying in bed, reminiscing about the wonderful morning. Never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore. Time to sleep. Chapter 32, The Strongest Alliance Leader and the Strongest Lord. Someone, please save the child quickly. Where's the Golden Coalition? Why aren't they here yet? Within his territory, a lizard man lord of a troop frowned worriedly at the group of goblins loitering beyond the walls, refraining from rashly engaging them. First, because his territory had already been fortified impregnably by his own hands, initially with wooden walls, later reinforced with stone, and finally, he poured water over the stone, freezing it into ice in the low temperatures. The triple-layered defenses protected him from goblin attacks, yet the mission required complete eradication of the enemy. Hiding like this wouldn't solve anything. Thus, he sought help from the recently flourishing Golden Alliance. Though powerful, with lord members spanning forests, grasslands, and desert wastelands, the number of lords crying for help was even greater. With so many lords pleading for aid, even the Golden Alliance needed time to reach everyone, including him. Moreover, given the perilous grasslands he was trapped in, there was no guarantee the Golden Alliance could successfully make their way to him. Forget it. I'll just see if any lords are selling weapons in the trade district. Emosia opened the trade interface, hoping to complete the mission after acquiring weapons himself. These days his luck had been good. He'd accumulated a considerable amount of energy stones, all of which he'd used to summon troops. Though the goblins outside now numbered 30, his own forces had reached 20. In theory, he should have the capability to confront them, maybe even fight it out. The trouble was those goblins were all armed, while his lizard men were barehanded. Chances were he wouldn't have many troops left after such a battle. This was what he absolutely couldn't accept. How could he face the coming attacks if he had so few of his own troops left? To minimize his losses, he opened the trading channel. What greeted his eyes was, holy shit, mace, strength plus 5, Crimson Fong Blade strength plus 7? This light weapon stat boost is almost half of what my lizard man has. Masha looked at the weapons plus 7 attributes, then glanced at his bronze lizardman's total stats of just 15. His eyes instantly flushed red. Bye. I must get this thing, I'll be unstoppable. Never mind, I'm not worthy. The fire in his crimson eyes immediately died out. Seeing the weapon priced at 1,000 energy stones with a note requesting an exchange for either an agility or psychic enhancing weapon, he instantly knew this was a transaction between top-tier players, completely out of his league. But a weapon that boosts attributes by half. I really want one. Let me see who's selling it. Chen Yi? It's actually Chun Yi again, the legend. At that moment, Chen Yi's name was permanently seared into Emosia's consciousness. If selling those furs and meat earlier was just luck from encountering foolish black goats and weak-boned rabbits, then right now, he was genuinely impressed. A weapon that could boost attributes, wasn't this the first among all the lords? While marveling, Emosia also grew curious and began asking how such a weapon could be obtained. Though he couldn't afford it, what if his luck exploded and he dropped it? I don't need strength +7, even +3 would be great. That's comparable to my lizardman advancing 3 levels. The same scene played out with other lords as well. Amidst a pile of goblin corpses, a man covered in wounds and utterly exhausted, lying in a slime's embrace, suddenly sat up. Holy shit, this thing gives stat bonuses? He glanced back at the slime behind him, his enthusiasm deflating slightly, but then his eyes suddenly brightened. The troops might be useless, but can this thing be used by the Lord? Lei Chi hadn't upgraded his territory yet, so he hadn't unlocked the Lord panel and was unaware that Lords could also level up and use weapons. He simply added the other player as a friend, then got up to mine stones and chop wood. With his luck, perhaps he could gather enough energy stones by the time his friend request was accepted? Although the other party priced it at 1,000 energy stones, their note stated they wanted to exchange it for other weapons, so it wouldn't be sold anytime soon, and he was prepared to throw money at the problem. Dig! Even if it takes all night, I'll dig up enough energy stones. The 1,000 energy stones is a bit much. If I push myself, 200 or 300 should be doable. I must get those energy stones at all costs. Then he looked at the server's top-ranked player perhaps the top 3 attribute weapons, and quietly sighed in admiration. Indeed, when it comes to being a shrewd merchant, Boss Chen Yi is still the undisputed king. That price tag of his serves 2 purposes: 1, to exchange for other weapons, and 2, to see if there are any big spenders foolish enough to actually buy them outright. Nan he didn't believe for a second that Boss Chen Yi would trade away all 3 weapons. After all, he had unlocked the Lord panel himself and knew full well that Lords could upgrade and wield such weapons. So, he was certain that one of those weapons was reserved for Boss Chen Yi's personal use, which meant the other 2 were absolutely bait for gullible deep-pocketed buyers. Indeed, a true role model for us all. I still have such a long way to go in my learning journey. While sighing in admiration, Nan sent a paid message to inquire how Senior Chen Yi had obtained such a weapon. At the same time, he offered to buy similar weapons at high prices from other high-level lords he knew. He knew that a server-wide rarity like this would definitely cause a sensation. There would always be some deep-pocketed fools willing to splurge. In an underground cave, a little girl covered in dust sat pitifully amid the dirt, gazing longingly at the hammer adorned with a bow in the trading area. She had lost count of how many gambling stones she'd opened before finally obtaining a dagger forging blueprint. But then, the system notified her she still needed an iron hammer to forge it. In just 16 hours, while dealing with the attack for 6 hours and engaging in stone gambling for 10, she wept for 3 hours. They didn't give all the requirements at once, making me waste so much effort for nothing. But now that I've got both the blueprint and the profession, all I'm missing is a hammer. I can't give up now. This seems to be the gambling psychology of a jade bettor. Gu Xiaoyu's teary big eyes, puffed up cheeks, and upward turned lips all revealed her grievance and stubbornness. A hammer with a bow tie, so expensive. But I really want to have it. After some deliberation, she made her decision. I'm going to find Brother Chen. Meanwhile, seated gracefully within her territory, Shi Hongyi also received news of attribute weapons appearing in the trading district. Now, her Golden Alliance was growing at an unstoppable pace, already taking shape. Some members were assigned to monitor the market, others to gather intelligence, and still others to rescue remaining companions. As the leader, her only concern was how to convert money into strength and continue expanding her influence. Faced with weapons that tempted everyone, she felt not the slightest stir because she knew Qingya's lead was merely temporary. Judging by the Golden Alliance's daily income of 800 energy stones and their membership count already at 400 and still growing, it'll only take a few days before I surpass him. Even though this momentum is fueled by everyone's crisis mentality and won't last beyond a few days, those few days will still be enough for me to amass over 1,000 energy stones. Chen Yi, oh Chen Yi, unity is true strength. I can gather thousands of energy stones in no time, can you say the same? With that thought in mind, Shihani generously sent him a personal invitation to join the alliance. Silence ferments, a storm brews. Within hours, whispers filled the chat among the 100,000 lords. Two stood above the rest, Shihani, the strongest alliance leader, and Chen Yi, the mightiest lord. But there can only be one true strongest. Who will it be? P.S. Please vote, family. Give this kid a vote. Chapter 33, The Good Samaritan and the Little Rich Girl. Standing at 2 meters tall, with protruding fangs and a towering, bear-like physique, truly befitting of a werewolf goblin. 6 feet tall, beer belly, pig-like nose, and bull horns, truly worthy of pig gangly. Oh wait, I mean the armored goblin. And you, the 170 cm tall, muscle-bound mage, truly living up to the title of a mage. Chen Yi examined his new troop, a fusion of minotaur, wolf, pig, and sheep genes. They grew stronger wave after wave. Just standing here, they exuded an overwhelming presence. This works out well. Finally, someone can put those bone spears to use. Chen Yi sighed with emotion before ordering the army to march. First, a 70-member squad led by the wolf giant goblin, supported by goblin priests and pigmen goblins, was tasked with clearing out the Knoll tribe. Then came 20 cunning rabbit goblins and 10 werewolf goblins tasked with digging irrigation channels to construct a moat around the territory. Finally, the remaining 30-plus goblins were assigned to protect Chen Yi while jointly defending and developing the territory. He hadn't forgotten the requirements for upgrading both his territory and the spring. Territory, upgrade requirements, 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,000 energy stones, and at least 3 territorial structures. Spring, materials required for promotion, 5 alien crystals, 30 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of purified water. Although the 5 alien crystals required by the spring were somewhat difficult to obtain, he had already instructed the goblins to keep an eye out for nearby beast groups. There should be harvests coming soon. Currently, with his 783 energy stones plus the goods being sold, he should be able to exchange for the 1,000 energy stones needed to upgrade his territory. There was no way the bronze weapons could sell for 1,000 energy stones, but they'd probably fetch 200 to 300. Therefore, Chen Yi only needed to construct territory buildings and gather wood and stone. Chen Yi already possessed arrow towers and city walls for his territory, and he planned to build a row of houses for his own residence. Though he didn't know what identity Saraversha had mistakenly attributed to him, he was more than happy to play along with the role. From her description, the role he had inadvertently assumed must have been one of considerable status, though now exiled. Guess I still need to keep some standards for myself. Building a stone house isn't too much to ask, right? It's just a bit troublesome. Chen Yi glanced at the surrounding trees and bushes. There was wood everywhere. He certainly wouldn't like timber, but finding stones might be harder. Suddenly, he remembered something. There was this cheap and cheerful little lowly who offered great value for money. He opened the chat channel to find a flood of friend requests. Chen Yi skimmed through them, mostly people asking where he got his weapon or offering to buy it for various amounts of energy stones. When he initially listed it for 1,000 energy stones, it wasn't because he actually intended to sell for that price, but he wasn't about to let it go for just a few dozen either. After turning down almost everyone, he hesitated briefly at an offer of 200 energy stones from someone named Lei Qi, but ultimately rejected it. A shrewd merchant always knows how to whet the customer's appetite. What if they fall in love with it and offer a higher price, right? Of course, within 2 days he estimated that some lords would likely complete the extermination missions. If by then the other party didn't raise the price, he could always swallow his pride and go back to selling it to them anyway. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. So many private messages. Not many people had his contact information, but every single one was asking how he obtained his weapons. Even Gu Xiaoyu, who wanted to buy stones from him, asked if the hammer with the bow could be cheaper. Chen Yi was speechless. What would a little girl want with a hammer? Wouldn't a magic fairy wand be better? However, considering they were acquaintances and he planned to purchase something from her, Chen Yi revealed his bottom line, 200 energy stones. His psychological expectation for both the Crimson Fawn blade and the spiked mace was around 300. As for the steel hammer, he thought 200 would be a decent price, especially since it came with an annoying -5 speed debuff. Though she had anticipated it, little Fish Gu still felt a pang of disappointment when Brother Chen quoted 200 energy stones. One glance was enough to confirm it. These weapons were well beyond her budget. But I want them so badly. I'm just one bronze-level hammer away from completing my forging. Gu Xiaoyu felt unwilling, but apart from herself, she really didn't have anything of value. Should she offer herself instead? No, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? The little girl stomped her feet anxiously, but around her were nothing but stones. Even the troops and monsters were made of rock. Suddenly, she noticed the pile of rough stones in the corner. These things must have some value, right? Although the drop rate for these is extremely low, there still is a chance. So she typed to Chen Yi hesitantly, "Brother Chen Yi, I don't have that much money. Can I use stones as payment? Chen Yi? No wait, I'm usually the one playing the shady merchant. When did it become someone else's turn to pull a fast one on me? How does this little lowly know I'm short on stones? But stones aren't exactly a monopoly item or particularly rare. What makes her so confident saying that? Just as Chen Yi was puzzled, the other party hurriedly sent a follow-up message. My apologies, Brother Chen Yi, I meant it's not an ordinary stone, it's this one. Along with the message came a piece of gambling-grade jadeite. Chen Yi froze. He'd come across this sort of thing before and had even extracted a blueprint from one. But the drop rate seems extremely low, the system specifies just 1%. Items like these, based on my estimation, could only be categorized as consumable entertainment products. If the quantity were substantial enough, an exchange might still be feasible, provided, of course, the other party possesses a sufficient number of gamble stones. Chen Yi remarked, gamble stones hold some value, but the drop rate is too low. If you had a massive quantity, I might consider trading. Is that true? Fantastic. Brother Chen Yi, just how many would it take to make the exchange? The little girl's sorrow turned to joy as her mood improved greatly. This was something she had plenty of herself. After some thought, Chen Yi concluded that gamble stones would be best sold at 2 to 3 energy stones each, but naturally, his purchase price would have to be slightly lower. He declared, at least 200. No sooner had Chen Yi finished typing than, with a rustling sound, a pile of gamble stones appeared at his feet. This, little rich girl? Gu Xiaoyu excitedly said, that makes 220 in total, all given to Brother Chen Yi. Thank you, Brother Chen Yi, for agreeing to trade with me. JPG. In Gu Xiaoyu's eyes, Chen Yi was a genuinely nice guy. After all, the abysmal drop rates in gamble stones meant she had opened over 300 before getting just one blueprint and one skill utter trash. She'd even worried Chen Yi wouldn't want such worthless stuff. In Chen Yi's eyes, this was truly a case of a wealthy young lady. After the transaction was completed, he expressed his desire to purchase 1,000 units of ordinary stone blocks. Without hesitation, the little Lolita directly handed them over. She added, thank you, Brother Chen Yi, for being willing to trade with me earlier. Consider this a free gift. Chen Yi once again marveled at the little rich girl. To express his gratitude, he sent her 10 units of cured pork in return. To him, it was just a matter of courtesy, but the little girl burst into tears on the spot. Meat? It's actually meat? Heavens, do you have any idea how hard it is to sell stones? Do you know what a piece of meat means to a little girl who's been starving for so long? She barely even grows anymore. Brother Chen Yi is truly an angel, sob sob. Chapter 34, The Growing Golden Alliance. Wolf Titan Goblin defeated the Gnoll, EXP plus 500, Energy Stone plus 1. Pigman Goblin killed the Gnoll, EXP plus 500, Energy Stone plus 1. Wolf Goblin has slain the Gnoll Chieftain, EXP gained plus 2000, Energy Stones plus 300. Wolf Giant Goblin has leveled up, currently at level 7. Orc, you have obtained a bronze weapon, Lucky Pickaxe. Lucky Pickaxe, Strength plus 1, Speed plus 1, Luck plus 1. Note, wow, this pickaxe looks pretty good. It seems the progress is unexpectedly smooth. Chen Yi assessed his own condition, almost no damage taken. With the overpowering trample skill, he and the goblins had wiped out more than half of the Gnoll tribe in a single strike. If one trample is a man-made disaster, then a group trampling is a natural calamity. The Gnolls enjoy mining, so most of the tribe's structures are built within caves. The goblins' collective stomping outside the caves caused an earth dragon's upheaval, leading to cave collapses with heavy casualties. This precisely achieved the effect Chen Yi had initially envisioned. When two armies clashed, a single stomp from him would shake mountains and split ravines, enemies falling into the fissures to their deaths, killing and burying them in one go. What a considerate fellow he was. Build houses, build houses. Once the big house is complete, I can free up time to conquer the remaining tribes. The weapons they drop, along with the exotic crystals, these are exactly what I need. And we need to prepare the next batch of goods for Saravir Shah. Looking at it this way, I'm actually quite busy. Compared to other lords who only need to survive their crises, Chen Yi not only has to build houses, watchtowers, and moats, but also hunt beasts for supplies, upgrade his territory. With all these tasks, he's practically swamped. The earth trembled and mountains shook as boulders came crashing down. What's going on? Was that an earthquake? In a stone forest, a dark-skinned lord with gleaming white teeth strode in surprise toward the distant mountain woods. Soon, his deployed units, the Earth Knights stationed around, began reporting back to him. The man nodded thoughtfully, so it was an earthquake in the territory of those jackal-like creatures. The noise was truly tremendous. This might present an excellent opportunity. He immediately reported to the Golden Alliance, coordinates, Thousand Shadows Forest. I've detected massive tremors in the vicinity, suggesting the emergence of some extraordinary heavenly treasure. The message passed through layer after layer, quickly reaching Qi Hongyi's ears. Heaven-sent treasure? Qi Hongyi recalled information about this world, where there seemed to be tales of rare treasures and exotic creatures. After some thought, she addressed the reporting lord. Investigate first. Report back with detailed information. If needed, I'll dispatch neighboring lords to assist you. Shi Hongyi knew that heavenly treasures were usually accompanied by danger, which was why she instructed preliminary exploration first. If it truly were such a treasure, she wouldn't mind making a bid for it. Though she herself was thousands of miles away, her alliance members had already spread throughout the entire coalition leadership, so she was confident about capturing the so-called heavenly treasures. Thousand Veil Forest. If I remember correctly, there should be 10 alliance lords there. Among them, 2 are adjacent to this paladin lord. Though there are 2 lords, one of them is Chun Mo, and Chen Mo is still on a mission. That leaves only 1 lord besides Owen. A bit sparse, but this paladin's troops are humanoid. I can provide some weapon assistance, just not sure how dire the situation is. The Lord of the Earth Knights, Owen, curled the corner of his mouth upon seeing the message from the leader of the Golden Alliance, then smiled without a word. After a brief pause, he said, "We've scouted it. A pack of gnolls found a massive crystal. Judging by its shape, it seems to be the anomalous crystal you warned us to watch out for." A massive anomalous crystal? Shi Hongyi frowned. An anomalous crystal, and a large one at that? She asked for confirmation. Are you certain it's the other stone? Owen smiled without answering directly, replying, "It should be. My troops didn't observe it closely, but the shape and color were strikingly similar." Owen's words were vague, but he knew this would be enough to make his alliance leader take the risk. Based on his intelligence, his liege seemed to be aggressively searching for other stones that could upgrade the sacred spring. And he, being someone who had also upgraded to LV2 Fountain, he understood the allure of the fountain, especially since their faction leader's unit type was particularly unique. Upgrading the fountain would bring her tremendous benefits. Thus, if he revealed what appeared to be a large quantity of exotic crystals at this moment, it would undoubtedly be enough to tempt her into taking risks. Oh, no, not our faction leader taking the risk, but the lords under her command. Shi Hongyi was half believing, half doubting. She desperately needed the exotic crystal, yet she felt what Owen described seemed unreal. So she turned to another lord near Owen and asked if he had noticed anything unusual. The lord was initially confused, but then confirmed he had indeed sensed a slight tremor earlier. This matched Owen's description of intense vibrations. The difference in their experiences was simply due to their varying distances from the epicenter. She asked Owen about the strength of those gnolls. Owen replied, 40 gnolls armed with pickaxes. 40 armed gnolls. That answer was just right. The other party would know that a single golden lord would find it extremely difficult to handle alone and would surely send other lords as reinforcements. When that time came, it would be her moment to shine. Owen's little scheme was shining bright, and Kihanji, upon hearing it, made the exact decision he had anticipated. They dispatched a nearby lord to jointly hunt the gnolls. Any spoils that could be divided would be split into 3 shares, 1 for each lord and 1 for the alliance leader. If division wasn't possible, priority would go to the alliance leader, while the 2 lords would receive handsome rewards in energy stones. Everything unfolded just as Owen had guessed. The only surprise was Kihanji's additional gesture to minimize casualties between them. She provided his troops with 10 sets of armor. I really should thank you, my dear alliance leader. Owen's smile was intriguing as he promptly exchanged contact information with the nearby lord through the alliance leader. Silver Lord, mountain-moving ape troops, another excellent batch of fertilizer. He licked his lips in eager anticipation. Chapter 35, Hidden Danger, now at 100%. You are, Boss Owen? The mountain-moving apes ruler was a 175 cm tall university student dressed in wool and leather. As for why he was a university student, Owen could tell from the clarity in the other's eyes. Owen nodded atop his mighty steed. That's right, I am Owen. The upcoming battle will require our cooperation. The mountain-moving ape chieftain nodded tacitly in acknowledgement, showing no surprise at the other's arrival. After all, the other party had long indicated they would regroup midway through the forest due to its dangers before proceeding together. But why does this Golden Lord only command 5 troop types? He opened his mouth and asked, Boss Owen, didn't the alliance leader say you possess 10 military units? And that you were given 10 sets of armor? The mountain-moving ape lord sized up Boss Owen. Before him only 5 towering earth knights on majestic horses had arrived, and none of them wore any armor. Owen smiled honestly and said, they're guarding the territory. The alliance leader's armor doesn't fit my earth knights, they're too tall. Owen added, I've already discussed it with the alliance leader. This time, you'll take the lead, and I'll provide support. If they really are alien crystals, I'll only take 2/10 of the loot. The mountain-moving ape lord frowned. This wasn't what they had agreed on. Without the golden lord to contain the enemy, his silver tier troops stood no chance against those gnolls. Owen seemed to notice his concern and added, don't worry, I've scouted the area. There are only 40 gnolls, with just 3 high-tier ones among them. No mini-bosses either. I'll handle the high-tier ones. You deal with the rest and come support me afterward. I see. The mountain-moving ape lord felt somewhat reassured. If that was the case, he remained confident. After all, his mountain-moving apes were formidable fighters. As long as there are no high-ranking gnolls, his mountain-moving ape can effortlessly kill ordinary gnolls. Although the mission had changed, it didn't seem impossible to complete. Plus, he could earn some extra energy stones as a bonus, not a bad deal. Let's go then. The mountain-moving ape lord chose to leave 3 of his apes to guard the territory before setting out with his remaining 20 troops. While ordinary orcs and wild beasts wouldn't attack an empty house or a strangely shaped spring, he still needed to stay somewhat cautious. Owen narrowed his eyes at the opponent's choice but remained silent. Boss Owen, let's go. The mountain-moving ape chieftain sat atop his own massive ape as he issued the invitation to the former. The ape's colossal frame stood 3 meters tall, effortlessly capable of bearing its own weight. Owen nodded. All right, let's go. The two traveled swiftly, with the scenery rapidly receding around them as their gallant steeds and mountain-moving apes sprinted forward. Shortly after their departure, 15 Earth Knights hidden around the territory of the mountain-moving apes tightened their reins, their fierce eyes glaring at the ape territory not far away. Tada! 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 This was the horn signaling warhorses to stamp their hooves in unison, gathering strength for the charge. 15 Earth Knights clad in gleaming silver armor gripped 8-foot lances astride warhorses whose nostrils flared with white vapor. As alliance leader, Shihani had mobilized equipment from other lords to outfit Owen. How could the armor possibly not fit him properly? Of course it fit perfectly, only, he had repurposed this perfectly fitted armor elsewhere. Whoa! 15 steel behemoths roared thunderously as they surged forward with unstoppable momentum, driven by the Rain's command. Kill them! A fierce, murderous aura surged forth, palpable even from hundreds of meters away. The mountain-moving apes immediately sensed this materialized killing intent and tensed in readiness. Yet the iron cavalry accelerated relentlessly over those 100 meters, faster and faster still. In the next instant, he unexpectedly appeared right in front of the 3 mountain-moving apes. Swish! Dozens of spears pierced through flesh and blood with brute force, nailing 3 mountain-moving apes to the house behind them. Roar! The mountain-moving ape let out a roar of unwillingness before dying as its opponent twisted the spearhead. 15 golden warriors with attributes reaching 40 naturally overpowered the silver-ranked mountain-moving apes in terms of stats. Having seized both the initiative in charging and numerical superiority, they also employed dash acceleration skills. Various reasons contributed to such an effortless instant kill. After slaying the mountain-moving ape, the Earth Knights did not leave. Instead, they headed toward a peculiar ape mountain structure and the lone remaining wooden hut within the territory. At the same time, as it ran, the mountain-moving ape lord suddenly halted, then turned back with disbelief in its eyes. Your territory has been attacked by other lords. Please launch a counterattack as soon as possible. Your territory has been attacked, and you have lost a mountain-moving giant ape. Your territory has been attacked, and you have lost a mountain-moving giant ape. Your territory has been attacked, and you have lost a mountain-moving giant ape. The urgent warning tone sounded almost simultaneously as the mountain-moving ape chieftain's eyes instantly flooded with blood, and he whirled his head around sharply. He didn't even have time to explain the situation to Owen before hastily turning around to rush back towards his own territory. It's not far to run, there's still time, still time, still time. The mountain-moving ape chieftain was panting like an ox, his mind in complete disarray. How could this be? Shouldn't everyone be busy dealing with their own crises? Shouldn't they all be focused on recuperating? Why would someone attack my territory? And to instantly kill 3 of my mountain-moving apes? Just what high-ranking overlord has set their sights on me? And what good would that do him? Why would a high-ranking lord attack me? Your territory has been occupied. Your spring is under attack. Current destruction level, 38%. Damn it! The mountain-moving ape lord cursed furiously as he frantically raced back. To destroy his territory so quickly, the opponent must undoubtedly be a high-ranking lord. Even if he returned, he might not stand a chance in a fight. Yet, the spring in his domain were his lifeline in this world. Without them, it would essentially mean his death was sealed. Owen noticed his companion's unusual behavior and quickly spurred his horse to catch up. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you in such a rush? He called out. The mountain-moving ape lord turned back in anger, then suddenly brightened with realization. That's right, he had allies by his side. With Big Boss Owen's help, he could definitely reclaim his territory. He exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, my territory's been attacked by someone. They're currently assaulting my fountain, please help me." Owen asked with slight curiosity, "They're attacking your fountain?" Still urgently rushing back, the mountain-moving ape leader answered Owen's question, "Yes, they've already taken my territory, and now my fountain only has 40% durability left before being destroyed. Master Owen, you must help me. Your cavalry is so fast, couldn't you?" Pfft. The mountain-moving ape chieftain spat out a mouthful of blood while speaking, then lowered his head to see a spear embedded in his chest he hadn't even noticed when it got there. With the last ounce of strength, he turned back in shock, only to see Owen smiling as he asked, "Is it 100% now? Your fountain has been destroyed. Your territory has been occupied. Defeated Lord, you have lost access to the trade channel, you have lost access to the general chat channel, your current troop loyalty has dropped to 50%, you." The cold notification echoed through utter darkness. Chapter 36. Why don't you have bronze weapons? Was the mountain-moving ape lord killed by those powerful gnolls? Kihanji looked sullen at the report sent by Owen. Indeed, those gnolls actually had a hidden leader and a chieftain. The mountain-moving ape lord and I fought desperately through bloodshed, and I only survived because my Earth Knight sacrificed himself to protect me at the last moment. Owen put on an extremely aggrieved expression, his words filled with tragic grandeur. Did you lose all 10 of your troop types? Shihoni frowned deeply. A tribe with both a tribal chief and a leader was a completely different concept from one without either. She had just conquered a territory with both a tribal chief and leader yesterday, so she naturally understood the dangers involved. Out of her 30 hell skeletons, 25 had actually perished. If not for the skeleton's indestructible trait, she would probably be heartbroken right now. You must understand that most of the money the Alliance earns now is spent on recruitment. Although I've used quite a bit myself, it's still a minority after all. Building a solid foundation is crucial. Alright, the losses this time started because of you, but you've already paid a significant price. Let's compensate you with 50 energy stones. Ihoni rubbed her temples as she replied. This failure wasn't just about the loss of an Alliance leader, it also involved compensating for 10 sets of equipment on my end and granting the other party 50 energy stones. Altogether, it amounts to roughly over 130 energy stones. This makes up for it, but the energy stones I've stored aren't quite enough to upgrade the spring. Fortunately we just wiped out a werewolf tribe. Shihoni sighed with relief amidst misfortune, though the werewolf claws originally meant for personal use would now have to be sold. But this works out well too. Let everyone know that bronze weapons aren't Shinya's exclusive domain. My Golden Alliance can achieve the same. Thinking this way, Shihoni didn't feel quite as heartbroken anymore. As long as she could surpass Chunyi and elevate her alliance's prestige to new heights, everything would be worth it. She priced the bronze wolf claws at 300 energy stones, then advertised them on the general channel. She was confident that her fair pricing would satisfy everyone, unlike that unscrupulous merchant who didn't care the slightest about their own reputation. Finally, a lord has survived the crisis? That took long enough. Shenyi stared pensively at the wolf claws in the trading channel. Bronze, wolf claws, strength +1, speed +2, armor penetration +3. Note, just an ordinary pair of wolf claws, barely qualifying as a bronze tier weapon. This weapon is total trash. Shenyi had absolutely no intention of purchasing this wolf claw. Not only was it unsuitable for him, but even its attribute bonuses lean too heavily towards armor penetration. This thing would be more appropriate for his goblin priest to use. Forget it. Some lords have already survived the crisis. Since they're pricing it at 300, I'd better lower my price and sell it quickly. Concerned that more and more people would start selling bronze weapons, Shenyi planned to adjust his pricing. But just as he was about to make the change, he discovered his crimson fong blade had mysteriously vanished. You have lost a scarlet fong blade. You have obtained 1000 energy stones. Chen Yi, the hand that wanted to change the price hovered mid-air. Wait, what in the world was going on? Does someone actually have the nerve to buy at this price? Are they out of their mind? Chen Yi checked the buyer's name. It was none other than Lei Qi, the very person he had previously rejected. Is this guy just loaded or something? At this moment, only 2 bronze weapons remained in the chat area, a wolf claw and a spiked club. Just as Chun Yi was about to build a relationship with this so-called generous guest, or rather, gullible mark, named Lei Qi, someone frantically tagged him in the chat. Chen Mo, we in the Gold Alliance also have bronze weapons. Chun Yi, your monopoly is over. From now on, the prices of bronze weapons will only go lower. As the deputy leader of the Gold Alliance, Chen Mo took on the role of the bad cop when certain matters weren't suitable for Chihani to address directly. Chen Yi, what the hell is dictatorship? I've never even thought about dictatorship. Once we get through this crisis of the Atlantean everyone will have it, right? Chen Mo continued, according to intelligence from my Golden Alliance, defeating the chieftain of the Orc tribe will drop bronze weapons. Once everyone upgrades their territories, personal panels will unlock. At that point, bronze weapons can be equipped for personal use. Chen Mo shared extensively in the chat zone, even disclosing intelligence known only to high-tier lords, which once again attracted a wave of new members to join him. The Golden Alliance is truly a generous soul, so that's how you obtain bronze weapons. Boss Chen Yi remains the undisputed master after all. He'd already wiped out an entire orc tribe long ago. I heard this crisis was arranged based on strength levels. Brother Chunyi got a whole orc tribe sent his way. Doesn't that prove his troops are incredibly powerful? Do we even need proof at this point? Hasn't this been common knowledge forever? True. Sigh. Poor bronze tier players like me barely survived the crisis this morning. Wiping them all out was no easy task. My troops suffered heavy losses. As if you're anywhere near Brother Chunyi's level, noob. Seeing that the momentum uncontrollably shifted towards discussing Chunyi, Chenemo hastily intervened again. Everyone, don't be impatient. Our Lord of the Golden Alliance will gradually sell bronze weapons to all of you. You can look forward to it. Of course, each bronze weapon will cost no more than 1,000 energy stones, except for special weapons. These words immediately caused an uproar. Killing a tribal chieftain by luck is one thing, but taking down one after another is a whole different level of achievement. An ordinary lord would not only fail to slay chieftain after chieftain but would also suffer heavy losses just to survive this crisis, taking at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Take the legendary Chunyi, for example. He wields 3 weapons at once when he strikes. That's undeniably a reflection of sheer power. As for this recently trending Golden Alliance, many had assumed their success was pure luck. But now, it seems they might actually possess the capability to wipe out an entire tribe in one go. What kind of troop class is the leader of your Golden Alliance? I've already survived my crisis without help. Can't the alliance fee be reduced a bit? Does the Golden Alliance sell bronze weapons at special member prices? The Golden Alliance. Chen Mo's words successfully steered the conversation toward the Golden Alliance, which pleased him greatly. The crisis in Atlan has gradually passed for most people, with only a small portion still struggling through it. The popularity and revenue of their Golden Alliance have somewhat declined. They must reignite the enthusiasm. They all believe that the Golden Alliance will become the largest in numbers and the strongest in power. While everyone is discussing the Golden Alliance, Chunyi is wrestling with a different problem. During the recent conversation, many claim to have already overcome the crisis, yet, why are there no bronze weapons for sale? Even if the severity of the crisis varies based on a lord's strength, he's only silver rank. His silver tier troops can obtain bronze weapons, so why don't the others have them? Utterly puzzled, Chunyi decided to ask directly. After all, the quantity of bronze weapons would directly impact his sales and pricing. So, he picked a silver rank lord who had just claimed to have overcome their crisis and asked bluntly, if you've survived the crisis, why don't you have any bronze weapons? Silver Lord? Chapter 37, The Elites Advanced Versailles. Is this Versailles? This is it, right? It must be. 55. Thanks to Lord Chunyi for taking time out of his busy schedule to mock me. The mentioned Silver Lord choked up momentarily. You passed the Atlan crisis without bronze weapons? Come on, look at this. Is this even human speech? Do you think everyone is like you, a same tier, a demigod unit? Chunyi took a deep breath and said, I'm not being pretentious here. I'm genuinely asking, did you really overcome the crisis? Doesn't the Atlan crisis require complete annihilation? The Silver Lord replied with a mix of frustration and resignation. Yes, boss. My troops were nearly wiped out, but we managed to annihilate them all. Chunyi pondered for a moment and said, by complete annihilation, do you mean wiping out all the invading enemies? The Silver Lord raised one eyebrow higher than the other and replied, isn't that right? Isn't this complete annihilation? Little did he know, Chunyi wouldn't rest without dropping another bombshell as he pressed further. Didn't you pursue his tribe and wipe them out to the last man? Silver Lord, do I need to wipe them all out? This question made the Silver Lord doubt himself. Had he truly completed the mission or left it unfinished? A bystander chimed in, so, boss, after annihilating the enemy, you stormed their homes and sent their entire tribe to reunite in the afterlife? Someone suddenly gasped, damn, I get it now. This is how the boss got his bronze weapons, right? Holy shit, that's impressive. So in the eyes of a pro, this counts as total annihilation. Well damn. I'll give Brother Chunyi 4 points for this flex. The remaining 96 points are coming at you as 666. I've never even met this legend, so why is he Versailles me like this? My cultivation heart is damaged. Any gorgeous lady rulers willing to give me a hug? I need comforting. Oh, let me hug you. Get away from me, you damn queer. As Chunyi was puzzled, Chen Mo sent him a friend request along with a note about the crisis in Atlan. Chunyi clicked accept, and the other party immediately sent him a file containing details of various crises faced by the lords. The final conclusion, based on strength calculations and simulations, was simple: annihilate all incoming enemies, and victory would be assured. Chunyi suddenly understood and nodded, expressing his gratitude to the other person. Indeed, it seems not every lord is as wealthy as I am. Most haven't even broken the 100-unit mark for their troops. If we were to completely annihilate an opposing tribe, it would probably wipe out 98% of the lords. The slow-witted party finally had a moment of realization. He then exited the chat channel and quietly increased the energy stones for his spiked club by 100. So bronze weapons were still rare after all. It turned out most people couldn't obtain them. In that case, why not let this profiteer work his magic a bit? Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief when Chen Yi finally left the chat channel and continued with his recruitment. There was no helping it, Chen Yi's strength was terrifying. From start to finish, though he hadn't flaunted it intentionally, the items he sold made it clear he'd been ahead of all other lords the entire time. A single casual remark from someone like him could trigger intense discussions in the group chat and significantly impact his own recruitment efforts. Luckily Chen Yi keeps a low profile, otherwise this popularity might not belong to our Golden Alliance. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his eyes, although Chen Yi wasn't actively opposing the Golden Alliance, his mere existence represented tremendous danger. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to provoke a supreme expert for no reason, especially one who was physically so close to him. The initial Frost Dragon attack occurred with only 1 or 2 minutes separating both incidents, suggesting the distance between them couldn't have exceeded 20 kilometers. However, although they avoided provoking each other, the other party's popularity was skyrocketing. This was something that still needed restraining. Popularity was something that rightfully belonged to his Golden Alliance alone. After careful consideration, Chen Mo ultimately decided to suppress his rival through superior firepower and seize the spotlight for himself. From Chen Yi's account, it seems he had misunderstood the meaning of annihilation and ended up wiping out the entire opposing tribe. Judging by the subsequent sale of 3 weapons, Chen Yi must have eliminated at least 2 more tribes. After wiping out 2 tribes and acquiring 3 weapons, he went quiet for 2 days, probably suffered heavy troop losses. Chen Mo analyzed the situation, convinced he'd pieced together the entire sequence of events. Indeed, even someone as formidable as Chen Yi would need a break after wiping out 2 tribes in a row. At this very moment, they could precisely gain the upper hand over Chen Yi in terms of weaponry. You rest, but we don't need any rest. Chen Mo made a silent resolve within himself to report to Qi Hongyi and mobilize the entire alliance's forces to begin hunting down the tribal factions scattered across the lands. Individually, 1 or 2 lords might not be a match for a tribal-level force, but if the lords from 1 or 2 regions unite, they can certainly break through an orc tribe. At that time, whether selling in the trading channels or within the alliance, it will generate a massive wave of excitement. He submitted his thoughts for review and soon received Qi Hongyi's approval. Originally, Qi Hongyi had planned to wait until her troops were fully restored before going hunting. But now Chen Yi is at the peak of his influence, suppressing the rival alliance entirely isn't entirely out of the question. Oh, by the way, since we've decided to strike against the tribes, you should first deal with that Knoll tribe under your jurisdiction. Qi Hongyi seemed to recall something and proceeded to recount the incidents involving Owen and the mountain-moving ape lord to Chen Mo. Hearing this, Chen Mo expressed regret. At the time, I was off rescuing another lord who had sent out a distress call. Otherwise, with my help, we could have definitely taken down those gnolls. Qi Hongyi nodded with a smile. Of course I know. If you weren't on a mission right now, I wouldn't have asked Owen to lead the team. Don't worry, I'll lead the team this time. There won't be any issues, Chen Mo assured her. Qi Hongyi looked relieved. Take that lord you rescued and Lord Owen with you. They're both members of our alliance. They can help share some of the burden while also gaining experience. No problem, Chen Mo readily agreed. Since they were all members of his alliance, he naturally had no objection to taking them alone. Moreover, according to intelligence, this Knoll tribe had only about 40 members, likely a newly established small tribe. His elite tiger elite warriors alone would be sufficient to eliminate them. With over 20 gold tier units against 40-some bronze tier units and 1 or 2 leaders, he remained confident of victory. Chapter 38, Territory Upgrade. Little Hyena Men, another troop upgrade wave. Chen Yi stretched lazily while observing the pregnant female hyena men. The goblins, after annihilating the hyena men tribe, inherited all their possessions, mostly daily necessities, some food supplies, a pile of mining picks, and of course, the female hyena men. Perhaps the female gnolls are the greatest treasure after all. Chen Yi toyed with the gambling stone in his hand, also feeling uncertain. Surprisingly, such things existed even in Knoll tribes, though they were quite rare. I currently have 220 coins obtained from Guxiaoyu, and now another 50 coins confiscated from the werewolf cave, making a total of 270 coins. It might be worth considering selling this as an entertainment product after everyone has developed for a while. Actually, before this, Chen Yi noticed that the gamble stones didn't come in whole numbers, so he opened more than 10 of them but got nothing. This further convinced him that the drop rate of these items was extremely low, so this kind of thing is suitable to sell only after everyone has some spare money. Open the territory panel. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level, LV2. Territory scale, 100 meters. Territory abilities, notification upon invasion, wall defense, watchtower site. Required for level up, 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,000 energy stones, at least 3 territory buildings. Current resources, 1,200 units of timber, 2,000 units of stone, 30 pregnant gnolls. Arrow Towers x3, Wall x1, Moat x1, Minotaur tens 50, Gnoll tens 30, Night Pearls. Upgrade conditions met. Proceed with upgrade? Chunyi quickly skimmed through the interface panel. The construction projects and conquering the Gnoll tribe over the past 2 days had significantly strengthened his forces. The energy crystals acquired had reached 2,233 pieces, already fulfilling the upgrade requirements. He had originally planned to upgrade along with the spring, but the rapid expansion of the Golden Alliance recently made him feel increasingly threatened. If we don't hurry up, someone else will probably take the first prize. Chunyi sighed and then declared, upgrade. A massive white pillar of light enveloped Chunyi and his territory. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV3. You've gained experience sharing for your troops. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV3 and has received divine protection. Within your territory's range, all invading enemies will have their attack attributes weakened by 5%. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV3 and has received divine protection. When fighting within your territory's range, goblins will gain a 5% increase in their attack attributes. Congratulations on becoming the first lord to upgrade to LV3 territory. You've obtained the privilege to choose any 2 territory buildings. The familiar glow and new features made Chunyi feel so exhilarated he could almost shout out loud. Personal panel. Name, Chunyi. Level, LV2. Attributes, 12. Free attributes, 5. Skills, vision sharing, experience sharing. You can extract 1,000th of the experience gained from your troops' battles for self-improvement. Personal space, Alien Crystal x1, Forging Blueprint, Bone Splitter x1, Energy Stones x1233, Tier 1 Fire Rain Scroll, Gambling Stones x270, Bronze, Lucky Pickaxe x1. Mental Power, 6. Speed, 5. Strength, 1. Stamina, 1. Sharing experience? This kind of ability really suits me perfectly. Chunyi had once lamented how slow his leveling was, how boss battles gave too little experience through flesh and blood rewards. But now it was wonderful, he could gain experience points just by sitting still. 1,000th might seem insignificant, but in reality it was astonishingly powerful, because his goblin numbers were increasing at a frenzied pace. Though there were only 130 odd right now, less than 10 days had passed overall. Given time, when he commanded 100,000 or even 1,000,000 troops, he could level up daily without lifting a finger. As for the free attributes, it's still 2 points in speed and 3 points in mental power. The free attribute points dropped to 0, mental power became 9, speed became 7, bringing the total attributes to 17 points. Does that mean I'm comparable to a bronze level mob now? Chunyi joked about his attributes. Judging by the stats alone, his 17 points indeed made him a strong bronze level mob, except this particular mob didn't have much attack power. Fortunately, he didn't need attack power himself, such rough work could be left to his subordinate troops. Selection of territory buildings. Watchtower, Moat, Blacksmith Shop, Medicine Shop, Giant Crossbow, Training Ground, Temporary Teleportation Array. Temporary Teleportation Array? Chunyi felt all the other options instantly turned dull when he saw this choice. Holy good thing I upgraded my territory in advance. Without hesitation, he chose the Temporary Teleportation Array and the Training Grounds. Temporary Teleportation Array set both ends of the teleportation to freely travel between designated points within a limited timeframe. What a pity, it's not a permanent teleportation array. Chunyi couldn't help but sigh. Such a thing could only achieve temporary teleportation. If permanent teleportation were possible, then there would be no need for the intermediate journey in his deal with Sylvania Shar, nor would there be obstacles to clear or security to maintain along the way. He stored the temporary teleportation array in a corner of his personal space. Training Ground. Training in the Training Ground grants a 50% experience bonus. Getting an extra 50% experience bonus counts as something good. Although goblins normally don't train much, such a valuable asset would become a powerful leveling tool if seized by lords commanding humanoid troops instead. Sometimes resources aren't claimed because you need them, but rather to hinder your enemy's progress. He hadn't forgotten that he and the other lords were competitors. Having selected the 2 most valuable items from the resources, Chunyi was in high spirits. Training soldiers was unimportant, what mattered most for his goblins was procreation. Go, capture nearby creatures to complete both hunting and breeding missions. Chunyi issued this command to the goblins beneath his feet. Suddenly, the system's notification chime rang out. You lost a werewolf goblin. You lost a cunning hair goblin. You lost a cunning hair goblin. Come back. Chunyi hastily recalled the goblins who were preparing to go out. He attempted to establish a vision-sharing connection with the goblins stationed along the Silk Road. The outskirts of his own territory, connection successful. The Minotaur territory, connection successful. The Gnoll territory, connection failed. seeking death. Chenya's brows furrowed in anger. As expected, the troops he had deployed along the Silk Road had suffered losses. My own Silk Road hasn't even been completed yet, and someone's already coming to sabotage it? P.S. Votes please, votes please. Chapter 39, What Goes Around Comes Around. Why didn't any energy stones drop? Owen looked puzzled at the mutant goblin slain by his Earth Knight. Though this goblin looks bizarre, it should still count as a wild monster, right? Why didn't it drop an energy stone when killed? Perhaps it's a troop belonging to some lord? Chen Mo replied. Though he felt somewhat uncomfortable about Owen suddenly snatching the goblins, he couldn't really say anything. After all, it was just trivial gains. Who could blame Owen when he not only provided valuable information but also suffered significant troop losses? Another lord of the Savage Tigers voiced his concern. Since they're someone else's troops, shouldn't we offer some compensation? Owen scoffed. Compensation? For goblins? He was about to say such creatures didn't deserve any compensation from him, but then it occurred to him compensation might not be a bad idea. If they could learn the opponent's territory coordinates, it would mean another wave of supplies. You should know, the previous Silver Tier Lord provided him with 400 energy stones and a 300-meter territory expansion as rewards. During the goblin sneak attack just now, he didn't sense much power from it, but judging by its appearance, it shouldn't be at the bronze level, right? Owen's eyes shimmered slightly at this thought. Yes, we should compensate him. I'll make it up to him later. Chen Mo glanced coldly at the two of them, completely unfazed. After all, it was just a goblin, most likely a bronze tier unit. This type of soldier has such pathetic combat effectiveness that it's questionable whether they'd even be considered for admission into the Golden Alliance. Now that the Golden Alliance has grown so powerful, they don't need to accept just anyone. Against forces at the tribal level, it's better to recruit high-tier lords. Chen Mo glanced at the collapsed cave before him and said, Seems the gnolls here have already migrated. We've missed our chance. Owen chimed in, Yeah, they probably took that enormous alien crystal and dug themselves a hiding hole somewhere. The Savage Tiger Lord nodded. It wasn't entirely impossible. Alright, let's head back. Since there's no tribe here, there's no point staying. At this point, Chen Mo glanced regretfully at Owen. It's a shame you don't have many troop types left. Otherwise, with our 2 golden tier units, we could have tried taking over another tribal force. Owen spread his thick, dark hands, palms upturned to reveal their pale undersides. There's nothing I can do about it. Chen Mo nodded. Let's head back first. Owen hurried to Lord Baohu's side and said, My Earth Knight reported to me earlier that there seems to be a Minotaur tribe with over 100 members along our return route. It's somewhat dangerous, perhaps we should go back together? Facing the invitation from this foreign friend, Lord Baohu couldn't help feeling slightly displeased. That shouldn't be the case, right? We didn't see anything unusual when we arrived either. Seeing that his ploy didn't work, Owen changed his excuse. I only have 3 Grand Earth Knights in total, and one must stay behind to apologize and make amends to that Goblin Lord. That leaves me with just 2 remaining units. With that, he took out 2 energy stones from his person and tossed them to an Earth Knight who had stayed behind, as an apology. Why does this person always want to go back with me? Lord Baohu was somewhat dissatisfied with Owen, but couldn't find any reasonable grounds to refuse. Let's head back together, you two can look out for each other along the way. Chen Mo also chimed in. Alright, since the Deputy Alliance leader had already spoken, the fierce Tiger Lord couldn't refuse any longer and had no choice but to agree. However, this seemingly enthusiastic Black Lord inexplicably made him feel an aversion. Hey, Han, can I hitch a ride on your ride? Tigers, so much more handsome than my horse. Owen shamelessly approached one of the Savage Tigers. Roar! The leopard, towering at 2 meters in height, instantly bristled with rage and let out a furious roar as a warning. Seeing this, the 2 land knights immediately raised their massive spears and aimed them at the snarling beast. Put it down, put it down. Owen waved at his Earth Knight. Hanyu repressed the anger in his heart and said, As you can see, my Baohu doesn't seem very willing to let anyone else get close besides me. Owen turned away and mounted his steed. Never mind then, I'll just ride my own horse. The vast tiger army followed behind the 2 Earth Knights astride their noble steeds, disappearing one after another from Chen Mo's line of sight. Chen Mo, having surveyed the surrounding scenery, set off in another direction. There awaited a king-tier lord who had just applied to join his alliance, though it seemed the man had encountered some trouble. After the 3 lords left, the Earth Knight began digging at the collapsed cave. The cave was a standard mine shaft large enough to span 100 meters with a funnel-shaped downward slope. Its end and the extent of the collapse could be seen at a glance. According to the Lord, these goblins must be guarding something. Could it be treasure buried deep within the caves? The Earth Knight arrived at the pit and began moving the massive stones one by one. Soon, the tip of the iceberg in the cave was uncovered, and an iron pickaxe appeared before him. Such things might be useful for a lord with no weapons, but for an Earth Knight already equipped with a fine steed and lance, they were utterly redundant. He tossed it aside and continued rummaging through the pile. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis made the Earth Knight instinctively roll aside. Thud! A wiry, agile goblin happened to appear right in his evasion path and struck out with a palm strike. A wave of deceptively soft force surged forth, leaving behind a vivid green palm print that rapidly materialized on the impacted area. Poison? The Earth Knight hastily dodged the opponent's next move. This goblin seemed somewhat eerie, as he'd never heard of a goblin capable of using toxins before. Within a few breaths, the two had already exchanged dozens of moves. This made the Earth Knight sigh inwardly. The creature before him, whether in stature or combat skills, was absurdly strong, simply unlike anything a goblin should possess. Phew! The Earth Knight turned around, gripping his 8-foot-long spear tightly in hand, then warily eyed the goblin whose physique was absurdly well-toned. Poisonous milk. The goblin raised his hand, and a green light enveloped the Earth Knight before him. -1-1-1-1. The Earth Knight immediately distanced himself. How could this creature possibly have a lingering bleeding skill? Was this really just a goblin? He stared in disbelief at the humanoid creature before him. Though he was a mounted charge knight, his ground combat skills were formidable. Yet, this humanoid creature was actually overpowering him in close combat? The Earth Knight fought while retreating, yet the goblin showed no intention of blocking him, merely driving him back while keeping close pursuit. Chapter 40, Why Should I Run? Almost there, perfect. Another 400 energy stones coming my way. Owen followed closely behind the Tiger Lord, a smile flickering at the corners of his mouth from time to time. The Tiger Lord frowned deeply, unable to figure out what the other party's intentions were. Just passing by? Could someone really be passing by this much? Further ahead would be his own territory. What? Suddenly, Owen, who had been feeling quite pleased, immediately showed an unpleasant expression as he spoke to the Lord of Violent Tiger. Han, I have something to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you further. Han Yu nodded and said, all right. He watched Owen swiftly ride away on horseback and inexplicably felt a sense of relief in his heart. Though he didn't know what had happened, the feeling of being watched by a venomous snake had finally disappeared. That guy definitely warrants close attention. Han Yu silently labeled Owen as a hypocrite in his mind. Damn it, who told you to retreat? Who gave you permission to go back? While rushing back, Owen inwardly cursed the Earth Knight who had arbitrarily retreated to their territory. He had just switched perspectives when he realized that his Earth Knight, which he had sent to scout the goblin territory, had returned severely wounded and was even being trailed by a goblin. This gave him an uneasy feeling. He clearly had the strength to kill the enemy, yet still allowed them to escape back to their territory. Wasn't this the exact strategy he had planned to use? Did that goblin lord actually want to find out the location of his territory? What does he mean? A mere goblin dares to imitate me by attacking our territory? Owen was about to say that was impossible, but then it occurred to him. What if the other side, like him, had discovered the sweet advantage of obtaining energy stones by slaying a lord? Ordinary people and wild monsters might fight fiercely for days without earning 100 energy stones, yet killing even the lowest tier bronze lord could easily yield 200 stones. The difference in gains and losses here becomes apparent at a glance, showing clearly which yields more and which costs less. Damn it! No wonder that guy's goblins looked odd, probably wiped out some other lord's territory to get them. Moments later, Owen finally rushed back to his own domain. Thankfully, his territory hadn't been attacked yet. First, he commanded his troops to armor up for battle, then proceeded to pummel the Earth Knight who had fled back. Die, why don't you just die? Who gave you permission to return and reveal the territory's location? The battered Earth Knight silently endured his lord's wrath, rising each time he was kicked down only to kneel again on one knee, though in truth, his heart was breaking. Your unit's loyalty has decreased. Current loyalty, 67. The soldiers were unaware of the presence of the system prompt, but Owen was furious and lashed out with his riding crop, striking the Earth Knight hard. What do you mean? You made a grave mistake by bringing the enemy back to our territory and revealing its location. Isn't it only right that I scold you a little? Your troops' loyalty has decreased. Current loyalty level, 50. Warning, units with loyalty below 50 are at risk of rebellion. Please restore their loyalty as soon as possible. Owen received the prompt once more, raising his whip in furious anticipation of bringing it down. However, noticing the gazes of the surrounding troops, he lowered it again. He knew that if he were to truly bring down this whip, the loyalty that might diminish would not be solely that of the Earth Knight standing before him. Drawing a deep breath in and exhaling gruffly, he had no choice but to suppress his fury within his chest. Owen turned his face away sternly and said, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance to atone for your mistake. If the enemy truly attempts to invade the territory, you will serve as the vanguard. My orders." The Earth Knight gritted his teeth and said. Seeing this, the surrounding knights all resumed their respective tasks. Meanwhile, a group of bizarre goblins with green as their primary color and black as their secondary were swiftly approaching Owen's territory. Your territory is being invaded by an enemy lord. Please prepare for battle. So, they've finally come? Owen felt an inexplicable tension as the system alert sounded in his mind. His territory was vast, spanning a full kilometer, and after devouring several other lords, it had expanded to over 2 kilometers. Though he couldn't see anyone, the system informed him whether an enemy attack was imminent. Earth Knight, prepare! At his command, the Earth Knight took the initiative, its hooves kicking up dust as it readied for a charge, the mounted warrior poised to strike at any moment. His unit was the Earth Knight Cavalry, whose true combat potential only manifested after building sufficient momentum in their charge. Thus, he decided to take the offensive. But why this faint unease? Why? They're just a bunch of goblins. So what if there are a few strong ones? They're still just goblins. A growing sense of apprehension spread through Owen's heart. Damn it, why? Why does my gut keep screaming at me to run? My unit type is the golden unit type. I have a full 30 units. I must be among the elite commanders. Why should I run away? Me? Fuck. Owen angrily punched the air in frustration, unable to comprehend why his sixth sense was screaming at him to run, to flee with every ounce of his strength. Though it gnawed at him with bitter reluctance, his intuition had never once led him astray. Just as his initial decision to attack the other lords had come from his sixth sense. You 10, fall back and flank with me. Owen addressed the 10 heavily armored cavalrymen clad in the vivid scarlet armor they'd somehow acquired. Understood. The Earth Knights were utterly loyal. When their lord proposed the battle strategy, they withdrew 10 men without hesitation to flank the enemy with him. By the time the lord departed, the goblins were mere 400 meters from the territory. Under Owen's remote command, the Earth Knights began their charge. 20 pitch-perfect Earth Knights, spears in hand, burst forward like arrows loosed from a bow, swift and precise. They advanced like a volley of ballista bolts through enemy ranks, unstoppable and relentless. Even after skewering their foes, they showed no signs of stopping. They would fight, weaving through enemy encirclements. They were absolutely the unstoppable swords of war. Yes, I possess such formidable power, but what exactly am I afraid of? Owen still didn't understand why his sixth sense was screaming at him to flee. With troops like these, this configuration, this level of power, launching a charge ahead of schedule, even if Chen Mo, the deputy leader of the Golden Alliance himself came, he'd have confidence in tearing him apart under these circumstances. But why should I run? Owen was utterly perplexed. Yet in the next instant, Shenya's enormous wolf goblin and ironclad goblin demonstrated exactly why with their actions. 30 goblins simultaneously raised their right feet before stomping down with brutal force. Trample. Boom. The sound rumbled like muffled thunder, with the force to split heaven and earth rapidly spreading, accompanied by dozens of nearly 100-meter-long fissures. If Owen's cavalry charge resembled a dense barrage of sharp arrows, then Shenya's trampling was akin to countless black lightning bolts spreading across the land. One symbolized human endeavor, the other symbolized natural disaster. In the face of natural disaster, human endeavor appeared insignificant. Arrows shattered one by one in perfect order, while steeds and riders alike plunged deep into the ravines below. Owen nervously swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably as if struck by lightning. He remembered now, this tremor was the same as when the Jackalman tribe vanished all those years ago. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Run! Run! Chapter 41, The Red-Named Lord, The Wandering Lord. Owen watched helplessly as his knight was swallowed by the abyss-like chasm, his heart cursing uncontrollably. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I merely eliminated a few of your troops, yet you've managed to wipe out the majority of mine? Why? Why? This isn't fair. Owen's eyes were bloodshot and crimson with rage. At this moment, his mind was filled with nothing but curses. He had completely forgotten that his original intention was also to destroy the enemy's territory, only the tables had turned due to his lack of strength. I hope that person doesn't know the benefits of destroying the territory. Doesn't know, must not know. Owen's voice trembled. It was unclear whether it was from the horse galloping at full speed or the panic in his own heart. If the other party merely seeks vengeance for his fallen goblin and to avenge the slight to his dignity, then it's the best possible outcome under unfortunate circumstances. My territory wouldn't be destroyed. But if the opponent truly came purely for the energy stones, just like me, then Owen didn't dare think further. He couldn't imagine what would become of himself without his territory. Meanwhile, Shenyi operating remotely was thoroughly confused. He had originally intended to teach the other side a lesson, but what the hell was this red name notification? The moment he entered the opponent's territory, his system immediately sounded an alert. You have entered the territory of a red-named lord. Proceed with caution. The red-named lord is extremely dangerous, but special rewards await those who defeat them. Up until this point, Shenyi had been completely bewildered. He was still puzzling over what exactly a red-named lord was. It sounded suspiciously similar to red-named players, didn't it? But before he could finish this thought, the Earth Knights across from him assembled with military precision and came charging forward like a volley of sharp arrows. The charge of cavalry, Chen Yi naturally knew its terrifying power. On the battlefield, cavalry charging against infantry was often little more than a massacre. You killed my troops and came to demand an explanation, yet you also want to wipe out my entire team in the process? The villain strikes first? How can this be tolerated? Chen Yi immediately ordered the giant wolf goblin and the ironclad goblin to activate their skills and counterattack. Cavalry can instantly destroy ordinary infantry, true enough. But when it comes to cavalry versus infantry being an instant kill? Sorry, that doesn't work here. 18 giant goblins and 18 armored goblins first staggered their positions before simultaneously raising their huge feet. When the Earth Knight was just 100 meters away from them, their massive 50-yard soles instantly slammed down. Stomp! Just as Chen Yi had imagined, the essence of the stomp skill lay in its vibrations. While terrifying when used individually, multiple simultaneous stomps resembled a natural disaster. It was like when school let out everyone rushing to escape the classroom. Even a few hundred utterly powerless and disorderly elementary students were enough to make the entire staircase tremble, even collapse. In earlier days, there were even news reports of elementary school students collapsing staircases by stampeding after school. This demonstrates how terrifying the power of vibration and resonance can be. If even elementary school students can cause staircases to collapse underfoot, then these monstrous goblins standing 2 meters tall or at least 1.8 meters, with their skills enhancing them, can easily stomp fissures into abysses with a single step. As they advanced, these fissures continuously split and multiplied, creating ravines that spread rapidly forward like spiderwebs on ice. The towering knight was just about to activate his speed charge skill to catch these foolish goblins off guard when his footing suddenly gave way, shattering his plan. The earth-shaking tremors that followed rattled their very bones, knocking them mentally off balance as they coughed up mouthfuls of blood. But that was not the end. The fissures beneath their feet continued to widen, and the Earth Knights along with their steeds plummeted into the gaping chasm, unable to rise again. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. With just a single stomp of his foot, he effortlessly dismantled their assault formation, comprised of 20 elite Golden Tier warriors. This is the universal verdict of all Earth Knights regarding goblins. They want to rise and protect their territory, but their injuries are too severe, leaving them collapsed on the ground. At this very moment, Chen Yi also received a new system notification. You have defeated the Red-Named Lord. Further destroying the Red-Named Lord's territory will grant you a special reward. Would you like to proceed with the destruction? Yes, no. Chen Yi was stunned for a moment but quickly realized what was happening. It seemed he'd come to demand answers just as he encountered a Red-Named Lord who gained resources by hunting other lords. Chen Yi's original plan was to beat the other party up and then force them to give him sufficient compensation, but now it seems there might be a better option. He never considered himself to be a kind person, especially since there were special rewards for eliminating a red-name player. Yes. With a single tap on the confirmation, Chen Yi watched as the wolf-like giant goblins cheered excitedly, immediately starting their relocation and demolition operations. No wonder you dared to attack my troops so boldly. You're a red-named lord. But why choose to kill other lords? What benefits could possibly motivate such actions? Chen Yi was somewhat curious, but in the next moment, the system prompt provided his answer. Congratulations! You have successfully destroyed the Earth Knight's territory. By plundering their spring of life, you have obtained 1,000 energy stones. Congratulations on destroying the territory of the Red-Named Lord. You have earned a special reward, the Great Philanthropist title. Benefactor, in the near future, you will be blessed with good fortune. What? Chen Yi stood frozen in place. Destroying a lord could actually reward this many energy stones? Although he had long known that the various lords would inevitably become competitors in the end, he never imagined that this rivalry had existed from the very beginning. Killing lords rewards you with energy stones? And even 1,000 of them? Does every lord receive such rewards? Or are the energy stones given out differently based on the type of troops? Is it because the opponent is a red name, so more loot drops? In an instant, a surge of greed welled up inside Chen Yi's heart. What if he killed more surrounding lords? Ha! Chen Yi took a long breath, quickly suppressing the greed bubbling in his chest. Being a red-named player was ill-advised, something verified across countless games. Moreover, he already had his own methods for earning money. When it came to profit, robbery might not even be as fast as commerce. If Saraville's peace proves successful in this trial, he stands to make 5 times the profit just from the leather trade alone. Of course, if some blind lord happens to cross his path, Chen Yi wouldn't mind turning into a red-named lord again or playing the benevolent benefactor one more time. Fuck. On the other side, Owen also received a notification from the system. Defeated Lord, you have lost access to the integrated chat channel. Defeated Lord, you have lost the trading zone. You have lost your territory. The loyalty of your remaining troops has dropped to 60%. You have become a wandering lord. You can plunder your way to becoming a new ruler, or choose to submit and serve under another lord. Fuck, why? He actually went and destroyed my territory? How dare he? He's just a mere goblin. Goblins, damn goblins. Why are goblins so powerful? Owen was nearly driven mad with rage when suddenly, a sharp claw loomed larger before his eyes. Boom! The Earth Knight, quickest to react, speared the creature and sent it flying. Ha! A leopard cat? Owen, drenched in sweat, nervously stared at the creature on the ground, a failed ambusher that was now snarling at him. The 1-meter-long spotted creature, resembling both a cat and a leopard, had narrow, elongated ears and claws nearly a foot long, which were currently pawing incessantly at the ground. Damn it all, even a bronze-tier creature dares to bare its fangs at me now? Kill him! Owen, flushed with rage, barked orders at the Earth Knight beside him. Suddenly, roars erupted as lean, wiry figures emerged one after another from the jungle undergrowth. Ha! More than 20 leopard cats encircled the Earth Knight and Owen. Shit, what can numbers do? Do they really think I'm made of clay? Seeing mere over 20 bronze-tier creatures daring to surround him, Owen instantly felt deeply insulted. In mere moments, all the leopard cats except for a few that escaped lay dead beneath the spears of the Earth Knights. The corresponding cost was that the knights, shielded by their heavy armor, remained unharmed, but 3 of their mounts were wounded, with gashes over 2 feet long on their thighs from which blood steadily flowed. It's alright, we'll just use the spring water when we get back. Owen instinctively wanted to use the spring water to heal the horse's wounds, but then he suddenly remembered that he had already lost the spring. Losing the spring water not only means my troops have lost their healing abilities, but I've also lost the power to summon more units? As Owen came to his senses, panic set in. His troops would sustain injuries without any means of recovery, and he couldn't even replenish them with new units? This was fatal. With the forest's dangers ever present, if he couldn't heal his forces or summon reinforcements, there could be only one outcome. Owen experienced the taste of wandering for the first time, utterly devoid of logistical support. You can become the new lord through plunder. Yes, I can become the new lord. Suddenly, Owen seemed to remember something. Find a fief, I must find a fief. I will become a lord again. Chapter 42, The Discovery of the Dragon. Oh, the Golden Alliance works quite fast. They've already produced a bronze weapon in just half a day. As a competent lord, Chunyi immediately developed his own intelligence network upon realizing he was behind on news by turning to his great scapegoat, or rather, the ever-helpful Manhwa. Through Manhwa, he also learned about the Golden Alliance's activities. The opponents sought to besiege tribal forces by rallying numerous lords in order to obtain bronze weapons, thereby boosting their influence and attracting more followers. Chunyi himself had little faith in alliances, and even though the opposing side was flourishing now, he remained unconvinced. In his view, alliances were inherently flawed, and now they had gained an additional fatal weakness. That was the notorious red-named lord. Killing lords yields rewards. If the other lords learned of this, wouldn't the alliance members be the first to panic? Especially the Golden Alliance. Just days ago, they rushed across the land to help various lords survive the crisis, but in doing so, they inevitably exposed the coordinates of their territories. With their locations revealed, killing lords came with hefty energy stone rewards. This alone was enough to shatter their so-called alliance. Yet, he had no intention of doing so. Their collapse brought him no benefit, and Chunyi never acted without gain. Chunyi informed Nanhe about the rewards for defeating red-named lords and destroying their territories. This lord, who had just formed an alliance with him, was a legitimate businessman and intelligent enough to know how to maximize the benefits. Nanhe said bluntly, "So are we going to sell this information as major news to the other lords?" Chunyi rubbed his temples and said, "Not a bad approach, but there's room for improvement. We can sell it in tiers, percent. Chunyi, seeing that the other party seemed genuinely intent on running an information business honestly, immediately began offering advice, what kind of messages could be sold to different people and how they could be sold multiple times. For example, you could first sell to the rival factions of the Golden Alliance, then sell to the Golden Alliance itself, followed by selling to some of the minor lords. Once the news has spread sufficiently, you can finally sell to all the lords." After a series of maneuvers, Nanhe was utterly dumbfounded, while simultaneously confirming Chinya's status as a cunning merchant in his mind. It was downright devious selling to the opposing faction first, then to the other side, creating a small-scale uproar with rumors and truths mixed in, all while adjusting prices based on demand. Sly merchant. I feel like I'm about to grasp the essence of being a sly merchant. Nanhe felt a surge of excitement, his mind buzzing with new ideas. The moment he realized Chunyi was uninformed, he promptly provided the information and even offered a 30% discount on his information service, considering Chinya's status as a semi-divine unit. But somehow, after being persuaded by Chinya's smooth talk, he not only gave away the information for free but also ended up becoming Chinya's underling. Admittedly, he had planned to become his follower anyway, but still, it felt odd. Yet this arrangement wasn't without its perks. Being the sidekick and tag-along of a top-tier expert always had its advantages, just like right now. Chunyi immediately informed Nanhe upon receiving the news and even gave him pointers on business methods. As for why Chunyi didn't handle this matter personally, because his goblin brought him some news that greatly lifted his spirits. Although Chunyi's goblins reproduced rapidly and abundantly, their current levels were generally not high. Although his decent attributes have temporarily concealed the weakness of his low level, compared to those lords who have been nurturing from the start, his goblin's level is somewhat lacking. Therefore, he decided to aim for perfection in one go, or at least find a goblin leader capable of rapid growth to keep up without needing frequent replacements. You mean just across the river? Chunyi asked, looking at the reporting cunning rabbit goblin. The cunning goblin rabbit hopped up and down, gesturing, dragon, right across the river. Chunyi pondered his current military strength. After the spring's upgrade, his troops were essentially born with 40 attributes, equivalent to golden tier soldiers across the board. Yet even with over 100 golden tier soldiers, he lacked the confidence to take on a dragon. Unless, this dragon isn't fully grown yet? Chunyi felt hopeful, though juvenile dragons rarely ventured out on their own. How large was the dragon exactly? Chunyi asked the cunning rabbit goblin while silently praying, "May my kind soul title protect me, may my kind soul title protect me." The cunning rabbit goblin scratched its head and spread its arms wide, roughly meaning, 100 meters. 100 meters. Chunyi's expression turned grave. This physique essentially qualified as subadult. He made a quick estimate of their respective strengths and felt he probably wasn't a match for the creature. Yet though he couldn't win now, given his current rate of growth, it likely wouldn't take long. Chunyi's eyes narrowed with determination to upgrade the spring. Once the spring was enhanced, the overall strength of his troops could reach new heights, and perhaps even slaying the dragon would become a possibility. With a clear goal in mind, Chunyi set to work. The most challenging part of upgrading the spring was obtaining exotic crystals, which were produced by beasts. Coincidentally, he also needed to hunt beasts to procure leather for Saravel. In that case, let's take them down. Chunyi marked a spot on the map explored by the Goblin Scouts. Having decided to embark on the Silk Road venture, Chunyi naturally began exploring the resources of the entire forest. Among these, one particular race caught his special attention for their leather. The King Serpent clan, a silver-ranked race dwelling near the swamps. Though individual king serpents weren't particularly strong, their numbers were vast. Chunyi had long contemplated dealing with them but held back fearing excessive casualties. However, this dilemma would soon be resolved, for the newly captured gnolls and other beasts were about to spawn fresh goblins. When combined, their numbers would reach approximately 70. Adding to the previous count, 130 goblins and 200 gold tier troops should be more than enough to crush a silver tier race, he mused. Chunyi nodded. He wasn't sure about the gnolls' reproduction rate, but the stout boars and grey-maned direwolves were old customers. They reliably produced 5 offspring per litter. Chapter 43, You're a good person, not cut out to be a shady merchant. Upon the bone throne, Chihongi wore a grave expression as she studied the intelligence reports purchased at great expense by her subordinates. Slaughtering each other among lords can yield massive energy stones? If this news had come from anyone else, he might have doubted its authenticity, but since it came from Manhwa, from the very beginning, this man had clearly defined his role, determined to become a merchant who reaped without much labor, a businessman who pursued profit without deceit. From the very beginning, the two had engaged in substantial information collaboration. In fact, she had even obtained intelligence about the unique capabilities of another military branch through an exchange with the other party. Therefore, the other party was most likely trustworthy, though she instinctively refused to believe it. If this news is true, then her expansion clearly cannot continue. Not only can it not continue, but she must also promptly cease all aggressive actions against the tribes. You must understand that these days his subordinate lords have been going all out to complete the mission of annihilating the tribes and obtaining bronze weapons. If someone were to attack their territory at this moment, the consequences would be unthinkable. But she had just defeated Chunyi in the bronze weapon contest. Chunyi had been suppressed by her for the past 2 days, not even updating any new bronze weapons, which filled her competitive spirit with immense satisfaction. But now, just as her career was taking off and climbing upwards, you tell her this behavior is dangerous and needs to stop immediately? Chihongi's heart was torn, because if this news was true, not only would she have to stop her actions, but she'd also have to protect her inner circle. After all, under the temptation of massive energy stones, it's highly possible for high-tier lords to launch attacks against lower-tier lords. Meanwhile, the surviving high-ranking lords of their own alliance had almost all participated in the rescue efforts, which meant that most of them now held 1 or 2 positions for low-ranking lords. Chihongi's forehead was lightly beaded with cold sweat as she turned to Nanha and asked, "Are you sure this information is reliable? How many people know about this news?" Nanha replied, "Not many people know the news, but since it has reached me, that proves someone must know. I want to buy it outright." What? Nanha was startled by Chihongi's message. She continued, "I know you're probably planning to sell this information to many people, but I want exclusive rights to it. Name your price." With the vast Golden Alliance behind her accumulating wealth daily, Shihongi had the air of someone who could throw money around without a care. Manhwa laughed. Alliance leader, buying exclusive rights to this kind of information won't come cheap. Moreover, I'm not the only one who knows this news. You can't keep it hidden for long, it will spread regardless. Shihongi said decisively, I know, but I need time. Name your price. Her tone carried a touch of haughtiness. In her view, as long as this information hadn't leaked from within her own alliance, she still had time to act. Closely monitor the high-ranking lords who know the locations of the other lords, and allocate the resources previously given to high-ranking lords to lower-ranking ones instead. As long as the power balance between both sides is maintained, it will prevent internal conflicts. Having weathered the first wave of enthusiasm, the Golden Alliance remains the Golden Alliance. The other party's tough attitude put Manhwa in a difficult position. Alliance leader Chi, this puts me in quite a predicament. After all, the price of selling information varies depending on the buyer's needs. Shihongi frowned as she listened to his explanation. Wasn't he supposed to be a reputable merchant? Why was there now a whiff of unscrupulous profiteering about him? Trying to kick us while we're down after seeing the Golden Alliance's current situation? Manhwa rambled on at length about how hard he'd worked and the value of this information, then deftly tossed the ball back, saying, so if you really want exclusive rights, then you'd better name your price. If it's reasonable, we might still make a deal. Kihanji pondered for a moment before asking, can you guarantee no more than 10 people know about this information? Nanha spread his hands and replied, can't do that. I've no idea exactly how many know already. You'd better buy quickly, someone else might start spreading it the very next second. Then the price won't be too high either. Is this how you're supposed to respond? This doesn't seem right. Why do I feel like I'm at a disadvantage? Shouldn't I be the one controlling the conversation? But what the other person said makes perfect sense too. Shihongi continued, but as long as you can guarantee this information won't be sold to anyone else, I'll make sure the price satisfies you. Nanhai gave him a strange nod. 2,000 energy stones, Kihanji offered. I've just upgraded my territory, this is the absolute maximum I can afford. Nanha immediately agreed, deal. Truth be told, even if sold to other lords, the price would have been roughly the same. After all, the Golden Alliance had only paid 400 energy stones for it. Nanha readily agreed, and Shihong let out a sigh of relief. Soon, the energy stone was delivered to Nanha's hands, along with a message. You're not cut out to be a shady merchant. Give it up. Nanha, what does this mean? According to my and Big Boss Chinya's estimation, it should be around 2,000 energy stones? I've already reached my goal, so why don't I qualify as a shrewd merchant? If Chen Yi were here, he would surely feel deeply regretful. I tell you this item is worth 2,000, and when someone offers 2,000 right away, you just agree immediately? Raise the price. It's clearly your chance to seize the advantage here. How would you know their limits if you don't push the price higher? What if there's still some wiggle room left? Amidst a stretch of marshland, Owen furrowed his brows as he searched for something. Without access to the chat channel, he felt like a blind man among the many lords. Even now, finding a single person was taking him forever. Split up and search. The target is the giant crocodile troops. Orders received. The Earth Knight searched around the area separately, but found nothing useful. Owen wiped his head in frustration, muttering, could it be somewhere in this damn swamp? Can crocodiles survive in swamps? They probably can, right? But should I venture into the marsh myself? If my land knight's combat effectiveness is halved in forests, then fighting in swamps would practically make them helpless sacrificial lambs. He wasn't eager to risk what few troops he had left. Moreover, because his beloved mount remained injured without quick treatment, several of his land knights had already begun losing loyalty. Should we send those knights to scout ahead? No way. The other knights might take offense at that. Damn it, what a nuisance. Humanoid troops still need their loyalty taken into account. Owen suddenly envied those lower-tier units rumor had it the dumber the troops, the more loyal they were to their lord. Why aren't my troops the kind of formidable fighters with low intelligence? Owen was deeply exasperated. My lord, be careful. A spear shot passed before his eyes, and impaled on it was a struggling water snake. Chapter 44, Danger at Every Turn. Fuck, why is danger everywhere? Owen patted his chest, still shaken from the fright. If the Earth Knight hadn't intervened just in time, he might have been bitten by the snake right before his eyes. Damn it, if only I'd allocated my stats to mental power, I could have noticed this earlier. Owen somewhat regretted spending his free attribute points on strength and speed when upgrading his personal panel. In this perilous forest, brute strength alone without heightened perception could get him ambushed and killed by creatures several times weaker than himself. Back when he was still a powerful lord, he had never encountered such situations while traveling, or perhaps he simply hadn't cared when they did occur. Because the Earth Knights by his side could always handle things, and even if they couldn't, he could always rely on the spring water to heal himself. But now, having lost his territory and the spring, he feels like rootless duckweed, completely devoid of any sense of security. We must secure a territory quickly. Owen became increasingly resolute in this thought, silently cursing incessantly in his heart. That damned woman said I'd see her territory as soon as I reached the swamp. So where is she? Owen recalled the local lord who had initially approached him for conversation. He had once listed the opponent as a target to capture, but now he wanted to claim their territory. Yet, this place was teeming with snakes. Where could any signs of territory be found? During Owen's brief moment of standing up, thick water snakes had already blocked their retreat. These water snakes were without rank, not even considered low-grade, but their sheer numbers and slight aggressiveness made him frown. Owen turned to the Earth Knight beside him and asked, "There are quite a number of them. Can we kill them all?" The Earth Knight replied, "Reporting to my lord, we can eliminate them, but these water snakes seem to be emerging from the swamp. I'm not sure if they'll keep multiplying the more we kill." The Earth Knight gazed worriedly at the nearby swamp where water snakes were springing out like coils, landing on the ground before slithering toward them. Truly the mighty have fallen. To think we'd be reduced to retreating from such lowly creatures. Owen gritted his teeth, his dark complexion masking the fury, but the veins on his forehead bulged visibly. A full-scale purge was impossible, their numbers were too great, and Earth Knights might perish in the attempt. Nor could he vent his rage by slaying hundreds, as they lacked the resources to tend to their wounds afterward. Break through. With a furious curse, Owen reluctantly chose to retreat, his reluctance palpable. 10 heavily armored knights formed a protective circle around their horses and lord, swiftly cutting any water serpent that dared leap at them into 2 pieces with each strike. They were merely ordinary water snakes. A knight of the earth attribute clad in golden armor could effortlessly slice them in half with sheer physical strength alone. The 10 knights fought while retreating and soon broke free from the encirclement of snakes. The snake horde merely hissed in frustration as the group distanced themselves, choosing not to pursue. Meanwhile, Shin Mo, leading 20 elite tiger guard warriors, was also staring at a group of snakes with a headache. Forget it, some losses are inevitable. After all, we have a lord-rank king waiting to join us inside. He gazed into the depths of the swamp, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. With the addition of a lord of king rank, even if they acquire minimal resources to develop, they would become a formidable asset to the Golden Alliance. Beep beep. Suddenly, the chat window flickered. Shen Mo glanced over. It was Chi Hong-yi. What? After learning the truth of the matter, Shen Mo stood frozen in place. So what should we do now? Chi Hong-yi replied, "From now on, we halt our expansion efforts and focus our resources on lower-tier lords. Let's first restore balance before anything else." Shen Mo wasn't entirely in agreement with the Alliance leader's decision. While allocating resources to lower-tier lords might seem like a way to counterbalance high-tier lords during crises and prevent internal division, yet, wealth ill-matched with status, those high-tier lords aren't fools either. Chi Hong-yi also said, "Of course I know that, but there's no better way. I need time. Just give me time to further develop my troops, and I'll use force to suppress all voices of resistance." Kihanji's words were domineering. In her view, the reason these extraordinary benefits stirred people's hearts was because the cost was too small. If she possessed absolute power and made the alliance members understand what punishment awaited those who harmed their allies, then they wouldn't dare to easily invade other lords. Alright, I understand. Shen Mo's mind was heavy. The timing of this news couldn't have been worse. Otherwise, he could have gained the allegiance of another lord of king rank. Well, perhaps it's for the best. At least my forces won't suffer losses. After a moment's thought, Shen Mo sent a message to the lord who had pleaded for help. "I have arrived at the outskirts of your territory, but there are simply too many serpentine creatures. I regret that I can do nothing." He finished typing, closed the page, and immediately sprinted toward his territory. If what the alliance leader said was true, someone like him who always launched full-scale attacks would be in grave danger. He had to return to defend his territory as quickly as possible. What? Why? That's impossible. The Golden Alliance claims to have conquered multiple tribes and is selling bronze-tier weapons, isn't that so? Why can't they even handle a mere wandering serpent on the outskirts of a tribe? Li Xiang stared at his chat panel in disbelief. He frantically sent messages to Chen Mo, but there was no reply. Damn it, if my warrior aura wasn't so strong it would attract the attention of the King Serpent clan, why would I ever seek help from your Golden Alliance? Li Xiang had thought that by joining the flourishing Golden Alliance, both he and his goddess would be rescued. But the Golden Alliance actually claimed they were powerless? These wandering snakes were subordinates from a nearby King Serpent tribe. Although not particularly strong themselves, they had the entire King Serpent clan backing them. Unless we could eradicate the entire King Serpent clan in one strike, eliminating these wandering snakes alone would only provoke the clan's wrath. So he dared not act rashly. But wiping out the Viper clan was beyond his capability. Even as a king-tier lord, having only one troop unit severely limited his ability to leverage his force's true strength. What's wrong? Has the Golden Alliance arrived? Su Qingyu looked drowsily at her number one simp. His arrival not only failed to resolve the crisis but also increased his weight within the King Serpent clan, making it even harder to break free. Fortunately, their formidable strength halted the serpent's assault, buying me precious breathing room, even a chance to sleep. Moreover, the simp even promised that members of the Golden League would soon come to rescue them. Hurry, hurry, we're almost there. Li Xiang's nervous speech betrayed himself through his unconscious fidgeting. Su Qingyu didn't expose him, though inwardly she scorned. Trash will always be trash. Outwardly, however, Su Qingyu merely said, "It's fine if they didn't come. This was my matter to begin with. I'll search around myself, maybe I can find someone willing to help." Li Xiang scratched his head sheepishly, no longer daring to show off this time. Su Qingyu rolled her eyes at the other person after turning around, then opened the panel. After some contemplation, she framed her words carefully to Chen Yi. Chapter 45, The Royal Serpent Clan. Brother Chen Yi, I was wondering if you could help me? I still haven't finished dealing with these water snakes here. Chen Yi glanced at the message casually before closing the chat window. Nearly all of his forces, except for a few dozen left behind, were currently mobilized to subjugate the Royal Serpent Clan. He simply had no spare troops for other matters. And, why should he, who has no relation to her, go to rescue her? He wasn't the type to lose his head at the sight of a woman. Besides, Su Qingyu wasn't the only one sending him photos every day asking for contact information. Recently, a cherry blossom sister from Japan had quite a nice figure, but when it comes to figures, Saraville Shah was undoubtedly better, more than one could handle alone. What's more, this is something you can actually touch, far better than those mere photos. Counting the time, Shah should be back soon. 20 gold coins and 200 energy stones, though not much for me now. It was still a successful experiment. As long as the Empire's trade channels can be opened, the King Snake Clan will be the best material. With their massive size, soft yet tough scales, the King Snake Clan is perfect for armor, likely fetching an even higher price. Moreover, the population of the King Cobra Clan is vast and concentrated, unlike the Greyford giant wolves, which are scattered. Chen Yi activated his vision link and shifted the camera to a low-lying valley. This was precisely the territory of the King Snake Clan. In the very heart of the low-lying valley, a giant serpent with a 3-zhang-long body and a single horn coiled upon itself, its purple scales glinting brilliantly under the sunlight. That was the king snake leader, and around it slithered hundreds of purple king snakes ranging from 1 to 3 meters in length. What a huge snake! Even though Chen Yi had learned about the King Snake Clan in advance, he was still astonished. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, it was the largest creature he had seen aside from the frost dragon. Fortunately, his newly born goblins have also shed their usual 3-headed stature and now stand at around 1.7 meters tall. Occasionally, there are also giant wolf goblins and ironclad goblins that can reach over 2 meters tall. Against these, it wasn't entirely impossible to put up a fight. A 2-meter-long body might seem somewhat diminutive compared to that colossal king cobra, but when facing ordinary 2 or 3 meter long king cobras, they still appear massive. Tisk! The approach of the goblin army alerted the watchful serpent swarm. With a collective hiss, several 2-meter-long king cobras drowsily lifted their slit-pupiled eyes for a distant glance, but the distance was too great to see clearly. Forked tongues flicked out and retracted. Even from kilometers away, scent collection confirmed the intruders, just goblins. Back to sleep. Leave such things to the sentinel serpents guarding the front. Under the summons of the Serpent King leader, the Royal Serpent Clan has practically unified all serpent tribes across dozens of kilometers. The Great Serpent King Clan coils at the very heart of the valley, while the remaining serpent tribes encircle them by status. HSSS. The creature roaring at the goblins was a massive patterned python coiled at the periphery. The clan of patterned pythons swiftly gathered their snake swarm, intent on hunting these foolish goblins. Without a moment's hesitation, the alpha werewolf goblin lunged the instant the python struck, clamping its jaws onto the serpent's fatal weak spot and violently shaking its head. The tremendous bite force and terrifying side-to-side thrashing instantly rendered the patterned python powerless. Snap! Under the werewolf goblin's fangs, that chunk of snake meat, along with the heart from its 7-inch vulnerability, was swallowed whole. Caw! The werewolf goblin raised its hand again, crimson wolf eyes narrowing into diamond-shaped slits signaling aggression. A mere python daring to bare fangs before them? They'd tear it to shreds. The werewolf goblin led the charge, while the other goblins didn't remain idle either. They swarmed forward en masse, invading the python cluster like marauding soldiers, grabbing and biting whatever they could. These usually domineering patterned pythons had finally met their match. These goblins before them all possessed combat prowess at the gold tier, with each goblin's minimum attribute points reaching 40. Some exceptionally talented goblins even reached 45 points, making quick work of these patterned pythons with their measly 15 to 20 attribute points, devouring them one after another like spicy snacks. Of course, little spicy sticks also come in male and female varieties. For the ones they particularly like, they'll tie them together in knots so they can easily carry them away when leaving. Hiss! Ha! Ga ga ga! Chen Yi! Somehow, amidst the goblin's raucous laughter, he thought he caught a sinister chuckle. This sort of laughter simply won't do, he'll have to train that out of him later. The patterned python's crushing defeat was within Chen Yi's expectations. His real concern lay only with the King Snake Clan and their leader. The Python King slightly nodded as a segment of its coiled body rose, appearing to have noticed the patterned python's defeat. Hiss! Though the piercing roar wasn't loud, it carried an eerie force that sent sound waves traveling several miles. At that moment, a cluster of emerald green snakes sleeping on tree branches descended en masse, launching themselves toward the goblins. Are there more serpent clans? Chen Yi furrowed his brows. His earlier inquiries had only indicated that the patterned pythons and the royal serpent clan resided here. How could there be more? Could it really be as I predicted, that these pythons had already taken control of the surrounding area? The emerald green little snake bit the goblin's wrist, neck, and thigh, and the bitten areas swiftly turned pitch black before his very eyes. Ha! Put! The goblin tore the emerald green snake in two with a backhanded swipe. These snakes could actually bypass the goblin's poison resistance? Bronze tier? Seeing their venom actually affect the goblins, Chen Yi realized these were no ordinary venomous snakes, they were bronze tier beasts using their skills. Though not numerous, there were still over 30 of these emerald serpents. In their suicidal attacks, several goblins became completely entangled, their bodies covered in darkening wounds. You have lost a werewolf goblin. You have lost a dire wolf goblin. You have lost a jackal goblin. In just a short moment, despite his overwhelming numerical advantage against a bronze tier race, he had actually lost 3 gold tier goblins. This made Chen Yi take the situation seriously. Among the troops commanded by the lords, those with special traits could easily overpower the rest, and this principle seemed equally applicable in reality. Take the small snake before them, for example. Despite its low defense, its venom was exceptionally potent. In a suicidal charge, it had actually managed to take down 3 of his gold tier goblins despite being only bronze tier itself. The rest of the goblins, fall back. Ironhide goblins and Hoglin goblins, take the front. Chen Yi quickly suppressed his earlier underestimation and hurriedly ordered the 2 goblins with Ironhide skills to advance first. He had a premonition that this attack might not go as smoothly as hoped, because after letting out a tremendous roar, the giant king serpent leader fell peacefully back to sleep. He seemed utterly confident that the forces he had summoned could handle this band of goblins. Indeed, the very next moment, rustling sounds came from all directions. As the ruler of this territory, the summons of the Serpent King caused all snake tribes from miles around to begin converging here. Various kinds of pythons began appearing in the goblins' field of vision, some large, some small, some patterned, some green, their bodies leaving winding trails across the ground. The dense web of twisting trails multiplied rapidly, 100, 200, 300, 400, until 1,000. Chapter 46, The Goblin Army's Dilemma. Toxic Milk. Trample. The goblin priest waved his hand violently, and a green radiance enveloped the snakes diving down from above, instantly decelerating their motion. The earth suddenly shook, violent tremors rolling through the landscape like a dragon burrowing beneath it. A trench several meters wide began to spread in units of zhang, immediately swallowing thousands of the surrounding serpent tribesmen. The serpent horde struggled to rise, only to collapse after vomiting blood. One must understand that the terrain damage caused by the trampling skill was merely incidental, its true attack was the vibration. The intense tremors churned the organs of these diverse serpent tribes like boiling water, making it impossible for them to rise again. Hiss! Within the valley, all the king cobras were roused by the tremendous tremors, raising their heads to fix deadly gazes upon these strangely grotesque goblins. Waking one grumpy sleeper might earn you a beating, but waking hundreds would teach you the true meaning of being devoured by 10,000 snakes. Hiss! Ha! Ha ha ha! The colossal bodies of the King Serpent clan indignantly charged toward the goblins. The writhing movements of hundreds of these massive serpents across the ground actually triggered slight tremors. Roar! Facing the real deal, the goblins showed no fear whatsoever, throwing back their shoulders, stretching out their arms, and roaring furiously with palms thrust backward. Poison fireball. Bone spear. Before the King Snake clan could approach the goblins, a torrent of emerald fireballs and ivory-white bone spears rained down from the sky. This was precisely the difference between intelligent humanoids and mere beasts. They understand consumption, they understand tool usage. Thus, the moment the Serpent King clan launched their charge, they suffered devastating losses. Dozens of Serpent Kings writhed on the ground, nailed by bone spears with no means of escape. These bone-tipped lances, confiscated from the Minotaur tribes, became as deadly as giant crossbow bolts when hurled by the wolf giant goblins and ironhide goblins. Compared to these goat-horned goblins, their poisonous fireballs proved rather feeble. The flames licked at the king snake's body yet failed to penetrate its violet armor. Magic defense? Chen Yi was stunned for a moment but quickly regained his composure. This is even better, now the scales of the king serpent will likely be even more valuable. The total number of the king serpent clan was roughly around 300, but by the time they charged at the goblins, only about 230 to 240 remained. The goblins, in turn, had already flung every last one of their 100-plus spears. Trample them! Boom! This stomping was particularly concentrated. Since the Serpent clan charged from the valley direction, the goblins adjusted their stomping skill to face the valley entrance in a single direction. The earth gained new ugly scars as the Serpent clan was sent flying several meters during their advance. Impressive. They can even block stomping attacks. Chunyi found himself increasingly pleased with the Viper King clan. He had expected such intensive trampling to cause massive casualties among the Vipers, yet they suffered fewer than 100 deaths. The Vipers that had charged ahead now lay twitching on the ground, while the others continued their relentless advance. These are simply perfect materials. Chunyi watched the scene unfold with growing admiration, his satisfaction with the Viper Kings deepening by the moment. The King Snake leader also noticed this scene. Out of the original 300 King Snakes, only about 170 actually made it to confront the goblins, which filled it with rage. When had the noble Serpent King clan ever suffered such humiliation? Its massive tail swung like a horizontal pillar, carrying the momentum to sweep away 1,000 troops. Venomous palm strike. The goblin priests stepped forward, their muscular arms trembling as they concentrated power in their hands. Though the venomous strike was blocked by the Serpent King's scales, the goblin priests, relying on their numerical advantage, firmly withstood this sweeping attack. This Serpent King must have at least 60 basic attribute points. Chunyi realized the Serpent King's formidable strength from its relentless offensive. No matter how the opponent reacts, my goblins need sheer concentration just to barely resist. With an attribute gap of nearly 20, not being instantly killed is already an achievement. Finally, spurred by the interference of the King Snake leader, the King Snake tribe collided with the goblins at close range. The King Snakes relied primarily on their near-impenetrable scales, immune to most attacks, and their proud musculature and massive size to overwhelm their foes. Aside from the dire Wolf Goblin and the Ironhide Goblin, who could face them one-on-one, the remaining goblins resorted to agile, hit-and-run tactics. Just as they had once hunted the Greyford giant wolves, they planned to deal with the colossal King Serpent in the same way. The two sides wrestled fiercely, goblins and King Serpents everywhere, occasionally joined by other bronze-level snakes that heard the call and rushed to the battlefield. The battlefield was extremely chaotic, at times even deadlocked. The most powerful units under his command, the goblin priests and the King Snake leaders, were locked in a fierce battle. Chunyi continuously switched perspectives to monitor the battlefield, but he soon furrowed his brows. Before the King Snakes closed in, the goblins had eliminated nearly half of them in a phalanx-like formation. However, once the King Snakes got close, the goblins seemed stalled. They could only employ monotonous tactics and lacked any coordinated battle formations whatsoever. You take a bite out of me, I take a bite out of you. You lash at me, I sink my teeth into you. You coil around my body, I clamp onto your neck. This was less like a battle between two armies and more like a brutal brawl between two gangs of ruffians. The horned goblin kept casting spells at the surrounding king cobras, but the venomous fireballs bounced off their magic-resistant scales only to scorch his own allies instead. The wolf giant goblin was a lone fighter, charging headfirst into battle like some reckless brute. The tin goblin loves charging with its metal ram, smashing through everything in its path, foes and allies alike. Meanwhile, the cunning rabbit goblin digs tunnels on the battlefield, collaborating with the werewolf goblin to execute guerrilla tactics. Before enemies approach, they seem like battlefield gods, but the moment foes draw near, they instantly turn into street hooligans. This isn't about goblins being weak, it's about their coordination and execution failing them. Although the goblins' attributes include unity, that seems to only apply when their numbers are small. This isn't to say that goblins become disunited when in large groups, but rather that with so many varieties, they don't know how to coordinate with their comrades. For instance, the werewolf goblins and cunning hair goblins who have previously collaborated actually coordinate quite well in this regard. But the new generation hyena goblins, wolf giant goblins, and ironhide goblins are nearly all fighting their own separate battles. They need a leader. Chunyi saw the problem clearly. This group of goblins lacked a leader to rally and command them. Only by uniting them into a cohesive force could they become a proper army. But these goblins evolved and replaced each other far too quickly. Just like when he initially appointed the two leaders, Grey Big Wolf and Happy Little Lamb. Although their current strength is decent, relying purely on leveling up to stack their attributes to 42 and 43 points respectively, such attributes would indeed be considered top tier among ordinary goblins, but among the new generation of triple gene-fused goblins, they're merely average. Due to inheriting the dark goblin gene while also fusing genes from two other races, these goblins typically start with 40 attributes at birth. With minimal leveling, they easily surpass the original duo. It seems we must take down the dragon across the river as soon as possible. Soon, as time passed, the goblins gradually gained the upper hand. The tide turned, and the outcome seemed inevitable, but the cost was painfully high. Chunyi kept receiving constant notifications of kills, both his own allies' deaths and enemy eliminations. Forget it, heavy casualties are just heavy casualties. It just happens we can optimize the military forces this way. Chunyi glanced at the battlefield filled with colorful snakes of various kinds, thinking these words to himself. Due to their different species, these snakes weren't performing much better than the goblins. Some even turned on each other immediately after accidentally attacking their comrades, two snakes twisting together in combat, biting and swallowing one another. Streamline troop types by removing useless units, while teaching them how to truly fight in phalanx formations. Chapter 47, Brother Chenyi came to save me. Your Goblin Priest Goblin has slain the King Serpent Leader, EXP plus 5000, Energy Stones plus 600, Strange Crystal X1. Goblin Priest has leveled up, now at level 12. Your Ironclad Goblin has slain the Water Serpent Chieftain, EXP plus 300, Energy Stones plus 200, Abnormal Crystal X1. Tin Plate Goblin has leveled up. You have lost one. The war came and went as quickly as a fleeting wind. Within just one afternoon, the valley was already drenched in crimson. The metallic scent of blood drifted with the breeze, coating the entire valley. Corpses large and small littered the ground, goblins entwined with pythons, vipers, king cobras, water snakes. Of the original 170 goblins who fought to the end, barely 70 survivors remained. Most who endured were next-gen variants, the hulking wolf rider goblins, ironclad goblins, and goblin shamans. Let the losses be losses, it just helps me purge the messy races. Chenyi faced the losses with composure. Although his losses were unprecedented in scale, so were his gains. But from this battle, he obtained 1,700 energy stones by slaying creatures, along with 2 alien crystals, tons of serpent flesh, countless fangs, and snake scales. Among them, the King Serpent clan had the highest drop rate. Each king snake can typically yield 1 to 3 meters of exceptionally strong physical defense scales with near immunity to magic, a pair of long pointed fangs, and nearly 100 pounds of flesh. Converted this way, each king snake, minus the scales, can bring in roughly 10 energy stones, and there are over 300 such king snakes here. Beyond the king snakes, there are various other summoned snake clans. Although they aren't particularly strong in combat, their numbers are vast. Just selling the meat alone will keep Chenyi busy for quite a while. Of course, the greatest gains after each battle still came from the fertile female specimens. Following Chenyi's orders, the goblins discarded the miscellaneous snake mothers, retaining only the giant serpents of the king snake lineage, approximately 50 in total. The harvest was so substantial that Chenyi needed to organize it properly. The water snakes are getting fewer. No, it seems like they've disappeared altogether. Inside the swamp, Su Qingyu learned about the current situation through feedback from the imperial crocodile. It really is fewer. My land-tooth-biting sharks can't sense many water snakes either. Li Xiang chimed in. Land Shark told me the water snakes didn't disappear, it seems something summoned them away. Summoned them away? Su Qingyu asked curiously, could it be the King Serpent clan? The days of siege had also taught him that the power behind the Water Snake clan was none other than the King Serpents, who occupied the valley nearby. These water snakes seemed to have been sent by the King Serpent clan to expand their territory, and somehow they had set their sights on Su Qingyu's swamp domain. Now that Li Xiang told her these water snakes had been summoned away, it was most likely the King Serpent clan had recalled them. Could it be they've given up contesting my territory? Su Qingyu suddenly felt an unexpected surge of joy. Li Xiang shook his head. No, it shouldn't be. Lu Qi the shark seemed to sense that the violent tremors were coming from the direction of the canyon where the King Snake clan was entrenched. If one had to guess, it was likely that the King Snake clan was under attack and had summoned the Water Snake clan back for reinforcement. His land shark was a king-tier creature, far more perceptive than the imperial crocodile. Yet the more he understood, the greater his unease grew. The Wang Snake clan seemed incredibly formidable in his eyes. Although there was no direct confrontation, judging from the previous incident when he violently slaughtered numerous water snakes with the 20 golden-ranked soldiers sent by the King Serpent clan, the overall strength of the King Serpent clan should be several tiers above his own. Yet he himself was a monarch-tier lord among lords. The opponent was several levels higher than him, so formidable that even the King Serpent could recall the largely ineffective water serpents from the battlefield. How strong must that invader be? A saint-ranked lord? No, even a saint-ranked lord shouldn't be capable of reaching this level. Through exchanging information with Manhwa, he knew that even saint-ranked lords' troops required a growth period. Knight-ranked lords' troops took 1 week to mature, while saint-ranked lords needed a full month. So far, only about half a month had passed. Even a saint-ranked lord's troops would barely reach sub-adulthood at best, and that's under optimal development conditions. A sub-adult? Could a mere sub-adult sacred tier unit truly be a match for that colossal king serpent? In terms of one-on-one combat strength, a sacred tier unit would naturally fear no single king serpent. But their opponent isn't just one serpent, nor even one species, but entire societies of multiple serpent tribes. Against forces of this magnitude, unless there were 200 or 300, maybe even 400 gold tier units launching a coordinated attack, the king serpents wouldn't feel pressured enough to summon the water serpent tribe for reinforcements. Could it be some primal force has clashed with the king serpent tribe? Li Xiang voiced his speculation to the goddess and made an expression that suggested it was nothing. I figured it out with just a push. However, after hearing this, Su Qingyu's eyebrows lifted with delight as she hurriedly opened the chat page. Could it be that Brother Chen Yi has come to save me? She immediately asked Chen Yi to verify whether he had just led the attack against the Wang Snake clan. Chen Yi in the distant territory was stunned at first, then admitted it with relief. Indeed, this woman doesn't seem to be too far from me. She must have sensed the aftermath of the battle. Ah, as I thought, it really is Brother Chen Yi. Su Qingyu was overjoyed. It seemed the photos she had sent earlier had finally paid off. This aloof male god, seemingly cold and unresponsive to messages, was actually helping me solve the problem at its root. What's this only quasi-deity overlord? What's this #1 powerhouse? Didn't they still end up submitting to my charms? She bit her lip smugly. Li Xiang, however, frowned slightly in confusion. What Chen Yi? What help? Su Qingyu snorted with her delicate nose raised. Isn't your golden alliance unavailable? So I asked Brother Chen Yi for help. Who would have thought he'd actually wipe out the entire Viper clan for me? Chen Yi? Brother Chen Yi? Li Xiang's face instantly turned as ugly as if he'd eaten shit. Because from Su Qingyu's eyes, he saw genuine happiness and joy, even a hint of disdain toward him. That can't be right. With the strength of the Python King tribe, there's no way our current lord could handle them. Li Xiang instinctively retorted out of pride. Su Qingyu cast a cold glance at him. Don't slander others just because you can't do it yourself. I won't allow you to speak of Brother Chen Yi that way. A frosty chill appeared on her normally haughty face. Su Qingyu was truly angry now. That's not what I meant. I just mean, it's impossible. Even if Chen Yi is the strongest fighter, he couldn't possibly defeat the King Serpent clan. Su Qingyu's voice turned even icier. Don't you trust me? I've already asked Brother Chen Yi about this. Li Xiang should have taken this opportunity to back down when he saw this demeanor. But hearing his beloved goddess sweetly call Chen Yi brother repeatedly made it impossible for him to swallow his anger. He stubbornly insisted, it's impossible, Qingyu. You know how strong the King Serpent leader is, even stronger than my landshark's bite. That creature has broken through 60 attribute points. My King tier troop type has so many restrictions, his demigod type troops should have even more constraints. Believe it or not, I'm going to find Brother Chen Yi right now. Su Qingyu was genuinely angry. How dare this pathetic follower insult her precious brother? But now wasn't the time to deal with this sycophant. Chen Yi had just finished handling the Serpent King clan and probably hadn't gone far yet. She wanted to secretly see what type of military branch her dear brother belonged to. A demigod-level dragon must be incredibly handsome, right? Even handsomer than a frost dragon. Su Qingyu summoned her Deinosuchus and swiftly rushed toward the King Snake Valley. Seeing the situation, Li Xiang gritted his teeth and followed suit. He still refused to believe that Chen Yi was the one who subdued the King Serpent clan and summoned the water snake. How could divine tier troops not have any restrictions? With complaints and reluctance, he still wanted to see exactly what troop type this legendary strongest lord possessed. Chapter 48. Did the goblins steal the spoils left for me? The imperial crocodile dashed onward, marking Su Qingyu's first venture beyond her own territory. The land-fanged biting shark followed stealthily beneath the ground, shadowing the marsh imperial crocodile moving above the surface. As a special shark capable of surviving on land, the land-fanged biting shark perceived the earth beneath it with the same familiarity as water currents. Soon, the two arrived at the territory of the King Snake clan, not far from their location. What an intense smell of blood! Su Qingyu hadn't even entered the valley when she was struck by the overwhelming metallic scent. The imperial alligator she rode and the land-biting shark beneath them grew visibly excited and restless. It really is overwhelming. The land shark emerged with its dorsal fin exposed, revealing Li Xiang sitting atop it with tightly knitted brows. The bloodthirsty aura here had already spread beyond the valley through the breeze. Just how horrific must the carnage within that valley be? It couldn't really be Chen Yi, could it? Li Xiang swallowed nervously, a mix of unease and melancholy settling in his heart. If it really was Chen Yi, then that proved Chen Yi had an extraordinary relationship with his goddess. My rival is Chen Yi. Can I still win? Li Xiang's eyes darted restlessly, now drifting toward the valley, now toward the excited Su Qingyu beside him. It's not Chen Yi, it can't be Chen Yi. It's impossible for any lord to be this powerful. While comforting himself, Li Xiang patted the dorsal fin of the toothed shark, urging it to accelerate. As they gradually entered the valley, even though both of them had mentally prepared themselves through their blood energy, they were still startled by the scene of carnage inside, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The entire valley was stained brown with dried blood, where one could frequently see the bodies of various snakes dangling from tree trunks with blood continuously dripping. Occasionally, half of a snake's body would slip down, Facing all this, Li Xiang felt complicated emotions. Su Qingyu, however, excitedly picked up half of a snake's body, exclaiming, "This must be Brother Chunyi predicting my arrival, specially leaving it for me." Along the way, Su Qingyu kept picking up snake fragments no larger than a thumb, remnants that Chunyi would never even deem worth noticing. "Ah, this is a water snake. See, I told you Brother Chunyi helped us." Su Qingyu picked up a segment of the water snake's body and proudly waved it twice to show off to Li Xiang. Li Xiang's face darkened, though secretly he was pleased. A god-tier combat unit should have instantly annihilated such an ordinary snake rather than roughly tearing it into ragged chunks and scattering the pieces everywhere. This brutal battle clearly isn't the slaughter typical of demigod tier troops, it appears more like a war between two tribes. As everyone knows, Chen Ye's troops are of demigod tier, which means he couldn't possibly be responsible for this. If it wasn't Chen Ye's doing, then the goddess is still mine for the taking. The two gradually walked until they slowly arrived at the entrance to the valley. The discovery at the valley's entrance filled Li Xiang's heart with joy, because right there in the valley were over a dozen bizarre-looking, towering goblins transporting the carcasses of enormous patterned pythons. Li Xiang turned to Su Qingyu and said, "See, Qingyu, this definitely wasn't Chen Ye's doing. It must have been the goblins clashing with the Python clan." Su Qingyu's face darkened as she snapped angrily, "Don't call me Qingyu." Furthermore, Li Xiang, must you always assume the worst of others? How could a feeble race like goblins possibly contend with the Python clan? This was clearly Brother Chunyi leaving part of the snake meat here as a gift for me, only for it to be stolen by these despicable goblins. Hurry up and get my snake meat back for me. Su Qingyu's words were filled with complaints toward Li Xiang, and she was beginning to feel disdain for this love-struck fool. But Li Xiang immediately wanted to counter back when his opinion was refuted, but seeing the anger on his goddess's charming face, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and apologize. Yeah, I must have guessed wrong. Maybe Master Chunyi deliberately left this meat for us because he didn't fancy it himself." "What do you mean they left it for us because they couldn't stand it? If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. And hurry up, go get that meat back for me." By the end, Su Qingyu was practically shouting. Li Xiang didn't dare delay any longer and immediately commanded the razor-toothed shark to charge forward and seize it. With a sudden lunge, the razor-toothed shark vanished from sight. A dozen ironclad goblins not far away were transporting the last patterned giant python. There were too many spoils this time and far too few of them. Even after 2 trips they still couldn't finish moving everything. This was already their 3rd trip. If not for the goblins' ability to restore their stamina simply by treading upon the earth, any other troop would have long collapsed from exhaustion and gone on strike. Gah! The tin goblin carried the corpse of the patterned python, occasionally plucking a spicy strip from the nearby treetops to pop into its mouth. They behaved like mischievous children, utterly indifferent to the larger, meatier patterned python on their shoulders, yet utterly enamored with the hard-to-reach spicy strips dangling from the treetops. Suddenly, the tin goblin seemed to sense something, its enormous eyes fixed curiously on the ground below. Something was about to emerge. What could it be? A lone goblin stopped in its tracks, causing the dozen or so other goblins to halt as well. They tilted their heads curiously while carrying snake meat, staring at the ground. When not engaged in battle, goblins perfectly inherit the lifestyle intelligence of orcs. Roar! With a roar, the Lanfang shark burst through the ground, its gaping maw aiming to clamp down on the ironclad goblin's skull. Tiny eyes, huge confusion, since when could sharks pop out of the dirt? As the bloody maw drew nearer, the tin-plate goblin hastily activated its iron skin ability. Clang! The crisp clang of metal striking metal. The shark with land teeth was sent flying several meters away. Is this goblin's head made of iron? Lucci the shark was somewhat incredulous, but the goblin counterattack quickly drove him to burrow deep into the earth. Bang! The remaining goblins had already taken the opportunity to stomp on the ground, leaving behind several massive footprints. Is this really a goblin? Li Xiang stared in disbelief at what had just happened. He had been certain his attack would land. Clang! Clang! The crisp metallic sounds echoed as the remaining 10-odd armored goblins simultaneously activated their iron hide ability. This is getting tricky. He looked at his goddess and, sure enough, he could see the "so this is all you've got" expression on her face. Li Xiang hurried to explain, "It's fine. Although those goblins have high defense, I still have the upper hand. They can't keep their skills activated forever. Goblins couldn't maintain their defensive skills indefinitely, while the landshark shark could remain buried underground for prolonged periods. The advantage is mine." Boom! A deafening thunderclap shook the hearts of the two men. Turning to look, it wasn't thunder at all. The goblin had stomped its foot, sending the Lanfang biting shark flying through the air. The ground revealed unsightly trenches as the land shark struggled desperately in midair. Seeing the skill's effectiveness, the remaining goblins exchanged glances before continuing their relentless trampling. Boom! 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 Over a dozen goblins with attributes as high as 40 or even 45 continuously unleashed their skills. Even the land-gnashing shark with attributes reaching 50 was struggling terribly, spewing blood as if it were desperately pouring its life out. "No! Come back! come back now. Li Xiang anxiously summoned his troop unit to return, his heart burning with urgency. After all, this was his only troop unit. After overcoming the crisis and coming to the goddess's aid, only to end up trapped together, there was simply no opportunity for development. This soul troop was his absolute favorite. The land-tooth-biting shark swam toward its lord, pursued by goblins from behind. By the time the land-tooth-biting shark reached its lord's side, it was already at death's door. Li Xiang looked up at the towering goblin and gulped nervously. P.S. Votes please, gold votes please, thank you everyone. Chapter 49, the goddess really does care about me after all. Run! Li Xiang roared, and then the scenery around him rapidly receded. It was Su Qingyu, the goddess had saved him. The imperial crocodile raced across the ground while goblins chased wildly behind. If they were being pursued by werewolf goblins or cunning rabbit goblins, the two would surely be doomed. Fortunately, this time, it was ironclad goblins chasing them. A tank that had allocated all its attribute points to strength and defense. The Sarcosuchus, though not particularly fast, moved considerably quicker than the goblins and soon escaped the danger zone. Thank you, Qingyu. I really thought I was going to die at the hands of those goblins. Li Xiang patted his chest, visibly shaken, while Su Qingyu rolled her eyes at him. If it weren't for the fact that this useless good-for-nothing still had some value as the lord of monarch tier units, why would she have bothered saving him? UVE lost a land-tooth chomper shark. The system notification chimed, leaving Li Xiang feeling utterly dejected. With his combat unit gone, he had no idea how much manual labor, hauling bricks and mining work it would take to gather enough resources for another summon. Of course, if Su Qingyu were willing to sponsor him. Your troops are gone, you should just go back to your territory and focus on development. As for the goblin theft incident, I'll inform Brother Chen Yi. Su Qingyu's voice carried a hint of indifference as she spoke, showing no intention of helping him make a comeback. Alright, but Li Xiang wanted to ask for assistance, yet he felt it would make him lose face. The Emperor Crocodile had already arrived near the territory. Just as Li Xiang was hesitating whether to speak up, a voice interrupted him. Hey, are you Qingyu? The newcomer rode a fine horse but had dark skin. It was Owen. Whoosh! 10 Earth Knights emerged from the surroundings, their chilling fur armor reflecting a glaring, frost-like light. Roar! The Emperor Crocodile let out a warning snarl. He clearly sensed that these 10 mounted figures before him were all golden tier opponents. You are Owen? Su Qingyu deduced the person's identity from their skin tone. Among all the lonely hearts he played with, there was only one with dark skin. Owen was overjoyed. That's right, it's me. As he spoke, he moved forward to give a hug, but Su Qingyu instinctively stepped back. Owen wasn't angry at this rejection. Had it been a few hours earlier, he might have directly commanded the Earth Knight to annihilate the other party's troops and seize their territory. But now, he simply smiled and asked Li Xiang, are you guys in some kind of trouble? Originally he had come looking for someone to plunder, but compared to a golden tier lord, wasn't there a much better option right before his eyes? A king-tier lord who'd lost all his troops, this was practically perfection incarnate. How does that old saying go again? When an old man lost his horse, he thought it was a misfortune, but who knew it might actually be a blessing in disguise? Owen felt this was exactly such a moment. If he could plunder lords, then why not aim higher? Wouldn't that upgrade his troops to royal tier soldiers immediately? Su Qingyu took a deep breath. There was a bit of trouble, but it's been resolved now. Honestly, given Su Qingyu's personality, she probably wouldn't bother explaining anything to a simp of equal status. But being surrounded by 10 golden tier troops made her somewhat nervous. Li Xiang, however, got straight to the point. Friend, what do you mean by surrounding us like this? Owen looked embarrassed and quickly waved his hands, signaling the Earth Knights to lower their spears. Misunderstanding. Light Whisper and I are friends. We happened to run into you while out hunting. There's a marsh here, if I recall correctly. Isn't this your territory, Light Whisper? Won't you invite me in for a visit? Owen appeared completely at ease, his tone utterly unchanged. Su Qingyu was unaware that territories could be plundered. Considering the formidable strength of the opposing troops, she replied, sure, you can follow me then. It seemed Li Xiang wouldn't be able to offer much assistance in the near future. Given this situation, it might be better to groom a different sycophant. She harbored absolute confidence, even if they were foreigners, she could effortlessly win them over just the same. Some rejoice while others fret when three walk together. Qingyu certainly has no shortage of friends, first Chen Yi, and now this foreigner before them. What's worse, this foreigner has actually developed 10 troop types, further diminishing my standing. With a face dark as thunder, Li Xiang sat behind the imperial crocodile, his emotions in turmoil. Owen was chatting cheerfully with Su Qingyu, and in the end, he even had his troops stop at the edge of the swamp while he himself climbed onto the head of the emperor crocodile. Now the distance between the two became even closer. Li Xiang watched it all with bitterness in his heart. I must develop my troops, he vowed inwardly. When we get back, I must develop my troops. By then, with 5 or even 10 king-tier units, I'll definitely get my revenge. At the head of the Sarcosuchus, Su Qingyu whispered a question. You mean we can plunder other lords' territories for rewards? Of course, and the higher the level, the more energy stones you'll get. Take me for example, I've already developed 20 golden tier troops after plundering just 2 lords. With those 10 Earth Knights stationed outside, Su Qingyu had no reason to doubt his claims. His eyes just rolled slightly, but we don't have coordinates for the other lords. Owen waved his hand, then there's nothing we can do, but we could search around, maybe there are other lords nearby. Wait, you're not here to plunder me, are you? Su Qingyu suddenly looked wary. Owen had already prepared his explanation. Qingyu, we're friends, how could I possibly do this to you? See how I've placed my troops out in the open? I simply don't have the strength to harm you, he continued. Su Qingyu glanced down at the imperial crocodile beneath her and nodded faintly. Indeed, the enemy's troops were all outside the swamp, and currently, the most formidable creature in the entire swamp was his own imperial crocodile. Suddenly, Su Qingyu thought of something. She inquired, how many energy stones would you get for attacking a Lord tier ruler? Owen feigned surprise while secretly delighted. Having followed the two for so long, he naturally knew the dejected man behind them was none other than a Lord tier ruler. Finally you bring it up yourself, I've been waiting for this moment. Owen feigned surprise, impossible. The monarch-class lords are far too powerful, the two of us would stand no chance. Su Qingyu waved her hand impatiently. Never mind whether we stand a chance or not, just tell me how many energy stones we're talking about. Owen replied, honestly, I'm not sure, but when I plundered a gold-class lord once, he gave me 100 energy stones. 1,000? Su Qingyu's eyes shone. With 1,000 energy stones, she could summon 25 emperor crocodiles, a full 25 of them. How formidable would that be? Greed flickered in his eyes, and ambition grew. If it's king tier, would they offer even more? Perhaps it could push my troop count past 50? 50 gold tier troops, would that make me a top tier lord immediately? It would, right? It has to. Su Qingyu's breathing grew heavier as her first thought was to devour Li Xiang whole. Her second thought was to immediately share this news with Chun Yi. After all, Chun Yi was a demigod lord. If she could just please brother Chun Yi, she might not even need to lift a finger to obtain a substantial amount of energy stones. No, I can't just tell brother Chun Yi like this. I need to verify it first. Yes, verify it myself before telling him. Su Qingyu unabashedly cast a greedy glance at Li Xiang behind her. Seeing the goddess looking at him with such passionate eyes, Li Xiang immediately scratched his head sheepishly and offered a bashful smile. Indeed, the goddess still cares for me. Chapter 50, The Mysterious Stone Well. What is this thing? Chen Yi stared at the peculiar shark among the spoils of war. Since when did the Wang Snake clan possess such a thing? He called over a goblin to inquire about the situation and learned from its account about the ambush encountered while transporting goods. I see, perhaps another lord mistook their own troops for ordinary wild monsters again? This time, since none of my troops were injured, I decided not to provoke trouble with the other side. Otherwise, I'd have to go through the hassle of figuring out the location of their territory, which would be quite troublesome. Alright, start digging the pit. Shen Yi dismissed the summoned goblins. Within the territory now lay mountainous piles of serpent carcasses. He needed something like an ice cellar for preservation. Though the crisis had passed, the surrounding snow and ice showed no signs of melting, and the temperature hadn't changed much either. Late autumn had ended, and winter seemed to have arrived. It was just as well it was winter, otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to handle all this flesh and blood. He couldn't bear to let the system buy such a massive amount of it. If it were that old scoundrel of a system, although it would neatly arrange everything for him, it would definitely only take the serpent scale armor, flesh, and fangs. Things like serpent tendons and gallbladders wouldn't even be mentioned. Specialized tasks should be left to specialists. I'll wait for Sha to return and let her take a look. Shen Yi now felt as though he had retreated into the shadows. On the Lord's side, he had developed Manhwa, while on the Empire's side, he had cultivated Sha. Though both were still in their early stages, they had already achieved fairly remarkable results. The income from the Southern River matched his expectations perfectly, bringing in exactly 1,400 energy stones. To win people over, Shen Yi offered a 30 to 70 split of the income, keeping 70% for himself and giving the other party 30. Although it seemed like Nanha was at a disadvantage on the surface, Shen Yi knew that as long as the Empire connected with his side, the revenue he could bring to Nanha would be immense. It might even be possible to integrate the entire Lord's trade affairs. By that count, I've collected quite a few energy stones these days. Shen Yi checked his personal inventory. 3 anomalous crystals, 1 bone-cleaving sword forging blueprint, 5133 energy stones, 1 fire rain scroll, tier 1, 270 gambling stones, 1 bronze, lucky pickaxe. I thought energy stones would be the hardest resource to gather for upgrading my territory, but surprisingly, they turned out to be the first requirement I completed. Shen Yi sighed and then summoned the territory panel. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level, LV2. Territory size, 1,000 meters. Territory abilities, notification upon invasion, provides wall protection, grants multiple watchtower visions, and enhances territorial defense with a moat. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,000 energy stones, and at least 3 territorial buildings. Current resources available, 300 units of wood, 20 units of stone, 210 king cobra corpses, 40 patterned python corpses, 100 water snake corpses, 300 grass snake corpses. Although the upgrade conditions haven't been met yet, with money at hand, problems cease to be problems. The little Lolita bought stones, purchased wood from the market, and with just a few light taps of her fingers, she fulfilled all requirements for the upgrade. Territory upgrade conditions fulfilled. Proceed with upgrade? Yes, no, yes. A white light flashed, one beam landing on the territory, another on Chenyi. Congratulations, your territory has reached level 3. And your personal panel has been upgraded. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV3, and your reputation has increased. Congratulations on your increased reputation. Your current fame level has risen to somewhat renowned. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV3. As the first lord to achieve LV3, you've earned the right to select one territorial building. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level, LV3. Territory size, 3,000 meters. Territory abilities, invasion alert notifications, wall defenses, multiple watchtower sightlines, moat enhanced territory protection. Upgrade requirement, 3,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 5,000 energy stones, 1,000 units of refined iron. Current resources, 300 units of lumber, 20 units of stone, 210 king cobra corpses, 40 reticulated python corpses, 100 water snake corpses, 300 grass snake corpses. Well, not every upgrade comes with a pleasant surprise. This upgrade didn't offer any remarkable rewards, just a modest increase in the Lord's personal level and the territory's prestige value. Even the territory selection options had noticeably diminished. Better than nothing. Chenyi once again allocated his 5 free attribute points to speed and spirit energy. His spiritual attribute reached 12, while speed climbed to 9, bringing his total attribute points to 22. Well then, from now on I guess I can barely be considered a silver-ranked monster. Chenyi mocked himself. With attributes totaling 20, the baseline for silver-tier monsters, he finally had the foundation to survive independently in this forest. Open the selection panel. Chenyi, having completed his attribute allocation, returned to his favorite freebie page. Wooden warehouse, training ground, mysterious stone well. Only 3 options? This selection took Chenyi by surprise. There were only 3 options this time. But what the hell is this third one? A wooden warehouse, utter trash. A training ground, mediocre at best. A miraculous stone well. As the saying goes, the weirdest isn't necessarily the best, but the best must be the weirdest. Chenyi pressed his finger against the mystical stone well, determined to see what this well could possibly offer him. A magical well has appeared in your territory. Tossing something in might yield rewards. Note, of course, you might also hit someone at the bottom, perhaps Sadako, or perhaps the well deity. What kind of ridiculous description is this? Chenyi turned to look at the stone-paved path in front of his small wooden cabin, where another simple and unadorned well had appeared. Rustic, plain, even exuding an air of utter ordinariness. If you need to toss something in, let me see what this is all about. Curious, Chenyi walked over and casually threw a pickaxe from his personal space into the well. No response. He carefully examined the stone well, no reaction whatsoever, not even his pickaxe remained visible. Is this damn thing just here to scam me out of my gear? That iron pick I lost might be trash, but it's still a bronze-tier weapon. Chenyi suddenly realized he'd been fooled. Abruptly, a wisp of blue smoke arose. A ghostly chill ran down Chenyi's spine, making his hair stand on end. Then, from within the blue smoke, a pale hand clutched the well's edge as a shadowy figure slowly drifted upward. Disheveled long hair covered the entire head, while the snow-white neck appeared both swan-like and ghostly eerie. Yet more chilling than the neck was that crimson wedding dress. A single glance at it sent shivers down one's spine as if plunged into an ice cellar. Is that Sadako? Chenyi felt inexplicably tense, already covertly summoning his goblins to gather. If this Sadako dared show the slightest hostility toward him, he wouldn't hesitate to have the goblins tear the stone well apart. Wait a minute, how is this Sadako? Are you, the river god? Wait, that can't be right, doesn't the river god always give identical things? When the other party fully appeared, Chenyi's fear completely vanished, and for a moment he couldn't even be sure of the other's identity. He held a sickle in his left hand, a pickaxe in his right, and clenched a black brick between his teeth. Foolish youth, did you drop this iron pickaxe, this black brick, or perhaps this sickle? Chapter 51, Territorial Plunder and Unfair Game. Bronze, black brick. Strength +5, speed +3. Effect, attacks from behind trigger critical hits, granting +7 power. Note, relentlessly battering the lame leg of a cripple, viciously slapping the functioning side of a paralyzed mouth. Black bricks, because you're worth it. Lucky pickaxe, strength +1, speed +1, luck +1. Note, Yoho, not bad pickaxe. Silver, death scythe, speed +10, spirit +8. Special ability, etherealization, grants the wielder immunity to physical attacks below 100 attribute once. Note, one can harvest wheat or reap lives. Chunyi cast a scouting spell, revealing the attributes of all three weapons at a glance. Apart from the iron pickaxe he had dropped, the other two were exceptionally powerful weapons. Particularly the scythe had reached silver rank and possessed an overpowering trait. Compared to the scythe's attribute bonuses, Chunyi valued its god tier trait even more. Foolish youth, choose quickly. Did you drop this iron pickaxe, this black brick, or perhaps this sickle? The Jin River god remained unaware that his weapon's attributes had already been discovered by the other party, thus his tone grew increasingly impatient. I choose. Chunyi deliberately played coy, wanting to observe the river god's reaction, and the Jin River god immediately showed an excited expression. Say it's a pickaxe, say it's a pickaxe. Jinzi had already decided that if this young man dared to say it was a pickaxe, that would prove he was the one who hit her. When that time came, she would surely tear this ignorant youth to pieces. I was just minding my own business at the bottom of the well, yet people keep hitting me. Isn't this just bullying an honest person? I dropped the sickle. After observing the other's expression, Chenyi honestly chose the sickle. Sadako's face immediately fell. Damn it, damn these rules. If not for the rules binding me, I'd kill this bastard right now. Furious inside, but bound by the rules, Sadako could only give a kind reminder. Young man, one must be honest in life. Lying is bad. Chunyi stepped forward and firmly grasped the enormous 6-foot-long crescent sickle. Since childhood, my family has praised me for being an honest boy. This is indeed the sickle I dropped. Chunyi pulled with all his might, but Sadako refused to let go. A vein bulged on Sadako's forehead as she reminded him again, young man, honesty. Be honest. Chunyi had already deduced from the other party's tone and reaction that he absolutely couldn't answer the iron pickaxe truthfully. Since that was the case, he had to choose the best option possible. He had been searching for a weapon that boosted speed and mental power for a long time. Everything the Golden Alliance dropped was either junk or unsuitable for him. With this weapon in hand, every single weapon dropped by the Golden Alliance would be garbage in comparison. Chunyi tightened his grip as he fought for it. Don't worry, sis, the giant scythe I dropped is definitely this one. Look, it even has my name on it. Jinzi was so angry that smoke practically billowed from her head. It clearly says Shin right there. Chunyi tugged hard. Yes, that's right. My childhood name is Asian. Weapon in hand, Chunyi swiftly retreated and bowed. Lost for so long, finally found. Thank you, sister. Sadako was so furious she bit cracks into the black brick in her mouth. Steals something and still has the decency to bow in thanks. What a strangely polite kid. Bound by the rules, Sadako could only suppress her rage, tossing her hair with an eerie smile. Well then, sis, this sister will be going back now. Next time, be more careful, don't lose things. Hey. Sadako was so angry she couldn't even form complete sentences, but could only helplessly shrink back. Silver, death scythe, speed +10, spirit +8. Special ability, phasing, grants user immunity to physical attacks below 100 attribute points once. Note, you can harvest wheat, or you can harvest lives. Chenyi examined this unexpected weapon in his hand with great satisfaction. Perfect. From now on, I declare all weapons from the Golden Alliance are trash. Equipped with this weapon, Chunyi finally had the means to protect himself in this perilous forest. Especially with this ability, Chunyi was confident he could use it to defeat the strongest wolf or goblin in his territory. Fighting against an opponent with over 20 attribute points higher than me, damn, I'm awesome. Chunyi ran his fingers along his 1.8 meter long scythe, black as the night sky. Surprisingly, it wasn't heavy at all, it felt almost weightless. A reaper's scythe combined with the ability to phase through matter. This is literally turning me into death himself, ready to harvest the battlefield. Chunyi licked his lips in anticipation, hoping some reckless lord would quickly invade his territory so he could personally test his weapons. Why? I like you so much. Why? Suching, I love you so much. Why are you treating me like this? You heartless bitch. When you had no clothes to keep warm, it was me who gave you mine. When you were in danger, I was the first to rush to your rescue. Why? Why are you abandoning me? The Earth Knight, Deadly Sky, held Li Xiang firmly despite his heart-rending screams, letting him roar helplessly. At this moment, Su Qingyu ignored him completely, instead staring coldly at Owen before her. You lied to me. Didn't you say you'd destroy the territory to obtain the energy stones? Owen approached with a smile. No, Qingyu, you must have misunderstood. I said destroying the territory could yield them, but never that I had to destroy it. Is this not good enough now? Owen spread his arms and walked over. Look, I'm already a monarch-ranked lord now. Me, a monarch-ranked lord. Among these 100,000 lords, how many are golden lords? Surely no less than 800, if not 1,000? And earthly kings? 50? 30? Or even fewer? Right now, I am one of the rare few. As he spoke, he even opened the summoning panel, pulling out his last 100 energy stones from his personal space to summon his first king-tier combat unit. He addressed the two of them, saying, "Next, behold the miracle, come forth, Landshark Biter." Owen's lips curled skyward in triumph, while Li Xiang's heart shattered like a jilted maiden. The goddess he adored had betrayed him, his mighty troops were gone, and his once proud weapons had become another's arms and warriors, unwilling to accept it. Yet, what could he do even if unwilling? This was never a fair game. Lady Luck might favor him once, but she would never grace him twice in such short succession. Roar! With Owen's actions, a colossal figure emerged beside him. The creature stood at 5 meters tall, letting out an earth-shaking roar the moment it appeared before seamlessly merging with the terrain. Here was the Lanfang shark, a massive predator thriving perfectly on land. "Kill him!" Owen gave the order to the newly born Lanfang shark, and Li Xiang's face instantly turned as white as paper. No, Lanfang shark, it's me. I am your master." He trembled as he pleaded with the shark, but the creature swiftly advanced, gaping its bloodthirsty maw. "Stop!" In the critical moment, Su Qingyu stopped Lu Qi from biting the shark. She employed any means necessary. She knew she had wronged Li Xiang, but she had never considered killing. Let him go, make him become the Wanderer Lord. Su Qingyu whispered her prayer. She saved me? Why would that bitch save me? Li Xiang lowered his head and muttered, his fingers digging deep into his own flesh as blood trickled out in a thin stream. Owen chuckled. You're just making trouble for yourself. Su Qingyu turned to look at Li Xiang behind her and said firmly, let him go. Owen spread his hands helplessly as the toothed shark retreated. Chapter 52, The sun exists at all times. After Li Xiang left, Owen informed Su Qingyu that the position of Lord could be usurped and began explaining his brainwashing scheme. A moment later, Su Qingyu and Owen exchanged a knowing smile. Then let's do as you say, but you must let me become a king-tier lord too. Su Qingyu looked at Owen seriously and said. Owen chuckled playfully, of course, as long as your relationship with Chunyi is real, I can use that to leverage the entire Golden Alliance. By then, you and I will be the leaders of the Alliance. This was the reason she didn't kill the foolish woman before her and even spared Li Xiang as a courtesy. Owen fantasized about the future. Right now, Chunyi might look down on the Golden Alliance, but once he took it over, he would become the strongest leader. The strongest alliance leader would also have the most powerful lord as backing. It wouldn't be long before he became the sole Lord Alliance in this other world. Owen was ambitious. Based on what Su Qingyu had told him about the relationship between Chunyi and herself, he was absolutely capable of rallying numerous lords to pull off a swap the crown prince with a cat scheme against the Golden League. Su Qingyu clenched her teeth, and her heart gradually hardened with resolve. Fine, then we'll do as you said, I'll spread the news first. With a playful smirk, Owen took a step forward. Of course, Qingyu. Now, come here, get lost. As the other person drew closer, Su Qingyu scolded mercilessly. When it came to simps, she was only ever in the business of disciplining them. Letting one touch her was never part of the deal. Owen wanted to lash out, but the thought of Chunyi, the formidable figure backing her, cooled his temper in an instant. For now, I'm still too weak to provoke someone as formidable as Chunyi. Let this woman have her moment of arrogance for a while. One day later, a shocking message began to circulate among all the lords of the Golden Alliance. I heard that killing lords grants massive amounts of energy stones. Do you think that's true? It must be real. Lately, I feel like the Alliance leader has been subtly favoring us lower-tier lords, probably to help us gain self-defense capabilities. Seconded. That way, we won't just become prey for higher-tier lords, right? Wait, really? I heard this is just a rumor. Didn't some expert lords already debunk it? I don't know, but I feel like the high-tier alliance leaders have been going on fewer missions lately. Everyone should stay cautious. Exactly. Better safe than sorry when it comes to guarding against people. Who says? Among all the high-tier lords, I wouldn't guard against our alliance leader. If our leader needed it, I'd even willingly offer myself as sacrifice. You little rascal just trying to get an advantage, If sister wants to kill anyone, she'd start with me first. Scram, all of you, get lost. The League leader sister's black stockings and long legs are destined to step on me. All of you get lost. Fine, you can have the black stockings. I prefer the white ones. Everyone was quite familiar with the beautiful Kihanji's status as a League leader, and some had even begun to fantasize about it. This time, her handling of the Golden Alliance before the news arrived impressed everyone once again, winning over many low-ranking lords and spreading the Golden Alliance's good reputation far and wide. Some were delighted while others were troubled, but for Chi Hongyi, such troubles were merely superficial irritations. In the Golden League, although there are high-tier lords at the gold level or above, they remain a minority, constituting only 1/5 or even less of the total membership. In other words, most people are lower-tier lords, and Kihanji's strategy clearly involves winning over a large number of these lower-tier lords. As for the high-tier lords being unhappy, what exactly can they do? Everyone's current strength is about the same, and even if they get the news, they can't launch an attack against the Bronze Lords or the Silver Lords. Moreover, it appeared that Chihong-yi had an even more stringent method to prevent high-ranking lords from slaughtering lower-ranked ones to harvest energy stones. All high-ranking lords had noticed the presence of certain watchers stationed around their territories. Though scarce, no matter what you do, there are always low-ranked lords keeping a constant watch over you. As the news spread through the Golden Alliance, it gradually reached the ears of the other lords, and such tidings immediately sparked panic. They had no beautiful alliance leader to help mediate supplies. If discovered by the surrounding high-tier lords, it would mean certain death. They've always been neighbors. For lords without any sense of precaution, some even actively sought out high-ranking lords, pleading for them to save their territories. Coordinates were never a secret to begin with. Golden Alliance. Are you still recruiting? I want to join. And me too. I can feel the Golden Lord nearby giving me some really unfriendly looks. Come save me quickly. Don't even get me started. I was just looking for some excitement back then, exploring and making friends with all the nearby lords. Now I'm totally panicking. Hold off on the pity, my suffering beats all. That Golden Monkey Alliance leader already had it out for me, sworn to destroy me. And now, he's got one more reason to want me dead. Sister Chi, please invite me. Alliance leader Chi, I can offer double, no, triple, the price. Please wear black silk. Oh wait, no, please let me join. Me too. I'll pay 10 times the price. Only the Golden Alliance can save me now. More and more people are tagging at Kihanji, and naturally, Kihanji herself has taken notice of this phenomenon. Everyone, this is the current situation we're facing. How do we proceed from here? Kihanji discusses the current circumstances with her trusted allies within the alliance. No one could have anticipated that an initially unintentional move would once again elevate the Golden Alliance's reputation, even becoming a lifeline for many. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and said, Alliance leader, undoubtedly your move is correct. I believe we can now freely recruit members, but the focus should be on low-tier lords, as this will make it easier to maintain control. Shenmo's analysis roughly suggested continuing to recruit low-level lords as alliance members. I think Vice Alliance leader Chen makes a valid point. Our current momentum is strong, and we can leverage this to recruit numerous lords, achieving rapid expansion. One person agreed with Chen Mo's theory and stood by his side. I think it's inappropriate. This could very well provoke the dissatisfaction of the high-rank lords. When that time comes, they won't be easy to manage. Their power often requires dispatching a great number of lords to suppress. This was a core member of the high-rank alliance leader. I support Deputy Alliance Leader Chen Mo's decision. The dissenting voice was quickly suppressed. The speaker was another low-rank lord. Gathering sand to build a pagoda. As long as we have enough low-tier alliance leaders, we may not need high-tier ones, nor should we fear them. The conflict between high-ranking lords and low-ranking lords was beginning to emerge at this moment. Although this Golden Alliance leader had not had their resources withheld by Chihong-yi, their actions were still being monitored. You're talking nonsense. Enough. Seeing the two alliance leaders about to quarrel, Chihong-yi hastily stepped in to intervene. Since we can't reach a consensus, let's put it to a vote. Chihong-yi chose to vote in a very fair manner. Though she possessed veto power, the voting results clearly aligned with her own desires. The timing is perfect. Expansion continues. As for the problems it may cause, as long as I am strong enough, there will be no problems at all. Ambition swelled, ambition hatched, and soon the Golden Alliance leveraged this crisis to propel itself to new heights. From this day forth, the sun never set on the Golden Alliance. Within an extremely short time, they became known to all the lords. Among the allied leaders of the Golden Alliance, the sun's presence was maintained all 24 hours of any given day. Chapter 53, renamed, The Sun Never Sets Alliance. The Sun Never Sets Alliance, how utterly audacious. Shunyi hadn't anticipated that instead of being dealt a blow by recent developments, they would actually ride the winds and soar 90,000 miles to unprecedented heights. This Chihong is certainly a formidable figure, yet he still didn't consider their prospects favorable. The reason is simple: interests. Within any collective, there is no bond more unbreakable than the ties of shared benefit. But the Golden Alliance's interests were too meager and unevenly distributed. The high-ranking lord's backlash was inevitable. It all depended on how Chihong handled the situation next. As for the Golden Alliance rebranding as the Neverfall Alliance, Shenyi merely grabbed some popcorn, pulled up a small stool, and enjoyed the show. You lost 500 energy stones. You obtained 1 heterocrystal. You have lost 500 energy stones. You have obtained 1 alien crystal. Well, look at that. A hefty reward really does bring out the reckless. Shenyi was pleasantly surprised to hear that the item he listed in the trading section had arrived. Lately, the Golden Alliance had been growing increasingly powerful, and he was genuinely worried they might snatch away his first-place reward for spring upgrades. That's why he had offered such a high bounty for the alien crystal. Strange crystals only drop from killing mini-bosses of leader level, and even then, there's only a chance of obtaining them. This probability issue gave Chunyi quite a headache. After eliminating the King Snake clan and several associated mini-bosses, he'd only harvested 2 strange crystals. The drop rate was frustratingly low. During his spare time, he'd even sent goblins out hunting. They must have wiped out at least 7 or 10 minor boss factions in the surrounding area, yet not a single strange crystal appeared. Left with no other options, he had no choice but to spend heavily in the trading district to acquire them. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, Unique Unit Structure. Initial Level, LV2. Daily Goblin Spawn Capacity, 10. Current Breeding Energy Requirement, 50. Materials required for promotion, 5 anomalous crystals, 30 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of purified water. Note, these cunning creatures from the dark abyss extract a bloody price from any who underestimate them. Beware, these vile beings ignore reproductive barriers. Upgrade conditions met. Proceed with upgrade? Chunyi opened his spring panel and without hesitation selected the upgrade option. The magical stone well in his previous territory had given him quite a pleasant surprise. Just the death scythe alone was enough to make him spare no effort in upgrading his territory in the spring. The first place reward always comes with surprises, and he definitely doesn't want to miss out. Congratulations! Your spring has reached LV3, making it easier for you to summon troops. Congratulations! Your spring has reached LV3. The number of genes you can fuse has been upgraded to 3. Congratulations, your spring has reached level 3. Your spring water now possesses defensive capabilities, capable of resisting attacks from gold tier units for 30 minutes, silver tier units for 60 minutes, and bronze tier units for an entire day. Congratulations, your spring has reached level 3. As the first lord to achieve level 3 with a spring, you've received a grand gift package. The defensive capability was a pleasant surprise, but Chunyi remained particularly fond of the big gift pack. Activate the premium package. You have opened a grand gift package. Congratulations! You obtained a tier 1 scroll, Rejuvenation. Rejuvenation technique. You can designate an area within a 500-meter radius where your soldiers will ignore pain and experience a 300% increase in wound recovery. Note, wow. How did you manage to get your hands on everything, you damn dog? Another first-tier scroll? Chunyi's lips curled slightly. He still hadn't used that first-tier Fire Rain scroll from last time. Still, when it came to foundational treasures of this level, the more the merrier. The current turbulent situation with constant warfare among various lords could mean a king-tier or saint-tier lord might launch an attack on me at any moment. Breed, go fulfill your reproductive duties quickly. Chunyi hurriedly drove the goblins to attend to their business. As for the previous King Snake clan, he had restrained himself from using them immediately. After all, at that time, his goblins could only fuse with 2 at most. Now, after upgrading, they can fuse with 3, creating a monstrous existence beyond compare. It won't be easy to upgrade to the next stage. Dark Goblin Breeding Spring, Unique Troop Structure. Initial Level, LV3. Daily Goblin Production Capacity, 15. Current Incubation Required Energy, 30, 60, 75. Promotion Required Materials, 10 anomalous crystals, 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 100 units of refined iron, 1 energy core. Note, cunning creatures from the dark abyss. Any being who underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Beware, these vile creatures ignore reproductive barriers. The difference in summoning energy stones stems from the spring of incarnation having recorded the genes of other goblins. Summoning 15 basic dark goblins only requires 30 energy stones, while a horned goblin fused with 1 quantity gene needs 60 energy stones. For variants with 2 genes like the wolf giant goblin, it costs 75 energy stones. Gotta admit it's cheap, but nothing beats free stuff. Freebies aren't just more appealing, they're stronger too, and cost absolutely nothing. Who wouldn't love that? 10 alien crystals, 100 units of refined iron, and 1 energy core. Seems like these are the only real challenges to obtain right now. Chunyi nodded, knowing that the next upgrade wouldn't be easy at all. He hadn't even heard of refined iron or energy cores, perhaps because he'd upgraded too quickly and the system hadn't had time to reveal them yet. Or maybe his level was still too low to have access to such things. The fountain upgrade would have to wait for now. But getting stronger didn't necessarily mean upgrading the fountain. For instance, that giant dragon across the river seemed like an excellent alternative. The alliance where the sun never sets. Low-rank Lords Group Chat. Everyone, I recently received some explosive news, but I'm not sure how feasible it is. What news? Details, please. Is it that high-ranking lord who wants to attack us? Tell me which one it is, and I'll report directly to the alliance leader. Upstairs, quit flaunting your inspector status. I'm not the slightest bit jealous that you have the alliance leader's private chat. Not even a little bit jealous, Sniffles 555. No, none of that. Everyone, listen to me. Today one of my friends told me that our territories can actually be swapped. Swapped? What's the point? We're all low-level lords. What difference does it make to trade territories? Exactly, What kind of news is this? Seems pretty useless if you ask me. None of them realized the upheaval this news would bring, they simply dismissed it as trivial. What was the point of swapping when they were all low-level lords anyways? No, everyone, listen to me. When I say exchangeable, I mean that lower-tier lords and higher-tier lords can swap positions, our statuses are interchangeable. These words immediately drew dismissive responses. Even if they could, higher-tier lords would never stoop to. The man had intended to mock, but halfway through his sentence, he realized the gravity of the situation. Statuses were indeed interchangeable. Higher-tier lords might scorn lower-tier territories, but lower-tier lords had always longed to escape theirs. Everyone in the chat channel instinctively held their breath as the realization hit them. Until someone asked, can a low-ranking lord replace a high-ranking lord by seizing their position? At these words, everyone's hearts pounded like war drums. Yes. Chapter 54, A New Heaven and Earth. Another day passed, as Chunyi methodically expanded his influence. A new black-armored goblin has been born in your territory and will default to becoming your troop type. Would you like to accept? Accept. Chunyi had long been waiting by the entrance of the spawning chamber for the treasure he had coveted for so long. The LV4 spring water is currently difficult to upgrade, so the goblin fused with 3 types of genes will temporarily be his peak. He hopes the royal serpent tribe, which has captured his fancy for so long, can bring him a pleasant surprise. Black armored goblin. Quality, gold. Attribute, 45. Level, LV3. Killing creatures can increase level. Loyalty, fanatical. You are the absolute faith of the goblins. Weapon, black armor. Immune to spell attacks with attributes below 50. Reduces spell attacks with attributes between 50 to 100 by 40%. Skills, poison toss. Black armor defense, trample, brutal strangulation. Trait, ignores reproductive barriers. Smooth. Chunyi licked his lips as he read the black armor's skill description. It certainly didn't disappoint. The newborn goblin had mastered the scaled defense of the King Serpent clan. 5 offspring per birth, totaling 250. An army of black armor goblins like this would be nothing short of a graveyard for mages. Chunyi looked at the little figure before him with satisfaction. Still resembling a goblin in general appearance, its entire body was covered in black scales, with tattoos etched onto the dark scaly armor. Gleaming white fangs of unknown genetic origin protruded menacingly, exuding pure ferocity. If only I had wings, then with a steel trident, I'd perfectly embody the image of a yaksha. Born with a proportional body, estimated to reach at least 170 centimeters as an adult, Chunyi was increasingly satisfied with the newborn goblins. After several generations of genetic modifications, his goblins had broken through their original genetic limitations and could now generally reach normal height. At least we won't have to worry about these fellows getting buried under the snow when winter comes. Now we have the strength, but facing dragons still seems risky. Let's raise a few more legions just in case. He coveted the dragon across the river, but the oppressive aura of the frost dragon he'd encountered before still weighed heavily on him. Caution was paramount, no room for recklessness. After all, there are plenty of animals in this forest, and his goblins grow extremely fast. In just a few days, he could raise entire legions. Of course, he's become a bit picky now. Only silver-tier monsters catch his eye, and he's even starting to look down on some silver-tier creatures, ready to search deeper in the forest for gold-tier or even king-class beings or tribes. Once he assembles 3 more squads, even if he has to throw 1,000 gold-tier troops at it, he'll bloody the dragon's hide one way or another. Go, split up and search for powerful tribal creatures. Chunyi issued his latest orders to the goblins. Unlike Shinya's peaceful development, turmoil was raging within the Sun Never Sets Alliance. In just one single day, the Sun Never Sets Alliance had gone from being the safest place to the most dangerous. But this danger was for the high-tier lords. Yes, not for the low-tier lords, but precisely for the high-tier ones. Under the grand backdrop of the Sun Never Sets Alliance, the low-tier lords found a means to unite and began launching offensives against the high-tier lords. Who would want to miss such an opportunity to change their fate? Born as human beings, we are all lords. How dare you surpass me just because of luck? A true man born between heaven and earth, how could he bear to live long in subservience to others? A silent war of gunpowder smoke had begun. At least, the Sun Never Sets Alliance leadership perceived it as silent. Because only low-ranking lords reported to them, their channels of information were completely sealed off. When benefits are insufficient yet the organization persists, distorted channels of profit will inevitably emerge, much like the present-day Sun Never Sets Alliance. Captain Xingyu, we all know you're the sole conduit between our alliance's high-ranking lords and the upper echelons. Now that you voluntarily laid down your arms, we might consider sparing your life. Several silver and bronze rank lords encircled the territory of the golden rank Lord Xingyu on a stretch of grassland. TCH, Ha, ha ha. Nowadays, every worthless pest actually thinks they're strong after being shown the slightest bit of respect? The man called Xingyu let out a disdainful snort as he arrogantly looked down upon the 3 lords before him, 2 bronze-ranked and 1 silver-ranked. It seems the Alliance leader's policies have gone to your heads. Above the grassland, Xingha clapped his hands, and instantly, a heavy armored cavalry of 30 men appeared behind him. Xingyu sat atop his majestic steed, looking down imperiously at the low-ranking Alliance leaders below. Dare to scheme against me, he sneered. For 400 energy stones, you'll pay with your lives. Very well. He was unaware of the widely circulated notion among lower-tier lords that territories could be exchanged, and merely thought these people had gone mad, daring to challenge him for just 400 energy stones. You should know that the Alliance leader's resource allocation favors lower-tier lords, but not all lower-tier lords. As a high-tier lord and a core member facing the Alliance leader, he naturally received a certain share of resources as well. Heavy armored cavalry, crush them, Xingyu said mercilessly, and the 30 heavy armored cavalry behind him immediately launched their charge. The opposing force was merely over 40 tigers, 50 savage warriors, and 60 grey-furred giant wolves. This is their domain amidst the grasslands. Even if the enemy triples in number, heavy armor will charge through and crush all invaders beneath its might. Charge! The heavy armored cavalry moved in unison, their thick steel plates clanging with the metallic symphony of death. Clang, clang, it's so terrifying. Maybe we should just go back. The sheer intimidating aura of the charge alone made 2 bronze lords retreat in fear, leaving only the silver lord relatively composed. Don't panic. Don't panic. I have the scroll the goddess gave me, a first-tier damaged scroll. It'll definitely work. He swallowed hard, first ordering his own troops to charge, then pulled out a scroll from his bosom. Seeing their opponent take the initiative and produce the pre-arranged scroll, the other 2 lords gritted their teeth and quickly followed suit. They each issued the command to charge to their respective tigers and wolves. Scrolls, go. The silver lord tossed aside the tattered scroll, which was contemptuously swatted away by a single lance thrust from the armored cavalryman. No effect? How is that possible? As the scroll was deflected, the trio instantly turned ashen pale. After all, this scroll had been their sole confidence. Without it, they would never have dared provoke these core members. Damn it! Their legs trembled as they inwardly cursed, believing they would meet their end here. No, look, the scroll is changing. Just as the 2 bronze lords were about to flee, the silver lord suddenly called out to them. They watched as the scroll, which had been flung aside by the heavy cavalry, landed right in front of the charging horsemen and transformed into a 100-meter-wide expanse of quicksand. The grassland suddenly turning to marsh left the heavily armored cavalry, already charging at full speed, with no time to turn. Poof poof. The once arrogant heavy cavalry plunged into the mud one after another, their imposing presence as 30 menacing figures instantly replaced by joyful excitement. Sacy, I told you, my goddess would never deceive me. The Silver Lord burst into laughter and immediately commanded his barbarian troops to charge toward the Star Dominion Lord's territory, where only 5 heavy cavalry remained to defend it. 5, merely 5 couldn't possibly stand against a coalition of 100 men. At this moment, their sacrifice and gamble proved successful. The empire where the sun never sets might remain unchanged, yet the sky above is no longer the same. Chapter 55, The Outbreak of Chaos. If you gave the scroll to someone else, then what about me? How can I contend with a monarch-tier lord without the scroll? Su Qingyu questioned the man before her. Owen lay smiling in the comfortable mine tunnel bed. No worries, you've got me, haven't you? After I defeat a few more minor lords, we'll take the fight to that red dragon monarch. Monarch-tier troops truly were different. With just 2 monarch-tier units developed, he had transformed the entire underground cavern into a veritable palace. Owen stroked his land-tooth bite shark, murmuring, "Good boy, go find me more of those gamble stones or whatever they're called." Roar! With a soft growl, the land-tooth bite shark burrowed into the earth. How lovely! Su Qingyu watched as the loyal Lu Chiaosha obeyed so obediently, and couldn't help but feel a yearning in her heart. A king-tier unit, if only it were mine. Owen's transformation was something she observed at every turn, and now she was desperate to become a king-tier lord like him herself. No, perhaps the saint rank. I definitely deserve the saint rank. Su Qingyu sighed faintly to herself. Only by reaching the saint rank could she get closer to Brother Chunyi. Only then could she stand openly by his side. As her plans succeeded step by step, the ambition in Su Qingyu's heart grew. What began as a mere desire to please Brother Chunyi gradually transformed into a longing to become his rightful partner. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get what you want. Owen comfortably rolled over on the massive stone bed, which he had covered with a particularly elastic type of rock that was incredibly cozy. The previous lord had no idea how to enjoy life, completely wasting the potential of the landshark's abilities. Su Qingyu gave a proud little snort. You'd better hurry up, or I'll just ask Brother Chenai to help me instead. Owen heard Chenya's words, his eyes turning cold but quickly softening. Don't worry, it won't take long. The incident on the grasslands wasn't an isolated case. The sparks had already been lit, all that remained was to wait quietly. Recently, the chat groups of the Sun Never Sets Alliance had grown unusually quiet. Though the alliance expanded, fewer and fewer members spoke up. How come there are weapons? I definitely didn't give you that much material back then. Of course I completed it perfectly. It was Brother Chenye's request after all. Alright, thanks. Chenye handed over the energy stones for 3 sets of custom armor to the little lowly, and couldn't help but feel even more favorably impressed by her. He didn't request any weapons with his order and customization, but this little lowly threw in some extras anyway. Though they're not made of 100-fold forged steel, judging by their finish, they're definitely not inferior goods. I used to wonder why someone would buy fancy hammers as weapons. Now I realize it's because they've taken up blacksmithing as a side gig after striking it rich with gamble stones. But just imagine a little lowly in sleeveless Lolita fashion, swinging a massive hammer stroke after stroke in a mine shaft, sparks exploding by her ears. Weirdly unsettling. Could this lowly actually be a muscle-bound lowly? Chenye received 3 sets of gleaming armor along with matching steel swords and handed them to the black-armored goblins beside him. These 3 sets of armor were meant to help the black-armored goblins conceal their identities. Ga. A wolf giant goblin quickly ran over to Chenye to report, summarizing that the human woman previously instructed by a god had arrived here. The stench of blood here is overwhelming. Saraviel Shah tightened her mage's robe, surprised to feel a hint of chill. A mage's robes are fundamentally designed to shield them from the extremes of all 4 seasons, yet here she was, actually feeling the chill. It seems you haven't been idle these past few days, brave one. The goblins here have undergone yet another transformation. Shah sized up the wolf-like giant goblins and goblin priests patrolling atop the city walls. These were clearly new specimens cultivated by the hero. Judging by their aura alone, they were considerably more advanced than those hideous, stubby 3-headed creatures from before. Quack! A goblin priest opened the heavy wooden gate beneath the city wall and led Saraviel Shah inside. The moment she entered, Shah immediately covered her nose. She knew where that chill was coming from now. The stench rising from the brown earth nearby made her gag. It was a scene of blood congealed, shattered, and congealed again, which meant this place had witnessed at least one massacre or something equally horrific. She instinctively surveyed the territory, astonished by how much it had transformed within just a few days. Sulliver marveled at the changes. During her first visit, there had only been a single large wooden house and a small hut. Now, not only were there a moat and several watchtowers, but also tents of various sizes everywhere. Had she not been here before, she would have mistaken this place for the domain of some formidable orcs. Though crude, the diverse appearance of the tents reflected its growth and strength. Each distinctive tent stood as evidence of conquest and plunder. Snakeskins of various sizes hung haphazardly, along with valuable beast pelts that could fetch high prices, which the goblins had carelessly draped across the training grounds. Training grounds? Only then did Shah notice the changes here. They actually have something like this. So the brave lord is really training them, she realized. As she grew more convinced of Chenye's identity as the brave, she couldn't help but marvel at his remarkable ability to take action. You should know the training grounds aren't cheap. Things like the magic markers, self-repairing wooden dummies, and self-healing archery targets all possess self-restorative capabilities. This training ground costs at least 500 gold coins. What astonished Shah wasn't that the hero could build this training ground, but that the hero managed to construct a complete training ground so quickly in this desolate forest. Is this a well? Not only does the water issue have a moat, but has it also dug a well from within? Shah took a deep breath, feeling like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. As a scion of a prominent family, she had certainly seen her share of grand spectacles, but today's sights defied description with mere words like grand spectacle. It was the speed of development. She had been away for less than a week. In just those few short days, the brave one had not only upgraded to stronger goblins but also built a training ground, raided at least 2 orc tribes and a large snake clan, while completing water diversion and internal drainage systems. Any one of these things alone wouldn't have surprised her so much, but accomplishing them all within a few days was truly a display of capability. Click-clack. Her high heels tapped crisply as she carefully noticed the stone slabs now paving the path to the small wooden cabin. Originally, Sarah had felt somewhat proud about selling the leather for 22 gold coins, but after seeing everything the brave lord had accomplished, she began to feel uneasy in her heart. The efforts I've made pale in comparison to what his lordship the hero has accomplished. It's like comparing the bright moon to a firefly. Will his lordship the hero be satisfied? Moreover, does his lordship the hero truly need my meager sum of 22 gold coins? Could it be that he was merely testing me? Or perhaps there was some hidden directive in his parting words that I failed to recognize? Saraviel Shah felt rising tension as she approached the wooden cabin, her fists instinctively clenching. Come in. An unfamiliar voice spoke, and Sha stepped into the wooden hut where she had spent the previous night, now somewhat familiar, with a sense of unease. Chapter 56, Sha's Understanding. Greetings, my lord. Saraville Sha bowed respectfully. Shen Yi gave a slight nod. How are the sales going? Shaluo looked slightly nervous. My lord, winter is approaching soon, and the sales situation is slightly better than I had imagined. These are this season's proceeds. Shaluo handed over the 220 energy stones she had earned from selling furs. Unexpectedly, there was an extra $20. Shen Yi was a bit surprised, as expected from someone of the Saraville family. Their business acumen was indeed commendable. Well done, you've passed the test. There's something new for you next. Well done. Hearing such praise, Sha finally felt her anxious heart settle. What a chess piece fears most is becoming useless. It's all thanks to you, sir. The pelt was preserved so completely that it fetched a higher overall price. Sha placed her hand on her chest and bowed slightly once more. Majestic and magnificent. Truly befitting a prince's woman, her figure is exceptional. Shen Yi was captivated by the inadvertent view. It was a pity the royal family employed specialized detection spells in such matters. Otherwise, he might have truly wanted to experience the sensation of a royal consort. However, though it couldn't break through the final step, as long as that final step remained unbreached, it was fine. No, let's focus on our main task first. He shook his snow-white head and gestured towards Sha, saying, come here. A trace of panic clearly surfaced on Sha's exquisitely carved jade-like face as her expression subtly changed. She gritted her teeth and said, yes. Saravir Sha came before Chen Yi and crouched down, allowing him to stroke her beautiful long hair. Chen Yi pondered for a moment and realized that handling serious matters didn't necessarily conflict with his own enjoyment. While relishing the pleasure of petting a cat, he took out a piece of purple scale armor. The scales were each about the size of a fist, yet astonishingly light and supple. Even in the faint glow from the window, they shimmered with a rainbow-like radiance. This is a king serpent's scale? Sha gasped as she stared at the object in the hero's hand. The scales of the royal snake, not only are they lightweight and durable, but they can also nullify the vast majority of low-level magical attacks. They are a necessity for the military and a long-coveted item among the nobility. The best use for such a thing would supposedly be forging them into armor to sell to the military, but the nobility of the Titan Empire prefer using them to equip their personal guards instead. Not only are these items exceedingly rare, but they also refract 7 shades of purple light resembling a rainbow when struck by light, making them extraordinarily beautiful. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Good, you recognize them. So, if I gave this to you, how much could you sell it for? Sha looked excitedly at Chen Yi. 5 gold? No, 10 gold. As long as there's enough of this material to craft a full set of armor, I could sell it for 10 gold. 10 gold, which is 100 energy stones per set, such a high price, over 10 times that of ordinary armor. Even Chen Yi, who had anticipated this, couldn't help being astonished when he heard the news. After all, the armor he had asked the little girl to craft only cost 10 energy stones per set, and she even threw in weapons as a bonus. Good, then this item will be entrusted to you to sell. Follow the goblin to the back warehouse to retrieve it later. Yes. Saravir Shah's eyes gleamed with excitement as she endlessly calculated in her heart, did Hiro-sama imply he possessed many such precious scales? Many indeed. Could she perhaps establish a merchant guild and make a name for herself directly with these? Then, what should be the direction of our development? Shah asked the brave warrior. Chen Yi was taken aback. Development direction? What development direction? Shah explained, my lord, don't you possess a considerable amount of king snake scales? We could attract customers through indirect sales and use these precious scales to establish the merchant guild. Establishing a merchant association, this woman seemed to have quite a head for business. Chen Yi couldn't help but admire the lovely figure kneeling before him, beautiful, sharp-witted, flawed, and needy, yet lacking in true strength. She was practically perfect. Shah excitedly licked her lips. My lord, we could dictate the style of the armor to steer the future direction of our merchant association. Broadly speaking, we have options like the aristocratic route, the military route, or even exotic treasures. Is that so? Chen Yi also came to his senses. Indeed, different styles of armor could represent different sales directions. If crafted with exquisite detail, they would surely win the favor of nobility. If rough but exceptionally practical, they would capture the hearts of the military. And if beautifully made while also bearing a limited edition label, they could follow the path of rare treasures. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yi said, then, why not pursue them all? Why choose among 3 channels at all? Only children make choices, adults take everything. All of them? Shah looked startled, then quickly explained, my lord, I understand your intentions, but mastering 3 markets simultaneously would require a massive quantity of scales. It's no small amount. Moreover, starting on such a large scale might provoke dissatisfaction from other merchant guilds. Chen Yi once again expertly pinched the other's baby-soft cheeks. Don't worry about the quantity. As for incurring other guilds' displeasure, that's the challenge for you to solve. Prove your worth. Anyone could simply sell what I provide that requires no special skill. Chunyi stopped caressing the kitten's face and instead gently stroked its hair. Show me some of your extraordinary abilities, he said. Prove your worth to me. Yes, I was reckless. I will definitely solve this problem, he replied. Sha bit her lip in agreement, nearly mistaking the other party for her partner. She wasn't worthy of that title. For now, she was merely a pawn in the other's hand. Still, the ability to procure scales from the Kingsnake clan proved she hadn't chosen the wrong chessmaster after all. Riding the momentum is what she should do. With the prince's backing and this champion's strength, as long as the merchant guild develops rapidly, she can win the right of succession, then revenge will be just a matter of her word. Chunyi nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. The goods are in the rear warehouse. Have them take you there. Oh, right. These goblins will be responsible for your protection from now on. Chunyi pointed at the 3 black-armored goblins behind him. With their current height, clad in full-body armor, they looked no different from humans. Then he added anxiously, starting today, no one speaks a word without my orders. Ha, ha! The 3 goblins were puzzled at first, but then quickly accepted the command. Though they didn't understand the reason, if the deity said so, they would obey. Only Sha instinctively lowered her head and responded, understood. Thank you, my lord. Saravel Sha understood that while these 3 goblins appeared to be protecting her, their primary purpose was surveillance. Indeed, the scales of the King Serpent clan were invaluable. Had it been her, she wouldn't have trusted someone to take them away so easily either. This reaction was precisely the correct choice. Go ahead, first examine the scales and decide how to transport them, then come find me. Chunyi reluctantly let go of his hand. Sha nodded and walked away, unable to muster any complaint in her heart. As expected, under this lord's command, one truly gains more, but what I've lost is far greater. If it weren't for my royal prince background, I'd probably have been completely devoured by now, wouldn't I? Sha chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet remained steadfast in her choice. My lord, let's see about that later. Summoning courage, Sha confronted the challenge head-on. Since there was no avoiding it, best to end things quickly. Chunyi rejoiced. No wonder she caught the prince's eye. What a sensible woman. Chapter 57, The Change of Lords. One day later, Sha froze in place as she stared at the massive corpses before her. Is this really all of it? She had considered the possibility that this brave warrior might possess a considerable number of King Serpent scales. When he mentioned handling all 3 routes simultaneously, she privately assumed he must have slain quite a few of the creatures. But, these were King Serpents, silver-rank magical beasts where each specimen required an entire silver-ranked party, sometimes multiple parties, to bring down, and even then with significant casualties. This was precisely why King Serpent scale armor remained so rare. So what in the world explained this carelessly piled mountain of King Serpent corpses before her eyes? Did he slaughter an entire King Snake tribe? Sha froze in place, completely dumbstruck. She had thought the hero was finding a way to lure a few king snakes away from the group to eliminate them, but now it appeared this was no mere luring. It was an outright massacre. Shadun suddenly felt an unbearable dryness in her throat and instinctively swallowed the saliva in her mouth. There was simply too much of it. She had no idea how to transport all these things back at once. These flesh and blood king snakes, each measuring about 2 meters in length, were absolute giants she couldn't possibly drag away. How many are there exactly? Shocked, Sha wandered through the warehouse until she spotted a king snake measuring 5 meters in length. So huge, this size already qualifies as a sub-leader class king snake, doesn't it? Sha stroked the massive body, always coiled together like an insurmountable miniature mountain. She'd heard that king snakes exceeding 4 meters were dubbed a mage's nightmare. Even platinum-ranked mages would flee for their lives upon encountering one. There are even records of a 4-meter king snake killing multiple gold-tier squads. Many times, the strength of a monster with special resistances cannot be judged merely by its rank. Like the king snake before us, though only silver tier, even the most common 2-meter king snake requires an experienced top-tier gold warrior to finally defeat it. A roughly 4-meter king snake would necessitate a platinum-tier warrior, and it absolutely must be a warrior-type profession. Ranged or other classes would stand no chance against it. Yet the one before us measures a staggering 5 meters. As expected of the hero Sama, it seems this is the leader of the King Serpents. Though just a sub-leader, it's still quite impressive. Sha took a deep breath to calm her emotions. After all, this was the hero Sama summoned at great cost by that small country. Even injured by the sword hero's hand, he was no ordinary monster that could be trifled with. Sha attributed all this to Chenye's identity as the forging hero. In her eyes, such strength was merely the standard level for a forging hero. Suddenly, Sha froze in her tracks, not daring to move a muscle. Cold sweat drenched the back of her mage's robe. There's a living one? Good heavens, those snake eyes are enormous. Sha instinctively raised her magic wand to her chest, her hands trembling uncontrollably. What should I do? I don't know any close combat skills at all. She stared into those enormous serpentine eyes, each one alone seemed as tall as her own body. The creature remained motionless, its gaze fixed upon her, filling her with the chilling sensation of being marked by death itself. Ha! The three goblins following Saravir Shah stared at her curiously, unable to understand why this woman had suddenly stopped moving. Run now! Quickly go tell your... Shah was just about to send the goblins nearby to beg Chen Yi for help, when one of the goblins actually found the head of the Serpent King troublesome and kicked it aside disdainfully. Dead? So huge. Shah's eyes widened into perfect circles. Only then did she free herself from that astonishing pressure. The enormous snake head from earlier had actually belonged to a dead creature. But something so enormous, what on earth was it? When Shah kicked the goblin flying, she caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. That serpent's body was absolutely over 8 meters long, no doubt about it. She had initially thought this was a group of serpents ruled by a sub-snake leader. But now it seemed, could these actually be king serpents with a true ruler among them? Even diamond rank warriors would probably steer clear of something like this. Sir brave creator, have you regained your strength? She stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. A murderer of this caliber was beyond her ability to even transport, let alone handle. Ah, it worked. I did it. I succeeded too. A man stood atop the corpse of a desert monitor lizard, chuckling as he surveyed the blood-soaked surroundings. Though the wasteland was drenched in blood, he still found it beautiful. A golden tier territory, how could it not be breathtaking? He had merely been a silver tier lord, but now, through the Alliance leader's support and his own efforts, he had ascended to become a fully fledged golden tier lord. How could this not excite him? Ha 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 ha, king tier lord, here I come. No sooner had this lord obtained a gold tier territory than he began fantasizing about monarch tier lands, yet this was no mere pipe dream, but because he truly possesses the capability. Or to put it more accurately, they truly possess the capability. I have become the lord of the Golden Alliance and request to join the king tier conquest. Congratulations, another friend has defied fate and rewritten destiny. Mutual joy indeed. If any friends reside in the desert, please wait for me a few days while I develop my forces. I'll offer paid support later. I'm in the Gobi Desert. When the time comes, I'll need your help, boss. Ha ha ha, no problem at all. Amidst all their polite exchanges, confidence and plundering high-tier lords radiated from their every word. The Alliance leader naturally leaned towards nurturing low-tier lords, and now these lower-tier lords were united as one. Those high-tier lords stood no chance against them. Speaking solely of this group, out of 120 low-tier lords, 10 have already successfully defied fate and risen to become golden lords. With such successful examples right beside them, how could they not believe? Welcome, friend. Our target happens to be that king tier lord in the Gobi. We'll need your help when the time comes. The newly promoted lord's already excited expression grew even brighter. The king tier lord in the Gobi. Are you talking about our son Neverset's alliance's big shot, Kashi? While the tribal alliance doesn't have many king tier lords, it's not few either. There are exactly 5. Among them, the closest to us is that big shot Kashi with his king tier earth dragon. Of course, but conquering the king tier is extremely difficult. My friend, you must develop quickly. Here are a few bronze lords near you. The organizer of the group chat threw several bronze level forces not affiliated with the son Neverset's alliance to the newly usurped lord, who hurriedly expressed his gratitude. This was their method of development and the confidence behind their success. Anyone outside the Sun Neverset's alliance was considered an enemy. In their view, while they had disrupted the harmony of the alliance to some extent, they had also indirectly strengthened its power. A truly outstanding lord cannot be replaced, and those who are displaced must have failed to live up to their virtue. Thus, they ought to relinquish their domains to those more suited for their development. Such statements accompany the changing of lords, and the turnover of lords is unfolding everywhere across the Sunless Alliance. Chapter 58, The Fallen Association. Selling in batches? Chun-Yi looked at the merchant woman from Salavir with confusion. Shah nodded gravely, never having imagined there would be so many before. The quantity is excessive, and they're accompanied by massive amounts of flesh. If you find it troublesome, I can handle the flesh myself. Chun-Yi frowned and said, thinking that Shah might have some good solutions. He wanted to avoid using the system for handling it, but now it seemed he had overestimated her. Indeed, even if relying on his system panel, it would take ages to store such a massive quantity. No, my lord, the price of flesh and blood is quite steep. Your stock here is extensive and well preserved. If possible, I'd prefer selling it in batches, that way we can sustain sales and expand our distribution channels. Chen Yi frowned. Selling in batches, something that couldn't quickly translate into immediate strength, made him hesitate. It wasn't that he didn't understand the concept of sustained long-term gains, but these days the competition among lords was intense. According to Manhwa, a strange phenomenon had recently emerged. Groups of lower-ranking lords were ganging up against higher-ranking ones. Although his own strength meant he wasn't particularly troubled by the prospect of being besieged by weaker lords, it still gave him a sense of urgency. The situation was in constant flux, and no one could guarantee they would remain ahead forever. Yes, my lord. Please trust me, I can sell these royal snakes for a much higher price, if only you'll allow me to sell them in batches. No. Shen Yi thought it over and chose to refuse. Resources like these could be obtained in abundance if one developed sufficiently. What mattered most now was converting everything into tangible strength, not fetching the highest bid. Take the Morning Star for example, he'd sold it for 200 spirit stones when the Sun Never Sets Alliance began gradually offloading their bronze weapons. He was a man who knew how to read the times and never went against the wind. But, my lord, only by selling separately can we maximize the benefits of the king snake. This. Sha's face showed deep confusion. Shen Yi immediately interrupted, what I want is not merely to maximize profits, but to guarantee maximum benefits while transforming these things into my own strength as quickly as possible. Shen Ye's eyes were cold and brimming with an air that brooked no refusal. But, I understand. Just as Saravel Shah was about to speak, she met those deep, abyssal eyes. Indeed, she hadn't yet earned his trust, so naturally he wouldn't permit her to establish a merchant guild using available resources. Shah thought for a moment and said, Sir, if you want to quickly convert these things into energy stones to restore your strength, I actually have a solution. What solution? Shen Yi inquired. Shah asked somewhat nervously, I wonder if you've heard of the Fallen Ones Association? The Fallen Association? Shen Yi showed a puzzled expression. What kind of faction was this? The basic information provided by the system hadn't mentioned this organization at all. Hearing that Shen Yi hadn't heard of Sodden, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that Shen Yi might have already known about the Fallen Association, or worse, had already joined it. If that were the case, she would have lost all her usefulness. Ignorance is bliss, indeed. Shah felt relieved as she explained. The Fallen Society is located within this Thousand Shadow Forest. Essentially, it's a gathering place for individuals wanted or exiled by the Titan Empire. A den of criminals? Shen Yi remarked. Shah froze for a moment, wondering why this person was talking as if she wasn't a wanted criminal herself. Yes, pretty much, she said. If you want to offload goods quickly, that's absolutely the best place. Speed is guaranteed. Demand is high for all kinds of things, but the prices are on the lower side. Oh, Shah suddenly recalled something and asked with utmost seriousness, Sir, if I may boldly ask, after slaying the King Serpent clan, do you still possess the strength to defeat beings of the King Serpent's caliber? Do you still have the power to kill a King Serpent? Shen Yi immediately grew intrigued by this statement. From what the former was saying, this so-called Fallen Guild seemed quite dangerous indeed. He pondered for a moment, considering whether he possessed strength akin to when he slew the Serpent King. The answer was, yes. Not only did he possess such strength, but he was even mightier now. Whether in numbers or quality, the black-armored goblins surpassed both the direwolves and iron-hide goblins. Shen Yi countered, what kind of power does this Fallen Guild you mentioned possess? Shah pondered for a moment. Their surface strength should be at least equivalent to 2 King Serpent tribes, but this is a loose organization that rarely unites under one banner. Your main concern should be preventing any exceptionally powerful individuals with ulterior motives from acting against you. Of course, I'm not questioning your capabilities, Master. It's just that, after being severely wounded by the sword hero, none of us subordinates know how much you've recovered. It would be wiser to remain cautious. Shah hurriedly clarified, afraid Shen Yi might misunderstand her words. Shen Yi raised his hand to stop them and said, let's go with that so-called Fallen Association. How do we get in touch? Saravel Shah placed a hand over her chest and bowed, saying, leave everything to me. Your only concern should be the safety of our territory. Shen Yi nodded, then I'll leave it to you. Don't disappoint me. Shah, yes. The Sun Never Sets Alliance. Chen Mo, I heard you've recruited another Monarch Tier Lord? Shi Hongyi inquired with evident dissatisfaction. Chen Mo replied, yes, but it wasn't me who brought them in. It was the lord of those razor-toothed sharks who sought our help earlier. They seem to have overcome their crisis. Survived the crisis? Shi Hongyi looked puzzled. If the crisis has passed, why do you still want to join us? Chen Mo naturally knew what their alliance leader was thinking and promptly explained. It shouldn't be for trouble. They came quite willingly and were even willing to submit to surveillance by our lower-tier lords. Good that you accept. Shi Hongyi's only concern was whether the other party might prove arrogantly unmanageable, which would be extremely detrimental to her alliance. The current alliance had only just achieved balance through careful resource allocation, and she couldn't afford to let a high-tier lord disrupt this equilibrium. Yet the fact that this lord had come to the Sun Never Empire despite her skewed resource distribution showed how successful her alliance had become, so much so that even lord-rank rulers were drawn to it. Having a high-tier lord willingly join their ranks was undeniable proof of strength. How could this not excite her? Since the establishment of her own Sun Never Sets Alliance, the previously active Warrior Alliance, Blood Oath Alliance, and Iron River Alliance have all fallen silent. This further demonstrates her formidable strength. A smirk curled on Shi Hongyi's lips. Soon enough, only the sun never sets will remain. She had already broken through the level 3 spring. With just one more breakthrough to reach level 4, her troop remodeling time would be reduced to just 1 hour, then her true rise to power would begin. By then, she wouldn't need to pour in resources anymore. She could absolutely suppress all opposition within the Alliance. And when that time came, the Alliance would become an unbreakable iron fortress. The strongest lord? Soon that will be mine. She remained deeply preoccupied with her second LV3 Spring Aqua upgrade, Shihongi. There was no doubt the one who could outpace her was none other than Chen Yi. But that wouldn't last for long. Chen Yi is just temporary. The Alliance will only get better. And she's the strongest. Chapter 59, Bloodstained Sunset. Don't worry. I promise that if you help me secure the position of Golden Lord, I'll definitely help you in return. Which lord is your target? Amidst the grasslands, a man leading 3 heavily armored cavalrymen gazed at the 2 bronze lords by his side. One of the bronze lords declared, "I've set my sights on the Desert Eagle's territory at Cliff Ridge." Another licked his lips and said, "Then I'll take the White Horse Vanguard's territory next to yours." The heavily armored cavalry lord smirked disdainfully. Both were referring to Golden Lord's territories. He addressed them, "Gentlemen, I will certainly assist you in establishing your territories. But as you've seen, the energy stones generated by this newly acquired domain are only enough to summon 3 heavily armored cavalry units." The 2 men's expressions darkened. "We don't have any extra troops either. As you saw in the last battle, just 5 of those armored cavalry routed our tigers and grey wolves completely." Even as they spoke, both men kept glancing at the armored cavalry behind him. The armored cavalry lord spread his hands helplessly. "Then there's no solution. The current armored cavalry forces aren't like my previous barbarian troops. Summoning 1 ironclad cavalry costs 20 energy stones. If you 2 won't sponsor me, I'll have to wait 10 days to half a month before I can help fulfill your wishes." The 2 bronze lords hesitated. The energy stones they had on hand were reserved for after they seized their own territories. The ironclad cavalry lord threw an arm around each of their shoulders, left and right, acting as affectionately as if they were brothers. "I know what you're worried about. If I meant you harm, couldn't I do so with the remaining barbarian troops and armored cavalry at my disposal? It's not that I can't do it, it's that I won't. I remember well the kindness you 2 have shown me." The setting sun bled across the sky as the 3 men embraced like brothers on the grassland, pouring out their hearts. The 2 bronze lords gradually let down their guard. "Brother, you're overthinking it. Of course we trust you. Here, take these 40 energy stones I've saved up. And me, here are the 50 energy stones I've saved up. Let's use them to summon troops for you first. Only when you grow stronger can we all become stronger." Ha ha ha. "Thank you both. I will definitely remember your kindness. As soon as I regain my strength, I promise to help you both immediately." The ironclad cavalry lord cheerfully accepted the energy stones from them, a total of 90 stones, plus the 12 he had left. With these, he could summon 5 more ironclad cavalry units. With 8 units, we'll have enough to form a charging iron cavalry. The heavy armored cavalry lord waved his hand, and 5 more heavily armored cavalry appeared beside the original knights. In the next moment, 2 curved blades were pressed against the necks of the Alliance leaders, as the blood-red sunset painted the grasslands crimson. "Brother, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? Isn't it obvious?" The heavy armored cavalry lord still grinned as he looked at his 2 good brothers standing beside him. He raised his curved blade slightly. "Gentlemen, do you wish to become wandering lords? Or do you prefer to become souls beneath my blade?" If previously the remaining barbarian soldiers and heavy armored cavalry would have suffered excessive casualties trying to subdue these 2 men's fierce troops, now that the heavy armored cavalry formed their charge formation, such an outcome was no longer possible. Once the iron cavalry forms a charging formation, it becomes an unbridled beast. Its heavy defenses coupled with massive destructive power leave enemies with no means to block or evade. One of the bronze lords instantly paled, swallowed hard, and threatened, "Brother, you know it yourself, beast-type troops are far more loyal than humanoid ones. Even if I die, they'll still obey my final orders." Exactly, brother. Even if you kill both of us now, our troops will fight to the death for us with just a single thought from us, right? You'd lose more than you gain. The 2 of them, playing off each other's words with perfect coordination, essentially conveyed one message: you can kill us, but you'll pay a heavy price too. They weren't wrong. If they fought desperately, the armored cavalry might escape unscathed, but his frontline barbarian troops would likely suffer devastating casualties. Yet, had anyone else uttered those words, he might have hesitated. But these 2, he couldn't detect the slightest trace of determination in their expressions. The previous charge of the heavily armored cavalry was like this. The armored cavalry lord's charge hadn't even reached them yet, but the 2 were already on the verge of fleeing. He pressed the blade against their faces. "Let's stop pretending. You 2, given the choice, who would want to die? Am I right? Roar! Roar!" The belated realization of the tiger and wolf troops finally made them aware of their lord's peril, and they roared furiously at the ironclad cavalry lord. The beastly roars echoed across the desolate grasslands for miles, demonstrating the majesty of the Beast King in this instant. The tiger's spine arched high, and the giant wolf's fur bristled. Should their lord give the order, they would not hesitate for even a moment to charge forward and tear the enemy before them to shreds. On the other side, the barbarian soldiers and ironclad cavalry, witnessing this spectacle, naturally rallied before their own lord in defense. Only barbarian warriors with muscles and spears guard the perimeter, while well-equipped heavy cavalry armed with curved sabers and mounted on fine steeds protect the inner circle, taking over the duties previously held by the barbarian soldiers. The armored cavalry lord clicked his tongue twice. Your troops are truly loyal. It seems they're about to pounce and tear at me without even waiting for your orders. No, stand down. Fierce tiger, retreat at once. Seeing this scene, the two quickly rebuked their troops, while the heavy armored cavalry lord sneered in disdain. As expected, cowards will always be cowards, incapable of summoning even the courage to fight me. Don't you find your current behavior rather despicable? One of the bronze lords asked with deep resentment. Despicable? Ha ha. Thank you for your praise. Despicable, this is the most sincere compliment the weak can give to the strong. The heavily armored Iron Cavalry Lord felt no remorse for his despicable actions. Going to war with the unknown Golden Lord would cost him greatly and yield him nothing. But by letting these two fools before him fight instead, he could not only secure an easy victory but also claim a substantial haul of energy stones. Now, choose to become a wandering lord, or to die. Once more, he posed the question to the two of them. We are all part of the Sun Never Sets Alliance. Swish! Ah! With a flash of the scimitar, the speaking lord's arm was severed. When it came to interrogation, the heavily armored cavalry were more skilled and far more ruthless. The setting sun blazed like blood, staining the entire grassland crimson. Chapter 60, The Mighty Lord. Why isn't this well reacting at all? Could Jinzi be on strike? Chunyi sighed at the still-defunct magical stone well before him. I've thrown in so much stuff, yet this Sadako still hasn't shown up. Stones, wood, sickles, hammers, goblins. Chunyi had tossed all sorts of things into the stone well these past days, but no matter what he threw in, there wasn't even a sound, so he had no choice but to give up. If he could figure out how this stone well operated, it would undoubtedly be a formidable tool. It's a pity that now, no matter what he throws in, the stone well doesn't respond at all. 2 humans have entered your domain. The prompt tone sounded, and Chen Yi looked up. Through the Goblin Archer Tower's field of vision, he spotted 2 humans within his territory, one clad in a black robe and hat, the other bare-chested, wielding an enormous and exaggerated cleaver. Sha, the folks from the Fallen Ones Society are here. Go handle the handover for me. Chun Yi stood guard before the stonewell. Yes, Sha nodded and walked toward the outside of the tie. We've been discovered. The slender man in black robes paused and spoke to the person beside him. What? The man carrying a large sword scratched his head in frustration. Why do these outsiders all seem to have long-range reconnaissance abilities? I thought I was perfectly hidden. The robed man in black shook his head. I don't know, but these outsiders all seem to have some skill. The burly man with the large sword shifted his weapon on his shoulder indifferently. Some skill? The last outsider we dealt with could be sliced into 3 pieces with one swing of my blade. He thought of that strange outsider who had inadvertently discovered the Fallen Association some days ago and voluntarily joined. The black-robed man sneered, but the dragon he breeds will tear you apart just the same. The burly greatsword wielder fell silent for a moment before retorting weakly. It's just the lowest class fire dragon with a growth limit capped at stellar rank. And yet you're merely a diamond rank. Fool yourself at present, came the biting reply. The former fell silent. Oh ho, it seems these outsiders are accustomed to breeding all sorts of things. After his victory, the black-robed man didn't boast. Instead, his gaze immediately locked onto the goblins patrolling atop the city walls. The burly man with the greatsword immediately wore a look of renewed confidence. Just some measly goblins? Who even breeds these things? The highest level among them is only gold tier. I could crush them with one hand. He was about to say he could crush their leader with one hand, but it seemed he had misunderstood the situation. At the foot of the towering city wall, the gates swung wide open. A dignified woman of noble bearing stepped out first, followed by 3 squads of iron-armored guards and a group of gold-tier goblin priests. The man in black robes chuckled. Seems gold tier is the baseline here. Let's go, the invitation's already been extended. The muscular man with the broadsword swallowed the words he hadn't finished speaking. If the lowest rank is gold, then what would the highest rank be? Stellar? Or perhaps Saint tier? He knew that careless words could lead to trouble, so he remained silent, simply surveying the luxurious estate with quiet scrutiny. The eldest daughter of the Saravel family? The man in black robes stepped forward and inquired. Sha nodded slightly. It seems you two are from the Fallen Ones Association. Sha took a brief assessment, but with her bronze-level adventurer's strength, she couldn't discern much. Yet the aura emanating from these two individuals was undeniably formidable. They were indeed members of the Fallen Ones Association without a doubt. "Come, this way please, the transaction partner is waiting in the backyard." After briefly identifying the two individuals, Sha led them toward the warehouse. Indeed, all foundations are laid with gold. It seems the local lord possesses extraordinary power. The burly man wielding a greatsword observed the various peculiar goblins along the way, noting their minimum combat prowess had truly reached the level of gold-rank adventurers. "Thank goodness I didn't say anything outrageous earlier. If the other party could detect your arrival without your knowledge, they might also have means to eavesdrop on your conversations." Soon, the two arrived inside the warehouse. After confirming the number of king snakes as mentioned in the letter, the robed man swiftly stored them into more than a dozen peculiar rings. "Not a single discrepancy in quantity or quality. But are you really not selling the remaining ones?" The robed man pointed to the dozen or so king snakes left in the corner of the warehouse. Shai replied, "No, let's stick to our original agreement." The robed man nodded and then tossed out a small ring. According to the initial transaction terms, this includes 3,000 refined iron pieces, 10,000 energy stones, and a perimeter map of the 1,000 Shadow Forest. Sha took the ring, inspected it briefly, and confirmed, no issues. The black-robed man turned to leave, but after a moment's thought, handed a token to Sha. "This is the emblem of our fallen alliance. For our next transaction, present this token to receive a 30% discount." Sha took it, but when she looked up again, the two had already vanished. 1,000 meters away, the black-robed man frowned and waved his hand again, wrapping the two of them in another teleportation. "What's going on? Why did you teleport us away twice at that?" The burly swordsman looked solemnly at his companion. The black-robed man panted slightly. "The lord of this territory is powerful. A single teleportation wasn't enough to evade his surveillance range. Strong, so strong that even his own comrades worry he might turn on them?" The burly man with the great blade frowned. Indeed, the opposing lord had yet to show himself, but there had been a lingering sense of being watched from the very beginning. Moreover, within that territory, some mysterious presence seemed to persistently beguile him, urging him to assist in breaking some kind of seal. It seems, oh well, how bizarre, I've never seen any well before, yet that image appeared directly in my mind. That outsider who was recorded as breeding land-dwelling shark teeth, should we make contact? The burly man carrying a broadsword asked his companion. The black-robed man shook his head. Better forget it. The mission takes priority. Our current target happens to be a king serpent chieftain. A king serpent chieftain. The man carrying the broadsword couldn't help but reveal a wry smile upon hearing this title. At first, he didn't believe the other party could kill the king snake leader and use it for trade, because the king cobra possesses the ability to summon an army of serpents whenever it has a leader. With one call, 1,000 respond, hence its regal title is derived. Thus, to exterminate a king cobra tribe with its sovereign, one must slaughter at least thousands of serpents. Thousands of snakes, those things crawling densely everywhere. Just thinking about it made him shudder with disgust. He had come for the trade with mockery, thinking that possessing some remains of the king snake would already be a great fortune. Yet he never expected the other party to actually possess the king snake leader. Fortunately, the two of them had brought enough supplies out of caution, or else they might have been torn apart by those goblins before even leaving their territory. They had witnessed and participated in plenty of underhanded dealings, but at this moment, he was simply grateful. "Glad I brought enough supplies. Glad I teleported away quickly." "Gone?" Owen stroked his land-tooth-biting shark and sighed in relief. "Probably just some passing powerful creature." He commanded his troops, "Proceed as planned. Invade any lower-ranked lords you find, and notify me immediately if you locate the lord who commands goblins." Chapter 61, Hiro-sama, Manifesting Divine Miracles. Truly ruthless, but this map and refined iron ore are exactly what I desperately need. Within his territory, Chunyi couldn't help but sigh as he surveyed everything inside the storage ring. Although Sha had already warned him that selling items at the Fallen Association would likely result in lowball offers, it still pained him to see resources worth 30,000 energy stones get exchanged for merely 10,000 stones. "Only the map and refined iron can comfort me now." He gazed at the map and refined iron in his hands. These were the true treasures compared to the mere 10,000 energy stones. To others, 3,000 units of refined iron might seem like nothing more than 3 energy stones and a piece of 100-fold tempered steel for crafting equipment. But for Chen Yi, it was the prerequisite for upgrading his territory ahead of other lords. There's also the map of the 1,000 Shadows Forest. In others' eyes, the mysterious regions marked on this map and the layers of formidable annotations are warnings to avoid and heed. But in Chen Ye's eyes, this was his target of conquest. Before facing the dragon, he needed to assemble a powerful enough team, and assembling such a team required strong creatures, all of which were currently marked on the map of the 1,000 Shadows Forest. 3,000 refined iron is roughly equivalent to 9,000 energy stones, and the map costs around 5,000 energy stones. Calculating it this way, it seems I didn't lose much after all. Chunyi comforted himself this way. though he knew deep down his mindset of not gaining is losing wouldn't truly accept this. Since he couldn't accept it internally, he would resolve it externally. He glanced at the markings on the map: white circles for orc tribes, yellow circles for lords, red circles highlighting places needing his attention, and black circles marking extremely dangerous areas. Chen Yi swiftly scanned the scattered orc tribes, large and small. This was the outskirts of the Thousand Shades Forest, home to no particularly strong orc tribes and thus nothing noteworthy. As for the lords marked with yellow circles, he merely gave them a passing glance. His primary objective in acquiring the map was to locate powerful creatures on the forest outskirts to cultivate stronger goblins, so those yellow and white circles were completely irrelevant to his plans. Are there really so many formidable beings just at the outskirts of the forest? Chen Yi looked astonished at the nearest red circle marked land shark sightings. A distant red circle is marked with the words, low-tier red dragons spotted. Apart from these 2 points that required his attention, there were also 2 conspicuous black circles. One of them was located several kilometers away across the river, where his goblins had once discovered a dragon. The Corruptionists Guild had marked it as mysterious area, suspected subadult dragon. As for the other, it also caught Chen Yi's attention. Though this black circle was farther away, its notation was particularly striking: unexplorable territory, suspected descent of divine radiance. Is there truly a god here? Chen Yi fell into deep thought. He remembered the system mentioning when he first arrived that this place held the secrets of gods and eternal life. If he continued advancing step by step like this, perhaps he too would have a chance to become a god? Forget it, becoming a god is too distant. Let's start from here first. He pointed to the nearest red circle labeled with landshark sightings, which was presumably the territory of the lord that had attacked me earlier. Perfect timing to experiment whether goblins can integrate with the troops of other lords. Chen Yi's plan was straightforward. First, invade the territory of this landshark lord. If fusion was possible, then he'd use the opponent's troops to create even stronger goblins. If not, then he'd simply destroy the enemy's territory and harvest a large amount of energy stones. All races vie for supremacy, where everyone is in competition. The reason he didn't invade those minor lords was, firstly, unnecessary, and secondly, beneath his notice. As for king-tier lords, that's a different story. Whether he could assimilate them or not, he would at least gain massive amounts of energy stones. First plunder the land-gnashing sharks, then the low-tier red dragons. Finally, use the powerful genes of both species to create stronger goblins and conquer the colossal dragon across the river. This is the latest 5-week plan. Oh yes, the territory must be upgraded before setting out on the expedition. Through dealings with the Fallen Association, Chen Yi gathered the toughest refined iron and 10,000 energy stones needed for the territory upgrade. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level, LV3. Territory scale, 3,000 meters. Territory abilities, invasion alerts, wall defenses, multiple watchtower vision, mode-enhanced territory protection, magical stone well that transforms decay into wonder. Upgrade requirements, 3,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 5,000 energy stones, 1,000 units of refined iron. Current resources, 3,000 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 3,000 units of refined iron. Personal inventory, Forging Blueprint Bone Cleaver X1, 14,100 energy stones, Tier 1 Fire Rain Scroll, Tier 1 Scroll Revitalization, 270 uncut gemstones, silver, Death Scythe, 3,000 units of refined iron, Forest Map. Miracles happen under the power of money. With just a tap of the little finger, the remaining wood and stones were gathered. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to proceed? Chen Yi was very decisive. Upgrade. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV4, and your territory area has expanded. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV4, and your personal stats have improved. Congratulations, your territory has reached LV4, your reputation has increased, and your current level is now quite prestigious. Congratulations, your territory has reached level 4. As the first lord to achieve this milestone, you've earned a reward to select territory building stat. A dazzling white light flashed across both the territory and Chen Yi's body. The required wood, refined iron, and stones for territory expansion transformed instantly into its foundational structures. The cyan white city walls expanded to a 500-meter perimeter. Wooden gates were replaced with iron ones, the dirt paths beneath their feet became neatly paved stone roads, and the crude tents housing the goblins transformed into rows of exquisite wooden cottages. The wooden cabin where Chen Yi himself resided had transformed into an imposing blue brick house at the center of rows of small log cabins. Against the cold winds of early winter, the warm glow of heated brick beds and stoves flickered within the brick walls. Wow, this is really comprehensive. Chen Yi marveled at the system's grand gesture. Thankfully there was the system for construction matters, with his own aesthetic sense and the goblin's craftsmanship. They could never have produced anything like this. The territory upgrades are good, though some of this round's optional items seem rather ordinary. Chunyi glanced at the selected buildings, none of which stood out particularly, though one academy did seem somewhat interesting. It claimed to help military units learn skills. Though he didn't believe goblins had the intellectual capacity in daily life to learn any useful skills, it was still better that such things didn't fall into others' hands. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level, LV4. Territory size, 4,000 meters. Territory abilities, intrusion alert notification, provides defensive walls, grants visibility from multiple watchtowers, mode enhanced territory defense, a miraculous stone well that transforms decay into wonder, an academy capable of awakening special intelligent beings. Upgrade requirements, 5,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, 2,000 energy stones, 3,000 units of refined iron, and 1 energy core. 5 free attribute points were allocated to speed and mental energy, elevating his personal attributes to 25. With his own death scythe boasting attributes as high as 43, plus its unique weapon traits, he could basically take on ordinary golden tier troops unscathed. Good, I finally have the strength to protect myself in this place. Shenyi inspected the changes in himself and his territory, completely forgetting there was another person within his domain. That person was currently staring at him in a daze. Is this the handiwork of the creator hero? Sha swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. She had been walking just moments ago, when suddenly a brilliant white light erupted, a divine miracle descended, transforming the entire territory in an instant. This ability to alter all creation in mere moments, could this be divine power? Has my lord touched upon the power of gods? Have I begun following a deity? Sha unconsciously clasped her hands together before her chest and bowed toward Chenyi. People naturally admire strength, especially a woman brimming with wrath and thirsting for vengeance. Chapter 62, Goblin Assault, the Demon Armor Legion. Set out. Our destination, the territory of the Land Nash Shark. 320 goblins, with 70 remaining to defend while the other 250 were tasked with launching the attack. Lukisha, a creature he had battled alongside his goblins before, although troublesome with its ability to burrow underground, fortunately, trampling forced it into an unavoidable position. As for you, Chunyi glanced at the woman standing behind him. Take these energy stones and the remaining king snakes from the warehouse. Start a trading guild first. I'll support you with whatever you need when the time comes. Chenyi flung 10,000 energy stones toward the other party, keeping 4,000 in reserve. 10,000 energy stones were equivalent to 1,000 gold, enough for the other person to start a decent shop initially. When the Imperial store opens, we'll be able to conduct commerce with the lords, utilizing the Manhwa and Sha trade routes to profit from it. Yes, thank you, my lord. Off you go. Chunyi waved his hand with some bewilderment. Though the other party bowed as usual, he could sense a hint of respect in that bow. Stockholm Syndrome? Surely not? It's not like I did do quite a bit. Damn it, Owen, I swear I'll report your actions to the Alliance leader. Your arrogance won't last long. Hanyu was frantically fleeing atop a rampaging tiger, while beneath him lurked a swarm of sharks hidden underground. The land shark intentionally revealed its dorsal fin, seemingly toying with its struggling prey like a predator chasing its quarry across the ocean's surface. Ha 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 ha, Han, do you really think you still have a chance? You're just a wandering lord who can't even contact the Alliance leader now, right? Owen stood on the ridged back of the dire-fin shark like a skilled surfer. Besides, I'm now a master at the king tier level. Our so-called Alliance leader is just a little golden girl, while I'm a mighty king tier lord. Ha ha ha, king tier? Do you even understand what king tier means? If I wanted to, I could crush you with just one finger. Owen's arrogant face made even the fleeing savage tiger want to turn back and take a bite out of him. Hanyu clenched his fists tightly. Don't get too cocky. The Alliance leader is no ordinary golden tier, there are plenty of king tier subordinates too. Owen sneered and continued mocking. So what? Even if he's powerful, he has no jurisdiction here. I could kill every single leader of the Sun Never Sets Alliance in this entire region, and he still couldn't touch me. Alright, enough playing. You can die now. The two chased them to the edge of a cliff, leaving Bawu and Hanyu with no retreat. Roar! The savage tiger let out a furious roar of defiance, its vicious eyes fixed on the 7 land-toothed nasharks and the riders upon their backs. Hanyu looked back, but the thick white mist of scorching heat obscured his vision completely. He never expected to find a cliff in the middle of this forest. TCH, go ahead and jump. Even if you do, I'll send Lucci's biting sharks to confirm your death. You must die today, Owen sneered as he spoke. Unlike that foolish woman Suching you, he wouldn't leave future enemies alive. Damn it! Hanyu turned to look at the sheer cliff behind him. Thick mist of boiling steam billowed from below. Even if he survived the fall, prolonged exposure to the scalding vapor would cook him alive. Yet if he didn't jump, he would undoubtedly fall into his pursuers' hands. Under their methods, he had little confidence in protecting the energy stones hidden in his personal dimensional space. Gritting his teeth with grim determination, Hanyu gave his mount, the raging tiger, a firm pat and commanded, "Jump!" The ferocious tiger, utterly loyal, obeyed its master's command and leaped several meters high with all its might. Unfortunately, before a nearly 20-meter-high cliff, such a distance was still far too short. Hanyu clenched his eyes shut as the sensation of weightlessness struck his heart. Man and tiger clung tightly together, letting the billowing mist engulf them both. "Shit, you actually jumped." Owen watched with bitter regret as Hanyu disappeared into the mist, his face darkening with dread. "If I had acted sooner, I could have perfectly captured the opponent and squeezed out every last bit of value from them. Forget it, it's just a few dozen energy stones. Killing a few more lords would earn me far more than this. Go and verify Han's death." Owen patted the sawtooth shark beneath him. Though he could afford to disregard those energy stones, he absolutely had to confirm Hanyu's death. Suddenly, the system's alert tone rang out. "An unknown lord has entered your territory. Your territory has been attacked by an unknown lord. Please organize a counterattack as soon as possible." "Fuck, come back, get back now." Upon hearing the alert, Owen hurriedly called back all the Landshredder sharks by his side. "Fuck, who is it? Who dares to invade the territory of me, a king-tier lord?" Owen shifted his perspective and, through the land-dwelling tooth-biting sharks left in the territory, he saw a group of unfamiliar enemies. Standing at 170 centimeters tall, clad in black armor with pointed ears and fangs, their movements were as precise as a marching army. "What the hell is this? The Demon Armor Corps? When did I ever provoke such an entity?" Owen's breathing grew rapid. The opponent's attire bore an eerie resemblance to the demon-armored troops from the abyss of hell in his country's folklore. Suddenly, among the leaders of that unfamiliar army, he spotted a familiar tin-plated goblin. "Goblins? Damnable goblins, of all things. Damn it, I only killed a few of your companions, and not only did you loot my territory, but you actually came to plunder my second one too? Hurry back." Owen suddenly remembered that the Ironhide goblins had a record of killing landtooth sharks. He immediately converted the 600 energy stones he had just obtained from destroying Hanyu's territory and another unknown bronze-rank lord's territory into 15 new landtooth sharks. "With my current 7 landfang sharks plus the 3 from my territory and these 15 newcomers, it'll work, it must work." She suppressed the panic rising in her chest. Those goblins who could shake her troops free from the earth numbered barely a dozen, while she now commanded over 20 units. In one-on-one combat, they stood no chance against her landfang sharks. As for the rest, those armored figures resembling demonic legions. Without that kind of skill to scare off the landshark, they wouldn't even be able to lay a finger on my troops. In Owen's view, 2 completely different troop types couldn't possibly share the same abilities. Chapter 63, Encounter with a Red-Named Lord Again. You have entered the territory of a Red-Named Lord. Proceed with caution. You have entered the territory of a Red-Named Lord. Red-Named Lords are extremely dangerous, but destroying them will grant special rewards. Another Red-Named Lord? Was their attack on me last time not accidental after all? Chen Ye's eyebrows arched asymmetrically in mild surprise as he listened to the system notification. Destroying a Red-Named Lord would earn the special Great Benefactor reward, but the fact that this opponent was a Red-Named Lord meant their strength far surpassed that of ordinary lords. Already powerful and rapidly growing stronger by plundering energy from others, such individuals typically occupy the top of the food chain among lords. However, even at the top, there are distinctions. A faint smile curled at Chen Ye's lips. He believed the more troops his opponent had, the better. If there were too few, he wouldn't have enough goblins to pair, and he certainly didn't want to waste energy stones buying troops like some fool. "I was told we've entered the territory, but why can't I see any signs of it? Could it be underground?" Chen Yi scanned the surroundings through the goblin's field of vision, but all he could see was a mountain with no trace of any territorial structures in sight. He thought again about the goblin's earlier statement. This thing seemed capable of moving through the earth. Could its lair be underground? If it's been underground this whole time, that's going to make it much harder to deal with. Screech! As Chen Yi was deep in thought, the large-nosed hobgoblin twitched its nose as if it had caught a scent. Stomp! Boom! The earth trembled violently as the colossal goblin crushed through the terrain, sending stones tumbling down to reveal a massive excavated mine shaft hollowed out from the mountain's core. Chen Yi maintained an overarching grasp of the situation through his field of vision. Without specific orders, the goblins remained focused on their primary objective, capturing every living creature within the territory. Roar! Before the goblins could march toward the cave entrance, dorsal fins over 3 feet tall broke through the soil, accompanied by hoarse, furious roars. It seems these are the sharks that can move stealthily underground. Why are they all juveniles? Shen Yi noticed the condition of these sharks. Their bluish scales differed from the black-scaled sharks previously killed by the goblins, appearing quite tender and immature. Roar! The razor-toothed musshark bared its bloody maw, revealing jagged, ghastly teeth. More terrifying than those jagged teeth was the black hole-like gullet from which fist-sized rocks poured forth like a torrential downpour. This was none other than their signature skill, Rocky Deluge. The landshark's hobby of devouring rocks and mining had now transformed the swallowed minerals into formidable weapons. The mouths of 15 small sharks became like bottomless black holes, instantly engulfing the goblins in a torrential downpour, with particular attention paid to the armored ironhide goblins. Ha ha ha, let's see how you fight back now. Owen, presently rushing back to his territory, suddenly burst into laughter. The sudden proactive attack was orchestrated by none other than him. If the opponent's skills can threaten your own units, then eliminate those threatening units first. Through his own unit's vision, he witnessed the nearly blanket bombardment rocks transformed into a merciless hailstorm ruthlessly pouring down upon that group of goblins. He had tested the land-toothed shark's ability before. Though these small rocks might seem insignificant, only the very essence of the essence could endure in the land-toothed shark's gastric fluid, making them exceptionally sturdy. Just one fist-sized fragment of that crushed stone could destroy a tree as thick as an adult's head. He had once tasked 3 land-toothed sharks with using this skill, effortlessly obliterating the territories of several bronze lords. Even Han Yu's silver rampage tigers were utterly annihilated under the bite of these 7 terrestrial toothed sharks of his. Just some low attribute but high-level goblins, how strong could they possibly be? Owen had already seen the aftermath of the attack, goblins lying dead everywhere. Another lord who died from overconfidence. Wait. What? As the thick dust settled, something horrifying appeared before Owen. Those armored goblins were gleaming with metallic radiance, completely unharmed? This can't be. How is this possible? Both pairs of eyes were widened so much they seemed about to leap out of their sockets. How could regular goblins possibly withstand an attack from me, a king-tier lord? At best they're just silver-ranked troops with slightly higher levels. Oh, I see, special skills, right? He noticed the bluish-gray hue on the armored goblin's skin and concluded that its strength was purely due to special abilities. As for those dark goblins resembling the magic armored core, the landshark must have been too focused on attacking the ironclad goblin, neglecting them in the process. If ranged combat isn't working, then I'll give you close quarters fighting instead. Owen came up with a strategy to deal with the enemy. Back then, the goblins had only managed to kill the Nashjaw sharks by relying on sheer numbers. Now, he had a full 15 Nashjaw sharks remaining in his territory. Let's start with that imitation dark steel armored trooper-looking fraud. To be honest, Owen still felt somewhat intimidated by the ironhide goblin, as its trampling had left an exceptionally deep impression on him. But these pitch-black goblins looked like nothing more than pushovers, so he figured he'd deal with the foot soldiers first before tackling that grotesque-looking goblin. Under his command, the Lanfang sharks burrowed underground and advanced toward the Blackplate goblins. The Blackplate goblin scratched its head. The deity had ordered these creatures captured alive. But how were they supposed to catch things that moved underground? Trample? If hundreds of goblins used trample at the same time, they'd probably shake these fragile bastards to death. How are we to accomplish the task entrusted to us by the divine? Just as the goblins were baffled and clueless, Lu Chi the shark-tooth suddenly sank its fangs into the armored goblin's ankle and dragged it underground. Ha ha ha, those big-bellied goblins didn't attack me. Sure enough, as they charged into the enemy ranks, to avoid friendly fire, they wouldn't attack their own. Owen smirked smugly and ordered more land-biting sharks to drag the black armored goblins underground to finish them off. Thus, the black armored goblins vanished one by one from the surface like radishes being uprooted. Sharing in Owen's amusement were none other than the black armored goblins themselves. How frustrating it was trying to figure out how to dig these things out. Who would have thought he'd deliver himself right to my doorstep? They raised their pitch-black scales across their bodies like enraged hedgehogs bristling with spikes, then wrapped their arms around the massive creature before them and contracted with all their might. Poison toss, black scale defense, trample, brutal strangle. In an instant, the black-scaled goblin executed 3 of these skills at maximum efficiency, all except trample. It must be said that in the heat of battle, their intelligence even surpassed that of most human adventurers. Transforming the black armor originally used for defense into an upright position, they combined it with brutal strangulation to achieve significant offensive effects while simultaneously transmitting their toxins through the scaled armor. The goblins were having great fun, but this was agony for the gnashing shark. Imagine suddenly having someone grab your neck while tiny needles repeatedly jab your throat and inject toxins. They immediately abandoned their previously superior stance and began struggling desperately, shifting from dragging the goblins down into the abyss to fleeing upward towards the surface. The pain and suffocation in their throats drove them to instinctively dart upwards, desperately seeking more air to enter their windpipes. Because their military unit relied entirely on radar for underground hunts, once the Lanfang chompshark descended beneath the surface, Owen immediately severed his neural link with the night. He simply sensed that his unit was about to resurface, and his heart leaped with joy. They've already dealt with those goblins that were dragging them underground? That fast? Seems these scary-looking things aren't so tough after all. Chapter 64. The Effects of the Great Philanthropist Title. You have defeated a red-named lord. Do you wish to completely destroy their territory? By completely destroying the red-named lord's territory, you will receive special rewards. Yes, no. Chunyi nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the sawtooth shark dragged ashore by his goblins. This battle had turned out to be much easier than he'd anticipated. Maybe that red-named warlord took the vast majority of his forces to subjugate other low-tier warlords. To guard something this important with just 15 troops, what sheer audacity. Having spent nearly a month in this parallel world, he found it hard to believe this monarch-tier warlord had only managed to develop 15 troops in all that time. It seems this lord must have been rather arrogant, taking his troops to plunder other lords. Learn from others' mistakes to gain your own experience. Chunyi silently vowed to himself that whenever he went out in the future, he would always leave sufficient defensive forces guarding his territory. After all, everyone has their own unique encounters, and no one can guarantee they'll always stay ahead. What if a powerful lord or a native creature discovers you? Well, staying home all the time is something I'm actually pretty good at. Since going outside was forbidden, Chunyi actually found one advantage in facing this king-rank lord. If any danger arose, he could respond promptly and make the most rational judgment instead of desperately rushing back from afar. Destroy. Capturing enemy troops and destroying their territory, this outcome was beyond doubt, let alone when the opponent was a notorious red-named lord. Territory destruction in progress, 1%, 10%. Deep within the luxurious cavern, the goblins wantonly destroyed everything in the territory, launching assaults against the lifespring at its heart. Your territory is being destroyed. Please defend your territory promptly. Your territory is being destroyed. Current progress, 20%, 30%. What kind of joke is this? My Lanfang biter wasn't supposed to. Owen hurriedly shifted his gaze back to the Lanfang biter, but this time all he saw was a vast expanse of sky. Sky? What nonsense is this? The Lanfang biter prefers land, doesn't it? Why am I seeing from a sky angle? He couldn't see the scene of his own unit being captured, for at this moment, to prevent these sharks from escaping back to the surface, they were being held high above by the Werbeast goblins. The Lanfang sharks struggled desperately, but against Werbeast goblins whose attributes averaged a formidable 43, with all points invested in strength and defense, their efforts proved futile. Had it been a mature Lanfang shark, it might have broken free from the monstrous grip of the Werbeast goblins, but this juvenile specimen's attributes barely matched theirs, and its stat allocation certainly wasn't focused on strength. Listening to the tortured wails of his unit and recognizing the aerial perspective, Owen knew his forces had been defeated. Damn it, Siate. He hammered the ground in powerless rage, never imagining this seemingly ordinary goblin could destroy his territory twice in succession, and all because he'd killed just one of its kind. My resources, my gamblestones, my king-tier territory, damn these goblins. Owen's last remaining white tooth nearly shattered from clenching. Never had he dreamed that the king-tier territory he'd plundered through such hardship would once again become another's trophy. Damn goblins. I'll destroy you. I swear I'll destroy you someday. Watching the landsharks he was riding upon, his fury surged like a raging mountain torrent. The loss of territory drove him mad, yet the wails of his troops kept his last shred of sanity intact. If I could rise from the ashes once, I can do it a second time. Move. He advanced towards Su Qingyu's position, with Chenye's halo protecting her back. That spot was currently the safest place in the entire forest. By the way, Chenye, I can have Su Qingyu seek out Chenye to help me settle this. Owen suddenly thought of something he'd once heard the ancients saying: how can a king tolerate others sleeping soundly by his bedside? There was no doubt about it. Given the power Chenye had displayed so far, he was undoubtedly the absolute king of this forest. Though Chenye had been lying low these past few days, strength would always remain strength. The man was surely quietly building his power. Yes, I'll get Chenye to stand up for me. Surely he won't allow a bunch of goblins to appear around his territory. Owen set off towards Su Qingyu's territory with a savage grin. Good thing I didn't finish off that foolish woman back then, now she's finally useful. You have destroyed the territory of a notorious overlord, earning you the title of Great Benefactor. Great Benefactor. For a period of time in the future, you will be blessed with good fortune. You have destroyed the territory of a king-rank overlord, seizing all their possessions. You have destroyed the territory of a royal-tier lord and acquired 2,000 energy stone stat. Indeed, killing and arson still can't compare to the swift profits of business. The fact that slaying a royal-tier lord rewarded only a meager 2,000 energy stones made Chenye click his tongue in disapproval. To think he had cautiously sold a batch of royal snake corpses not long ago and reaped nearly 30,000 energy stones in profit. Suddenly, the goblins who had been busy moving things around noticed the presence of other creatures. Earth Knights? Chunyi stared blankly at the familiar troop type obsessively digging rocks inside the mineshaft. Wasn't this exactly the same troop belonging to that red name lord from last time? Now that Owen had obtained mightier king tier troops, he naturally looked down upon his former forces somewhat. Thus what he had once treasured as precious had now fallen to the level of a miner's lot. Yet Chunyi remained completely unaware of this, feeling only utter bafflement. Why had they appeared here? Had he failed to eliminate them thoroughly before? That couldn't be right. Even if he hadn't finished the job, they shouldn't be appearing in this place. As Chunyi pondered this, the Earth Knights finally snapped out of their celebratory stupor. Facing the intruder, they seized their nearby lances and charged forth. The goblins didn't even need orders from their god before swiftly dispatching the group of heavily armored knights before them. Spears proved ineffective in the cavern's confines, while the smaller, scaly armored black goblins moved like phantoms, effortlessly cutting down these Earth Knights. Chunyi felt no particular interest in these suddenly appearing Earth Knights, nor did he intend to investigate further. He simply assumed the escaped criminal lord had encountered an even more powerful red name lord, letting villains suffer at each other's hands. Armor, even? Not bad, not bad. I'll have Gu Xiaoyu fix it up later. These runaway soldiers were actually clad in heavy armor. Clearly, personnel changes made all the difference. Even mining slaves serving a king-tier lord got heavy armor protection. Wait, is this gambling stones? As he watched the piles of stones being carried into a corner of the cave by the Earth Knights and neatly stacked, his breathing gradually grew rapid. Chunyi finally understood why those Earth Knights were so absorbed in digging for stones. Stone gambling. It's actually stone gambling. At a rough estimate, each pile contained at least 500 gambling stones. Does the Great Benefactor title take effect this quickly? Chapter 65. How could the king's pillow tolerate another's slumber? 100, 200, 300, 400. There were 2,320 in total? At the estimated rate of 2 to 3 energy stones per gambling stone, that would yield roughly 5 to 6,000 in revenue. The lucky attribute of the Great Philanthropist title came surprisingly fast. Chunyi recalled the first time he earned the title Great Benefactor. It was after slaying the notorious red-named Lord Earth Knight. At that time, he acquired the powerful dragon creature he had long sought, and coincidentally, the beast stood at just the right distance from him. All this was due to luck, as well as to the title of Great Benefactor, because a few days later, his title of Great Benefactor disappeared. And now he had obtained this title again, and right after receiving it for the first time, he had harvested around 6,000 energy stone resources. Chunyi licked his dry lips. At that moment, he even considered specifically targeting the red-named lords for kills. Forget it. Some things can't be forced, we'll just have to wait until next time we run into it. He casually exchanged a few gnoll goblins from the Fountain of Procreation and ordered the cunning rabbit goblin to dig in search of any remaining gamble stones. The fighting strength of the goblin gnolls was feeble, having been nearly wiped out in previous wars, yet now seemed to be the time for them to serve their purpose once more. Fortunately, the goblins he bred would all be collected by the Spring of Nurturing and could be summoned through energy stones. Once the gnoll goblins took over the battlefield, the black-armored goblins excitedly returned to their territory, carrying their spoils, 15 land-toothed biting sharks. You were actually defeated by goblins? Su Qingyu sat amidst the crocodiles, staring in astonishment at the man before her. Roar! The Swamp Emperor crocodile issued a warning to the land-tooth biting shark in front of it. Be good. It's all right. Su Qingyu comforted her troops. Over these past few days, she had gained considerable strength by defeating other lords, and her troops had grown from a single unit to 20. 20 Deinosuchus landsharks encircled their prey. Despite being individually weaker, their sheer numbers gave them an overwhelming advantage. 20 golden tier troops surrounded 7 king tier troops. The sight was somewhat laughable, yet profoundly tragic. Owen also commanded his soldiers, stay put. This is our temporary gathering place. What's your next move? Are you going to raid the territories of other lords? Su Qingyu looked at Owen and asked. Owen took a deep breath. Of course, I have no intention of becoming a wandering lord. Having tasted the life of wandering once, he never wanted to experience it again. He needed his own territory to feel at peace, even if it was only silver tier. Of course, having glimpsed the view from the heights with his current arrogance, how could he ever be content with flowers at the valley's floor? Su Qingyu sighed. There are no Sunset Alliance king-tier lords here anymore. After Owen successfully turned his fortunes around, he wanted to follow the same path as his rival, so he joined the Sun Never Sets Alliance and began gathering intelligence on the surrounding lords. Unfortunately, despite the increasing strength of the Sun Never Sets Alliance, royal-tier lords remain exceedingly rare. From what she understood, the strongest lord here was merely a Gold Alliance leader, and even this Gold Lord was notoriously difficult to handle. This person is one of the original founders of the Sun Never Sets Alliance and also serves as its deputy leader. Although the troops are of Gold tier, with the Alliance's abundant resources, their strength has reached a level where even ordinary king-rank lords wouldn't dare to provoke them lightly. Owen waved his hand dismissively. Of course I know that, and I already have a target in mind. Through the recent days of slaughter, he had thoroughly investigated the surrounding members of the Undying Sun Alliance, finding none with particularly powerful troop types. However, while powerful troops might be lacking, there was indeed one formidable lord among them. Chen Mo, the deputy leader of the Sun Never Sets Alliance, commands a gold-tier unit known as the Tiger Warriors. He was familiar with the Tiger Warriors. Rumors within the alliance suggested that when fully equipped with armor and mounts, the deputy leader's elite troops could effortlessly rival even king-tier lords. He wasn't sure if it was true, but he intended to test it. Of course, with his current strength, invading the other's territory was unrealistic, so he needed help. Owen turned to look at Su Qingyu, who coincidentally met his gaze at the same moment. Su Qingyu instantly became suspicious. What do you mean by that? Are you plotting something against me? The lord remained vigilant. The Swamp Emperor Crocodile immediately roared furiously and began advancing towards the land-toothed molar shark. No, don't get me wrong. I just need your help. Owen smiled and explained that he didn't want to engage in any meaningless fights with anyone at the moment. His troops couldn't receive treatment or replacements after being injured, making any battle a tremendous strain for him. That's for the best. Don't forget who's standing behind me. Su Qingyu tightened the rabbit scarf Chen Yi had given her, not wanting him to catch even a glimpse of her fair skin. Owen hurriedly chimed in, Of course. The one standing behind you is the strongest lord of our time. I certainly haven't forgotten. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you for help. Now would I? Owen fawned obsequiously. Oof. Su Qingyu lifted her chin proudly, half concealing her face. Though the tiger skin was borrowed after all, she relished that fleeting vanity. Go ahead. What do you need my help with? Owen first shared his views on goblins and Chen Ye's reflections after shifting perspectives. When he mentioned the phrase, how can the king's bed tolerate others sleeping soundly upon it, Su Qingyu visibly became excited, strongly agreeing with the statement. Then, he mentioned another plan of his, wanting Chen Yi to help deal with the Tiger Warriors and then let him take over their territory. The first one I can convey for you, but the second is impossible. Su Qingyu didn't even think before rejecting Owen's second proposal. Why? Shouldn't something like this be extremely simple for boss Chen Yi? Owen tried his best to persuade. Su Qingyu thought for a moment and argued cunningly, Big brother Chen Yi is extremely busy. With thousands of energy stones processed daily, where would he find the time to help you with this? She had no idea what Chen Yi was actually doing every day. She simply believed he wouldn't agree to such an unreasonable request, so she rejected Owen outright. After all, her relationship with Chen Yi was one-sided at best. Lately, even his replies to her messages had become fewer, and he barely acknowledged the photos she sent. Alright then. But if Chen Yi, the big shot, can't help me, then you'll have to do it for me, Owen said to Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but considering she had already turned down one of his requests earlier, she couldn't very well refuse this one too. After a moment's thought, she said, I can help you, but if your plan causes heavy losses to my troops, I reserve the right to withdraw at any time. Owen gave an honest smile and replied, Of course. Oh, right, he continued. You must take the goblin matter seriously. After all, I'm concerned for your brother's sake. Who knows when those goblins might threaten Chen Ye's position. This timely reminder from Owen made Su Qingyu instantly realize the truth of his words. That goblin seems to be a hidden danger. I need to tell brother Chen Ai. Chapter 66. The little girl needs refined iron. Brother Chen Ai, you need to be careful. Recently, a group of despicable goblins has appeared around here. They're powerful and have been burning, killing, and looting everywhere. Chen Ai, powerful, going everywhere killing and plundering? Indeed, his goblins had been constantly clearing out the surrounding beast and orc tribes, yet coming from this woman's mouth. Why did it sound like his goblins had become utterly heinous creatures? Don't you need to hunt beasts or gather resources to grow stronger? Chen Yi couldn't be bothered to engage with this woman and promptly turned back to chatting with the little lowly. I have a few sets of armor here that were damaged in battle. Can you help repair them? Yes. Of course I can. Inside the cave, the little girl nodded repeatedly. She had always held a fondness for brother Chen Yi. Whether it was him bringing her food during her time of crisis, generously purchasing her gamble stones, or commissioning armor to support her business, all these actions had continuously raised Chen Yi's standing in her heart. Brother Chen Yi might be a bit stingy, but he's a good person. This was Gu Xiaoyu's evaluation of Chen Yi. How many energy stones do you need? Chen Yi didn't hesitate much when he heard the other parties say it could be repaired. He immediately transmitted the armor over. Little Fish Gu thought for a moment. Brother Chen Yi, it's just a repair. The armor isn't badly damaged. No charge. The little Lolita looked at the transmitted armor, which appeared to have suffered extremely strong external force impacts, mostly dense rather than breaks. This kind of damage only required manual repairs without needing additional materials. With such a close relationship between them, Little Fish Gu naturally refused to take any payment. Though unsure what Chen Yu was thinking, Little Fish Gu had already upgraded their relationship status to good buddies, or perhaps dear elder brother would be more accurate. Alright, thank you then, Chen Yu replied. Along with Chen Yu's reply came a flash of white light. The little lowly set down the armor and hammer in her hands as she gazed at the gentle white glow. This was why she liked Chen Yi. At times, he was like a caring older brother, not offering grand riches, but always surprising her with little gestures. What sustained her until now was that batch of cured pork from back then. For a child who never knew where the next meal would come from, that salted pork alone provided her with a full 7 days of warmth. Judging by my guess, Brother Chen Yi must have sent food again this time? The item wasn't valuable, but the little girl adored it. First, it's because the meat cured by Chen Yi is always incredibly delicious. The second issue was that she was truly in desperate need of food. In this pitch-dark cave, finding food was impossible. All her resources from the outside world currently depended solely on the secondary forging profession she had unlocked through gambling on stone cutting. However, this forging occupation required too many materials and conditions. With almost nothing available here, her forging process was unbearably slow, making it impossible to secure any substantial orders. She could only occasionally take on a few small jobs, earning 30 or 50 energy stones, just enough to scrape by. Moreover, the occasional spiritual stone she earned, she wanted to use for the development of her own territory, based on feedback from other lords. The outside world was extremely dangerous. Isolated from the outside world, she now had only 5 troop types constantly in peril. Thus, buying food and such always felt somewhat painful. Becoming a blacksmith and swinging the hammer so much has expanded my appetite. Thankfully, Brother Chen Yi sends warmth my way from time to time. The little girl shot Hammer a resentful look, though it was after all her bread and butter. What kind of decent person makes a little girl swing a hammer? Gotta change this career sooner or later. Gu Xiaoyu angrily smashed her armor against the hammer, unintentionally revealing her bulging biceps, a testament to her growth during this period. What's this? Gu Xiaoyu picked up the food Chen Yi had given her, which contained 10 pitch-black objects resembling iron lumps. She cast an appraisal skill at those iron lumps. Refined iron, tempered through countless forging efforts, this essential material is indispensable for weapon crafting and constructing defensive fortifications. Note, strangely, this refined iron ore originates from internal smelting rather than the traditional hundredfold forging process. What an unusual crafting method. Refined iron? It's actually refined iron? Brother Chen Yi has refined iron? Gu Xiaoyu excitedly stared at the black lump in his hand. The primary reason for her dismal business and excruciatingly slow forging pace was the severe lack of necessary materials and conditions. Forging required fiery veins of the earth, all she had was coal. It demanded elevated platforms, she only had a crude earthen mound she'd built herself. It called for refined iron, yet she had to painstakingly purify ordinary iron ore through repeated forging to finally condense it into quality steel. Does Brother Chen Yi have any more of this refined iron? Big brother, do you have any refined iron left? I can trade it with energy stones. Gu Xiaoyu couldn't wait to ask. If I could obtain refined iron, my forging time would be reduced by at least half from now on. With half the time saved, she could try taking on some medium-sized orders, making her life much better going forward. Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. When someone offers to repair your armor for free, it's naturally just polite talk. So he symbolically responded with some meats the little girl liked to eat and items he thought she might need. But why was she so excited about refined iron? Could this little girl also be upgrading her territory to LV3? Wasn't she struggling to even get meals? How is her territory upgrading so fast? It's impossible to succeed, right? Chen Mo isn't foolish, he wouldn't take all his troops with him. Within the swamp territory, Su Qingyu gazed sullenly at Owen. She believed his plan was nothing short of a fantasy. Although pretending to be attacked might prompt the enemy to send reinforcements, they certainly wouldn't commit their entire force. Even someone as formidable as Chen Mo would stay vigilant after learning his territory might be plundered. Besides, it's been a long time since Chen Mo personally led troops into battle. Owen chuckled. Of course he wouldn't, but if he splits just half his forces, we can take his territory. As long as we move quickly, Chen Mo won't be able to react in time. No, don't forget what I said earlier, the condition for helping you is that my troops can't suffer heavy losses. Su Qingyu said. Owen had anticipated this. Of course, how could I let your troops endure heavy losses? Cannon fodder is obviously something you shouldn't have to do. I've already contacted several Bronze Lords. Bronze Lords? Su Qingyu had her doubts. Given his temperament, would he actually kill them for energy stones after learning their locations? Owen took a deep breath and put on an expression of being seen through. Alright, I admit it. I haven't contacted them, but I know where they are. As for those 2 Bronze Lords who knew the location, His original intention was also to eliminate them in exchange for energy stones. But before he could do any of this, his territory was destroyed by those wretched goblins. Although regrettable, this regret has now become a stepping stone for his comeback. With his royal rank in Su Qingyu's golden tier, it was easy to deceive the other party. After pondering for a moment, Su Qingyu nodded gravely and emphasized once more before leaving, "If my troops suffer significant losses, I'll withdraw immediately." Owen cursed inwardly but nodded on the surface, of course, understandable. Chapter 67, The Perfect Cavalry. It's possible, but such an item would cost at least 2 to 3 energy stones per piece. After understanding why the little girl needed refined iron, Chen Yi proceeded to explain its price to her. The little lowly's heart, which had just lifted upon seeing Brother Chen Yi's message, instantly sank again. 3 energy stones for 1 refined iron. To forge a full set of armor requires combining 3 refined irons plus other ordinary ironware, costing a total of 10 energy stones per armor set. The little lowly counted again and again on her fingers. The armor I made costs 15 energy stones to sell, but the production cost is 10 energy stones. In that case, I might as well forge regular iron into refined iron myself. This way, I could still earn around 7 energy stones. Of course, I only recently got access to this kind of supply channel. What I told you earlier was the cost price. If you want to buy some, I'll give you a discount. How about 4 energy stones per piece of refined iron? Ha, stingy, stingy. Gu Xiaoyu stared at the message from Chen Yi, her small fists punching the air a few times. Brother Chen Yi was still the same Brother Chen Yi, generous when he ought to be, stingy when he ought to be. But that means I can only earn 3 energy stones for 1 set of armor. Using refined iron halved the forging time, but it also halved her profits, leaving Gu Xiaoyu utterly conflicted. Why would you need so much refined iron? Chen Yi asked the little girl curiously. Gu Xiaoyu thought for a moment and answered truthfully, because using refined iron when forging armor can speed up the forging process and improve product quality. Chen Yi suddenly became interested. Speed up the process and improve quality? How much faster? And to what extent can the quality be improved? It could improve the speed by about half, but as for quality, I haven't tested that yet. Gu Xiaoyu wasn't lying when it came to quality. Adding more refined iron did indeed improve it, but she genuinely hadn't tested the upper limit of how high it could go, because that would be too extravagant. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Yi asked curiously. Through his daily chats with Gu Xiaoyu, he had gained some understanding of the various restrictions associated with the blacksmith profession. But that doesn't make sense. As everyone knows, the more powerful something is, the more restrictions it should have. How could a profession that could only forge ordinary armor have so many limitations? Gu Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. I can try, but I don't have enough refined iron. The children of the poor grow up early. How could Chen Yi, this wealthy landowner, ever understand the hardships of Gu Xiaoyu? The few pieces of fine iron we managed to obtain should definitely be used to forge armor. How could we possibly waste them on experiments? Chen Yi gave a slight bitter smile and immediately sent over another 10 pieces of steel. Forge a weapon with these materials, let me see, use them all up. Weapons? But I only have blueprints for armor. Gu Xiaoyu frowned bitterly. This was the frustrating reality of his blacksmithing profession. No matter what he wanted to forge, he always needed blueprints. You still need blueprints? This took Chen Yi by surprise. Didn't the armor you forged for me before come with weapons? Gu Xiaoyu pouted. Those are weapons attached to armor. If I try to forge weapons separately, the system won't recognize it and the forging will fail. Is this thing really that tricky? Chen Yi finally understood why Gu Xiaoyu, despite having such powerful forging skills, still struggled to make ends meet. There were simply too many restrictions. Could it be that I'd have to sacrifice an entire suit of armor's worth of refined iron just to experiment with this? To be honest, Chen Yi would feel a real pang of loss if he actually went through with this. Losing 5 or 10 pieces of refined iron could be written off as having fun, but crafting a full suit of armor would require at least 20 pieces. Wait, I think I have a blueprint somewhere. Chen Yi suddenly remembered something and began rummaging through his personal storage space. Finally, an ancient-looking blueprint appeared in his palm. Forging blueprint, bone-cleaving blade. Note, a weapon with excellent design, provided there exists a blacksmith capable of forging it. Here, try this. He transmitted the blueprint he had obtained from gambling on raw stones to Gu Xiaoyu. According to the weapon description on the blueprint, it was a longsword with shark teeth edges forged from refined iron, much cheaper than forging an entire suit of armor from the same material. Wow! Brother Chenai actually has a blueprint. Let me give it a try. After receiving the blueprint, Gu Xiaoyu immediately began studying it. The weapon was peculiar, yet all the required materials were readily available here. To speak boldly, within Gu Xiaoyu's territory, one could find everything except food. Other mineral resources were available in abundance. Rolling up her sleeves to her shoulders, revealing small but formidable biceps and deltoids, the little girl instantly transformed into a spark-spewing cheetah. 40, 80, 40. Immersive translate. Shen Mo's domain. Daring to invade my territory, just with a few bronze lords like you? Shen Mo stood atop the high walls of his territory, looking down at the hundreds of bronze-tier troops and their lords below. Although the enemy outnumbered them, they were no match for his elite tiger warriors. A few simple charges would be enough to massacre them all. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that things wouldn't be so straightforward. Could it really be as the alliance leader warned? Are the same-tier lords preparing to invade Sunset Empire? Shen Mo silently observed the fighters below. One side was a bronze-clad army of several hundred, while the other was a mighty formation of just 30 tiger warriors. Yet beneath the high walls, those 30 men were overwhelming nearly 300 adversaries with unstoppable force. The tiger warriors truly live up to their name, 1 soldier against 10, such ferocity. Owen, concealed in the shadows, frowned as he watched the battlefield ahead. The cannon fodder he'd gathered was being slaughtered by the tiger warriors like worthless livestock. Those towering elite warriors stood 2 meters tall, wielding machetes like a band of butchers cutting down everyone in their path. Thankfully these units have their flaws. It's hard to imagine how formidable they'd become equipped with armor and mounts. Although Owen marveled at the elite warriors, a covetous fire had already ignited in his heart. The enemy faction had developed only 30-some unit types so far. Clearly they hadn't slain other low-tier lords to harvest energy stones. If it were him, with this troop type while eliminating the surrounding bronze-tier lords, just imagine the possibilities. The words invincible pounded in his heart. Those tiger warriors could cleave a man in two with a single swing of their arms. With such savage strength, if equipped with full armor and mounted on warhorses to form heavy cavalry, they would become absolute slaughter machines. He swallowed hard. Though they were both golden lords, the difference between them was like night and day. If this imagined cavalry were truly forged, my previous land knight would be nothing in comparison. No, even these elite warriors in their current state could utterly overpower a fully armored knight mounted on a standard warhorse. His breathing grew increasingly rapid as Owen desperately longed to obtain this most formidable military unit. He was certain if he could truly arm this group of unstoppable cavalry, they would undoubtedly become the mightiest fighting force beneath the saintly tier. What a waste indeed. If it were me, I'd slaughter every neighboring lord to forge a perfect cavalry formation. Owen licked his lips and issued commands to his armored land sharks. Rustle. The earth churned as the Lanfang Ma shark stealthily approached. Seeing the Lanfang Ma shark vanish, Su Qingyu followed the plan by deploying her own units. 10 massive Deinosuchus charged onto the battlefield with their colossal frames. Chapter 68. So it was just small fry. Why are there only a few ordinary golden crocodiles? Could it really be that a few brainless alliance leaders have teamed up to try and invade me? Shen Mo watched the 10 giant crocodiles joining the battlefield with a grave expression. Based on the information transmitted by the alliance leader, he had thought this was a probing attack from that sacred rank alliance and had made thorough preparations. But so far, the enemy's performance has been far too weak. How could the vanguard of a sacred rank alliance leader possibly be just a bronze lord? Just 10 elite golden troops? Are you hiding the rest, or do you truly look down on me? Shen Mo was gradually losing patience. The 3 major alliances had united against the Japanese undefeated alliance. If this is all you've got, then you're truly disappointing me. He barked the command sharply. Tiger warriors, crush them. Roar! The Tiger Guard roared in fury, advancing step by step as an unbroken phalanx. Cold light flashed from their great blades, blood dripping from the steel. These butchers could have fanned out to maximize the slaughter, yet they deliberately chose to advance methodically. Their cautious yet inevitably victorious demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the bronze lords. It's like being cornered in a pitch-black night, with nowhere to retreat, as someone approaches you step by step, knife in hand. They could have rushed over and killed you with a single strike, but instead, they take their time, creeping closer, gradually shattering your mental defenses. Damn it! This guy is, after all, the deputy leader of the Sun Never Sets Alliance. Can we really pull this off? Retreat! Let's retreat! One of the bronze lords was already starting to waver. Afraid? Afraid of what? To defy fate and change destiny, one must undertake the most dangerous endeavors. Exactly. Look, the Emperor Crocodile has already arrived on the battlefield. Don't worry, the promised Monarch Tier Lord will surely step in. A Monarch Tier Lord? Okay. The man's emotions gradually stabilized. The reason these 3 dared to besiege the deputy leader of the Sun Never Sets Alliance was because they had the backing of a king-class overlord. A king-class overlord wanting to nurture his own followers and establish a new alliance. How fortunate I am. The Bronze Lord began to fantasize about inheriting Chenmo's territory, then defying the heavens to rewrite his fate and soaring to greatness. Yet these words displeased another Bronze Lord. What do you mean you're so lucky? It's we who are lucky. The other's words seemed to treat Chenmo's territory as already theirs, which irked him greatly. According to their original agreement, this place should have been divided equally among the 3 of them or ultimately awarded to the highest bidder. Sorry, it's us. The previous lord laughed heartily, correcting his mistake. Quick, Look! The Bronze Lord, who had initially wanted to flee, suddenly pointed at the battlefield, his voice trembling slightly. What are you looking at? Could it be that a lord of the king rank has taken action? The two who had been quietly competing turned their heads, and suddenly, their smiles froze on their faces. They saw that their reinforcements, the massive crocodile, far from breaking through the Tiger Warriors' formation, had actually been skinned alive slice by the Tiger Warriors. No way. They're both gold tier troops. How can the difference be this huge? They stared in disbelief at the massive crocodile lying on the ground, its body mangled and bloody. Initially, they thought that since both were golden tier forces, even if the crocodiles were outnumbered, they could still hold off the enemy with their help until the king tier lord intervened. That wouldn't be a problem. Yet, why did the addition of that golden crocodile fail to make even the slightest ripple? They remained the same pitiful creatures huddling in the corner, trembling as they awaited death. No, don't be afraid. The king tier lord will definitely step in. Su Qingyu frowned. Owen, make your shark hurry up, or I'll withdraw my troops. Just a few encounters in, she had already lost 3 Marsh Emperor crocodiles, which displeased Su Qingyu greatly. Don't worry, they're almost there. Owen waved his hand with a smile. The next moment, a huge hole suddenly cracked open beneath Chen Mo's feet on the city wall, followed by a massive creature leaping out to devour the once dominant lord in one gulp. Ha, it's working. Owen's eyes widened with excitement. This was exactly why he had provoked the Bronze Lord before the battle. As long as Chen Mo showed himself, he could deploy his troops for an underground ambush. Moving underground, that was the uniqueness of his troop type. Die. Your territory will be mine in the end. Ha, he made his move. I told you the king tier lord would definitely step in. Ha. The boss truly lives up to his name. The moment he strikes, it's an instant kill. The enormous size of the land-toothed chompshark immediately drew everyone's attention, especially since it emerged right beneath Chen Mo's feet. Look quickly, there's more than one. The Bronze Lord shouted as not one but 3 sharks emerged following the first. 3 land Nasha sharks attacked Chen Mo simultaneously from 3 different directions. In everyone's eyes, the deputy leader of the Sunless Alliance was nothing formidable after all. Their plan had ultimately prevailed. Yet Chen Mo looked at the attacking sharks with an utterly indifferent gaze. Just a few foolish lords, seems I was too tense for nothing. The next moment, several heavily armored vanguard warriors clad in steel, their eyes gleaming with red light, appeared before Chen Mo. Boom! Several furious heavy punches smashed squarely into the face of the victorious land-tooth biting shark, sending the newly emerged shark flying several meters away in an instant. You little shrimps, die now! Chen Mo had been cautious in concealing his strength all along precisely to confront the saint-ranked lord mentioned in the latest intelligence. Yet this group of trash before him had caused a miscalculation, wasting his energy for nothing. Clang! Another group of 30 elite warriors, no longer concealed, wore tightly fitted medium armor and gripped ice-cold spears in their hands. Their gaze was cold and full of killing intent. These were Chen Mo's true core force. As one of the strongest alliance's deputy leaders, his combat prowess had long surpassed most lords. My lord, the tremors underground aren't normal. We might still be walking into an ambush. One of the Tiger elite warriors reported to Chen Mo. No problem. I've located their position. Chen Mo gave orders to the 30 Tiger elite warriors outside. Advance swiftly and behead the enemy commander. The Tiger Guard roared as they scattered the already routed Bronze Legion in full retreat. Damn it! Owen clenched his fists tightly. He had anticipated the opponent might have a backup plan, but he never expected it to be this formidable. 30 fully armed elite warriors? This is equivalent to 30 king tier units? In an instant, his will to resist was gone. It's alright, I still have a few land-biting sharks hidden underground. As long as I leave now, where there's life, there's hope. Owen's words abruptly ceased. The elite Tiger warrior soldiers raised their spears and thrust them violently into the ground. You have lost a land shark. Chapter 69, Pursuit, the Dragon Lord attacks. Come back. Get back now. Owen fearfully issued retreat orders to his troops, then furiously vented his anger by scattering everything against a nearby tree trunk. Fuck. How did he know the location of my Lucci shark bite? Lucci the shark biter is clearly underground. Whoosh! The spear emerged from deep beneath the ground, its tip coated in blood-stained soil. My lord, one escaped. No matter. I already know the locations of everyone who attacked us this time. Chen Mo first glanced toward the rear of the battlefield where the 3 bronze lords were positioned, then turned his gaze to the woods, the very spot where Owen was hiding. Damn, he actually noticed me? Landshark bite, let's move. The moment he sensed he was being watched, Owen's hair stood on end and cold sweat poured down his back. He immediately called upon his last remaining unit to help him escape. The others on the battlefield also suddenly felt as though some great terror had fixed its gaze upon them, instantly chilling them to the bone. the Lord King's troops have been slain. Should we retreat? The three lords' withdrawal surged uncontrollably like a tidal wave. Run! As if sounding a unified trumpet call, all three simultaneously issued their final retreat commands to their troops. The nearly 300-strong army had arrived in grand formation, yet now only a few dozen remained, scattered and fleeing in disarray. Damn it, that bastard Owen screwed me over. Su Qingyu also noticed something was wrong with the battle and hurriedly ordered her crocodiles to retreat. By the end of the fight, he was left with only 5 crocodiles. The crocodile ran with astonishing speed. In short bursts it could even outpace Owen's elite royal troops. This time we really took a huge loss. Su Qingyu kept glancing backward as she ran, terrified that the Deathlike Legion might catch up. Under her watchful gaze, the hulking Deathmarch Legion seemed to give only a token pursuit before gradually slowing its advance. Was it that this unit type was slow, or was he intentionally letting us go? She didn't know which scenario it was, but either possibility was favorable at the moment. It meant they could survive. Damn it! These were troops I painstakingly accumulated. Where am I supposed to find another Bronze Lord to plunder now? Su Qingyu was furious. All her hard-earned reserves had vanished in an instant. Suddenly, she thought of something. The Bronze Lords, indeed not easy to find myself. But why search at all? Aren't they right here? Her gaze shifted to the 3 Bronze Lords running behind her, their eyes flickering as if pondering something. My lord, they've all fled. The elite tiger warriors atop the city walls reported the battle situation, while those below were tidying up the aftermath on the battlefield. The humanoid troops were carried a short distance away for burial, while the non-humanoid ones were taken back to the territory as food. Understood. Due to the intervention of the Brave Alliance's leader, Ironstrike, he had no choice but to abandon pursuit. For now, defending their territory was the most crucial objective. Wait, what just attacked me was a land-walking shark. Chen Mo suddenly tensed up as realization dawned on him. While he might not clearly remember silver, bronze, or gold-tier lords, the Sun Never Sets Alliance didn't have many monarch-tier lords. Those he remembered distinctly. Bring that shark over here, he ordered. Yes. Soon, the sawtooth shark that had been blasted several meters away before being killed was brought over. He cast an investigative spell, and his expression darkened further. It really was a Lucci shark biter. A lord from one's own alliance attacking oneself? How is this possible? What about those bronze lords monitoring him? Chen Mo couldn't believe what he was seeing. Shouldn't all lords of gold tier and above be under surveillance by bronze lords? Why did this invasion by a monarch tier lord occur? He sent a message to the lord of the landshark, but there was no response, then sent another to the lord monitoring him. Still, no reply. Damn it! Seems like this isn't just a case of mistaken troops. Chen Mo had initially thought it was a case of mistaken identity involving the same troop type, but now, it appeared this was far from a misunderstanding. The Lord of the Sawtooth Sharks hadn't just slain the neighboring lords, it was clearly preparing to invade him as well. What sheer audacity! Chen Mo decided to report this matter to Chi Honi first. A royal tier lord going rogue and betraying them was an extremely serious incident. If not dealt with promptly, all the lower tier allied lords in the vicinity would likely become prey for the traitor. Given the already tense relationship between lower tier and higher tier lords, if a high-ranking lord began slaughtering lower tier lords indiscriminately, it would undoubtedly become a stain on the Sun Never Sets Alliance's reputation. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. I remember that lord came in person. Go, dispatch 10 men, I want him found alive or dead. Although Chen Mo didn't understand why this royal tier lord would risk coming personally, since the opponent had arrived, it presented him with an opportunity. It gave him the chance to eliminate his opponent. His aura-locking skill could pinpoint hostile individuals within a 5-kilometer radius and mark them with a 2-hour tracking imprint. He refrained from pursuing these lords to prepare for the upcoming Saint-tier lord. But now, he had no choice but to give chase. A team of 10 elite armored cavalry hastily mounted their warhorses and galloped after Owen. The warhorses, whose origins were unknown to Chen Mo, were extraordinarily swift and caught up with the wounded landshark in no time. Caught up already? Owen turned his head in terror, then swiftly commanded his landshark, dive. Ow. The landshark swallowed its lord whole in one gulp, then swiftly dove underground. Damn it, it's so dark here. Owen loathed diving inside a landshark's mouth, but the current situation forced him to do so. Whoosh, whoosh. Several thrusting spears stabbed toward the position of the landfawn bite shark, but this time missed their mark due to distance. We can't reach him, what should we do? Though the Tiger Elite warriors could detect their opponent's position, they lacked effective means to attack him. Let's block him off in his own territory. Chen Mo commanded remotely, determined to slay the Lord of the Razor-Toothed Shark today. Understood. Among the 10, some had participated in the rescue operation for the Lord of the Razor-Toothed Shark. Though they ultimately abandoned the mission due to policy changes, they still remembered the location of his territory. The cavalry turned their course and headed straight for the territory. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through as the warhorses reared high on their hind legs, frozen in place. Whoosh! Violent winds accompanied the arrival of scorching heat as a massive shadow, like storm clouds blotting out the sun, enveloped the entire cavalry troop. Roar! The ancient roar carried a voice that awed all races, distorting even the air with its scorching intensity. A majestic, colossal red dragon descended above the knights. "Well, are you all coming out to greet me?" A hearty voice rang out, revealing a towering figure standing proudly atop the dragon's back. Chapter 70, Collaboration. The elite Tiger Guard stood watching the colossal entity in the sky. Fierce horns, a majestic visage, and a pair of crimson-scaled wings continuously beating, allowing its mountainous form to soar effortlessly through the sky. The red dragon merely revealed a trace of its aura, yet it was enough to put all the knights on high alert. Why must this saint-tier lord appear at such a time? Within the territory, Chen Mo also spotted the person he had been anxiously waiting for. From his troops' perspective, the red dragon symbolizing flame and calamity had already grown to a 150-meter length, qualifying as an adult dragon. An adult dragon, this suddenly reminded him of that 300-meter frost dragon from before, whose single breath had turned everything within 5 miles around him into an expanse of frozen frost. I'm no longer that naive lord from back then. Chen Mo reflected on his past self and then his present. Though he still faced the dragon, fear no longer held him. At the very least, he wasn't completely defenseless anymore. The territory should be just ahead, right? Lead the way? Iron Strike looked at the mounted troops waiting to receive him on the ground. Though they weren't wearing armor, their aura clearly marked them as king-tier soldiers. Interesting choice, sending a 10-man squad of king-tier troops to greet me. Iron Strike revered strength and always showed proper respect to the strong. His purpose in coming this time was to personally assess the abilities of one of the legendary deputy lords of the Sun Never Sets Alliance. If the opponent is strong, then cooperate. If the opponent is weak, then eliminate them. He admired the strong and never sympathized with the weak. Now, the deputy alliance leader's approach, sending 10 king-tier troops just to receive someone, really shows no fear of me reducing their numbers. Atai was quite impressed by the opponent's strength and boldness. Bring him here. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, deciding to see what kind of medicine was being sold in the other party's gourd, what their game really was. From previous information, it seemed they had hostile intentions, yet they hadn't attacked his small squad. This suggested they might not harbor ill will. Boom! The dragon spread its wings, stirring up clouds of smoke dozens of feet high as it soared into the sky. Under Chen Mo's command, the elite Tiger Guard soldiers marched toward the territory. Meanwhile, deep underground, Owen sensed the presence of a powerful creature and cautiously peeked out, observing everything with wide eyes. Who is this man? How does he command dragon troops? Owen's gaze was filled with unmistakable shock and envy. If his own troops were also of the saint rank, just one unit would be enough to make a fully armed and vigilant king-rank lord take him extremely seriously. Damn it, they actually just marched right in. Following the Tiger Guard's elite troops, the dragon returned to Chen Mo's territory, leaving Owen no choice but to lurk stealthily in the distance. He had just escaped from that place, there was no way he was going back. Are these heavy armored troops? Iron Strike's first sight upon entering the territory was the formidable tiger warriors in full plate armor guarding Chen Mo mounted on fierce warhorses and clad in heavy armor. Their presence was even more imposing than before. Interesting, this lord truly lives up to his formidable reputation. The opposing force consisted of 30 ordinary king-tier troops and another 30 king-tier soldiers with even stronger auras, collectively forming a formidable strength that had indeed caught his attention. The vice leader of the Sun Never Sets Alliance, not bad. I acknowledge you. Might I ask what business alliance leader Iron Strike has here? Ignoring the other party's arrogant tone, Chen Mo spoke directly. To be honest, he still felt a bit daunted when facing that 150-meter-long dragon with its wings spread wide. But the elite guards by his side and Chi Hongi behind him, who would give him 10,000 energy stones at a single word, were his strongest backing and confidence. Neither humble nor pushy, very good. Ironclad Chen Mo grew increasingly satisfied with him and decided not to beat around the bush, saying bluntly, I've got a lead. The risks are higher, but the profits are considerable. Would your Sun Never Sets Alliance consider collaborating with us? Collaboration? Chen Mo looked at the rugged man dressed in traditional grassland attire with surprise and asked, haven't you already allied with the other two coalitions? Why come to us now? Tieta placed one foot on the dragon's long horn and leaned forward, saying, because the opportunities are vast and wide. If we do this right, we can monopolize the entire trade network among the lords. Chen Mo's expression also turned serious. The other party didn't seem to be joking. He then asked, what path? Atita laughed heartily, trade with the Empire. Brother Chenai, look, quick, look, quick, look, quick, look. Chinya's long wait had finally paid off as he witnessed the first pure iron creation forged by Gu Xiaoyu. Before he could even check his flooded private messages from Gu Xiaoyu, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed before him. A peculiar long sword with shark-tooth serrations along its spine appeared before him. The design sure looks intimidating. Shen Yi was quite satisfied with the opponent's forging. With a simple inspection spell, the sword's details were instantly revealed. Bronze, bone splitter blade, strength +4, speed +1, armor piercing +4. Note, killing merely requires beheading, yet this blade specializes in bone shattering, extremely vicious. Is this a ranked weapon? Stats are still this high? Shen Yi was momentarily dazed until he carefully cast several detection spells and truly felt the weight of steel in his grip. He urgently confirmed with the little lowly, "Did you forge this? Can you forge more? How much refined iron did you use?" A bronze weapon, one with ranks and attributes at that. In this era where everyone had to rely on hunting monsters for weapons, he couldn't fathom the possibility of crafting weapons by hand. 6 pieces of refined iron. Haha, brother Chainai, I only used 6 pieces of refined iron. Brother Chainai, am I amazing? A bronze weapon, I actually forged a bronze weapon. Haha, little fish won't have to worry about food anymore. Little fish is going to turn the tables and become the master. Gu Xiaoyu acted like a triumphant hero demanding praise from Chainai. 6 pieces, only 6 pieces. A bronze weapon typically sells for around 200 to 300 coins. Shen Yi stared at the weapon in his hand. With attributes reaching a rare 9 points, this was undoubtedly a premium bronze weapon, meaning it could fetch 300 coins. 10 times the profit? He could already feel his breathing quicken. Tenfold profits on weapons that practically sold themselves. Was he about to strike it rich? Suddenly, Shen Yi thought of another question. Since this weapon was forged based on his blueprint, could it be that each blueprint could only forge one weapon? Does forging this weapon require the blueprint every time? Shen Yi asked. No, the blueprint is for me to study. As long as I've mastered the materials, I can forge several in a single day. Little Fish Gu's beaming face couldn't hide her bubbling joy. She was about to make big money, about to leave this crude, pitch-black cavern behind. Once you learn it. Shen Yi stood frozen as if struck by lightning, finally understanding why the blacksmith profession was such a trap with its endless unreasonable demands. Sure enough, the more demands something has, the better it is. Then he turned to Gu Xiaoyu and asked, "Didn't you design a blueprint for armor yourself?" Wait. I actually possess armor? Gu Xiaoyu also realized the wealth he possessed, and at that moment, Shen Yi's support arrived once again. The little man rolled up his sleeves and swung the hammer. A moment later, a weapon gleaming with a bronze-green glow appeared before him. Bronze, bright light armor, speed -3, defense +10. Additional weapon, horse-cutting sword, strength +2. Special trait, sturdy, immune to any physical attack with armor penetration below 5 or attributes lower than 50. Chapter 71, Dual resistance to physical and magical attacks. Immune to any physical attack with armor penetration below 5 or attributes lower than 50. This feature, Shen Yi momentarily struggled to assess it properly. Immune to any physical attack with armor penetration below 5. Up to this point, the highest armor penetrating equipment he'd ever seen was another weapon he'd just glimpsed, the Bone Cleaver. Moreover, the Bone Cleaver's armor penetration was only 4. The Bone Cleaver's attributes and armor penetration are top tier among bronze weapons, meaning, it can basically nullify any physical attack with less than 50 attribute points. Shen Yi realized the gravity of the situation. His strongest existing unit, the Black Armor Goblins, already possessed formidable magic resistance. Now, if they were equipped with this armor as well, double resistance against both physical and magical attacks? At this thought, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed in a nervous swallow. An attack power exceeding 50 points would only come from a Saint-tier lord, right? And it would have to be a Saint-tier lord specializing in physical combat at that. Only a Saint-tier lord meeting both these criteria could inflict damage on his Black Armor Goblins. In other words, if he outfitted all his Black Armor Goblins with this armor, then no matter how numerous the enemies were, they wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Shen Yi's eyes gradually lit up as he secretly made a decision in his heart: monopolize. Whether it's the bone-cleaving blade or the radiant armor, we must monopolize them all. He immediately started sweet-talking the little lowly. Little you, isn't forging refined iron exhausting? Do you get enough to eat every day? Are you keeping warm these days? Is the territory's military strength developing well? With each question Shen Yi asked, the petite figure in another darkened cave grew more aggrieved. At long last, someone understood her predicament. Never enough to eat, never warm enough, toiling dutifully at the forge every day, even her territory's development lagging far behind most others. I heard some bronze lords already command armies of several hundred, while I'm still stuck here forging iron. Shen Yi's words brought back memories of Gu Xiaoyu's most difficult days from beginning to end. Though she was a girl everyone adored, she spent night and day holed up in a pitch-black cave clanging away at metal, without even enough to eat or proper sleep. Who could endure such a life? So, do you want to change that? Shen Yi suddenly changed the subject to set a trap. Gu Xiaoyu didn't think too much, nearly holding back the tears already swirling in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and replied, I do. Shen Yi pressed on, do you want to always have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear in the future? I do. Gu Xiaoyu looked excited. This was practically her biggest dream so far. Do you want to rapidly develop your own troop types and then quietly amaze everyone? Seeing that his words had an effect, Shen Yi doubled down on his persuasion. On the other side, Gu Xiaoyu nodded eagerly like pounding garlic. Yes, she had two things she wanted most. First, to eat well and dress warmly, and second, to recruit more military units so she could break through the rock sooner and reach the surface. Very good. Shen Yi seized the moment and said, then join my alliance. Okay. When did Brother Chun Yi join an alliance? Gu Xiaoyu, after coming to her senses, furrowed her delicate brows and scratched her head. I remember Brother Chun Yi saying something like, the strong always walk alone, only the weak band together, didn't he? She thought and thought, in their daily conversations, he had indeed said that. Chun Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. He had only casually fabricated that statement to lure the other party to his side, never expecting they'd actually remember such a thing. But soon, the cunning merchant facing the not-so-bright little lowly thought of an explanation. Of course it was all for you. The strong always walk alone, but when they wish to protect the weak, they must also possess their own forces. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with deep emotion. Toward this man she'd already liked, she couldn't help but indulge in subconscious fantasies. I always knew Brother Chun Yi, though stingy, was actually a good person at heart. Never imagined he'd actually establish an alliance specifically for me. This is the first time I've met someone who treats me so well. Gu Xiaoyu couldn't hold back her tears for a moment. Although Brother Chun Yi had always been sharp-tongued and sardonic, in reality, he had given her the most benefits all along. Looking back now, it even seemed most of his actions had been indirect ways of looking out for her. Who would trade mere worn-out stones for hundreds of energy crystals? Who ever heard of sending preserved meat as a gift in winter? Who ever heard of paying for armor repairs with refined steel? All these things inadvertently turned the crowd's accusations toward Chen Yi. Gu Xiaoyu, realizing all this, was even more moved. Woo, thank you, Brother Chen Yi. I'll definitely join your alliance. Very well. Chen Yi was secretly delighted that his bluff had worked. This obedient, sensible, and easy-to-care-for little girl was undoubtedly a treasure trove. Fortunately, he had discovered her early. Brother Chen Yi, how many people are there in our alliance altogether? Gu Xiaoyu inquired. 3. Chen Yi replied. Oh, so who's the other person? Since it was a newly formed alliance, the initial members were only 3, or perhaps Brother Chen Yi had created it long ago, and this two-person alliance had merely been waiting for her to join. Gu Xiaoyu effortlessly rationalized all the inconsistencies in her mind. Chen Yi replied casually, Manhwa. Oh, it's him. Gu Xiaoyu had some impression of this man, one of the rare good merchants, a businessman who wasn't shady. Brother Chen Yi, what should we name our alliance then? A name? Chen Yi was momentarily speechless. The alliance was just something he'd casually mentioned to win over the little girl. He hadn't actually thought of a name for it. He tentatively suggested, how about the Random Alliance? Gu Xiaoyu pouted and replied, ugh, that's not cool at all. Chen Yi glanced at the goblins nearby who preferred sleeping on rooftops instead of in houses, a mass of green and black figures. How about the Pitch Blue Alliance? Gu Xiaoyu. Brother Chen Yi, I suddenly think Casual Alliance sounds pretty good. Chen Yi, half joking between them, the alliance's name and initial membership were thus decided. The Casual Alliance, the name was casually chosen, casually called, and even its establishment was an utterly casual affair. Yet years later, every casual member of this casual alliance, every casual incident, and every casual decision would make even the Titan Empire, one of the continent's ruling powers, tremble in its boots. Chen Mo's territory. Iron Fist smiled meaningfully as he looked at the message Chihoni had sent him. Only sheep travel in herds, tigers always walk alone. Very good. I'd long heard of Chihoni's arrogant nature, and today's encounter proves it true. Iron Fist wasn't angered by the other's reply. After all, when it came to strength, the Undying Sun faction was indeed currently the most powerful. If we take Shin Mo as the benchmark, then the strength of their 5 deputy alliance leaders and 1 alliance leader indeed qualifies them to be tigers. It wasn't entirely unreasonable for them to compare themselves to sheep while likening us to fierce tigers. However, Chihoni isn't the only proud one here. He himself worships power, and their response thoroughly displeased him. Such a decisive answer. Aren't you afraid I might reduce your number of deputy alliance leaders? Iron Beast's face turned as cold as frost. Chihoni arrogantly retorted, go ahead and try. Maybe you're the strongest in your forest, but here I reign supreme. Along with the message came several precise territory coordinates, belonging to the remaining lords of the Warriors Alliance. They used Shen Mo to threaten her, just as she could use the warriors of the regional alliance against them. Very well. Ironhide smiled wordlessly and patted the giant dragon beneath him, which immediately soared into the sky, stirring up thick clouds of dust. If you refuse to cooperate, then there's only competition left. Trying to control the trade of all lords single-handedly, I'll show you how foolish that decision truly is. Ironhide and the giant dragon swiftly vanished into the horizon within mere breaths. Did they seriously think they could compete with him for the Empire's commerce without his connections to the Fallen Association? What sheer nonsense! Without the Fallen Association providing identities, you couldn't even pass through the Empire's city gates. Shihongi, you'll regret your arrogant decision. Chapter 72. The establishment of the Casual Alliance. You're a founding member of our alliance, and now that the alliance has just been established, we have to build everything from scratch. Don't worry, as long as I get a bite of meat, you'll definitely get a sip of soup. Wouldn't your blacksmithing profession require a lot of forging to increase proficiency? Isn't that common sense? The system didn't mention it? Didn't it also stay silent when you first acquired your profession? Here, all this refined iron is for you to practice with. Treating you well? Isn't that just how it should be? Don't worry, no high demands, just forging the bone-splitting blade and radiant light armor will do. Under Chinya's smooth persuasion, Gu Xiaoyu gratefully agreed to process the remaining 900 plus refined iron pieces for him free of charge, all under the noble pretense of helping her gain proficiency through practice. These days, good-hearted folks like me are a rare breed. Shunyi sighed, reflecting how few in this backstabbing parallel world would bother nurturing others like he did. By the way, how is Nanha doing? He remembered another member of their alliance. He really should have informed Nanha about establishing this alliance. I wonder how Nanha's business is going these days. Recently, there seems to have been constant fighting among the lords. Hard to say if there's any business to be done at all. War can stimulate domestic demand, but the demand it drives is relatively singular. For a lord, the factors that can influence a war boil down to nothing more than troop types and weapons. Since troop types are fixed, selling weapons becomes the best choice during wartime. Coincidentally, I happen to possess weapons myself. Business isn't easy these days. There haven't been any major deals recently. Hey boss, chief, how about you whip up some bronze weapons for me to sell? Nanha asked half-jokingly. He knew that demigod-tier troops came with numerous restrictions. Each deployment was no easy feat, making it impossible to mobilize them over mere bronze weapons. This can also be proven by the fact that Chunyi never again recorded any sales of bronze weapons after that single transaction. Alright, Chunyi agreed immediately to Nanhe's request without hesitation. Alright, alright? Nanha's voice suddenly rose in pitch, thinking he must have misheard as he asked, Boss, did you just say alright? Shanyi nodded. Just wait. In a few days, I'll get you a few decent bronze weapons to help you put on a show. On the Empire side, he granted the Scarlet Serpent to put on a show, so naturally the Lord faction also needed something to bolster their appearance. Got it. Receiving Chinya's affirmative reply was an unexpected delight for Nanhe. Big shots will be big shots. Merely by casually mentioning it when the other party was in good spirits, he managed to secure their agreement. Indeed, the crumbs that fall from a master's table are enough to sustain many. Oh, right, I've formed an alliance. You're one of the founding members. Interested? Shenyi broached the main subject. An alliance? Willing, I'm 100 times willing. How could he possibly refuse to join the alliance created by the big boss Chenyi? In the face of the overwhelming power and rallying force of demigod-level troops, all other alliances are mere garbage. Not only was he able to join this alliance, but he was also one of its founding members. This made Nanha deeply realize how much the big boss trusted him. So I'm already considered one of the big boss's inner circle? This feeling of being trusted is truly wonderful. Boss, how many people are there in our alliance? And what's the alliance called? Nanha asked excitedly. He had long been green with envy over the Sunset Alliance's recent sales of bronze weapons, but being outnumbered and outmatched, he was no match for them. But now things were different. Judging by the boss's words, establishing alliances and selling bronze weapons, were they planning to challenge the Sunset Alliance for dominance in the Lord market? It must be said that the Sun Never Sets Alliance, through various twists of fate, has risen to become the largest coalition among the Search Lords, equivalent to a colossal tiger. As for his own side, it was like a young dragon, snatching food from the jaws of a fully grown ferocious tiger. How exhilarating! Nanha was immersed in endless reverie. He could already envision relying on the prestige of Big Boss Chenyi. With just a casual wave of his hand, countless people would rush to join the alliance. He, once a small-time vendor, would leap straight to becoming the CEO of a corporation. A name? Doesn't matter. Right now, there are only 3 members. Aside from you, there's also a little girl. 3 people. Ha ha ha, what an honor for me. Nanhi once again felt he had entered Chunya's inner circle, unable to conceal his self-satisfaction. The alliance still lacks a name. I should help the boss come up with something more majestic. Commanding respect among lords, peerless across dimensions. How about we call our alliance Peerless Dominance, boss? Peerless Dominance? Chunyi pondered for a moment. It's a good name, but I've already decided on the alliance's name. Decided? Manhwa was taken aback. Didn't you just say it didn't matter? Yeah, right, the name is whatever. Naruto. This, chief truly wears his heart on his sleeve. What a great name, it effortlessly showcases his domineering aura and confidence. Manhwa praised. When the chief has already decided on a name, could you possibly say it's not good? Only those with low emotional intelligence would belittle the leader, while those with high emotional intelligence always align themselves accordingly. Well, there happens to be a task I can assign to you. Shen Yi pondered that for trade with the Empire, he would need some animal pelts. The python was merely a gimmick and an entry point. What would truly bring steady, long-term gains were the goods commonly available from the local lords. For instance, the most abundant gray wolf pelts in his territory. What's the mission? Just give the order, boss. The alliance had barely formed and already received its first task. It seemed the boss had already devised a comprehensive development plan. Manhwa marveled at the boss's thoroughness. From this moment onward, acquire animal pelts any kind, as long as they're visually appealing and warm. Shen Yi said, got it, boss, don't worry. I know exactly which lords trade in furs and what kind of pelts their territories produce, like the back of my hand. When it comes to daily trading, Manhwa is undoubtedly the most seasoned merchant. Oh, and by the way, especially those very delicate but small-sized furs, buy as many of those as you can. Shen Yi suddenly added, why acquire this sort of thing? There's no market for these among the lords. Manhwa asked his boss in confusion. The weather was getting colder as winter approached. He could understand the purchasing of fur pelts, but why would anyone want such small, delicate ones? For the lords at this current stage, practicality is the only criterion. Those small yet exquisitely delicate but minuscule hairs are utterly useless. Something like snow fox or marten fur would be more in line with the aesthetic tastes of noble women and female lords. But that is a luxury, and the current lord simply cannot afford it. Shen Yi smiled. Of course he knew what the other party was thinking, nothing more than the idea that luxury goods had no market. However, his market wasn't limited to the lords alone. Mastering the information gap between both sides was the essence of commerce. Leave the selling to me. Your only task is procurement. Yes, understood.